Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Hate the Player by Max Monroe. Narrated by Stephanie Rose and Alexander Sendiz. Intro. Birdie. Roses are red, violets are blue. Stay away from Andrew Watson's dick, because no other women ever do. Cackles erupt from my sister Billy, who's busy rubbing her 6 months pregnant belly with one hand and squeezing a packet of mayonnaise onto her sandwich with the other. Raquel waggles an eyebrow, seemingly satisfied with half of her audience's reception to her cute little play on words. I, the other half, roll my eyes and fork a piece of lettuce from my grilled chicken salad over closer to a crouton so I can scoop them up together. 3 months ago, I met the Raquel Weaver, otherwise known as one of Hollywood's most famous starlets. Sure, she's taken a permanent leave from her position of A-list actress and traded it in for a much simpler life that revolves around her husband Harrison and their 9-month-old baby girl Ellie in New York. But that doesn't mean I was any less starstruck. My sister Billy and I grew up watching her and her brother Luca on our favorite show, Home Sweet Home. And the reality that those people who seemed to live an unattainable life at the time, ended up being our family takes a little bit of time to sink in. Maybe that fandom is the reason her first, seemingly gentle warning about Andrew Watson sounded like so much less of a big deal. I was too busy trying to grasp that shared meals with huge stars were really happening in my life. But sharing a meal with Raquel doesn't seem so otherworldly anymore. Now, she's just an extended arm of my family. As for her warnings, they no longer have anything gentle about them. Wow, I remark. So, we're at that stage of February, huh? Poems about penises at lunch? Raquel, better known as Rocky to her nearest and dearest, nods and smiles fervently, and I have to laugh. I look around the kitschy, retro-chic diner named Frankie's and take in the ambiance out front. People casually dine with friends and family, sunny yellow walls, pint-sized pink booths, and orange bar stools punch up the restaurant's already cheerful vibes, and a bell rings every time the chef shouts, "Order up." We, on the other hand, are in a nondescript black vinyl booth in the back corner, far away from the other patrons, right next to where they stack the spare chairs. I'm pretty sure it's where the waitresses normally eat when they're on a break. Our lives are so weird, I say, and Billy quirks a brow as she takes a big bite of her grilled chicken sandwich. What makes you say that? Rocky asks. Well, I pause and glance toward 2 stools right inside the entrance of the kitchen, spotting Franco and Mel, 2 of Billy's security, and laugh. For one, we need security to eat lunch. It's true. Whenever I visit LA now, anywhere Billy goes, Franco and Mel go too. Rocky grins and shrugs. Seems normal to me. It would, I suppose. Since she started acting at 6 years old, her life has pretty much always been this way. But for Billy and me, security teams and paparazzi are a far cry from the way we grew up in West Virginia. You don't need security when you're in Nashville? She asks, clearly skeptical about my down-to-earth claims, given my career in country music. No, not really. I shrug and pop a French fry into my mouth to wash down the taste of salad. I suggested we get a plate for the table, and the 2 of them were kind enough to pretend not to see right through me. Everyone there knows me, and they're used to me being around. The only time I ever need security is if I have a show or when I'm on tour, or hanging out with my famous baby sister in LA. Billy rolls her eyes at my white lie. I mean, I don't think I need security in Nashville, but lately, my manager Neil has been on my ass about changing that. After a tiny incident at the mall about a month ago that required police intervention, he's probably right. But I'm not completely ready to accept the fact that my success in country music has reached that kind of level. I'm just a girl from West Virginia who can sing. I'm not famous either, Billy asserts, following my lead, and Rocky snorts so hard she almost chokes. You're engaged to Luca Weaver and carrying his baby. Not to mention, you're well on your way to being one of Hollywood's biggest producers. Rocky smiles gently as a balm to the sting of her words. Trust me, you're famous. I nod, pleased with Rocky's argument, one I would have made to Billy myself. But she quickly kills my joy by pointing right at me. And you're famous too, like it or not, she says with a laugh, directing a finger at herself, me, and then Billy. Any one of us could end up on the cover of a gossip magazine tomorrow. Whatever, I reply, picking up another fry and popping it into my mouth, a move Billy watches with avid interest. Can I have some French fries? She asks. Of course, I state magnanimously. They're for the table, and if the table thinks they're getting low, the table can just order some more. Rocky grins, and Billy tosses a fry into her mouth, chewing it with the kind of enjoyment that earns a movie an R rating. Good God, please don't pull a When Harry Met Sally in the middle of this restaurant. I can't help it, Billy retorts. This pregnancy makes me feel like I could eat a horse, and everything tastes so good. You know what I bet doesn't taste good? Rocky interjects before pausing briefly. I raise my eyebrows, and she doesn't hesitate to finish. Andrew Watson's dick. Jesus! Billy nearly shouts. Do we have to do this while we're eating? Yes, we do, Rocky insists, narrowing her eyes. Tomorrow is the big day, right? The audition is finally happening. She's talking about my upcoming audition for Grassroots, a movie I've been told is made for me, and one of the main reasons this lunch was scheduled. Billy was hoping Rocky could give me some last-minute Hollywood advice before she and her swoony billionaire husband head back to their home base in New York, and I can't say I was opposed. I'm a musician through and through, and everything about Hollywood and acting and movies feels about 1,000,000 miles away from my wheelhouse. Actually, no. Next week. It got postponed again. Again? She tilts her head to the side and narrows her eyes. What in the hell are they waiting for? An alien invasion? I laugh. I was supposed to audition nearly 3 months ago, and it is starting to feel a little bit like it's never going to happen. Well, the first time had to do with the studio and the budget or something, but this time is because Andrew couldn't fit it into his schedule. He's apparently out of the country promoting a film, some sort of last-minute scheduling change to the press tour. I answer. So I'll be heading back to Nashville in the morning and won't come back to LA until late next week. Damn, she comments. That's a bitch. I nod, but otherwise occupy myself with swirling my fork in my salad. The never-ending anticipation is nearly crippling, but I've been telling myself it's a blessing in disguise that it's been postponed again. It will allow me to get in more studio time for my next album. It's gonna happen, Billy chimes in reassuringly after reading my mind. Luca was talking to Howie the other day, and he's officially balls deep in all things Grassroots. Other than your role, all the casting has been finalized. The Howie she's referring to is the Howie King, screenwriter and director of the movie I've been asked to audition for. He's basically the Quentin Tarantino of dramatic, angsty love stories. Everyone in Hollywood desperately wants to be in one of his movies. My role? I scoff. You say that like I already have the part. Billy grins. Because you do. I roll my eyes at her insane optimism and grab another faux communal fry. Just remember what I've told you, Rocky asserts. About Andrew? She nods. I practically snort. I think it would take a traumatic brain injury to make me forget. She laughs at me and lifts her hands defensively. Hey, I'm just trying to look out for you. His dick is like a soldier. It's seen things ladies like us should never see. Done things it's not even sure it's proud of. It is a maker of sexual carnage, I'm telling you. Jesus, Billy whispers, calling on religion to save her from this conversation yet again. I was a virgin until I got together with Harrison, okay? I didn't know dick about dicks, and I've still heard all about Andrew Watson's favorite appendage. So just do yourself a favor and eliminate the possibility of getting taken with a man in uniform, so to speak. Is it just me, or does this lunch have way more use of the word dick than normal? Billy remarks. But Rocky is undeterred. Staff Sergeant Dick Richardson may look charming, but he is a savage, slaying hearts all over the fucking world. But Luca says Andrew isn't that bad, Billy challenges. And personally, anytime I've seen him, or we've had dinner with him, or he's come over to help Luca with something, he's been nothing but super sweet to me. Rocky chortles. That's because Luca has a dick of his own, and you're one of his best friend's soon-to-be wife and baby mama. So, if you were single, Rocky answers without missing a beat, I guarantee you'd get a completely different Andrew. My sister's expression is unconvinced. You're acting like he's some kind of DAW dog. Because he is, Rocky challenges, the corners of her lips curving up with all kinds of secret knowledge. Luca and Andrew have been friends for a long time. Before Luca turned himself into an Alaskan hermit and reformed his ways, I've been witness to many, many things. I'm not suggesting Birdie run scared. I'm just making sure she has all the important information. Oh boy, he sounds wonderful, I mutter and take a sip of my iced tea. Billy is once again quick to jump in and reassure me. Relax, Birdie, she says, and pats my hand from across the table. I'm sure you have nothing to worry about when it comes to your future co-star. You lunatics keep acting like I already have the part. I still have to freaking audition. It's not a foregone conclusion. Help me out here, Rocky, Billy says, and moves her focus to her future sister-in-law after a heavy sigh. Surely you can tell Birdie something that will prevent her from flaking out on the opportunity of a lifetime. Make some kind of productive contribution to this lunch. I'm not going to flake out. I lie. I am seriously considering ghosting. Casper level, no call, no text kind of shit. Okay. Rocky nods, clearly hearing the panic in my tone. She sets down her fork, putting both elbows on the table. First of all, don't stress about the stuff I told you about Andrew. I'm not stressed about him. I cut her off. Nope. Not stressed at all over the fact that you've spent an entire lunch counseling me on how to handle a man, one of what I'm sure are many millions of assholes in this world, rather than how to handle a role in a profession for which I'm nearly entirely unqualified. No, it's no problem at all. Rocky grins. Are you sure you've never acted before? That was a very dramatic monologue. Rocky, I say, closing my eyes tight and banging my head on the table. Okay. No more Andrew Watson talk. I think you get it. Yeah, well, I grumble, lifting my head from the table. You made it easy to summarize. Faced with the possibility of landing this role, I have one important rule outside of the actual job. Don't fuck Andrew Watson. She laughs again, and I shake my head. Easy enough. Chapter 1. Birdie. If I were at Target right now, I'd be looking for the aisle with depends. Desperately. Like, forget all formal training in avoiding embarrassment. Get the closest associate with a radio to broadcast a public call to the manager. Tell me where the freak the adult diapers are before you're doing the tile cleanup kind of searching. And a full bladder and bout with a new strain of gastrointestinal bacteria aren't even the culprit. No. The real story is that after nearly 3.5 months of waiting for this audition, I've given up my physical form as a human and reconstituted completely as a naughty bundle of overstimulated nerves. But today is finally the day of my first real audition. Not 10-year-old me auditioning for the elementary school rendition of Beauty and the Beast and losing to Susie Marin because her mom was the president of the freaking PTA, but a real audition for a real film that will eventually be shown in movie theaters across the country and streamed on all sorts of online platforms. Basically, millions of people could end up watching this. Gah. What if they cast me in this film and I ruin it? What if I end up like Mariah Carey in that movie Glitter? What if critics crush me like they did Britney Spears when she did Crossroads? I kind of loved that movie, and that in and of itself makes me question my taste altogether. What if I'm so bad in this movie that I have a total mental breakdown and end up reenacting Britney Spears' 2007? I can't shave my head. I don't have the right bone structure for that. I'm so close to telling the driver of this limo to turn this big bitch around and take me to the airport so I can escape LA like a coward that I start digging in my purse to see if there's anything in there I can fashion into a tail to tuck between my legs. Any reassuring thoughts, if there even were any, from my lunch with Billy and Rocky a week and a half ago, are officially out the window, bumping violently down the freeway and about to get run over by the traffic behind us. I've played shows for thousands of fans. I've sung the national anthem at the freaking professional championship football game. I know I've been in 1,000 situations that huge percentages of the population have never even dreamed of. But I'm also certain I've never been this scared in my entire life. This is different, unfamiliar, and so unsettling. Just breathe, Birdie. Just flippin' breathe. I pull in a huge gulp of air and let it out. I say namaste 15 times in my head. I pray to the big man upstairs, and I try to channel my inner happy place. I do more mental freaking gymnastics than a therapist who teaches yoga on the weekends, and still, my fingers will not stop fidgeting with the material of my dress. Why on God's green earth did I agree to this? It doesn't matter that they personally invited me for the audition, flew me from Nashville to LA courtesy of a private jet, put me up for a swanky stay at the Beverly Wilshire, pre-ordered an over-the-top room service breakfast, and arranged this smooth limo ride through LA traffic. It doesn't matter how much they try to convince me this is where I belong. I'm a pond fish, taken way out of its little body of water and dropped into high seas in the middle of the ocean. The last 24 hours have been filled with the kind of luxury I never knew existed when I was a 15-year-old girl living in my granny's small house in the mountains of West Virginia. My success in country music over the last nearly 7 years has thrust me into plenty of rich circles, but I'm still the same twang-talking, simple girl I always was. And quite frankly, I always will be. The thought of upending that, of squeezing myself into a lifestyle I'm not fully equipped to take on, downright terrifies me. Billy's found her place here with Luca, working toward her goal of becoming a Hollywood producer, but she's had her fair share of bumps in the road. Not to mention, happy in Hollywood is not the norm. All I have to do is look to my friend Raquel to know that this place has the power to eat you alive. I moved to Nashville at 21. It's what I know. It's where I'm comfortable. What in the hell made me even consider setting my sweet, seaworthy, dependable boat to rocking? My final destination, Capo Brothers Studios, juts into the palm tree-dotted blue sky out the window of the limo, and my heart skips a beat. It's really happening. I'm really entertaining the idea of taking on an acting gig for an actual movie that people will watch. Gah, do not vomit in this limo, Birdie. I wonder if the driver will think it's weird if I put my head between my knees and pass out for a little bit. Just like a couple minutes, tops. I'll even try really hard not to pee myself when I do it. No one likes cleaning up other people's bodily fluids, and I don't want to be a total imposition. My palms turn sweaty, overwhelming nerves and anxiety taking over my pulse and raising it to an outrageous rate. Good God, what am I doing here? I'm not a freaking actress. The driver looks at me over his shoulder. Shall I get the door for you, ma'am? Right. Normally people get out of the car when they get to where they're going. Crickets and crawdads, I'm not ready. Can you give me a few minutes to make a quick phone call? Of course, he says, nodding and kindly pushing a button to make the privacy glass rise between us. With shaky hands, I pull my phone out of my purse and call the person responsible for dragging me into this mess. My sister answers on the second ring. I hate you so much right now. I say, skipping over a friendly greeting and getting straight to the point. I can't do this, Billy. What were you thinking having Luca suggest me for this role? After being MIA from Hollywood for 8 years, Luca made a huge comeback. And now, everyone and their brother wants to work with him. And apparently, not only do they want to work with him, but they take his suggestions as gospel. So, when he recommended me for the role of Arizona Lee to Howie King, who's not only the screenwriter and director of this project, but Luca's personal friend, that recommendation turned into an actual audition. Just calm down and relax, for fuck's sake. And I told Luca you'd be perfect for this part because you are. I roll my eyes. It was basically made for you, Birdie. Trust me, you have nothing to worry about. You're going to do fantastic. Grassroots, the movie that brought me here and has been building buzz within Hollywood since the studio gave the project the green light, is about Arizona Lee, a 20-something girl whose talented voice is discovered by a famous country music singer by the name of Cal Loggins. They fall in love, and a tumultuous romance ensues. According to my manager, Neil, every role has been filled except for the part I'm auditioning for. Arizona Lee. I've heard more than a little speculation that that's because she is me, or I am her, and no one in the entire world would be as good a fit for bringing her to life as I would. You'd think that would be a good thing, but in reality, I feel like a lowly vegetable, helpless inside the pressure cooker of expectation. Oh yeah, real fucking fantastic. I shut my eyes and shove my head back into the leather headrest on a sigh. What in the hell was I thinking when I let you and Neil talk me into this? I can't act, Billy. Why on earth didn't I at least try to get some damn acting lessons over the past 3 months or something? Take some kind of action toward improving my skill level, rather than spending all my time freaking out. Cripes, I'm a regular asshole. A real damsel in distress ditzy dame. I am the woman in the scary movie who thinks it's a good idea to try to hide in the freaking house. Man, I thought we already discussed this at lunch with Rocky, but I should have known better. A soft laugh bounces around in the speaker of my phone. Stop worrying about the acting stuff. That's what an acting coach is for, sweetie. And if they think you're the right fit for the part, they'll get you one. Instead of admitting to the fact that I should have already gotten a dang coach, I toss the blame right back onto her. It's the sibling thing to do. This is the dumbest thing you've ever talked me into. I am so pissed at you right now. Let me guess, she responds. You're sitting in the parking lot, staring at the entrance doors, cursing my name. I look through the passenger window and spot Capo Brothers Studios engraved in marble across the front of the building. What a baby-carrying know-it-all. No, I lie. Get out of the car, Bertie. No. Bertie, get out of the car. No, I don't need to. I refute. I am doing just fine with my music career. I don't need Hollywood. You're acting like a petulant child. I don't care. I huff and cross my arms over my chest. Silence descends like a steady rain from a heavy storm cloud for a solid 15 seconds. But Billy's soft and gentle voice finally interrupts it like a crack of thunder. You know what? You're right. I narrow my eyes at her sudden change of heart. I am? Absolutely. You don't need Hollywood. A huge breath escapes my lungs. I don't? No, she says with emphasis. Writing songs for the soundtrack of a movie with an insane amount of buzz around it? Yuck. Oh, that little. Having millions of people hear the raw talent of your voice and become one with the power of music? Disgusting. Billy, I grouse. So yeah, if you're that freaked out, she continues, just leave. Tell the driver to take you back to your hotel and let the studio know this isn't a good fit. What's the worst they can do? Tell you never to come back to Hollywood? Billy, you hate Hollywood anyway, so just leave. None of it matters, you know? Who needs a blockbuster film and award nominations and more success? Certainly not you. You have everything you need. You're doing just fine. Hollywood can blow a goat and all that. Screw her and her reverse psychology bullshit. Too bad it's working. Ugh! I groan into the quiet space of the back seat of the limo. You are so annoying. I can practically hear her smiling through the damn phone. No good. Sense-talking, Hollywood bad boy boning harlot. So, what's it going to be? Should I go buy a sandbox from the store so you'll have a place to bury your head? Or is now the time when you do a couple kegels, put on your big girl panties, and go in there and show them how awesome Bertie Harris is? I sigh. Can I take that sigh as a sign that you are, right now, doing some exercises to tighten your vagina? Damn her for being right. I'm still mad at you, I mutter. I wouldn't have it any other way, she says good-naturedly. You know, Mama would be so proud of you right now, she adds, and my heart clenches with memories of our mother. She always wanted to be a Hollywood actress, but when she got pregnant with me, she gave it all up to raise a family. Because of Billy's swoony fiancé, Luca, we have video evidence of the one small scene our mother acted in a television show. A clip I've watched more times than I care to admit. Without my mother herself, it's just about the only physical evidence of her starry dreams we have left. Billy and I lost our parents when we were just kids. I was 11, and she was 9. An innocent date night turned into a car accident that took them away from us forever. And now, years later, the scars of their losses are still there. God, I miss them so much. Just look at you, Billy continues. Getting ready to go in on audition for one of the biggest leading roles out there right now? This is incredible, Bertie. Mama really would have loved this, wouldn't she? I ask, and Billy giggles. She would have been over the moon. I have to do this, don't I? Yes. Or live a painful life of regret and sadness. One or the other. My God, you're dramatic. Pretty sure I'm not the one who called me in the middle of a toddler-worthy hissy fit about the opportunity of a lifetime, but whatever. You're just lashing out, she mutters. Now that I've prevented you from making one of the biggest mistakes of your career, what else do you need, sis? A sarcastic retort sits on the tip of my tongue, but I swallow it back. Billy might be incredibly damn annoying when she wants to be, but she also knows Hollywood a hell of a lot better than I do. I need her right now. How about anything to help me not make a freaking fool of myself? Hold, please. Billy shuffles the phone around, and there's a muffled thud, followed by a small ow in the background. I roll my eyes as my stomach turns over on itself. What the hell is she doing? Doesn't she know I'm on a timeline here? Just when I'm about to lose my patience, Billy's voice comes back over the line. Okay, you're on speakerphone. Luca, Bertie is about to go in for the audition. Could you please give her a few tips and some encouragement so she gets out of the dang car and goes inside? Luca's familiar chuckle fills my ears. Hey, Bertie. Help me. He chuckles again. A little nervous, huh? I fear I might puke on your director friend. That wouldn't be the first time that's happened to him. In fact, I've personally witnessed him getting Ralphed on at least 2 times. Great, I say sarcastically. At least other people have broken him in. Does he carry some sort of insurance policy to cover the dry cleaning bill? Luca chuckles, evidently enjoying this conversation about my anxiety far more than I am. You know what? I bet he does have coverage. Probably as a rider on his homeowner's policy. Oh God, I shouldn't have eaten that strawberry jam on my toast this morning. I bet it stains. Bertie, Luca says, amusement making his emphasis on my name shake. Why do they think you would be perfect for the role of Arizona Lee? Because I can sing? Exactly, he counsels. Use your experiences in country music. Just play the part how you feel it. React how you would react if you were in Arizona's shoes. So, what you're saying is that I don't need to get lost in acting techniques and stuff like that? I should just be my genuine self? You got it. Just be myself, I repeat quietly before following it up with a self-deprecating laugh. I should be able to handle that, I guess. I do have 27 years of experience. 27? Billy questions snarkily. Maybe 24. You spent at least 3 years trying to be Christina Aguilera. Shut up. Those chaps you begged Granny for during Christina's dirty phase got so much use, they had to retire to a 55 and over community. Luca's laughter echoes over the line obnoxiously. But by the time I open my mouth to share a few choice obscenities with both of them, the line goes dead. All at once, a wave of realization so fierce it could flood the entire country crashes over me. I can't turn back now. I can't let my mother down. And more than that, I can't let myself down. I'll never forgive myself if I chicken out of this without giving it a chance, no matter the obvious obstacles. Andrew Watson, my fear, my inexperience, they're all temporary, but regret can last forever. On a deep breath, I get my shit together, shove my phone into my purse, and get out of the limo. The driver tries to hop out of his seat and help me, but I wave him off with a gentle hand. "Don't worry about it, Lewis."
"Good luck, Miss Harris,"
he says, offering a kind smile.
"I'll be waiting in the parking lot when you're finished."
I nod and force a brittle smile to my lips. "Thank you." With still shaky hands, I smooth down the material of my lucky sundress. Just take a deep breath. You got this. One cowgirl boot in front of the other, I head through the entrance doors to face the music. The Hollywood music, that is.
Chapter 2. Andrew. Damn, I love women, I mutter to myself as I pull my Porsche to a stop at the edge of a pedestrian crosswalk. With a little sway in her hips and a glimmer in her eye, the hot little brunette number who brought me to a halt shoots me a wink and a smile, and I return the favor tenfold. My smile makes promises for me, salacious, entertaining promises I wish like hell I could keep. I shake my head to apologize for leading her on, and her pout is visible even as she clears the street and steps up onto the sidewalk on the other side. Hell, I'm half tempted to hop out of my car and follow her, but Damien, my shark of a manager, would be pissed if I missed this meeting with Willie Capo and the rest of the bigwigs running the show for my next film project. Not to mention Howie King, the film's director, is also one of my best friends, and would most likely put my balls on a skewer and make fucking kebabs out of them to feed to his big-ass Dobermans if I flaked out on today's main event, an audition for my potential co-star, and the big, do we have chemistry test. This is shit I've done a million times before, and if I'm being honest, it's mostly a pain in the ass, but this movie is all anyone can talk about. That part, of course, is the part that keeps me on the hook, because I'm a huge part of this movie, and I really fucking love being something people can't stop talking about. "Next time, sweetheart," I whisper to the disappearing opportunity. Path cleared and brunette out of sight, I pull into the studio parking lot and speed to the other end, where I normally park. A black limo sits idling directly in front of the entrance. Its unnecessarily pompous length meaning the trunk extends well into my parking space. God damn it. As much as I love Hollywood, sometimes I really fucking hate Hollywood. Since I know this town like the back of my hand, it wouldn't surprise me if whoever is inside that limo requires a red carpet to be rolled out before they're willing to put their precious feet to the ground. I might have a reputation for being a bit of an asshole, but I can assure you, I don't pull crap like that. I drive myself to meetings and appointments, and my hospitality rider for any TV appearances or events only includes two things: water, of any kind, and a working sink and toilet. That's it. That's my rider. Compared to some of my fellow celebrities who request outrageous things like personal chefs, massage tables, water that's only been blessed by the monks of Budapest, or God knows what other crazy shit, I'm easy. Which is saying a lot since I'm 35 and I've been in this business since I was 20 years old. Most celebs grow more demanding with fame and age, but I don't waste too much energy on all that bullshit. Lots of beautiful women, fast cars, and high-priced acting gigs are just about my only priorities. I'm a creature of impulsive habits, and I love my life too much to change. Give me a sweet ride that hits 0 to 60 in under 3.5 seconds, or a gorgeous pair of long legs and a come-hither smile, and I'm in. Give me both, and I'm in fucking heaven. I huff out a sigh and decide to pull around the massive building and head into the back to avoid whatever self-important prick or celebrity diva is waiting on their red carpet. The engine purrs as I rev my way up through the gears and back down, gliding into an open spot on the other side of the building, and pulling up on the parking brake to engage it. My phone bounces in my cup holder, the vibration that goes along with my ringtone, making it do a dance in the confined space. I cut the engine and pick it up mid-twerk. Lance, FaceTime call. Shit, yes, someone I actually want to talk to. With one quick tap, my brother's face appears on the screen. What's up, man? I greet cheerfully. I don't miss the fact that he's wearing his usual uniform of blue scrubs and a surgery cap over his dark brown hair, or the evidence that he's exhausted. Permanent dark circles mar the otherwise perfect skin under his eyes. I see you're busy saving lives. Ever since he graduated med school, Lance has been an ER physician at St. Mary's, one of Memphis's biggest hospitals. A damn good ER physician at that. He's won prestigious medical awards and shit for the work he's done over the years. The good doctor grins like a bastard. Thank God one of us did something meaningful with our lives, right? Otherwise, Mom and Dad would probably feel like total failures. I snort. I'm pretty sure Mom and Dad are happy with the beach house I bought them in Charleston for Christmas 2 years ago. It's just about the only place they'll go outside of Memphis. For as impulsive as I am, my father still tips the family scale toward the other end. If it's anything other than Tennessee, my mom, my brother, or football on the weekends, he doesn't want it. Lance's grin grows. Yeah, but I think we both know no amount of expensive bullshit you lavish them with will change the fact that I'm their favorite. I don't know, dude, I challenge in amusement. Mom was pretty damn happy when I took her to the Oscars last year. I've never seen that woman so excited. She nearly tackled Liam Neeson to the ground when I introduced them, begged his assistant to have her taken just so he could rescue her and everything. How many people have you taken her around who make her volunteer to be kidnapped? Figures we wouldn't be able to get through a conversation without you fucking name-dropping. I laugh. So now that we've settled that I'm the favorite, do tell why I have the pleasure of talking to you in the middle of the week. He shrugs. I just figured I'd see what frivolous bullshit my little brother is up to these days. Fucking sarcastic dick. We're literally a year and a half apart, but he likes to make it seem like he had a hand in inventing electricity or some shit. Just getting ready to go into a meeting at Capo Brothers Studios, I answer, while casually scratching my nose with my middle finger. Is this for the movie that's going to be filming here for a few weeks? Yep, I nod. The schedule isn't finalized yet, but I'll be spending some time back home pretty soon. Maybe I'll even say hello to you once or twice if you can fit it into your super important schedule. He shrugs. I'm sure we'll run into each other at the parental's house. Maybe when you bring that model girlfriend of yours to meet them. Model girlfriend? I question in confusion. What are you talking about? I think her name is Melissa? Or maybe it's Melanie? He offers, and I'm still puzzled. Melissa? Melanie? Who the hell is he talking about? And then it hits me. Marissa Spitz, a Sports Illustrated swimsuit model whom I had the pleasure of spending some time with a few months back. She was beautiful, fun, and kept me entertained for a bit, but other than that, it was a short fling at best. Truthfully, I'm shocked my brother would even think I was dating the woman. When it comes to relationships, Lance and I are complete opposites. He married his high school sweetheart Kelly when he graduated med school, and I rarely stick with one woman for longer than a few weeks. Her name is Marissa, bro? I correct him, and I have no idea why you're under the insane impression that I'm dating her, but I'm not. Kelly says it's been all over the gossip mags lately. Yeah, well, you need to remind my lovely sister-in-law that those gossip mags are usually full of shit. That's half the reason for this call with you. Lance snorts. The magazines tell the sordid details, and I'm the fact-checker. But don't worry, I'll let Kelly know she can stop getting excited over the prospect of seeing you finally settle down. I laugh at that. That sounds like a good idea. You can tell her not to be too hopeful about it happening anytime soon either. Great. Can't wait to tell her. He mutters sarcastically. I better stop and pick up ice cream on the way home. Why in the hell is your wife so invested in my love life? I don't know, bro. Maybe because she loves you and wants to see you happy? I am happy, I contest, so she can relax. He sighs heavily, but also drops it. I'm thankful because I really don't feel like defending myself and my decisions anymore. They mean well, obviously, but it's really none of their business who I fuck, and whether or not I choose to do it more than once. So we'll be seeing you soon? He questions, and I nod. Yep, I'll let you know once my schedule's finalized. What's it called, by the way? What's what called? The fucking movie. he replies, and I grin. Grassroots. Go ahead and prepare yourself to get tired of hearing about it. It's all the rage in Hollywood right now. It's all the rage, and they decided to cast you as the lead? He questions, his tone heavily laden with brotherly sarcasm. Man, Hollywood sure isn't what it used to be. That's cute, sweetheart, I tease back. Medicine is clearly on the decline as well. I didn't think they gave degrees to guys who store sticks up their asses. Why don't you stop trying to act like your dick is bigger than it is and buy a car that doesn't look like Vin Diesel should be behind the wheel? This is a 911 Turbo S, I retort. Not a car from Fast and Furious, he grins. It's fucking yellow. Well, I also have one in white if you prefer that, I say with a cheeky grin and add, and I think we both know my dick is plenty big. Yeah, sure, if by big you mean the runt of our gene pool. I flip him off and he returns the favor. I can't help but chuckle. Just two brothers simultaneously throwing multiple birds via FaceTime call. I'm gonna do something meaningful with my life, he says through a smile. Have fun playing dress up and getting your makeup done for the camera. I wink. I'll be sure to put on a little extra lipstick just for you. Let me know when you're gonna be in town, you prick. Will do. See you later, Dr. Dickwad. Lance's middle finger is the last thing I see on the screen before I hit end on the call. Without wasting any time, I hop out of the car and head through the back doors of the Capo Brothers studios. Just before I slip my phone and keys into the pocket of my jeans, my phone pings with a text. Luca. Be nice to my future sister-in-law or I'll murder you. I stare down at the screen and tilt my head to the side as I read the message. What is he talking about? I've never even met Luca's sister-in-law. Have I? Jesus. Please don't tell me I boned her by accident. I generally try to avoid shitting where I live. One of the first friends I made when I moved to L.A. all those years ago, Luca Weaver, is still one of my best friends to this day, even despite the fact that he took an 8-year sabbatical from all things Hollywood to live off the grid like a fucking lunatic in Alaska. The last thing I want to do is piss him off. I don't have a clue what he's talking about, but I can bullshit an appeasement with the best of them. I type out a quick message and hit send. Me. Of course, bud. Wouldn't dream of being any other way. But that's it. That's all I have time for. I have a meeting to get to and a potential co-star to meet.
Chapter 3. Birdie. True to my name, I'm about to take fucking flight. At least, I would if I could. In this moment, it really would have been helpful if my trainer hadn't successfully eliminated all the extra flappy meat on my upper arms. Surely, if I got them going fast enough, the wind beneath those bat wings could have carried me up and through the ceiling of this place. Come on, you big baby, I coach myself. You can do this. One cavernous breath into my lungs, and then another, and another, and eventually, just before my vision turns tunneled, I will my feet to move away from the door. Gleaming marble floors, golden statues, and a freaking fountain in the center. The lobby of Capo Brothers Studios is everything I should have expected and more. If everything is bigger in Texas, then everything is most certainly richer in LA. I check in with security quickly, my voice only a little croaky thanks to the frog in my throat, and head for the elevator bank at the far side of the lobby. I'm to head to the 15th floor, I'm told, and then go straight down the hall to the glass doors on the left at the end. There, I'll find William Capo's office, the head honcho and only surviving brother of Capo Brothers. My cowgirl boots are noisy on the marble floors when I do as instructed. The sound you make when you walk is such a small detail, one I don't normally think about. But the echo of their clack today makes my heart feel like it's knocking into my rib cage, and each step across the ornate floor is merely a sound effect. 15 floors eclipse quickly. Clearly, they've spared no expense on their elevator, and the hallway that leads to William's office seems strangely one-directional. Like once I go down it, once I take this step, there will be no going back. Which is probably why, after forcing myself to go the distance to the end, I pause at the open door, the points of my booted toes just shy of crossing the line. "Good morning," A pretty assistant dressed in a white power suit greets me before I've even cleared the threshold of the door, and all thoughts of escape are dashed. Like it or not, I've just been shoved over the line. I will my feet to do the same as she continues to speak. "Can I help you?" "I'm Bertie Harris," I answer and have to swallow hard against the dryness threatening to close my throat. "I have an audition?" My nerves are so obvious. The assistant offers a sympathetic smile. If she were from my childhood hometown in West Virginia, she'd most likely be thinking, "Bless her heart." She taps something across the keyboard of her iMac and places her hand to the Bluetooth at her ear. "Mr. Capo, I have Bertie Harris here." Immediately, she looks away from the computer and meets my eyes. "They'll be ready for you shortly. You can take a seat over there." She points behind me, back through the door and across the hall, to what I'm assuming is a fancy schmancy waiting room of some sort. I haven't encountered a place in the building that doesn't have some sort of gilded or marble inlay, so I highly doubt I'm going to step through that door and into a room styled by the set designer for Saw. Though, I can't say some sort of torture device wouldn't be completely misplaced right now. I'm already doing a pretty good job of mentally waterboarding myself with worry. I offer a little nod, keeping my twisted, sicko thoughts to myself. I doubt they're interested in hiring a woman on the brink of a hysterical episode. The secretary quirks a brow, and I realize, though I've nodded my affirmation of understanding, I've yet to move. Good God, Bertie, go sit down. Annoyed with myself, I turn on my boots and march across the hall so violently. It's like there's an invisible person helping me along with a heavy hand at the nape of my neck. When I cross into the room, a man is sitting on a swanky leather sofa with his booted feet up on the coffee table. He glances up briefly before returning his eyes to the phone in his lap. Embarrassed, I smooth my clumps instantly. "You're a gazelle, Bertie, not a herd of buffalo," I coach. "Move like it." With his attention occupied, I survey him more closely as I move to take a seat across from him. He's wearing jeans and a plain white t-shirt, and his jawline would make steel beams look weak. Seriously, confronted with an earthquake, I would seek shelter right under the eave of his jaw. I'd love to get another peek at his eyes, just to study the color, but fearing the eye contact that would require, I'm careful not to make any overt noises that might draw his attention again. When he smirks, a devilish proposition-like smile at the screen of his phone, I don't have to wonder anymore. Oh no, I know exactly who this man is. Andrew Watson. The very man Rocky warned me about, and I subsequently Instagram stalked. A laundry list of different women dotted through his timeline. It confirmed everything Rocky told me, and then some. All relaxed and cool, he sits on the white leather sofa with one arm outstretched across the back. Confidence and charm ooze from every freaking cell in his body. No doubt, Andrew Watson is more than capable of commanding the attention of everyone in the room, no matter the situation. No wonder he's one of Hollywood's most famous actors. The only time I have that kind of quiet confidence is when I'm on stage, singing my songs, lost in the music I created. Just play it cool, Bertie. On a deep breath, I force the uncertainty and unease out of my shoulders and settle my ass into the sofa across from him. He shifts again, crossing one ankle over the other and casually adjusting the denim at his crotch. My eyes are immediately drawn to his bulge, and thanks to Rocky's colorful descriptions of his favorite appendage, a little penis-shaped soldier is burned in my brain. After a few seconds of imagining the shape of his helmet and intensity of his salute, I jerk my gaze away in a panic. Jesus, as if this audition wasn't screwing with my head enough. Now I have Saving Ryan's Privates, a military-themed porno my head just made up starring Staff Sergeant Dick Richardson, complicating things even more. I must make a noise I don't realize. The sound of my saliva gurgling in my throat while I choke on it, perhaps, because Andrew looks at me with curious eyes. I try like hell to keep my calm and act like I haven't just gone to mental war with the soldier in his pants. But there's only so much hysteria containment my mind is capable of. Hi, I say, trying so dang hard not to glance back down at his crotch that I start spewing diarrhea of the mouth about goddamn military-themed movies. I never saw A Few Good Men, but I hear Tom Cruise was good in it. When I realize what I've just said makes absolutely no sense to him, punctuated perfectly by his eyebrows drawing together noticeably, the gurgling saliva turns into a full-blown choke, and suddenly, the only way to breathe is through a hacking cough. Holy shit. I'm too anxious to be around other humans right now. Also, I'm going to kill Rocky for putting this crap in my head about this guy's penis.
Are you okay?
He asks, and I hold up my hand in some kind of gesture. I'm not sure of its technical name, but its meaning is clear. Please forget I exist right now. He asks me once more, but I nod, and once the embarrassing coughing fit passes, I meet his piercingly gray-blue eyes. Seeing their color is strikingly unavoidable now, and I offer a half-hearted smile. Sorry, I apologize. I didn't mean to drag him into an impromptu SNL sketch where I choke on spit and say ridiculously inappropriate off-the-wall things. I guess you could say I'm a little nervous? His responding smile gleams so bright, I have to wonder if he has an endorsement deal with Crest toothpaste. His mouth would make a dental hygienist get on their hands and knees and thank the Lord above.
Don't worry, sweetheart. There's no need to be nervous around me.
He responds, punctuating his words with a wink. If my mind were a screenplay, the nerves would be exiting stage left. Did he seriously just wink at me after assuming that I'm nervous to be in his presence? Surely I'm hearing this wrong. No one is that obsessed with themselves, right? Excuse me? I ask, and his megawatt smile is still ever present.
If you'd like me to sign an autograph or take a selfie with you.
He enunciates slowly, as if my being able to understand him clearly was the problem.
I can probably sneak that in before I have to head in there.
His autograph? You have got to be kidding me. He sure is a cocky bastard. And for the first time today, I'm not even talking about his dick. Like the tip of a match being swiped across the edge of a matchbook, aggravation bursts into my veins. I'm here for an audition, I assert. Unfazed, he quirks a brow as if to say, my invitation for an autograph still stands. Attractive or not, this guy is one of the biggest asses I've ever been around. I'm Bertie Harris. I'm auditioning for the role of Arizona Lee. And I'll be damned if I'm not gonna land this acting gig just to spite this prick.
Chapter 4. Andrew. Fantastic legs make me a weak man, and they always, but always, get me in trouble. Fuck me. Bertie Harris and her gorgeous legs are definitely going to get me in trouble. Now I remember who she is. Now Lucas' text about being nice to his sister-in-law is ringing all sorts of bells. Alarm bells, to be specific, and all the details of today's meeting that Howie was rambling on about the other day come rushing back. Howie has a penchant for rambling, and I can only find the strength to listen to about half of what he says, but this I actually do remember. Bertie Harris is my Arizona Lee, he'd said. She'll make grassroots what it needs to be, so don't be a prick at her audition. I'd argued, of course, that I'm never a prick, but the words sounded hollow even to my own ears. I'm an instigator, a pusher of buttons, and I love playing with sexy women the most. Make her feel comfortable, for Christ's sake, so she can show William Capo and Serena why I'm so sure about her. Yikes. Making her comfortable has not exactly been my goal up until now. But it's not entirely my fault. Her little dress with ruffles and lace, showing the most delectable view of long, svelte legs, and perfectly worn cowgirl boots are designed to provoke the opposite behavior from me. Women like to call me a god during sex, but I'm only a man. I only have so much control. Sure, I may have misjudged the reason for her nervousness a teensy bit, but fuck, the number of times I get asked for autographs and selfies on a daily basis is downright mind-blowing. I was just assuming I was making it easier on her by cutting to the chase. Birdie Harris. I test out her name on my lips, and her sexy brown eyes narrow. The expression on her face strikes a chord in my memory bank, a music video I saw on the Top 20 countdown on TV the other day. You sing that song that's on the radio all the time, the one about writing a love letter to your ex-boyfriends? What's it called? I ask. She's so popular in country music right now, her songs are played on all the pop stations. People have said she's like mixing Dolly Parton and Taylor Swift to form some uber-successful female musician. Her scowl doesn't soften and my dick takes notice. God damn, but he loves a challenge. Dear fool, she answers, her lush pink lips still cast in a firm line. I'm absolutely enthralled by how full they manage to look even though they're set. I bet they'd be a sight to see wrapped around something else. That's right. I nod and grin as I recall a few of the lyrics. I'll leave my cut in his tires and his heart. I should have picked his best friend right from the start. That sucks for the bastard who inspired it, but it's a great song. Thanks, I guess, she says, but her voice is anything but thankful. And who are you? Who am I? Ha! That's cute. I might have gauged the reason for her nervousness wrong, but the familiar recognition I see in everyone's eyes when I meet them was undeniable in hers. She knows who I am, but I have to hand it to her. She's clever when she's angry. A little fucking firecracker. Andrew Watson, I answer, unfazed. Oh, okay, she says with a slight nod. Are you here to audition too? Shit, she's good. Flipping the script on your opponent. That's a move right out of my own playbook. I sink my teeth into my lip to keep my cheek in check. This isn't helping my struggle to behave myself. If anything, I'm desperate to see how well she'll play this game if I really egg her on. I'm the male lead for Grassroots. We're supposed to do the scene together shortly. Oh, gotcha, she nods. That's probably why your name sounded familiar. My assistant must have mentioned your name at some point. Ha! It's almost unfair how tempting she is for a guy like me. I swear to God if Luca wouldn't build a replica of Shawshank State Penitentiary, pay off the judge, jury, and prosecutor to wrongly convict me, and personally select the prisoners I'd do my time with, I'd already be talking my way under her dress. Is this your first audition? I ask her carefully. Defiant chin lifted ever so slightly, she meets my eyes head-on and holds them up. Yep. Man, things would be so much easier if I were better at behaving myself. As it is, I can't help but fuck with her a little more. Wow, takes big balls to audition for a Hollywood legend like William Capo without any experience. She swallows hard, but her eyes narrow farther. She's pissed, and really fucking gorgeous. Looks like I've struck a nerve. I'm impressed you're willing to put yourself out there like that. Good for you, I guess. Her high cheeks redden slightly, and I can tell that some kind of sassy comeback sits on the tip of her tongue. But Mr. Capo's assistant calls our attention before Birdie can open her mouth to respond. Mr. Watson, Miss Harris, they're ready for you. Oh, okay. Birdie starts to fidget with her sundress again, and it's more than obvious that my jabs are long forgotten. Her nerves are back in full effect. She's still beautiful, but I miss the bite of her anger. I'm not even sure it's a conscious decision when I provoke her again. Fantastic. I kick my feet down to the floor and rise to standing. Birdie looks up at me and I smear a grin across my lips. You sure you're ready for this, sweetheart? I'm sure they'll understand if you're too scared to go in there. Instantly, her fidgeting fingers screech to a halt and she makes the climb to standing so gracefully it feels like slow motion. I watch every goddamn fraction of an inch intently. Her glare is so hot, sparks crackle in the brown of her eyes like embers, and it's directed right at me. I was born ready. My cock twitches beneath my zipper, and excitement catches in my throat. Me too, little firecracker. Me fucking too.
Chapter 5. Birdie. Rocky was right. This guy needs a big-ass pair of boots. Right to the face. We've spent all of 5 minutes together, and already, I don't like him. Scratch that. I'm pretty sure I hate him. And now, I have to go in there and show everyone in the room that Mr. fucking Ego and I have the kind of on-screen chemistry that leads to a baby boom 9 months after release day. Holy freaking harmonicas and a violin. My nerves sashay their way back to the front of the stage, and I have to swallow past the ball in my throat just to get enough air to stay alive. Forget getting enough oxygen to maintain brain function. I'm fucking coding right now. I hope Capo Brothers has a medical show with a crash cart on set nearby. My eyelids start to flutter, a sure sign that I am within seconds of hitting the floor and going night-night, when Andrew stops at the door to the room, looks over his shoulder, and smirks. Just one pointed eyebrow raised. Thoughts of swiftly introducing his nutsack to my favorite cowgirl boots flood my synapses, revving up their engines and clearing the obstruction in my throat. I smile to myself. God, what a glorious moment that would be. I probably shouldn't be this happy about kicking someone in the crotch, but hell's bells. The thought of using Andrew Watson's balls as a bullseye makes me giddy. It also, strangely, makes me feel like I have the strength not only to live another day, but to take on this audition without worrying about the results. I'm going to go into that room and show them what I've got. Whatever decision they come to doesn't matter right now. I will my feet to move across the hall, toward the massive glass doors leading into an expansive office that overlooks downtown LA. 2 men and 2 women wait for us behind a table, their bodies backlit by the California sunshine. Everyone in the room is dressed like they belong here, a modern mishmash of high-end designer suits and ties and heels. And they all look like their schedule is so detailed, they have to make appointments for bathroom breaks. Everyone but Mr. Ego and me, that is. He strolls in behind me like he has all the time in the world after waiting in the hall for me to pass. Like everyone in the room is on his schedule.
Bertie Harris.
An older man with pepper gray hair greets me, standing from his seat at the table with an outstretched hand. I jump forward quickly to take it. His shake is firm without being overbearing.
William Capo. It's a pleasure. I'm a big fan.
I have a feeling he says that to everyone, but it still feels exceedingly nice that he'd take the time to say it, regardless. As the owner of the studio, he's a big freaking deal. His wealth makes mine look like a penny fountain. Thank you. It's great to finally meet you. After shaking his hand, I move down the line to say hello to everyone else. I've already had the opportunity to meet them over the past few months, and they've all been nothing but friendly. It feels a little different now, though. In a sense, they're all judging me. Howie King's smile is bright. Serena Kuntz, Billy's boss and the producer, nods encouragingly. And Nell Franz, the casting director, has friendly eyes. But I don't think any of them will really look like anything other than snakes in the grass to me until this whole process is over.
Did you and Andrew have a chance to get acquainted a little bit in the lobby?
Mr. Capo asks.
Sure did.
Andrew answers before I can.
Bertie's a pleasure.
My eyes narrow. I have to wrestle my tongue like a pig in the mud to keep myself from commenting on my first impression of Mr. Big Ego. Likewise, I say instead. A unique pleasure. Andrew Watson smiles so big, his mouth could be used as an actual light source in this office. And the results are undeniable. Ugh. It's annoying how freaking good-looking he is. Seriously, it has to be a sin to be that big of a prick and that insanely attractive at the same time. Moses himself should have chiseled it down as the 11th commandment. Thou shalt not egregiously exploit good genes. Or at the very least, old George Washington and the rest of the founding fathers should have considered making it an amendment. The right of the people to be happy and devoid of rage shall not be violated by dealing with the egotistical and narcissistic presence of a man who is deemed far too good-looking in one's eyes. A man like that is hereby regarded as unconstitutional, aka fucking illegal, in the eyes of the law. Or, something close to that. When I realize everyone in the room is staring at me while I mentally rewrite the Constitution, I clear my throat. I can't wait to read the scene together, I add.
Thank you for adjusting your schedule twice now to fit in this audition, Bertie,
Howie King replies.
We really appreciate your flexibility.
No problem. I wave him off with a nonchalant hand. I'm honored to be here. Because I am. Nerves and near puking aside, I'm flattered I'm even being considered for a role in a movie of this magnitude. Since I last talked to you, you won a Grammy, Serena says with a kind smile. Congratulations on all the success. It's much deserved. The genuineness in her voice makes me smile. Thank you so much.
And what about me?
Andrew interjects, his eyes shining with amusement.
I had to shift my schedule around to be here. Where is my thank you? The first shift we had to make was because of your schedule,
Howie remarks on a laugh.
And I'm pretty sure you having to switch around a session with your personal trainer today doesn't count. Oh, but I'm sure you'd be pissed if I stopped those training sessions and let this gorgeous body of mine go to shit. I think we all know you're too vain for that, buddy. It's not vanity. How? It's consideration. I'm just giving the people what they want.
Andrew grins, shrugs, and slides his hands into the pockets of his jeans. Wow, this guy. He's something else. Make a pile of the worst qualities of all of my ex-boyfriends, set them on fire, and transformer that shit, and I'm pretty sure you'd have Andrew Watson. Everyone sits back down, and William gestures for Andrew and me to take a seat on the leather sofa behind us. Andrew finds his spot first, and then, a smirk in place, holds out a hand to help me into my own. Breaking his fingers seems a little too violent for the other people in the room, so I settle for imagining it, a smile of my own tipping up the corners of my mouth significantly. I'm not sure why, but it seems like Andrew knows exactly what I'm thinking. And he likes it. A shiver runs the entire length of my spine and down my arms, igniting a tingle in the fingers of my hand against his. He bites his lip, and, uninvited, my nipples peek under the lace of my bra. Soft vanilla and hints of something I can't quite pinpoint. He smells as good as he looks. An ache so substantial takes hold of my inner thighs, I'm convinced I have a Charlie horse. Why, God? Why would you let this awful man have all the good stuff?
Let's get started,
Mr. Capo announces, snapping me out of my trippy, arousal-fueled lapse in consciousness. I nod as Nell hands me a script and gestures that I should stand. Andrew offers a hand again, but this time I avoid it like the plague. I don't need that kind of sorcery in my life again. His grin is knowing, and a red-headed beast of a woman comes to life inside me. Granny always said I was even-keeled until something pissed me off. My birdie girl is sweet as strawberry pie, but Lord Almighty, when she gets angry, she's got a temper like a hot tamale. And I have to admit the sentiment feels entirely too accurate right now. Relax, I coach myself. Just focus. And whatever you do, contain your fucking anger.
Chapter 6. Andrew. If this little birdie had wings, she'd fly straight out the damn window. Her eyes scan over the script in her hand, and the more she reads, the more her face morphs from annoyed, with me, to uncertain, and I don't miss the way her teeth nervously worry her full bottom lip. Her audition is officially started, and the entire room is quiet as they wait for Birdie to acquaint herself with a scene from Grassroots. It's one involving an argument that leads to what should be a hot, passionate kiss between Cal Loggins and Arizona Lee. But with the way she's standing there looking like a deer in headlights, I'm thinking the kiss will end up being more awkward and bumbling than anything else. Since I've known about this script since the day Howie started writing it, I'm pretty familiar with every scene inside the damn thing. Hell, I could probably run through all my characters' lines in my sleep. But Birdie is new to all this, And it's more than apparent everyone in this room wants her to feel as comfortable as possible, which, to be honest, is a rarity in this business. Normal Hollywood auditions are cold, calculated, and critical. Most casting directors would have kicked her out of the room by now. But not this room, not this crowd. Everyone waits patiently while Birdie reads through the script. And I do mean everyone, even me. If I weren't so entertained by her long, sexy legs and full, pouty lips, I might be annoyed. Somehow, though, with her, right now, it just seems endearing. So, Birdie looks up with those big brown eyes of hers, all the fire in them from earlier extinguished to ash.
Are we doing the whole scene or just part of it? Whatever feels comfortable.
Nell Franz answers.
It's okay if it takes a few tries or if you improvise the dialogue as you go.
She adds.
We just want to see what the two of you look like together as Arizona and Cal. Okay.
Birdie nods, but her emotion is far less confident. Her gaze moves back down to the script, and she fidgets with the hem of her dress. She's anxious. That's more than obvious. Left unchecked, she might fidget holes into the marble floor with those sexy cowgirl boots of hers. I take it upon myself to get her out of her head and into the film. Surely, with the beginning of this scene starting with the fight, she could use a little push in the anger department. Leaning forward and grabbing the top of her script with strong fingers, I bring her eyes up to meet mine, and the flame back to the center of them. Any day now would be great. Old Willie Capo over there doesn't exactly have all the time in the world, you know? I say softly, just loud enough for her to hear. Her whole body smolders, but she's still not engaged. The script is an accessory to our argument right now, and it needs to be the center of it. Do you need more time, Birdie? I ask loudly enough for everyone in the room to hear this time. Or do you think you're finally ready? Between one blink of her long lashes and the next, her face transforms from sweet Birdie Harris right to Arizona Lee.
Yep,
she responds, that one word rolling off her tongue like the crack of a whip.
I'm ready.
She punctuates that statement with a flip of her long, wavy blonde locks over her shoulder and a narrowing of her beautiful, angry-as-fuck eyes. Oh, yes, please. God, I don't think I've been this excited to dive into an audition since I was a 20-year-old nobody trying to break into the business. I start the scene, tossing myself into Cal Loggins' world and letting his character take over my mind and emotions. Darling, I say and shake my head, I think you're missing the point.
And what point is that, Cal?
She responds, her voice wavering ever so slightly with leftover nerves. She swallows against them, squashing them down to nothingness like a roller on pavement, glances at the script in her hands one last time and continues.
Please, tell me what I'm missing here? That you're an asshole? Is that what I'm missing? I know you know this business better than I do, but I'll be damned if you're going to tell me how to live my life. It's none of your business who I see or talk to. You don't get a say in that.
I stare down at her, my eyes strong with confidence. You knew I was an asshole when you met me, baby. I don't know why you think that's all of a sudden gonna change.
God!
She shouts at the top of her lungs.
I hate you!
Nah, you don't hate me. A soft chuckle from deep in my chest makes the air shake between us. You're angry with me, but you don't hate me, I say. And even though I'm Cal right now, I can't stop myself from going off script. Just a little bit. Just for fun. Just to see what Birdie does. You want me to fuck all that anger right out of you? Prove you don't hate me? You and I both know you've been craving my cock since day one. Okay, so I'm going off script a lot. In the scene, Cal doesn't say anything about fucking or his cock. But in my opinion, now that I have my potential co-star standing in front of me, he should. Birdie discreetly glances down at the script, but when she realizes I've veered, she lifts her gaze to mine and narrows her eyes.
You fucking wish,
she says, both improvising and passive-aggressively telling me, Andrew Watson, that I'm an asshole. I grin. I think we both know you're picking this fight because you're frustrated, and you want me and my big cock to solve it.
Screw you,
she spits. We're both ignoring the script at this point, but my God, it feels right. Damn, maybe Howie was right. Birdie Harris is a real-life Arizona Lee.
You don't know shit, Cal,
she shouts again, trying to bring us back to the script by combining the lines in her own words. I don't miss the way her breasts rise and fall with each deep intake of air, and I certainly don't miss the way her nipples harden beneath the thin material of her frilly dress.
God, if I could just have a taste. You know what? She challenges. I'm done. You and this fucking tour can kiss my ass. Her emotion is so palpable. Her voice shakes. God damn. You're not done, darling. Oh, yes, I am, she asserts, turning to leave. I grab her by the wrist and spin her back so hard her body slams into mine. No, I say again, you're not. Without thought, her warm breath heavily mingling with my own, I pull her tight to my chest with an arm around her back and bring my lips to hers. Before I make contact, before I can even anticipate the blow, Birdie reaches out with her right hand and slaps me clear across the face. The sound of her palm hitting my skin echoes inside William Capo's office, and I swear I hear someone in the room gasp. My cheek stings like a son of a bitch. That was definitely not in the script. My gut reaction is simple. What the fuck is wrong with her? But my dick? He's a total masochist. Sweet Jesus, I should not be so turned on right now. When Birdie's eyes go wide, her anger waning, and the realization of her way-off-script slap consuming her thoughts, something inside me refuses to let her fall out of the moment of this scene. Stay with me, firecracker. Stay with me. I move closer to her, my lips just inches from her mouth despite the proven danger associated with that move, and her breaths turn to pants. You're not done. And we're certainly not done, I whisper. Hell, darling, we're just getting started. Our close proximity forces her thoughts back to me, back to this moment. Her eyes search my face, flitting between my eyes and my lips. But I don't make the move because, having just been refused, Cal wouldn't make the move. He might be a dick, but he's a gentleman, too. This time, he lets Arizona decide. I dare you, my eyes say. I dare you to kiss me. The sexual tension between these characters in this script has been building since Cal met Arizona in a dive bar in Memphis. At this point in their love story, it's become so potent, so powerful, that neither she nor he can deny it. But Birdie and I are just getting started. My God, our chemistry is off the charts. Give in, Ari, I whisper. Give in to what you want. Birdie does exactly what Cal needs Arizona to do. She closes the distance between them and presses her lips to his. Fuck, her lips are even softer than I imagined. I take over the kiss, tangling our mouths with the kind of intensity that could move worlds. She slides her hands into my hair, and a moan rolls from her throat to my tongue. I don't know whether I'm Cal or me right now. I just know that kissing Birdie Harris feels really damn good. Double fuck. A throat clears from somewhere outside of our bubble, and I pull away from the kiss and set Birdie back a foot. Jesus, I've never forgotten myself like that. She looks at me with wide, melted eyes, her breath's coming fast and unsteady, and I'll be damned if I can actually look away. I can't be sure, but I don't think she knew entirely what she was doing either. The room stays quiet for what feels like an eternity until Willie breaks the silence with several claps of his hands. Nice work, he says, his voice jovial. Very nice work. William Capo never says anything as nice. His go-to is criticism or silence, but never nice or very nice. The slap was certainly an improvisation, Howie teases, but it didn't take a psychic to read between the lines. Looks like there are about to be some script changes that lead to me getting slapped quite a bit during this movie. I should probably be pissed about that slap, but I'm not. In fact, my dick's halfway done setting up a campsite in my fucking pants. Oh God, I'm so sorry, Birdie mutters, bringing a shaking hand to her mouth. I'm not sure what came over me. Howie is quick to reassure her. Trust me, Birdie, there's nothing to be sorry about. I'm sure there are a lot of jilted women out there who are thankful for that slap, and the four of us will never forget it. I roll my eyes. Funny ha-ha, asshole. Still, as far as Birdie is concerned, his words do nothing to ease her discomfort. Do you mind if I take a quick moment? She asks, her voice wavy with nerves again. Of course, Serena says. Take all the time you need. She doesn't have to tell Birdie twice. She's out of the office doors between one breath and the next. As soon as the door closes behind her, Nell Franz shoves back in her chair, a smile on her face. I think it's safe to say we found our Arizona Lee. Yeah, I think we just did. And holy shit, am I in trouble.
Chapter 7 Birdie. Fantasizing about kicking someone in the balls is bad for your health. Or, in my case, bad for your career. Holy hungry hippos at a Sunday barbecue. I have no idea what happened back there. One minute, we were rolling through the scene, and the next, Andrew was going off script and I was getting pissed. Really pissed, actually. What kind of jerk improvises a scene in the middle of an audition with someone he knows damn well has no prior acting experience? Was he trying to freaking sabotage me? The last thing I remember is watching my hand meet the side of his face. I doubt they were expecting an assault when they asked me to audition. But by God, they got it. Sweet baby kittens in a wicker basket. I think I've gone crazy. Apparently, Andrew Watson brings out my inner she-devil, and she's not afraid of doing a stint in the slammer. Too embarrassed and way too worked up. I know I can't go back into that room yet. If ever. I may very well need a lifetime to get over what I just did back there. Down the elevator and into the lobby, I find a door that leads to a pretty outside terrace, and I plop my ass down on a marble bench. It doesn't take long before my phone is pushed to my ear, and I'm calling my sister. Thankfully, she answers on the second ring. "Oh my God, how did it go?" she asks, voice far too cheery for this moment in time. "Tell me everything." I cringe and summarize my current situation in 3 words. "I screwed up." "What?" Confusion fills her voice. "I screwed up." I repeat. "I slapped him in the face." Good God, it sounds worse when I say it out loud. "Hold up, you did what?" "I slapped Andrew Watson in the face." "Like, on purpose, or?" I sigh and shut my eyes. We were in the middle of this scene where Cal and Arizona are in a fight and they end up kissing, but that bastard took it upon himself to go off script, Billy. It's like he was trying to screw me over, and before I knew it, I was slapping him really hard across the face. Seriously, the damn thing had so much power, it echoed off the walls. "And I take it that wasn't in the script?" she asks, and a deep sigh escapes my lungs. "Nope, not in the script, at all." "I mean, I wasn't there, but it kind of sounds like you did your own improvisation." Her words are meant to make me feel better, but they do the opposite. "Oh yeah," I comment through a snort. "I certainly improvised. With violence, Billy. They probably think I'm a lunatic." I throw my free hand in the air and lean my head back to let the warm California sun wash over my face. Good God. So much for breaking into Hollywood. Any minute now, security is probably going to come down here and escort me off the premises. "So, did you guys kiss? Or did the scene kind of end after you slapped the shit out of him?" "I didn't slap the shit out of him. It was only one slap." I snap. Okay, Jesus, calm down," she responds, but also doesn't hesitate to push further. "And the kiss? Did it happen, or—" God, that stupid kiss. Stupid kiss? Pretty sure your wits are still scattered up there on William Capo's marble floor. Instantly, my fingertips move to my lips, tracing over the still thrumming spots where Andrew's mouth was pressed against mine. Ugh. I hate how good that kiss felt. His lips are like God actually made them just for kissing. "Hello? Earth to Birdie?" My sister's voice yanks me from my wayward thoughts. "The kiss was okay, I guess." Liar. "Just okay?" she questions on a laugh. "You kissed Andrew freaking Watson, this year's hottest man alive. Women literally take off their underwear for him in the middle of the street so he will autograph their panties. Surely it wasn't just okay. I mean—"
"Hey now, princess,"
I hear Luca yell in the background.
"You're getting a little too giddy over kissing that bastard."
"Relax, caveman," Billy giggles. "You're the only bastard I want to kiss."
"Damn straight," he calls back. "And did you say that Birdie slapped Andrew in the middle of her audition? Or am I just hearing shit?"
Oh, she definitely slapped him, Billy says through a giggle. Like it's all just fun and games that I attacked someone in William Capo's office.
Fuck, that's the best thing I've heard all day.
Luca's responding laughter can't be missed. Yeah, well, that's all well and good he's amused by it, but you should probably remind him that he's the one who recommended me for the part. You know, the one I just committed a crime while auditioning for? I chime in, but before I can add to it, someone else catches my attention. Birdie? I look toward the terrace doors to find Nell Franz. Oh shit. This is probably the part where they kindly ask me to leave. Or, hell's bells. Maybe the cops are already on their way, and she's just, trying to distract me until they get here. I gotta go, Billy, I whisper into the phone, and quickly hit end on the call before she can respond. Sorry, I apologize and rise to my feet. Just had to make a quick phone call. No worries, she responds, and I'm surprised that her voice sounds so open, so friendly. But then again, maybe that's because she thinks she's talking to someone who is unhinged. That's probably how you're supposed to handle crazy people. Are you ready to come back upstairs? I pause and stare down at my feet. I think it's best if you say what you need to say out here. No use making a big show in front of a crowd. Nell's lips quirk up into a smile. Actually, I'm pretty sure everyone up there wants to be a part of the good news. Good news? Either she has a sick sense of humor, or I'm missing something. Her smile grows. You did fantastic up there, Birdie. I did? You don't think you did? I shake my head. Pretty sure slapping a potential co-star in the face is not on the approved guidelines for etiquette. Honey, trust me on this. For your first audition, you were brilliant, she states, voice unwavering. Perfect, actually. Howie's already made a note to add that slap into the scene. My eyes widen. What? So, why don't you come back upstairs with me, she says, and gestures toward the door, and let Mr. Capo do the honors of officially offering you the role of Arizona Lee. Holy fucking shit. I got the part.
Chapter 8. Andrew. The only kind of wake-up calls I schedule involve a naked woman and my hard cock. Other than that, I prefer to wake up on my own time, when my body feels like it. Today, evidently, my assistant doesn't give a fuck what I want. Andrew! The voice is loud and certainly unwelcome. Andrew! I blink open my eyes and find my assistant Blake standing at the foot of my California king bed. He's dressed in his typical fashion, a slim suit, crisp shirt, and skinny tie, all color coordinated to make the rest of the population's color scheming feel inferior. Today's theme is the color purple. So much fucking purple even Oprah wouldn't know what to do with herself. Blake Barron has been my assistant for the last 8 years. For the first 5 of those, he played second fiddle to my first assistant, Janie. But once Janie chose marriage and kids over dealing with me, Blake became my number one. And truthfully, he is so good at his job, I haven't even considered adding another assistant into the mix. Although I would never openly tell him that. What time is it? I ask, scrubbing a hand down my face and sliding the comforter off my legs. A little after 10, Blake answers, but then he screeches and covers his eyes with his hand. Ah, Jesus, are you naked? I always sleep naked, I laugh. You're just not normally here. Quite frankly, you weren't even fucking invited this time. He scoffs behind his hand. Still, I make no move to get out of bed or cover the goods. It's not my problem he decided to barge into my bedroom. And let's be honest, there are a lot worse-looking cocks he could be face-to-face with than mine. I don't want to put words in people's mouths, but I think the women I've been with would agree it wouldn't be an overreach to refer to it as spectacular. Mind telling me why you're here? Because it's Monday. Shit, it's already Monday? When I'm not on location every fucking Monday, my team comes together for a weekly meeting. Thankfully, the location is my house, but I'm pretty sure that's because they know it's the only way to get me there on time. Or at all, to be honest. I sigh and stare up at the ceiling. Give me 5 minutes and I'll be downstairs.
Well, thank fuck for that.
He mumbles under his breath before turning on his shiny patent leather loafers and walking out of my bedroom. The man has more attitude in his fucking pinky finger than Mariah Carey, and he knows how to handle my bullshit. But apparently, this morning, he thinks I'm hard of hearing. I have to give him a pass, though, because yes, I am known for bullshit. Late arrivals, missed meetings because I'm otherwise entertained by the company of a beautiful woman, attempting to head out into public without security, impulsively skipping town on a whim, and going on a trip to Vegas without telling anyone. Yeah, you name it, and I've probably done it. And he handles it all like a handsome gay version of Rumpelstiltskin, spinning my bullshit into gold every fucking day. I slide out of bed, toss on some sweatpants and a hoodie, take a piss and brush my teeth, and head downstairs to face whatever bullshit business is waiting for me this week. My whole team sits around the large dining table in my kitchen with coffee and donuts and bagels and fruit spread across the center like a buffet.
So glad you could make it,
my agent, Liza Rose, teases with a wink.
I know walking from your bed to your kitchen can be a difficult task.
Blake and my publicist, Amy Marco, laugh. Damian Schultz, my manager, just barely smirks. He apparently has a healthier appreciation for money and job security than the other two. You'd be surprised how difficult it can be, Liza. I grab an Alfred's coffee and a banana from the center of the table. So, what's on the books for this week? I ask and sit down beside Blake.
Today, you're on your own, but tomorrow you're going to hit the ground running, Blake updates. So, for the love of Liza's paycheck, get some sleep tonight so you don't look like shit when you wake up.
Me look like shit? I feign confusion at the impossibility. Have you seen my face? Blake rolls his eyes.
Just get some fucking sleep, okay?
I'll take it into consideration. I return with a shrug. What does tomorrow look like?
Up by 6 for a few radio interviews in the morning, then you'll need to be at the studio for the first round of fittings for Grassroots at 10. A photo shoot at 2, and a dinner meeting with Gus Coolman at 6 to discuss the movie he's wanting you to do next year.
I nod and pop a piece of banana into my mouth. And after the dinner meeting?
Nothing,
Blake responds, though he quickly adds,
but your Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday look pretty much the same, so you're going to have to rein it in this week and try to look like a professional. No parties, no bar nights, no last-minute trips to Vegas.
I sneak off to Vegas one fucking time, 6 months ago. Go for a swim in the fountain at the Bellagio and wake up covered in neon paint, and still he won't stop busting my balls about it. Jeez, it's not like I fucked a llama or something. Like this bastard can rein anything in, Damien says through a laugh. We should just be thankful he was the only one sleeping in his bed this morning. I shrug. He's not exactly off base there, though it does seem he's forgotten his sense of self-preservation. I'm a man who loves women, and I don't think there's a single judge in the country who wouldn't lock me up for perjury if I tried to testify different. So, I take it casting for Grassroots is finalized? I question. Bertie Harris is officially signed on? I was there for the audition about a week and a half ago, but William Capo rudely suggested I leave before they brought Bertie back in for the official business. I can't see anyone in their right mind turning down a part like Arizona Lee, but I didn't expect Bertie to slap me either. Who the fuck knows what she decided to do? Yep, Damien confirms. A zing of excitement runs through my body. More time with the firecracker.
By the way, Liza inserts, they're looking to get the ball rolling on that movie soon. They're going to confirm the shooting schedule in the next day or two. But from what I already know, you'll be on a location in L.A. first, then Memphis.
Fan-fucking-tastic. Get something lined up with her for me soon, I state, and Blake tilts his head to the side.
With whom?
Bertie Harris. I'd like to spend a little time with her, lay down a good foundation before we start filming. Both Damien and Blake look at each other skeptically. What? I ask, and my assistant's skepticism turns into outright laughter.
Lay down a good foundation,
he asks obnoxiously.
Surely you don't think we were born yesterday.
I think you work for me, I respond, and when I tell you I want you to do something, you should probably fucking do it.
Uh-oh,
Blake responds, the glow of amusement still dewy on his skin.
Someone's getting fired up.
Or maybe someone's getting fired, I challenge, but Blake is unaffected. He's worked for me for too long. As if you could live without me, he claps back. But in the name of keeping things simple, I'll get something set up with Miss Birdie Harris so you can, how did you put it, lay down a good foundation? His voice drips with sarcasm, but I don't give a shit. At least he's doing my bidding. That's more like it, I say, with a victorious smile and stand up from my seat. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to fit in a workout. Feel free to see yourselves out. But we haven't gone over, Liza starts to say, but I quickly cut her off. Surely we need something to discuss for next week.
God, you're impossible, Liza sighs. Tell me you've at least read the scripts I sent you.
I have. And out of 10 damn scripts, there's only one that's a possibility. I answer swiftly. Don't you think it would be a good idea if you got a little pickier with the scripts you choose to send me? She ignores my question completely.
Which one did you like?
I'll tell you next week, I deflect, and then I head out of the kitchen, down the hall, and far away from the Hollywood Peanut Gallery in my kitchen. But just before I step into the workout room at the back of the house, a lingering shred of Blake's voice carries down the hall.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Amy, but I have a feeling you're going to have your publicist work cut out for you with this movie. Wouldn't be the first time Andrew has gotten involved with a co-star,
she responds without hesitation. My getting involved with Birdie Harris? Fuck, I wouldn't have any complaints about that. Luca might, but shit, I've dealt with him before. Just the thought of her tight little body and hot-as-hell attitude wrapped around me while we fuck is enough to make me feel like risking Luca's wrath wouldn't be so bad. All he said was to be nice, and it goes without saying that my cock is the utmost gentleman, always putting a woman's pleasure before his own. I smirk to myself and head inside the large room, hopping on the treadmill first to warm up my muscles. A few minutes into my warm-up, I snag my cell phone out of the cup holder of the treadmill, ignore the numerous missed calls and text notifications and emails, and shoot off a quick message to the one person who can help give me the lay of Birdie Land. Obviously, I need to keep my motives to myself, but that's easy enough. Me. You owe me dinner, fucker. Free this weekend? His response chimes in a minute later. Luca, I don't know you shit, but I can probably swing dinner Saturday. Per-fucking-fection. Me. Meet me at Tao around 8. I switch up the speed on the treadmill, moving out of warm-up mode to a full-on run and sprint like Birdie Harris is a couple miles away, waiting with her ass in the air at the other end.
Chapter 9. Birdie. If Vegas were going to make a show about our lives, they'd call it Cirque du Soleil, this is Hollywood. One good thing about moving to LA temporarily while filming Grassroots is that Billy and I have finally managed to carve out some sisterly time. After years of busy schedules and quick visits, it feels like a gift to be around to spend this most special period in her life together. She's pregnant with my little niece or nephew, and she's engaged to one of our biggest childhood crushes. When we were little girls, giggling about guys and life and babies one day, I don't think either one of us had this in mind. My sister peruses the racks of dresses, and I glance over my shoulder and toward the front doors of Grace, the cute boutique bridal shop on Melrose, and spot her 2 burly security men manning the entrance. Cameras flash outside the large glass windows as paparazzi try their best to get a shot of my sister trying on a dress in the closed shop. But, remarkably, Billy seems unfazed, browsing through the racks of dresses and occasionally answering the bridal shop's staff's questions about what type of dress she's looking for. Something beautiful but classic, with lace and a mermaid fit to show off her little booty, with little to no regard for the circus outside. Even at nearly 6 months along into her pregnancy, my sister only has an adorable little belly to prove she's carrying a baby inside her. She's so svelte, in fact, my spidey sense tells me that every woman she comes into contact with is plotting her murder. Most women loathe the idea of trying on any clothing while pregnant, but Billy already has a wedding date set, 7 months after the baby is born. And the strict wedding timeline she's all but chiseled into stone is all related to her budding career as a Hollywood producer. She's worked her ass off, and nothing is going to make her lose any ground. That means today is wedding dress day, Pregnant belly, rioting hormones, and indigestion or not. I just hope she's not being too hard on herself. I have to believe Luca would step in and tell her to take a breath if she were, but I also know he thinks she's got a ladder long enough to hang the moon and the stars. What she wants, he moves mountains to give her. I smile when a woman named Colleen, with 3 bridal gowns hung over her arm, practically trips herself while helping Billy into a dressing room, but doesn't even pause. Billy is the star today, and everyone in Grace is committed to making sure she knows it. Here goes nothing. My sister flashes an excited grin in my direction before she closes the curtain. Thrown into sudden silence, I can't help but wonder if I'll ever be the woman on the other side of the curtain. If I'll ever have a man who buys me flowers for no reason, sneaks cute pictures of me just to store them in his phone, or brings me coffee in the morning without being asked. I roll my eyes at myself and sit down in a pale pink satin chair right outside Billy's dressing room. My sister's happiness is pervasive, obviously, and seems so good in the abstract. But the reality of my situation is that I don't have time for anything remotely close to love right now. One day, maybe, I don't know. If it meant that much to me, I would think I would have pursued it more. Either way, it doesn't matter. Right now, I'm too busy with music and tours and movies. Hello, to settle down with anyone, much less get married and pop out a couple kids. I can handle a short little fling here and there, but a committed relationship just isn't in the cards. It also wasn't in the cards for Billy, but look at her now. I run a hand through my long blonde locks and shut off my brain before it gets out of hand. Thankfully, right on cue, my sister steps out of the dressing room in her first wedding dress. Bodiced in lace and satin, the mermaid-cut dress hugs her curves in all the right places. Even her cute prego belly. Not even a shotgun wedding would make my sister any less stunning. Tears prick my eyes before I can stop them. "Billy," I say in a shaky voice, and lift my hand to swipe away one lone tear escaping my cheek. I'm speechless. "You like it?" she asks, stepping up onto the platform and staring at herself in the mirrors. "I more than like it. I love it." She meets my eyes in the reflection and notes another tear that slips down my cheek. "Oh God, don't cry," she says with wide eyes. "Once you start, then I start, and then we end up a blubbering mess. Lord knows all these pregnancy hormones rolling around in my body hold the power to ignite a 3-hour sob fest. And my tears seem extra salty lately. I don't want to pay the dry cleaning bill for dresses I don't even own." "Too late for that." I laugh through my tears and stand up to close the distance between us. "Is it okay?" she asks, running her fingers down the sides of the material. "I mean, it's not exactly optimal to be trying on wedding dresses when you're pregnant." "Shut up," I chide. "You're like a pregnancy freak of nature, all boobs and belly. It's annoying. I should slap you on behalf of all pregnant women." She snorts. No, you just save your slaps for the movie, sis." I shove her shoulder, and she laughs. Clearly, she's never going to let me live down the details of my audition now that I've shared them with her. "You know, Mama looked exactly like this when she was pregnant with us, so it's genetic. You'll probably be exactly like me when you get knocked up." I roll my eyes. "When I get knocked up?" I shake my head through a bark of laughter. "When exactly are we expecting the Immaculate Conception to occur?" "Shut up. You're going to meet someone. Soon. I can feel it. Pretty sure the money from Granny's winning lotto ticket is going to end up being my future niece or nephew's trust fund." Granny had a thing about our family and luck. She was adamant that if you're a Harris, you're either flat on your ass or you're the luckiest son of a bitch in town. So when she actually won on a lottery ticket she bought from the Stop and Go, she kept it a secret. For 15 freaking years. 24 hours before she took her last breath, she finally told Billy and me about the winning ticket. She'd put the money in the bank and hadn't touched a single penny. Said she'd already lived a good, long life, and wanted to leave the luck for us. Our granny was the one who raised us after our parents died, and there is no doubt she is still the strongest, most courageous, most interesting woman I've ever known. Now that I don't need the money to survive, I can't think of a better way to honor her than to pass down the money she so carefully saved for us to the next generation. Billy meets my eyes in the reflection of the mirror. What's that supposed to mean? You don't think you're ever going to settle down? I shrug. I'm not a psychic, sis. I don't know what the future holds. My point exactly. She tosses back with a hand to her hip. So, stop talking like you're never going to settle down with anyone and have kids. A sarcastic retort about lawsuits being the only good time to settle sits on the tip of my tongue, but I know this conversation isn't going anywhere other than an argument. Given the situation, I choose to swallow it down and focus on not ruining the moment. Billy in her wedding dress. This is the dress, I say, and a soft, genuine smile consumes my face. God, I wish Mama could see how beautiful you look right now. Instantly, a sheen of tears coats her eyes. She bites down on her bottom lip and nods. Me too. Without hesitation, I close the distance between us and pull her into my arms for a hug. This is the one, sis. The dress. But it's the first dress I've tried on, she exclaims, and my shoulders jump up in a little smart aleck, so what style shrug. Birdie, she purses her lips and stomps a cute, defiant foot. Seriously, I need to at least try on the other two before I go all in with this one. Suit yourself, I say, and head back to my seat at the bottom of the platform. You can try on 100 more for all I care, but you better end up wearing this one at your wedding. She rolls her eyes and heads back toward the dressing room. Just keep an open mind, okay? She asks, just before stepping behind the white curtain. I know you love this one, and I also know you can be stubborn as a damn bull, but actually look at the other ones too, okay? You got it, I say, and add a little nod for reassurance. Truthfully, though, I don't need an open mind. I know that no other dress is going to compare to that one. While I wait for her to try on a dress that's not going to matter, I scroll through emails on my phone. One from my manager Neil about the shooting schedule for Grassroots. One from my agent Marnie with my publicist Candy CC'd about an endorsement deal with a makeup company. And 3 from my assistant Samantha that revolve around my schedule in Nashville when I get back. But before I even get a chance to respond to any of them, my sister's voice claws through the curtain with desperation. Birdie, she whisper yells. Birdie! What? I ask, my voice at normal volume. Just come over here, but be quiet. She continues to whisper as she peeks her head out from behind the curtain. Don't let Colleen see you coming over here. I narrow my eyes and move closer to her. What are you doing that Colleen can't see? Are you planning a bridal heist? Instead of answering, she grabs me by the wrist and yanks me inside the dressing room. My phone falls from my hand and onto the lush carpeted floor. What the hell? I question. But when I take in her current state, a laugh jumps from my throat. Oh my God, Billy! Shut up! She whisper yells again. Just shut up and help me get out of this dress. Help you get out of the dress? I question, another soft laugh jumping from my lips. Honey, I think we're going to need a doctor to surgically remove you from this thing. What should be a wedding dress, with a gorgeous display of complicated straps moving from the top of her ass all the way up her back, has become some kind of torture device that's strangling her boobs and neck. If she's going for a BDSM-themed wedding, I think she's found a winner. Did you put this thing on backward? I don't know what I did, she exclaims in her library quiet voice. But I'm freaking stuck in this thing, and I can't get out. Where is the zipper? I don't know. I never found one. Laughter bursts from my lips. I can't help it. Stop laughing, you asshole, and help me, she half shouts. I can't help it. You look ridiculous. Don't tell me details. Just shake your head yes or no. Does Luca go by Master Luca when you guys are boning? She glares, hard. Your commentary is really helpful right now. How are you doing in there, Billy? Colleen asks from the other side of the curtain, and Billy's eyes go wide. Great, she exclaims, her voice all weird and strangled, probably from the straps. Just great. Do you need any help with the zipper? Don't come in here, she shouts, and then realizes how insane she sounds. I mean, I don't need any help. My sister is in here with me. Oh, okay, Colleen responds, but even I can tell she's a little skeptical. Just let me know if you need anything. Maybe you should ask her for some scissors, I whisper, but Colleen is quick on the trigger. What was that? Shit. Billy slaps me hard on the arm, and I laugh. Ow, shit, I mutter. Everything okay in there? Colleen asks, her ears no doubt perking like those of a dog. Billy glares at me, then she clears her throat. Everything is peachy keen, Jellybean. Peachy keen Jellybean? Holy hell. I have to put my hand over my mouth to fight the cackles that want to bubble up from my throat. And Billy slaps me 3 more times on the arm. Dear God, I mutter quietly. I thought I was going wedding dress shopping, not entering the ring at fight night. That's gonna bruise. Billy hits me again in response, before raising her voice to talk through the curtain again. Everything is great, Colleen, but we'll let you know if we need anything. Oh, okay, Colleen says, clearly worried about what we're doing in here, which she probably should be. Billy points an index finger in my face, a silent, angry gesture of, don't say a fucking word until she is gone. I grin, but I also stay quiet as my sister awkwardly leans over to watch for Colleen's nude pumps to move away from her dressing room. Once the coast is apparently clear, she sighs. Okay, now stop being such a dick and help me. Knowing my sister well enough to understand how close to the brink of a breakdown she is, I inspect the maze of straps with my fingers and search for an escape route. You know, I say when I spot the zipper she should have used in the first place. I don't want to be the one to say I told you so, but if you would have listened to me, you would already be buying the first dress instead of trapped inside this one. Billy glares at me over her shoulder. Just get me out of this. I grin and undo the zipper. You got it. Instantly, the torture device is loosened, and Billy breathes out a huge sigh of relief. Oh, thank everything. I can breathe again. She shrugs herself out of the dress. I swear to God, I thought I was going to die in that thing. She rubs one hand over her belly. I'm so sorry, little baby. Before I can offer up another sarcastic comment, my phone chimes from its forgotten spot on the carpet. I pick it up to find a message from my assistant. Samantha, I just spoke with Andrew Watson's assistant, and they would like to set up a dinner meeting for the 2 of you. What? Why? Billy's curious eyes jump to mine at my unexpected verbal outburst. What's going on? Everything still okay in there? Colleen's voice is back outside the dressing room door. Jesus Christ, Colleen. Chill out over there. Your dresses are fine. I'm dealing with another crisis right now. We're still good, Billy replies to the bodiless feet. Thanks to the curtain, Colleen seems like the very opposite of a floating head. As Colleen retreats again, Billy turns her attention back to me. What's wrong? It's nothing, I answer, still staring down at the message on my phone. It's no big deal, I lie. It is a big deal. In a few short weeks, I'm going to be filming a movie with Hollywood's hottest douche canoe. Every day, for several weeks, I'm going to have to work side by side with Andrew Fuckface Watson, and I was really counting on making sure I didn't see him again before then. No need to prolong the length of my suffering. What does that text message say? Billy asks, wiggling her body against the side of mine in an attempt to see the screen. Like I said, it's nothing. I offer a nonchalant shrug. Tell me what it says, sis. I don't want to have to schedule my at-home water birth for your place of residence. My eyes narrow. You wouldn't. Oh, I would. I'll inflate that kiddie pool right in your living room. I roll my eyes and groan. You suck, you know that? Billy just raises her eyebrows, and I sigh. Andrew Watson wants to set up a lunch or dinner meeting with me. Oh, she says, waving a hand in front of her face that very clearly says she thinks I'm being overly dramatic. Maybe he just wants to get to know you a little more before you guys start shooting for the movie? She shrugs and starts putting her clothes back on. In the name of preventing another hostage situation, I don't bother mentioning to her that there's still one more dress to try on. I mean, it's not all that abnormal for the two leads in a movie to try to establish some kind of amicable working relationship. Amicable? I'm pretty sure amicable is not in the cards for Andrew and me. All we do when we get together is amica boom like dynamite. Trust me, I got to know him enough at that fucking audition. Birdie, Billy says through a laugh. I get that he's a dick, but he's also your co-star. You can't toss his body on a raft and send him upriver for a Viking funeral. The night after my audition a week and a half ago, my sister got more than an earful about our encounter. But clearly, she wasn't paying enough attention. Andrew Watson is exactly the kind of guy you set on fire and send out to sea. Yeah, but co-star or not, it doesn't mean I have to be friends with the guy. No, it doesn't. But you should at least be friendly with him, she replies. I mean, you're going to see him every day for the foreseeable future. I sigh. Son of a buttered biscuit. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I think you have to bite the bullet and agree to that meeting. Billy grins and finishes shrugging her clothes back on. And may I suggest you attempt to fit the meeting in before you have to go back to Nashville for a few weeks? I stick my tongue out to let her know what I think of her suggestion. She just laughs. Ugh, fine. I need to be professional about this. Whether I like it or not, I need to suck it up and get used to spending time with Andrew Watson that doesn't become violent. God help me.
Chapter 10. Andrew. Most women love me, but as luck would have it, Birdie Harris isn't most women. The engine of my Audi R8 slows to a gentle purr as I pull up to the valet stand in front of Tao, and in the newfound quiet, my phone pings with a text message. I grab it from the center console and hit the button to kill the engine before the door swings open from the outside. I grab it and pull it closed when cameras start to flash. The valet gets the message and waits for me outside the door. Quickly, I click into the message from Blake and read through its contents. A grin takes over my face. Blake.
Birdie Harris has agreed to a 45-minute lunch with you tomorrow.
Not only did she outright refuse the possibility of a dinner, she put a time limit on our lunch. Damn, she's stubborn. And fuck if I don't get some kind of sick satisfaction from it. Me. In L.A., right? I'm not going to find out tomorrow that she expects me to meet her somewhere in Guam, am I? Blake.
Per her assistant Samantha, she's currently getting settled into the rental she'll be staying at while she's on location here. She's supposed to head back to Nashville soon, though, so who knows? Maybe she's pulling a hologram on you.
Me? A hologram? Blake.
Pretending to be somewhere she's not.
Am I getting old? Why haven't I ever heard of this before? Me. Make arrangements for me to pick her up tomorrow at a rental at noon. His response comes in seconds later, and it is not the least bit of a surprise. Blake.
Yeah, I don't think she's gonna go for that. There was some resistance. Just trying to get her to agree to this lunch.
Me. Resistance? Blake.
There may or may not have been some veiled threats about violence. I think she might be the only woman in the world who doesn't start drooling over the prospect of lunch with Andrew Watson. Honestly, I think I'm in love with her.
Me. First of all, you don't like pussy, and secondly, the reason why you're my assistant is because you make shit happen. So make this happen. Without violence. Blake.
You are a serious pain in my ass.
Me. Who pays you very, very well, I might add. I do, actually. I would bet money that Blake is one of the highest paid assistants in the business, but he'd probably refute that claim by saying most assistants don't have to put up with my bullshit. Tomatoes, tomatoes. Blake.
Whatever.
Me. Thanks for getting all that squared away, buddy. You're the best assistant I've ever had. His final response, the middle finger emoji followed by, I'm the only assistant who sticks around because I'm the only assistant in the world who can somehow manage to tolerate you. Touché, Blake. Touché. I slip my phone into the pocket of my leather jacket, open the driver's door, hand the keys of my R8 off to the waiting valet, and slide out of the car. Once again, cameras flash and paparazzi toss questions my way as I head toward the entrance door. Questions bounce off me like tiny rubber bullets, and I answer every single one, in my head. No way I'm going to fuel the fire these guys have going by doing it aloud. Andrew, over here, are you still dating Naomi McCoy? Nope, I fucked Naomi McCoy once. Wait, no, twice. And I'm not the dating type. We saw Luca Weaver arrive earlier. Are you meeting him? What do you think about his sister leaving show business? Great, Luca's already here waiting. I love running late. It always makes my life so easy. And I think whatever Raquel Weaver wants to do, she should do. Andrew, are you excited about Bertie Harris being cast as the lead for Grassroots? Oh man, you have no idea. I offer a friendly wave and say, have a good night, guys, just before I walk inside the restaurant. I have no problems being nice to the paparazzi, but civil niceties are where I draw the line. I don't have the time or the inclination to sit around chit-chatting all night. It takes all of a few seconds for a bubbly hostess with a great rack to meet me with a smile, and immediately she takes me to my favorite table, the one I always reserve when I eat here. It's far in the back and away from the crowd and with just enough privacy that not a single camera can sneak creepy shots of me eating. Luca's already there, a beer sitting in front of him and his phone in his hands. Oh, sorry, man, I say once I reach the table. Traffic was a bitch. He looks up at me, and a knowing smirk curves his lips. You're so full of shit, but it's all good. I shrug, sit down, and a waiter with bleached blonde hair steps up to the table. Good evening, Mr. Watson, he says, and sets a menu down in front of me. What can I get you to drink this evening? I'll have what he's having, and you can put all my shit on his tab this evening. Luca snorts. You can go ahead and ignore everything this bastard says tonight, and separate checks will work just fine, thanks. The waiter grins and leaves us to our own devices. It's then that I realize his better, prettier half is nowhere to be found. Where's Billy? Luca quirks a brow. What do you mean? I thought you'd bring her along to dinner. His face scrunches up in skepticism. But you asked me to meet you for dinner, not me and Billy to meet you for dinner. I just figured you two were a package deal now. I mean, isn't that how it goes for engaged people getting ready to pop out a few kids? You surgically attach yourselves to each other so you never have to know the pain of a moment apart. Fuck you. And it's one kid, he corrects. Even if we were sewn together, I'd cut the fucking thread just to keep from subjecting her to an evening with you. I laugh at that. Ha! Well, that's a shame, man. I was looking forward to seeing her. How's she doing, by the way? She's perfect. The smile on his face is downright insane. Luca Weaver is in love, and it's still hard for me to comprehend this day would ever arrive. I've known him since I was 20, and back in the day, he was the last person I would picture settling down and getting married and having a fucking kid. He was wild back then, a loose cannon, impulsive as hell, and the life of the party. Until the party was over, that is. After that, he was usually a miserable asshole. But now he's grounded, settled, happy. It only took living off the grid in Alaska for 8 goddamn years for him to come to his senses and move back to L.A., and that is all thanks to his fiancée, Billy. Fuck, it's strange seeing you so happy, I answer with a cheeky grin. Luca shrugs. What can I say? Billy makes everything better. I'm happy for you, man. My words are genuine. Completely creeped out, but happy for you nonetheless. Thanks. That means a lot, even coming from an asshole like you. It's my turn to laugh. Me, an asshole? No way. Yeah, tell that to your new co-star. She jumped on the Andrew is an asshole train the very first day she met you. Frankly, I've never heard that kind of creativity when it comes to insults. You clearly made an impression. I smile and he scoffs. Not a good one. I shrug. It doesn't matter what she said. It's the fact that she said it. Bertie Harris was talking about me. And you have to think about someone to talk about them. Oh, yes, please. Let's stick with this topic. Is that right? Bertie Harris thinks I'm an asshole? Understatement of the century, he answers without hesitation. The night of your audition, she and Billy picked over your carcass for fucking hours. I cringe a little. Yeah, well, it all worked out in the end anyway. I mean, she did get the part. Not with any of your help. Sounds like you were trying your damnedest to rile her up. My first read was off, I'll give you that, I respond with a knowing grin. But my second read was spot on. She needed the riling to fight the nerves. He searches my eyes for a long moment, and then a soft, incredulous laugh escapes his throat. Oh, fuck, I should have known. I should have fucking known. I quirk a brow. What? You're such a dick. He continues, scrubbing a hand down his face. I'm here for one reason, and only one reason. And what's that? Because you're a dirty bastard who wants to get into my future sister-in-law's pants. Bingo, buddy. Me? I raise both hands in the air and feign offense. No way, dude. And I'm offended you would even think that's something I would do. It is. Oh, it 100% is. I've known you since I was an asshole 20-year-old with a chip on my shoulder, he replies. You're here on a mission to get info on Birdie, and let me be the first to let you the fuck down. You're not getting shit from me tonight. You're not getting shit from me ever. Stay out of her fucking pants or else. Or else? Psst. Luca Weaver's too busy making googly eyes at his baby mama to find time to hide my body. So what you're saying is I have to actually eat dinner with you and make small talk about shit I probably don't care about? I ask, and Luca nods his head. That's exactly what I'm saying, and now that I know why you conned me into coming here, you can expect to get a ton of shit from me and foot the bill. Too bad for him, he's already told me all I need to know. Birdie Harris left that audition with one thing in mind. Me. Sure, she was calling me every name in the book, but I made an impression. I've spurred a reaction. And I also know that tight little body of hers responded in all sorts of delectable ways when she was kissing me during her audition. Imagine what that body of hers would do if my mouth were on her sweet as fuck pussy. God, I can't wait until our lunch date tomorrow.
Chapter 11. Birdie. Have you ever had someone ring your doorbell and you get all excited, thinking it's something great, only to find out they've ding-dong ditched instead, leaving behind a seemingly innocent but actually nefarious box full of human feces? Well, if you have, that's a perfect metaphor for Andrew Watson. I'm not saying Andrew Watson is shit, but I'm also not saying Andrew Watson is shit. All I know is that somehow, some damn way, through my assistant Samantha, he ployed me into a lunch meeting. I suppose the silver lining is if for some reason I stick to acting after this movie, I'll have real-life experience to help me land a role playing the part of a hostage. His posture is relaxed, a sexy smile etched across his stupid, handsome face, and his feet are planted shoulder-width apart on the front porch of my new home away from home in California. In contrast, I am an unwilling participant, reaching back to lock my door and leave behind the life I love against my will.
You ready?
He asks as I finish by jiggling the knob to make sure I haven't accidentally just turned the key in the wrong direction, effectively achieving nothing, a frequent occurrence for me. When I spin to face him, my eyes do a cursory once-over without my permission. From the tips of his well-worn boots to his faded blue jeans, to the way his thick biceps bulge in a simple long-sleeved Henley that's pushed up to his elbows, he looks photo-ready. To make matters worse, I have a feeling the bastard spent all of 5 minutes getting dressed. Frankly, it's exasperating. I spend more time just lotioning my alligator elbows than this fool, and just about every other man, spends readying himself for public scrutiny. Where are we going? I ask, putting a defiant hand to my hip and holding my ground.
To lunch.
He winks and gestures me toward the fancy-schmancy sports car sitting in my driveway.
And since you've only penciled me in for 45 minutes, we better get a move on it.
I sigh and hitch my purse up onto my shoulder, following his lead toward the shiny black car. Of course he drives something like this. I have no idea what the brand is or what it's called, but I can tell it's fast and draws eyes wherever he goes. Anything to get attention. He opens my door and helps me inside before mockingly jogging around the hood while tapping his watch. I roll my eyes as he slips into the driver's seat. Here, he says, after reaching behind the seat. A brown paper bag lands in my lap as he starts up the engine. It rumbles and roars with an addictive purr. I peer into the bag and scrunch up my nose when I see what looks to be brown hair. What is this?
A disguise.
His explanation is matter-of-fact as he pulls out of the driveway, but I rarely believe sociopaths on the first go. You're joking, right?
Bertie, I never joke.
He deadpans. I exhale so hard, a snot bubble forms at the opening of one nostril. Luckily, for the sake of my dignity, he's facing the other way. Right. Smug enjoyment coloring his cheeks pink, he taps a finger on the steering wheel and elucidates.
I want to introduce you to the best tacos in town. And, well, this town knows me a little too well.
Oh, right. I roll my eyes. Autographs and selfies. He likes to give them away like fucking hotcakes. You get a selfie, and you get a selfie. He's like the Oprah of Hollywood douchebags. He takes a right out of my street and heads out onto the main road, and I mentally hope that the rest of our drive, the rest of our lunch, goes just like this. No talking. No Andrew saying something that will most likely tick me off. Just total, blessed silence.
They know you too, you know.
My hope balloon of silence is popped, and I turn my wrinkled brow his direction. Excuse me?
Bertie Harris is already a name,
he answers, glancing at me out of the corner of his eye as he takes a left turn at a light.
And Bertie Harris acting in Howie King's next big movie makes you beautiful bait for all the paparazzi piranhas.
Sure, Nashville knows me. L.A., though? The country music scene doesn't fully translate out here. My look says, yeah, right, and he doesn't miss it.
Trust me on this. You're not going to be able to go anywhere in this town without complications.
My first instinct is to deny anything that comes out of his mouth, but I'm not sure I can in this instance without being obtuse. My manager, Neil, has already started taking the steps to ramp up my security. Interviews, background checks, he's all in on his safety search. Soon, I'll probably have two big, burly men following me around like Billy's Franco and Mel. Instead of arguing, I keep my mouth shut, and by some miracle, he does too. The two of us stay that way for a few beautiful minutes, until Andrew turns into a parking lot, a big neon sign scrolling against the adjacent brick building. It reads, Buenos Tacos, in bright orange and yellow letters, and in this moment, I'm not sure I've ever seen anything more beautiful.
I hope you brought your appetite,
Andrew says, sliding into a parking space and pulling another brown paper bag from behind his seat. He unrolls the top and nods to my bag.
Suit up.
There's a big, huge part of me that wants to reject the whole disguise thing, but I figure it's best if I just go with it. It's only one lunch. One 45-minute lunch at which tacos will be served. I'm a woman. After a lifetime of pap smears and uncomfortably sexist encounters with all kinds of assholes, I can do anything for 45 minutes. Even if that includes wearing whatever he's stuffed inside this bag for me. I reach inside and pull out 3 items, one after another. A brunette wig, red-rimmed eyeglasses, and an LA Dodgers baseball cap. I put everything on, don't even bother examining how ridiculous I probably look in the visor mirror above my head, and get out of the passenger seat. Andrew meets me at the front of the car in a freaking blonde mullet that is straight out of the movie Joe Dirt, and a pair of aviators. Lord Almighty, I can't not laugh.
I know what you're thinking,
he says smartly.
I should always be sporting a mullet.
I wish I could say he looked stupid in a mullet, but his insane good looks have superpowers. They can even make a freaking mullet look hot. I sure as shit am not going to tell him that, but there's no stopping my brain from thinking it. Physically, he is genetically superior to every man I've ever met. Outwardly, though, I roll my eyes. He doesn't need any ego padding. He grins, almost as though he can read my innermost thoughts, and reaches out a hand for mine. I'm startled by the gesture, but I'm also annoyed with him enough to think quickly on my feet and avoid getting swept up in it. I slip both of my hands into the pockets of my cut-off jean shorts and head to the entrance doors. There is no freaking way I'm holding hands with this guy. Considering I'll be filming sex scenes with him, it might seem like a pointless avoidance. But it's not. Hand-holding with a hot guy enemy can only be described as a gateway drug. You take one little sample, and suddenly you're lying back against his headboard with your legs pulled open by a spreader bar. Just say no, kids. I ignore my pesky subconscious's after-school special and shield my sensitive eyes as we step through the doors of Buenos Tacos and out of the sun. A hostess wearing a vibrant, color block-style dress greets us with a big, full-teeth smile. I'm not sure if she takes the task of front-of-house friendliness really seriously, or if she thinks Andrew's mullet is ridiculous, but neither of us bothers to ask. It doesn't take her long to seat us at a table for two, and not even a minute later, a giant bowl of chips and salsa is placed between us. Okay. I guess this lunch meeting isn't so bad. I dig out a perfectly hot tortilla chip from the bottom of the basket and dip it into the salsa with unconcealed excitement. It tastes perfectly of tomato and subtle spice, and there's a small chance I may have just moaned. I glance up to find Andrew grinning at me from across the table. It's a brutal and unwelcome reminder that this lunch will include him.
Would you like some suggestions on what's good?
He asks, and I shake my head. Nope. I make a show of pulling my phone out of my purse, setting a timer for 45 minutes, and placing it screen up on the table. He follows the action avidly, and when the minutes start ticking down for both of us to see, he laughs.
I'm surprised you didn't start that timer from the moment I knocked on your door.
I should have. I grumble, and his smirk deepens. It's a pettiness oversight on my part, but the truth is, I'm hungry, and I freaking love tacos. Like, I would marry them and have their taco babies kind of love. So, I'll just have to comfort myself with the concept of tolerating the company of Andrew Watson in the name of my food husband. I munch on some more chips and take my sweet, sweet time browsing the menu. Holding the flimsy plastic high up in the air and directly in front of my face, I study it like they're going to test me on it later before allowing me to man some sort of taco space rocket. Something the government should really look into funding, by the way. Of course, I already know what I want. Tacos. But I'm buying a little more time where I don't have to make conversation with the man on the other side of the table. I'm only granted a few blessed minutes of quiet before I have to give our waiter my order and hand over my privacy shield. But even a small moment of peace is better than nothing. And then it's just Andrew and me, sitting across from each other in a restaurant that has all of 4 other patrons. Given the quality of the salsa, empty tables don't make much sense. But I don't have it in me to analyze the intricacies of the flaws in their business model. Well, hell. I have one of 2 options here. I can either make this really awful lunch even more painfully awkward, or just give in and try to make conversation. Or maybe there's a third option, a combination of the 2. After a deep, cleansing breath, I take a sip of my water and bite the bullet. So, why exactly did you want this meeting? He carefully swoops a salsa-carrying chip into his mouth, grins, and chews quickly to clear his mouth of the food obstruction before speaking.
Because I want to get to know you better.
I have enough friends.
You don't think you have room for one more?
He asks, and I swear I can hear the slightest hint of amusement in his voice. Is that a serious question?
Of course, Bertie. I'm a serious guy.
I roll my eyes. The consideration time spent deciding to be frank with him or not is brief. Meh, screw it. Why would I sugarcoat anything for this guy? No, I don't. He tilts his head to the side.
But I thought we got along so well at the audition.
I laugh, outright. You have a very delusional memory. You should seek help from a medical professional.
I think maybe you're the one not remembering correctly.
His lips, ironically, turn up at the corners. What is with this guy? Does he enjoy annoying me or something? Oh, trust me, I'm 100% clear on what happened. I contend. You were an asshole. Several times. On repeat. The end.
Sure.
He shrugs.
I was. And then your hands were in my hair and your tongue was in my mouth.
He winks.
I'll give you your story and the end. But that kiss was a hell of an epilogue.
I was acting, I refute. You know, for the audition.
You were acting?
His tone is condescending as he shakes his head.
I've been to a lot of auditions, and I've had to do a lot of on-screen kisses.
He shrugs, holding a waiting chip in front of his self-idolizing mouth.
And trust me, Bertie, I know the difference between an acting kiss and a real kiss.
Are you trying to say that you think I was kissing you for real? I question.
No, I'm not trying to say anything. I'm saying it.
His expression is smug. Anger floods my veins, and it takes every ounce of willpower I have not to reenact the smack heard round the audition. Good God. This guy. This fucking asshole. I glance down at my phone and see I'm only 20 minutes into this stupid lunch. Holy hell. Has time freaking slowed down? While I'm trying to rein in the irritation that's threatening to burst from my lips like a geyser, our nice waiter steps up to the table and serves as the perfect distraction by dropping off our food. God bless you, waiter man.
Can I get either of you anything else?
He asks, and Andrew is quick to answer.
I think we're all set. Thanks.
To my dismay, the waiter leaves our table at the obvious dismissal. If I'd have been a little quicker on the trigger, I could have made up all sorts of requests to keep him in the vicinity of our table until he was ready to retire. Come back, buddy. You're my safety net. I want to call out to him, but force myself not to turn into some sort of crazy person. Of course, the egotistical jerk sitting across from me dives into his freaking enchiladas like this lunch meeting is going hunky-dory. Like everything is just grand right here at our table. Like a nuclear war of fury and fire isn't rumbling around inside my body.
You're going to love those tacos just as much as you loved that kiss,
the cheeky prick says, scooping up another bite of his food with his fork. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I try to ignore his stupid comment, to let it roll off my back, down through the tile floor, and straight to the depths of hell where it belongs. But when I glance down at my tacos, for the first time in my whole life, they don't even look appetizing. I look longingly at the rice and beans beside them, trying to stir some kind of food witch within, but I'm not in the mood to eat a damn thing. God damn it. He's even ruining tacos for me. It's all too much. I fear if I sit here any longer and give him more time to toss shitty, condescending remarks my way, I'll lose it. I mean, what else will he ruin for me? Desserts? Coffee? I can't freaking risk it. Wow, I mutter on a laugh and shake my head. I can't believe you can continue to hammer nails from your spot inside the coffin. Is black magic a talent you've always had? Or is it something that's grown with your big-ass ego? Andrew smiles, which makes him gorgeous, obviously, and it's the last twisted form of torture I can take. I slam my hands down on the table, rattling the silverware and making his eyes widen, and push to standing. I immediately shove my finale down his throat before he can say another word. I think I've had enough of this ridiculous lunch. It's time for me to go. He glances at the screen of my phone and then back at me, a small hint of concern creasing the skin between his eyes for the first time since he set foot on my porch.
But there's still another 10 minutes to go, and you haven't even touched your food.
Trust me, asshole. I know. At any other moment in my life, abandonment of a meal would be a high crime I'd never dream of committing. But it doesn't even matter. I'll take the charges for taco child neglect and deal with the consequences. It's time to go. Consider my appetite officially gone. I snap, scooting around my chair in a hurry. I don't care if I have to hike back to my rental from this restaurant. I am leaving this place. right this second, so I don't have to spend another freaking moment with this guy.
Birdie, wait a minute,
he starts to say, standing up from his chair, but I turn my back on him, and in an angered, abrupt movement, I yank the strap of my purse off my chair. But my getaway is halted in an instant as my elbow makes impact with something behind me, and a resounding crack echoes inside the restaurant.
Ow, shit,
Andrew groans. Please, Lord, tell me my elbow didn't just hit what I think it hit. My eyes go wide, and slowly I turn around to find Andrew holding his nose. His bloody nose.
Wow. So you, really don't like me,
he says through a soft, pained chuckle and grabs a napkin off the table. Blood is flowing freely, completely surrounding his mouth in a crimson goatee, and it turns the napkin's color in a heartbeat. My God, what have I done? It was on accident, but still, I just elbowed Andrew Watson in the fucking face. Oh, hell.
Chapter 12. Andrew. Hell hath no fury like an angry birdie, and Buenos tacos hath no blood like that from a broken nose. Trust me, I know. 30 minutes ago, Birdie elbowed me right in the face in the middle of their dining room, and although the ER doctor at Cedars-Sinai hasn't made it official, I'm pretty damn sure what was once one bone is now two. My face feels heavier than normal, and there's an indescribable heat under the surface of my skin. I'm pretty sure they're both the result of blood pooling under my eyes, but I haven't taken the time to examine myself in a mirror and be sure. Your enjoyment out of seeing her pissed off is starting to get dangerous, bro. Ha! Yeah, it is. But goddamn, why can't I seem to convince myself it's a bad idea? When someone causes you headaches and harm, you're supposed to run the other way, not pan for more. Are you okay? Birdie asks, standing up from her seat across from my ER bed and pacing the room. Oh, God, I feel awful. A rambling mess of guilt. She hasn't stopped apologizing to me since we got in my car and she drove me to the hospital. I tried to dispute the need for an emergency room visit, but Birdie was adamant. And, well, even if it makes me sick in the head, the idea of spending a little more time with her made the insurance copay seem worth it, especially with all her awkward and bumbling and apologetic. I'm finding I'm a fan of Birdie's moods, especially the way they can change at any given moment. Her emotions are a 4th of July fireworks party, all locked and loaded and ready to explode into something spectacular. Like all combustibles, they come with some risk of personal injury, but the enjoyment makes it worth it. Seriously, Andrew? She asks, her eyes searching mine. She winces as they scan the evidence of her beating. Are you okay? Are you in pain? Can I get you something? Personally, I'd love for her to take off her clothes and climb that hot little body into this bed with me, but I figure that's probably not an option. No doubt that suggestion would go over like a lead balloon. In the name of keeping this visit focused on one injury, I choose a slightly less antagonistic approach. You know, when I was a kid, my mom always used to do something that made everything better. I grin behind the ice pack. I've been instructed by a stern-faced nurse by the name of Lucille to keep on my face. Okay. Birdie nods and steps up to my bedside, ready and willing to be helpful in any way she can. What did she do? She'd sing softly, her voice no more than a whisper, and then, when I calmed down, she'd lean forward and put her lips to whatever I'd hurt. Just a little healing kiss, she'd say. That's all you need. Instantly, her eyes narrow with suspicion, and while the story is true, I can't say I'm surprised she views it as a ploy to get in her pants, because it definitely is. I'm not kissing you. Just right here, I say, and lift the ice pack away from my nose, touching the swollen tip with my free hand. Just a little peck right here. Andrew, get real, I'm not kissing you. I almost remind her that soon she'll have to kiss me a lot, but decide it's best that her head doesn't explode in the middle of the ER room. I mean, our disguises have helped keep the paparazzi bastards off our tail, but a head explosion would surely draw attention. Not to mention some staff member in this hospital has probably already connected the dots together and put out a call to TMZ for a few extra bucks. That's how shit always goes when you're a celebrity in LA. You can't do any fucking thing without someone finding out about it. Whatever, I say with a shrug. You asked me what would help, and that's what would help. But I understand if you don't really like helping people. I put the ice pack back to my face and feign a pained groan. Fuck. Her big brown eyes, previously on a high-speed course to becoming slits thanks to my jabs, go wide.
It hurts that much?
It's fine, I say, but make a show of clenching my jaw. Just a little discomfort, no big deal. Truthfully, it doesn't hurt much at all. I'm not sure what phenomenon is responsible for the lack of pain response, but I've had paper cuts that have caused more soreness. Still, she doesn't need to know that. I look gory, and by God, I'm gonna use it.
Is there anything I can do?
She asks, but then quickly qualifies.
Anything that doesn't involve me kissing you.
I nod toward the clipboard holding hospital forms on the bedside table. You could fill out all those papers for me. Lucille seemed pretty adamant that they needed to be completed before the doctor makes his way in here. Honestly, I tried to sweet-talk Nurse Lucille into filling them out for me, but it was more than apparent she isn't influenced by a handsome face and a kick-ass mullet.
I'm pretty sure you should be filling out your own paperwork, Andrew.
Well, I would, but I'm a little busy over here with all the blood gushing from my nose. She huffs out an annoyed sigh, but snags the clipboard off the table and sits back down in the seat she vacated to pace the room. To my surprise, though, she doesn't start asking me questions. Instead, she grabs her cell phone out of her purse and starts typing something in it. Then she starts writing shit down on the form. I let her continue the madness for another 2 minutes before I have to ask her what in the hell she's doing. I thought you were going to fill out my paperwork.
I am,
she responds, and I quirk a brow in her direction. When she glances up at me and sees the confused expression on my face, she adds,
It's not hard to find most of Andrew Watson's info on Google.
A shocked laugh escapes my throat. Ha! You're using Google instead of asking me?
I just figured it would be easier, she shrugs. Our conversations almost never end well.
I see, I grin. You're afraid you might resort to violence again?
Oh my God!
She exclaims on a heavy sigh.
I did not mean to elbow you in the nose. It was an accident. You know it was an accident.
Whatever you say, Bertie. I do know it was an accident, but I can't keep myself from teasing her, even though I know it has the power to unleash the very unpredictable little beast of fury inside her. I can't seem to stop doing it. Obviously, you're fucking insane. She ignores me completely and goes back to my form. But the silence only stretches out for about a minute before Google can no longer provide her answers.
What's your address?
I tell her.
Medical insurance?
I instruct her to grab the card from my wallet.
Phone number?
I waggle my brows. You trying to get my digits, Bertie?
No.
She rolls her eyes.
The form wants your digits.
I rattle off my number.
Emergency contact?
I almost tell her to put Blake down, but then I get an idea. A grand fucking idea. Bertie Harris.
What?
Her eyes meet mine.
I'm not your emergency contact.
But you're the one who brought me here.
Yeah, but that doesn't make me your freaking emergency contact.
Just put yourself down, Bertie. It's no big deal. I roll out my best acting chops and feign another groan, shutting my eyes tight and lying back on the bed with the ice pack held firmly to my face. Ow! Shit! I hear her huff a few times, but when I peek out of one eye, I see her pen scrolling across the paper and the name Bertie Harris being written. And then below that, she adds my brand new emergency contact's phone number. Fucking perfect. I love when an idea comes to fruition. A few moments later, the door to my room slides open and a man in a white coat and scrubs steps inside. Andrew Watson? He asks, his gray eyebrows rising up on his forehead. That's me. I'm Dr. Collins. He introduces himself and shakes my hand. So, how exactly did this injury happen? I tilt my head toward Bertie and solemnly shake my head. She got mad at me?
Oh my God!
She chimes in hysterically.
It was an accident, doctor. I didn't know he was behind me and my elbow accidentally hit him in the face.
Really hard, I add. Blood was basically pouring out everywhere. Bertie sighs.
It wasn't that much blood.
Sure felt like a lot of blood. Dr. Collins follows our back-and-forth banter with confused eyes.
So, this happened because she elbowed you in the face?
He asks.
Accidentally elbowed.
Bertie clarifies again. I glance at her hands as she moves them behind her back, subconsciously preparing to be cuffed.
Just an accident, not intentional.
Her panic is palpable, and I start to feel a little bad. It was an accident, I confirm, and Birdie's shoulders visibly settle from their previous spot up around her ears. The doctor looks like he doesn't quite know what to do with us. I can't blame him. We're a weird mix of foreplay and conflict. I've been around us for at least 2 hours total, and I still haven't figured out our dynamic. Professionalism wins out, though, and somehow he keeps his composure and starts to assess my injury. With the ice pack removed, he prods and pokes at my nose with his fingers. "How bad is it, Doc?" I ask. "Am I going to need surgery?" I don't miss the way Birdie's face morphs into shock when I mention the word surgery.
"Oh my God, he's not going to need surgery, is he?"
she asks, another rambling apology already apparent in her voice. Give her one more minute of silence and she'll be full steam ahead with more adorable apologies. But the doctor is quick to dismiss her fears.
"No surgery. X-rays showed it was a fairly clean break that only needs some minor interventions."
Birdie's sigh of relief is so loud it could be heard outside the hospital.
"But I'm going to have to set the brake, Mr. Watson,"
Dr. Collins instructs.
"Would you like some pain medication before we do it?"
His nurse Lucille steps into the room with a vial and a needle, and I start to feel lightheaded. In many ways, I'm a tough guy, but I have to admit, needles have blurred the edges of my consciousness a time or two. I shake my head. "Nah, Doc, I'm good."
"You sure?"
he questions.
"Most people like a little something to take the edge off."
Don't need it. I'll be fine," I assert, pointedly leaving out the fact that I'm a needle wussy. The good doctor slips on some gloves while the nurse lowers my bed flat. With 2 gloved hands on my nose, Dr. Collins does exactly what he said. He pushes my nose back into place with a quick, abrupt movement of his wrists. It hurts. It motherfucking hurts. But this isn't the first time I've had a broken bone that's needed to be set, and I doubt it'll be the last. When you're an actor who prefers to do his own stunts, you find yourself incurring a few injuries over the years.
"Okay, you're just going to need to keep icing it for the next 48 hours, and besides some bruising and swelling that will last for a week or so, it should heal nicely."
The nurse eases me back up to sitting, and I find Birdie at the foot of my bed, her pretty brown eyes narrowed into little slits again. I wonder if she's always this suspicious of people. I, of course, deserve it, but still, I wonder how she got so jaded.
"Lucille will get all your discharge paperwork and instructions together, and we'll have you out of here shortly,"
Dr. Collins says, and I nod. "Thanks, Doc. I appreciate it." Once Lucille and Dr. Collins leave the room, Birdie starts in on me.
"Did you just let them set your broken nose without any pain medication?"
I shrug. "Yeah, I guess I did."
"And you didn't even flinch, didn't groan, didn't do any of the shit you've been doing since—"
"Since you elbowed me in the face," I remind her, and she glares.
"You've been playing me this whole time."
"Playing you?" I repeat. "I wouldn't say I was playing you."
"Are you kidding me?"
Both her hands fly up into the air.
"You've been acting like you were in agony since the moment we left the restaurant."
"Well, not the whole time. I spent a fair amount of time teasing you, too."
"Ugh!"
She squeals as she stomps across the room and snatches her purse off the chair.
"I should have known it wasn't possible for you to act like a grown fucking man."
She heads for the door immediately, grabbing the knob with brute force. Force I'm almost certain she'd like to be inflicting on me. "You're leaving?" I ask. "But they haven't discharged me yet."
"I think you and I both know you're going to be just fine, you big fat liar."
She snaps back. "But you drove me here in my car, and the keys of said car are in my pocket," I challenge. "How are you going to get home?"
"I'd rather hitchhike than spend another minute here dealing with your pretend bullshit."
Well, shit. This isn't exactly how I pictured this ending. Not to mention, the idea of her hitchhiking has me feeling extremely uncomfortable. "Wait, Birdie." I try to coax her back, but she's already putting her purse over her shoulder and turning the knob. "Yeah, okay, fine. If you don't want to wait for me to drive you home, at least let me get you an Uber or a cab."
"Pretty sure I can handle getting myself a freaking Uber,"
she declares, and an odd sensation of relief fills my chest. "So you're not going to hitchhike, just Uber?"
"Of course I'm not going to hitchhike, you idiot."
She huffs out another sigh and tosses both hands in the air.
"And why am I even standing here answering your stupid questions?"
she exclaims, talking to herself more than me.
"Yeah, I'm done. I'm leaving."
A glare and a scoff tossed in my direction are the last things I get before she opens the door and stomps through it. An unfamiliar part of me wonders if I've pushed her too hard, but the experienced part of me knows better. This is just a part of the game. They always come back. See you in a few weeks, sweetheart. I called toward her, retreating back, but she doesn't entertain me with another response. Per my assistant Blake, Birdie has to head back to Nashville tomorrow. It was one of the many excuses she used to avoid a dinner date with me. But in 2 weeks, she'll be back in L.A. to shoot Grassroots. With me. I'll just have to find a way to keep her attention in the meantime. I snag the clipboard off the bedside table, and my emergency contact stares back at me in pretty feminine scrawl. Birdie Harris, 555-111-5554. I grab my phone off the bedside table and save her number under the only name that makes sense. Firecracker.
Chapter 13. Birdie. It's not the ups and downs that make life difficult. It's bobbing and weaving to avoid all the punches jerks like Andrew Watson like to pull. My hands shake as I hit the button to download Uber from the App Store while standing outside the hospital entrance. An ambulance pulls up to the bay, EMTs jumping out quickly to unload someone in real distress. And still, all I can think about is how angry I am at Andrew Watson. The bastard played me, pretending, fucking acting like he was in all this pain and making me feel guilty as hell for accidentally elbowing him in the face. If I hadn't left when I did, the doctor would have had to set his dang balls back into place after I shoved my knee into them. Maybe then he would have felt some pain. Man, I'm really invested in flirting with assault charges these days. I swear, I'm not normally an angry person, but something about that guy makes me feel insane. He is far too skilled at pushing all my buttons, and beyond that, seems to enjoy doing it. I don't know what kind of a sadistic prick gets pleasure out of someone else's pain, but I hate that anyone, especially him, has that much power over me. Fuck. It's not an ideal time to be teaching myself how to use an app I'm unfamiliar with, but thankfully, the user interface for this one seems pretty simple to understand. Even with a million typos from slamming my fingers across the screen, it manages to decipher what I intend and presents the address of my LA rental as an option. Shortly after setting it as my destination, I'm told that Benjamin will be picking me up in a Ford Fusion in less than 10 minutes. I hope to God old Benji is a fast driver, because I do not want to be standing out here in this itchy wig and baseball cap when Andrew is finally discharged and heading to his stupid sports car. If I could never see him again, it would be too soon. That's cute. In 2 weeks, you're going to be seeing him all the damn time. I choose to think about that stark reality at a later date and focus on something I can control, like double-checking my schedule tomorrow. According to the schedule my assistant Samantha sent over, I'll be headed out early, 6 in the morning to be exact, and once I land in Nashville a few hours later, I'll hit the ground running. A meeting with Neil, my manager, a photo shoot for a magazine, 3 radio interviews, and an acoustic show at my label, Bandana Records, so the bigwigs can hear a few songs from the album I'm working on. Holy moly. I pull up my messages and shoot a quick text to Samantha. Me. Damn, girl. I just looked at tomorrow's schedule. Are you trying to kill me? She responds immediately. Samantha. I know, and I'm sorry. Neil was insistent on fitting in all of those things tomorrow. He's worried about your time crunch. But don't worry. I've at least managed to make sure you'll get a full 6 hours of sleep each night. That is, if you stop eating meals or existing in any space whatsoever other than work engagements. LOL. There is, in fact, a time crunch. With shooting for Grassroots starting in 2 weeks, and me trying to finish up an album before that, I'm not exactly swimming in free time. I guess I'll get back to sleeping when I'm dead. Me. Very funny. Samantha. Will it make you feel any better if I tell you that when you get back from your acoustic showcase with Bandana, tacos and margaritas will be waiting for you? Me. Don't toy with my emotions. Tacos and I have been flirting too much lately without making it to physical contact. I'm horny for tacos, and I'm not ashamed to say it. Samantha. Ha ha. Oh, I'm not. The order has already been placed with Los Almas, and I am going to make sure it's in your kitchen by the time you get home tomorrow night. Los Almas, my favorite taco joint in Nashville. God bless her. Me. Sammy girl, I love you. Samantha. LOL. Yeah, love you too. Oh, and by the way, how did lunch with Andrew Watson go? I sigh. Me. What lunch? I've chosen to rewrite history, and that lunch no longer exists. It's like a time warp, time-space continuum thing. Very complicated, but very science-y. Samantha. That bad? Before I can respond to her, my phone pings with a message from Uber. Benjamin is arriving in 1 minute. Me. Hey, I gotta go. My Uber is here. Samantha. What? Your Uber? Where are you? Why didn't you call me? I would have sent a car to get you. Oh my God, if Neil finds out about this, he is going to kill me. She isn't wrong. Neil would have a coronary if he knew I was just prancing around L.A., stopping at ERs and shit, without any kind of security. Me. It's a long story, but I'll tell you all about it tomorrow night. Samantha. You better text me when you get back to your rental. Me. Okay, Mom, I will. A 4-door white sedan pulls up beside me, and I walk around the back of the car to double-check the license plate. When that matches up, I greet the man stepping out of the driver's door with a friendly smile. Benjamin?
That's me.
He nods.
You must be Bernadette?
That's me. Technically, Bernadette is my middle name. And trust me, I know. Bertie Bernadette Harris? Talk about a mouthful, huh? My mama and daddy didn't quite think that one through, in my opinion. I don't waste any time hopping into Benjamin's back seat, but while he's taking his time double-checking my destination, I spot an all-too-familiar blonde mullet striding out of the ER doors. Shit. Benjamin? I'm in a little bit of a hurry. I try to kindly tell my driver to put his damn foot on the gas and get us out of here before I'm spotted.
Just 1 moment, miss,
he says and proceeds to set his phone in the holder beside the stereo.
Just need to make sure the address is in my GPS correctly.
The blonde mullet is moving toward me, and I don't hesitate to throw my body down onto the back seat, hiding like a total coward. Benjamin glances over his shoulder and finds us nearly eye to eye.
Is everything okay?
He asks, and I nod. Uh-huh. Everything is great. His expression turns confused when I make no move to sit back up like a normal human being, and he certainly doesn't make any sort of move to get us on the fucking road. Come on, Benny. Work with me here. I just prefer to, ride in the back seat like this. I search for some sort of rational reason to explain why I'm folded up like a pretzel. Otherwise, I get carsick. Yeah, that's it. I get carsick in the back seat.
Oh, you should have said something,
he comments, and understanding fills his eyes.
Here, you can sit up front.
No! I shout, and my voice echoes so loudly in the small car that I startle my driver. I'm sorry, I really need to get home. Like, right now. I just need to get home. I sound crazy. I know I sound crazy. But hell, we need to get a move on it, Benny. And I know this might be the last time I'm allowed to use Uber, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make if it allows me to avoid Andrew. Finally, my driver puts his foot on the gas and pulls out of the hospital parking lot. I peek cautiously out the back window to see if I've been spotted, but there's no mullet to be found, not even the party side. It seems Andrew Watson has finally lost out on a woman. Thank goodness.
Chapter 14. Andrew. I sure love when a good old aha moment pops up at just the right time. At a little after 6, I walk into my house to find Blake rummaging through my fridge. "What are you doing here?" I ask and toss my wallet, phone, keys, and discharge paperwork onto the kitchen island. "I wanted to see how your little lunch meeting went." His statement is casual. He's too preoccupied with gorging on my groceries, but when he peeks around the fridge door, his mouth falls open. What happened to your face?" It's not a surprise he notices. A broken nose that requires a slight setting by a doctor provides some gnarly bruises under your eyes. Purple, blue, black, my skin is giving its best impression of a fucking rainbow at the moment. In fact, Now would be a perfect time for Skittles to offer me an endorsement. It's no big deal, I shrug. A minor confrontation.
A minor confrontation? You look like the losing party in a heavyweight fight.
He nearly chokes on his saliva.
Which, of course, means I'm dying to know who the winner is.
Bertie Harris. Hold the phone, he says, a ridiculous smile spreading across his lips.
Bertie Harris kicked your ass?
I laugh at that. I wouldn't say she kicked my ass, but her elbow made contact with my face.
You're fucking with me.
Nope. I shake my head and raise up one arm, showing the patient bracelet from the hospital that's still wrapped across my wrist, before tearing it off and throwing it onto the kitchen island. Even ended up in the ER.
Oh, holy shit,
he mutters, shuts the door, and with a Red Bull in his hand, he leans up against the fridge like he's posing for the cover of a magazine.
This is almost too much for my brain to process. I've never had to question my sexuality before, but I think I really might love her.
I roll my eyes. It wasn't intentional. She turned quickly, and I got in the way.
Are you sure?
He asks, and he makes no effort to hide the fact that he's secretly hoping she dragged me behind the restaurant and left my body for the rats to eat.
Maybe she's really good at cover-ups. Does she have any history in politics?
My assistant, ladies and gentlemen, a man who apparently finds amusement out of me enduring physical pain. I flip him the bird. I know you're currently dreaming up all sorts of fantasies about Bertie kicking my ass, but it was an accident, I emphasize. It's purely coincidental that she was pissed at me before said accident occurred. He bursts into laughter.
Ha! Oh my God, you got snowed. That girl cleaned your clock with major intent.
Premeditated all the way. Very funny. I jerk a thumb over my shoulder. Do you need to head out now so you can add your take to the conspiracy theory Wikipedia page? He laughs some more and pops open his can of Red Bull, taking a sip between hearty chuckles. When his hyena-like shrieking drags on, I roll my eyes. You're a little too entertained by this.
Hey, yeah, well, I'm pretty sure this is the first time in the history of forever that the Andrew Watson tried to take a beautiful woman out to lunch, and instead of convincing her to come back to his house and fuck, he ended up in the ER.
For some reason, his words make me cringe. Don't be a dick, Blake. Like you should talk. His lips crest into a knowing smirk.
You and I both know the only reason you wanted to meet with Bertie Harris is because you want to fuck Bertie Harris.
I ignore his valid point and choose to grab a bottle of water out of the fridge instead.
Good God, man. Liza and Amy and Damien are going to have a shit fit tomorrow when they get a load of your face.
Oh, he says through a sigh.
Not to mention the fact that you were making ER visits and shit without any kind of security. You could have caused a fucking riot if the paparazzi would have gotten wind of your location.
Frankly, I couldn't give two shits what my team thinks about any of it, but I'm supposed to see them tomorrow? I tilt my head to the side. Wait, what's happening tomorrow? Are you serious? He nearly spits his drink out of his mouth. You have 2 grassroots-related photo shoots tomorrow. In fact, I should start calling the makeup team now to let them know they're going to have their work cut out for them, hiding those god-awful bruises on your face. I have 2 photo shoots tomorrow? Oh my God, you're hopeless, I swear. I quirk a brow. Or maybe my assistant sucks ass at his job? Maybe if you'd check your freaking emails and your damn calendar, you'd see that your assistant is on top of shit. You know I hate going through emails. You should plan for that. He sighs.
Ugh, you will be the sole reason why I end up kicking the bucket at an early age.
I take a long drink of water and watch as Blake busies himself with going through my mail. If I were smart, I'd haul ass out of my kitchen before he can start asking me if I want to attend this charity event or that party. But a coupon for a flower delivery catches my eye, and I get an idea. A fucking fantastic idea. I snag the coupon off the table and hold it up in the air. I need you to send a bouquet of flowers.
Chapter 15. Bertie. Interrupt a taco binge once? I'm not happy. But interrupt a taco binge twice? We cannot be friends. I have never been happier than when I step inside my Nashville house, slip off my boots, and head into the kitchen to find a gorgeous display of tacos and chips and queso and my wonderful assistant Samantha making margaritas. I toss my purse and keys and phone onto the counter, and a dreamy sigh escapes my lips. I love you. I can't live without you. Marry me. I had a feeling this would make your day better, she says through a laugh, and slides a fresh margarita my way. I don't hesitate to put the salt-covered rim to my lips and take a big sip. Ah, yes. I'm pretty sure this is what heaven tastes like. Sam grins and grabs 2 plates from the cabinet. Belinda Carlisle was right, huh? Heaven is a place on earth? I nod overzealously, and she gestures for me to sit down at the island. Let's eat then. I can only imagine tacos will make it even better. She doesn't have to tell me twice. In a matter of seconds, my ass is planted in one of the bar stools, and my plate is filled with a Mexican feast. So, she says, her pretty green eyes filled with curiosity, and I quirk a brow. I don't know what she's leading into, but I hedge my bets on the most innocuous of the possibilities. These tacos are delicious? She rolls her eyes. I already knew that. What I don't know are all the details from your lunch with Andrew Watson yesterday. Although, I did see a very interesting article on TMZ regarding a recent ER visit. That. A couple hours after Benji the Uber driver dropped me off at my rental, Rocky texted me. So, you're giving Andrew Watson moral support? She asked with a link to the article in question. According to TMZ's reporting, Andrew Watson had obtained a serious injury of unknown origin, and I was there as moral support. If my eyes didn't have limitations, I imagine I would have rolled them straight to the back of my head at that one. But, for as annoying as made-up tales of camaraderie are, the real story would be 10 times as scandalous. Good God. I can only imagine the headlines there would have been about me and the big fat phony fuckface then. As it was, all they had to focus on were a couple of blurry photos someone had snapped while I was walking with Andrew into the ER. Still in our disguises, that obviously did a sucky job at disguising, mind you, and a dialogue of their own making. Could a love match be brewing between the grassroots co-stars? We can only hope. A love match? With me and that douchebag? God help me. Since Rocky was like a little annoying dog nipping at my heels, I was quick to update her on the whole sordid tale. But with my crazy schedule today, I haven't had time to bring my assistant up to speed. I sigh. It was a clusterfuck. I'd say, she comments around a mouthful of chicken soft taco. You ended up at the ER, taking an Uber home, and on TMZ. Sounds to me like a total shit show, honey. Don't remind me, I snort. Candy already read me the riot act for not giving her a heads up on the situation before it hit the gossip sites. My publicist was pissed I hadn't let her know about my little ER visit with Mr. Ego. I can't really blame her, though. It's her job to be ahead of the curve on shit like that, so she can put the right spin on it. Although, she seemed a little too okay with the fact that gossip sites were already jumping to ridiculous romance conclusions. What exactly happened? Samantha asks. How do you end up at the hospital after a short lunch? Were you guys doing some sort of food X games? Or did you try to poison him? I sort of, broke his nose. The instant the words leave my lips, a mouthful of margarita leaves hers, spraying onto the hardwood floor of my kitchen. Bertie, she shouts, half coughing and half laughing into her hand. What the hell? It was an accident, I exclaim. I was trying to leave the restaurant because he was being such a pompous prick and, well, one thing led to another and somehow my elbow ended up introducing herself to his face. You broke Andrew Watson's nose? I cringe and sigh again. Like I said, it was an accident. She stares at me for a long moment before bursting into laughter again. It's not that funny, I grouse, but she just keeps on laughing. Oh, trust me, it's funny. You broke the nose of one of Hollywood's biggest stars during a freaking taco lunch. A taco lunch I didn't even get to eat, I stipulate. I can handle him being an asshole and a trip to the emergency room, but missing out on my tacos? I shake my head. It was a nightmare. Her giggle is so potent that it makes my lips curve up at the corners. Hence the desperation for tacos tonight? I nod. How on earth are you going to manage to work on a movie with him? She asks. I mean, you're going to have to be with him like every damn day, Birdie. What happens on day 25 if day 1 is bone fracture? I have no idea. A deep and heavy sigh escapes my lungs, and Samantha shakes her head, a crazy sparkle in her eyes, making it seem like they're winking at me. I purse my lips and point my margarita glass at her aggressively. You're getting way too much amusement out of this. I can't help it. She swirls a chip in salsa to prepare it to be eaten. While she works on the perfect chip-to-dip ratio, her expression turns scary, mischievous almost. I feel like this is the beginning of a very hot and heavy love story. What? I almost shout. Are you crazy? It's the perfect opening for a rom-com, Bird. I roll my eyes. My assistant thinks she's some kind of wizard at predicting relationships and shit. I can't deny she's right a decent amount of the time. But in this case, she is so far off base, it's not even funny. I'd try to legally marry this margarita in my hand before I'd get into a relationship with that guy. Oh, for fuck's sake. I grumble on a sigh. Don't be insane. I'm going to be lucky if I finish this movie without a prison sentence. Samantha grins at me, her eyes all but dealing the cards in a game of bullshit, and I gulp down the rest of my drink while pointedly scratching the side of my face with my middle finger. Very classy, Birdie, she snorts and hops out of her seat to pour us another round of margaritas. I know, right? I'm all about the class. I shove another bite of taco into my mouth while Sam gets us refills from the pitcher near the kitchen sink. My phone vibrates on the counter beside her, and she glances down at the screen. You have a message. From who? I don't know. She shrugs and slides my phone over to me. It says unknown. Unknown? Great. A psychopathic stalker would be an excellent way to wrap up this day. I scrunch up my nose and open up my messages. Unknown.
Wow, Birdie, you really didn't have to do this. Thank you so much.
What the hell? 2 pictures chime in after the text, and I open them up. One is a picture of an outlandish bouquet of flowers. I'm talking ridiculously huge, with every possible flower you can imagine. And the next is of the note attached to the floral monstrosity. It reads, Andrew, I just wanted to apologize for yesterday. I am incredibly sorry that I broke your nose, and I hope you're doing okay. I hope you'll forgive me. And please accept these flowers as a kind gesture that signifies my desire to be friends. Sincerely, Birdie. What in the ever-loving hell is this shit? Unknown.
And I accept your apology. You are forgiven, sweetheart.
What? Samantha asks, setting down a fresh margarita in front of me. Who is it from? It's from Satan himself. Belinda has obviously left the building. I look up to meet her eyes. You didn't happen to send Andrew Watson flowers from me, did you? Flowers? To him? She barks out a laugh. No, I did not. I turn the screen of my phone toward her so she can see his messages. Well, someone freaking did. Even wrote an apology note and everything. She nods toward the screen of my phone. You didn't send him these? Don't be ridiculous, Sammy. I answer on a laugh. I might have apologized to him 1,000,000 times in the ER, but I certainly did not send Staff Sergeant Dick Richardson's commanding officer flowers, or request that we be friends. Friends is the very last thing I want to be with that guy. I don't understand half of what you just said. I wave her off. It doesn't matter. She doesn't need to understand my military references to understand what's really important. Twice now, this bastard has ruined tacos for me. And that means fucking war.
Chapter 16. Andrew. The early bird might get the worm, but a man who sends himself flowers under the guise of them coming from a woman who just might loathe him gets to have a hell of a lot of fun. Once I hit send on my messages to Birdie, I set my phone back down on the table and smile. Music pounds from every speaker in the joint, but it serves as no distraction from my current thought. What will she send me back? 100 possible scenarios roll through my head. Will she see right through my little white floral lie and get all feisty and fiery? Will she call me every name in the book? Will she be adorably confused? Will she not answer at all? Nah, she'll definitely answer, and goddamn, I can't wait to find out what she has to say. Why do you look so happy? Howie asks from across the table. The neon strobe lights from the dance floor in the center of the expansive room cast a glow over his skeptical face, and I simply shrug him off with an even bigger grin. It's a good night, I say, and take a sip of my beer. I convinced him to meet me at a place called Now, a new LA night spot where you can have dinner, drinks, and dance. Basically, the establishment has it all, and it also has a strict policy on who they let in. No average Joes allowed. What can I say? Sometimes it really pays to be me. Howie scrutinizes my face, and an annoyed laugh escapes my lips. What? I question. Why do you keep looking at me like that? You're scheming something, he says, and points an index finger in my direction. I can fucking tell. I shrug, take a swig of beer, and chuckle. I already schemed, bro. He quirks a brow. Anna Farrow, I answer, and he's known me long enough to understand what I'm putting down. The furrow in his brow and shake of his head prove it. Anna Farrow is an up-and-coming actress Howie is dying to connect with. Apparently, he thinks she'd be perfect for some dramatic historical movie he just sold to Netflix, and she is how I convinced him to come out. Well, my big fat lie that she'd be here tonight is what convinced him, but no need to get into all the gory details. You lying bastard. Ugh. A deep sigh escapes his lungs and he runs a hand through his short, dark hair. I should have known you'd pull something like this. God, you're such an asshole. Is it just me, or do I hear the whole "you are an asshole" thing a lot? Meh, who cares? Hey, let me rephrase, I say, trying to soften him around the edges a bit. I mean, what use would his presence be tonight if he's going to be all pissy? I have no actual concrete info that says she's going to be here, but this is L.A. Celebs pop up places all the time. I mean, look over there. I point to another VIP section in the corner of the room. I'm pretty sure that's Carly Sanders and a Kardashian. Truthfully, I have no idea if that's actually Carly Sanders, a.k.a. famous swimsuit supermodel with a Kardashian, nor do I care, but it's worth a shot. That is zero fucking help, and you know it. You get to be here with me. Any time spent with me is worth it. I waggle my brows, and he scoffs. Yeah, until long legs and a great set of tits catches your eye, and you go MIA. Long legs, great tits, where? I tease, and he flips me off. I'm just about to razz him a little further, but the screen of my phone lights up on the table with a text notification, and the name of the sender shines like a beautiful beacon. Firecracker. Conversation with Howie already forgotten. I open up my messages without delay. Firecracker.
So, this is awkward, but I didn't send you those flowers.
Oh, I know, sweetheart. I sent them. Me. But it says they're from you. It even came with this very nice, very lengthy apology note. Firecracker.
Yeah, I saw the note. You sent me the picture, but I don't know what to tell you. They're not for me. They're not from my assistant. They're not from anyone I've ever known.
Oh, man. Is someone already getting mad? Yes, please. Me. Don't be embarrassed about sending me flowers, Bertie. I thought it was a sweet gesture. Her next response comes in not even a minute later, and I can't stop myself from imagining the way her fingers probably pounded across the screen as she typed it out. Firecracker.
I'm not embarrassed because I didn't send them. You're literally the last human being on Earth I'd send flowers to.
Me. But besides my assistant and the ER doc, you're the only one who knows about my medical emergency. Well, my assistant, my whole team, the ER doc, the ER staff, and TMZ. Firecracker.
Medical emergency? That's hilarious. You didn't need freaking CPR, Andrew. You broke your nose.
Me. Pretty sure you mean you broke my nose? Firecracker.
Oh my God. It was an accident, and you know it.
Before I can type out another response, another message from Bertie fills the chat box. Firecracker.
And it's total bullshit that only me, your assistant, and the doctor knew about your ER visit. I saw the article about it on TMZ. Did you sell that to them yourself? Because it sure followed your narrative of having one damn foot in the grave.
So, she did see the article. Me. You been reading up on me on TMZ? That's adorable. Before she can respond, I fire off another message. Me. And I'm doing okay. Firecracker.
Huh?
Me. My nose that you broke, it's doing okay. I'm on the mend. Just bruised. The flowers and card definitely helped. Totally made my day. I really do forgive you, by the way. Or should I say, I really do forgive you, friend? Firecracker.
I'd ask if you're hard of hearing, but lumping you among them would be disrespectful to the deaf community.
Me. It's all very strange and confusing, you know. You sending me flowers and then saying you didn't send me flowers. Firecracker.
It wasn't me.
Me. So, it's just one big mystery then. Someone, who isn't you, sent me flowers and a very detailed apology note asking for my forgiveness. But it's not you, even though the note was signed with your name and you're the one who broke my nose? Firecracker.
You know what? You want them to be for me, they're for me. And I officially rescind them.
A throat clearing pulls my attention from my phone and I look up to find Howie just staring at me. Need something, bud? 4 different women just came up to our table and you didn't look up from your fucking phone once. He stares at me, his eyes damn near bugging out of his head. No shit? I question, completely unaware that anyone was at our table. Was it anyone I know? Dude, an incredulous laugh jumps from his lips. What in the hell is going on with you tonight? What do you mean? What do I mean? He laughs again. Andrew fucking Watson, the man who is known for schmoozing up as many women as goddamn possible, couldn't be more oblivious to the hordes of women in this club who are currently trying to get his attention. Hordes of women? I toss back. Don't be ridiculous. He quirks a brow toward the edge of the dance floor, and I follow his line of sight. And to my surprise, several women stand there, eyes focused toward our table. Well, shit. Where'd they come from? Who in the fuck are you texting with? He asks. Does the chick have a magical pussy or something? I internally cringe a little at his use of wording to describe the actual woman behind the messages, especially since she's the lead female in his movie. No doubt Howie wouldn't be pleased if he knew my current focus had been on the challenging little temptress, otherwise known as my co-star. Truthfully, he'd probably be pretty fucking pissed. Grassroots is his baby, and there is a zero-tolerance policy for putting one of Howie's film babies in any kind of jeopardy. It's my brother. I lie. Again. I mean, I don't think he has a magical pussy, but what do I know? It's been years since we've lived under the same roof, and we don't do a lot of sexting. Your brother is the one who has your full attention in the middle of this fucking club? You really expect me to believe that line of crap? He asks, narrowing his eyes as the music swells to an oppressive beat. The strobe light sweeps over our booth obnoxiously. Shit, he has a point, and I instantly start searching for a plausible reason that I'd be texting my older brother in the middle of a nightclub that is chock full of beautiful female patrons. He's worried about Kelly. I keep the line train moving. Chew, motherfucking chew. She's, going through some shit with her job. I feel a little guilty for pulling my sister-in-law into my web of bullshit, but whatever. She's a means to an end, and she'll never have to know. Fuck, my bad, dude. His eyes glaze over with concern. Is she okay? She'll be fine. I wave him off with a nonchalant hand. Howie nods in understanding I don't deserve, but I don't waste any time thinking about it too much. Instead, I rein in my desire to keep playing with the little firecracker in my text inbox and send her one final text message. Me. That's okay, we'll have plenty of time to mend fences when we start shooting in less than 2 weeks, and thanks again for my beautiful flowers, sweetheart. Firecracker.
I have a great idea, Andrew.
Okay, maybe not one final text message. Me. I'm all ears. I have to swallow back my laugh when I read a response. Firecracker.
Lose my number.
Me. Like I'd lose my emergency contact's number. Firecracker.
Oh my God, go away.
Me. See you real soon, sweetheart.
Chapter 17. Birdie. Some of the greatest rewards in life come from doing the things that scare you the most. That's what my granny used to say. Today, of all days, I really hope she's right. I'm sitting at a table filled with some of Hollywood's most important people, trying to play it cool and pretend I know what I'm doing, but I'm completely out of my element and terrified. This is the first official day of filming for Grassroots, and our director has gathered us all for an early morning table read before we dive into the meat and potatoes of shooting the first scene. And the gang is literally all here. Howie King, Serena Kuntz, and Nell Franz. Tawny Rose, who will be playing Delilah, one of Arizona's best friends. Johnny Johnston, who was cast as Jude Dean, a man who is close friends with Cal Loggins and will eventually be the drummer in Arizona's band, and a man whose affection for her will be a huge catalyst for Cal. Along with my other co-stars, Chris Cowley, Luke Sardini, Olivia Forrest, Lauren Baker, and many other actors and actresses who will be a part of this project. All well-known names in Hollywood. All people who know what they're doing, unlike me. Everyone starts to settle into their seats around the vast table, and I lift the cup of coffee I grabbed from craft services to my mouth with a shaky hand and take a sip. Jesus, I'm so nervous, and we haven't even started. The coffee is hot, too damn hot, and my first reaction is to spew it all over the goddamn place. But the value of emotional self-preservation in this situation is greater than the physical, and as a result, I settle for burning off half my taste buds. If I'm lucky, they'll grow back, and if not, maybe the inability to enjoy anything will do some of the work when it comes to curbing my appetite.
Hi.
A calm male voice says beside me, and I lift my eyes from the script sitting before me to find Johnny Johnston sitting down directly to my right.
I'm Johnny,
he greets, and a soft smile moves across his lips. Bertie, I say, and reach out my hand to shake his. I've seen him star in several movies, and I've seen his face on more than a few magazine covers. And just like Andrew, he's even more attractive in person. Which, with the way things are photoshopped these days, is saying a lot. The way the news spins it, all of these guys should be half Martian in person.
It's nice to finally meet you, Bertie,
he says, and his mesmerizing blue eyes are kind and serene. A welcome distraction from the petrified energy running through my veins. Likewise.
This is your first big movie, right?
He asks, and I nod. Unfortunately, yes.
Unfortunately.
His striking face morphs into confusion, and a soft chuckle leaves his full lips.
Why do you say it like that?
Because I'm nervous as hell? He grins at that and offers a friendly pat to my hand that now rests on the table.
Don't worry. Everyone feels that way with not just their first movie, but every movie. It might get less and less over time, but there's always at least a small amount of nervous energy when starting a new project.
I appreciate his kind words, but it's easy to make that statement when you're well established in this business and have been around the movie block a time or two. I mean, Johnny Johnston has starred in all sorts of famous films. He's basically one of Hollywood's golden boys. I really hope you're right, I respond with a hesitant smile, and his grin grows wider.
Trust me, you're going to be great,
he says.
And if you ever feel uncertain about something or want some advice, don't hesitate to find me. I'm more than happy to help.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And God, I do hope he's right. I hope I will be great in Grassroots, because the scenarios of me ruining this film that are currently rolling around inside my brain are freaking terrifying. Horrible movie reviews, lackluster box office sales, my entire career going up in flames. You name it, and I'm thinking about it.
Good morning, everyone,
Howie announces with a large smile on his face as he settles into the seat at the head of the table, drawing everyone's attention. Short, dark hair, a kind face, and tranquil green eyes, Howie King is what I would call classically handsome. He's not quite superhuman like my male co-stars, but in the real world, he'd be considered a dang good catch.
Is it just me, or is today a fan-fucking-tastic day?
He asks, and everyone around the table chuckles softly.
This movie means a lot to me,
he continues, and his smile turns cheeky.
So if you fuck it up, I'm going to be pissed. No pressure, though.
Serena, our producer, laughs and shakes her head. Nice, Howie. He just keeps on grinning.
Shall we get started? I think getting started sounds like a grand idea. How?
Andrew chimes in, and my eyes move toward the other end of the table, where the devil himself sits.
I mean, I didn't wake up at 5 in the fucking morning to listen to you ramble. God forbid we interrupt your beauty sleep schedule. My apologies.
Howie taunts back, and Andrew smirks.
Apology accepted.
I roll my eyes. My short chat with Johnny in combination with my damn nerves had me blissfully unaware of Andrew's presence in this room. But now, it's impossible to miss him. He sits in his seat all kicked back, relaxed, and cool. His dark hair is slightly disheveled in an appealing, sex hair kind of way. His teeth are still as white as ever when he flashes them in the form of a megawatt smile at Howie, and his eyes are bright and mischievous. I would say he looks really fucking good, but I've sworn in a new policy in my mental health company handbook that prohibits the use of positive adjectives about him. Ever since he texted me a week ago about a flower delivery, he's been sending me random messages every damn day. Pictures of the stupid flowers I didn't send, letting me know they're still alive, even though I couldn't care less. Selfies of his big stupid face, showing me that the bruising is almost gone, or asking me if I like his new haircut. And one time, he even sent me a message about being stuck in traffic, to which I responded, "I don't care," to which he answered,
"But you're my emergency contact, Birdie, and this is an emergency, a traffic emergency."
He's become a sharp, annoying, piercing thorn in my side. And Grassroots' filming schedule consists of 2 straight months of shooting in LA and Memphis, which means 2 straight months of seeing Andrew Watson just about every single day. So not only can he send me annoying texts, he'll be able to tell me annoying things in person. Heavens to Betsy, I hope I can manage to survive. I imagine Birdie's mental health company policy is going to see many an addendum in that time. If not, it'll only be because I've completely forgotten about this coping mechanism and moved on to another.
Before we begin the script read-through, I'd like to update everyone on a few things.
Howie continues, but then pauses when someone on the crew grabs his attention from the other side of the room.
Shit, sorry. Give me 10 minutes, guys. I'll be right back.
Without hesitation or response from the group, he's up and out of his chair, leaving the long table and the room. I decide to use my time wisely and read through my script for what has to be the 1,000th time. But before I can even get to page 2, my phone vibrates on the table, and I turn it screen side up to find a text message notification. Andrew.
There's no need to be tense, sweetheart.
Ugh, here we go. I consider ignoring him, but I know him well enough to know he wouldn't take to it well. I imagine Satan himself is where the phrasing demon texting comes from anyway. Me. I'm not tense. Obviously, I am tense, but I don't want to give this bastard anything to work off of. I feel like he gets some kind of sick thrill out of seeing me at emotional extremes, so I keep it simple. Andrew.
Your hands are shaking.
I lift my eyes from the screen of my phone to find him grinning at me, and I flash a glare his way before typing out a response. Me. My blood sugar is probably low. I didn't have time to eat breakfast. Andrew.
Oh, okay. I guess the donut I saw you eating 20 minutes ago was just a snack then? Winky face.
Me. Geez Louise. What are you running for, DA? Is your platform food reform? Andrew.
That'd make a hell of a DA. But no, I'm not running. And I only noticed the donut because you were the one eating it.
Okay. What's that supposed to mean? He doesn't give me time to question it before moving on. Andrew.
The script read-through is just that. A read-through. There isn't any pressure right now.
I look up at him again, and he shrugs his shoulder. Andrew.
You'd have to be illiterate to fuck up at the read-through.
Me. Good to know. Okay, so maybe working with him isn't going to be so bad? Maybe he's going to drop the whole asshole routine and be nice? When another message vibrates my phone, I look down at the screen. Andrew.
But later today, when we are shooting the first scene, that's a whole different story. There will be pressure, and you can fuck that up.
All hope I had for him not being a narcissistic ass flies straight out the damn window. Me. Has anyone ever told you that you're a self-serving, egotistical, shitbag, jerk-face asshole? Andrew.
I can't say I've ever heard those exact words.
Me. Well, now you have. He meets my eyes and bites his lip. My gaze flees the trap immediately. I will not get lost in fantasies about Andrew Watson's lips, goddammit. Andrew.
So, I'm a shitbag jerk-face?
It's my turn to shrug my shoulders. Me. If the shoe fits. Andrew.
Is shitbag jerk-face a size 13?
Me. What? Andrew.
I'm a size 13, sweetheart. I'll only wear the shoe if it doesn't crunch up my toes. I really hate that.
No. Don't do it. I chastise myself. Do not think about what a big shoe size can possibly mean for a man. Do not do it. Me. Wow. Congratulations on your giant clown feet. Andrew.
Thank you. I appreciate the compliment.
Me. It wasn't a compliment. Andrew.
I'm pretty sure it was. Sounds like you like a man with big feet. Probably because it means he's big in other places.
I lift my gaze from my phone to narrow my eyes at him, and my hands vibrate with another text. Andrew.
Like good fortune and intelligence and fun. Did you think I meant something else, sweetheart?
Uh-huh. Sure, that's what you meant, you bastard. I roll my eyes and type out a final message. Me. Goodbye, Andrew. But of course, Chatty Cathy has to send me one more message. Andrew.
All right, I get it. You want to focus. I admire your dedication to your newly found craft. See you in a few hours for our first scene together. Scene 32, I believe it is. Great fucking scene, in my opinion.
Scene 32? I'm pretty sure I know what scene that is, and I'm praying and hoping and wishing on every damn thing that I'm wrong. But when I quickly scan through my script and come to it, I realize I am not wrong. Not wrong at all. Scene 32 is like scene 25, the one I had to read during my audition. The only difference, though, is that this Arizona and Cal passionate kiss scene leads to scene 33, which is an Arizona and Cal sex scene. Oh, sweet Jesus. That can't be the first scene we're shooting. If Howie wants us to shoot both of those scenes today, I don't know what I'll do. I mean, that would be insanity, right? Shooting a kissing scene and a sex scene on my first freaking day? The urge to hyperventilate is strong, and I do my best to get my almost ragged breaths under control. Just calm down, Birdie. I mentally coach myself off the ledge. Just take a few breaths and calm down. It's all going to be okay. I choose to tell myself Andrew is just being the annoying prick he is so damn good at being, and settle myself back into the first few pages of the script to prepare for the read-through, while the rest of the room around me chats among themselves. My knee bounces beneath the table as I scan through page after page of the script. 10 or 15 minutes later, Howie comes striding back into the room.
Sorry about that.
He apologizes and sits down.
Now, I want to be done by lunch so everyone can take a long break before we start shooting scene 32.
Brakes screech to a halt inside my head, and my eyes go wide. Oh, shit.
Any questions before we get started?
I can't stop myself from mumbling aloud, and Howie's eyes meet mine.
Yeah, Birdie?
Which scene did you say we're shooting today?
Scene 32.
He answers like it's no big deal. No big deal that my first ever scene in my first ever film is a crazy, hot, passionate kissing scene that leads to a freaking sex scene. A sex scene with Andrew Watson and his size 13 penis. Oh, sweet baby kittens and holiday sweaters. I am so tempted to ask him if scene 32 is all we're shooting today. But I bite my tongue so hard, I wouldn't be surprised if it bleeds. Andrew's eyes find mine without permission, and I can smell the gloating rolling off of him from all the way across the room. Oh, sweet mother of pearl, please let me make it out of this day alive.
Chapter 18. Andrew. Another day, another dollar, another brand new challenge in the form of a tempting little treat standing right in front of me. Today is the big day. The first day on set with my brand new co-star who has never acted a day in her life. Birdie's fingers fidget nervously at her costume, a simple pair of cut-off jeans that show off a delicious amount of her sexy legs, cowboy boots, and a top that hints at perky full breasts beneath the flowy fabric, and a rush of déjà vu consumes my mind. Birdie and me standing in William Capo's office, getting ready to run through a scene. She was nervous as hell then, and it shouldn't be a surprise she's nervous as hell now. I can't blame her, though. On my first big acting gig, I nearly puked when the director yelled, "Action!" A 21-year-old nobody who had somehow managed to convince a casting director he was the next big thing. That movie, Hallowed Ground, ended up being my big breakout role and catapulted my career into what it is today. It feels like an eternity ago. Until now. When I see a familiar look in Birdie's big brown eyes, my chest tightens from my own personal memories of my first film. Truthfully, I don't know whether I want to rile her up like I did last time or offer some comforting words. "You good?" I whispered toward her as everyone around us hustles and bustles to get ready to begin. Howie stands in the corner of the room discussing camera angles with Paulie and his crew. Serena Kuntz yells out a few instructions to Birdie's hair and makeup team as she sits down in one of the director's chairs placed a few feet off set. And the lighting department makes their last-minute adjustments based on how the two of us look beneath their lights. "What?" Birdie eventually responds, those big eyes of hers looking up into mine. She may be right here, physically standing in front of me, but mentally she is a million miles away, most likely trying to coach herself into not freaking the fuck out. "Are you good?" I repeat, and she blinks a few times before my words finally resonate inside her head. "Of course," she retorts. Well, more like snaps back. "Why wouldn't I be good?" Her pendulum shift in emotions makes me grin. No doubt all that nervous energy running through her veins has her on edge. Not to mention, this little birdie is known for the way her moods can shift from 0 to 60 in 1 second flat. "I don't know," I respond quietly as Maureen from Hair and Makeup pats my nose and forehead with some kind of brush. "I mean, you're getting ready to film the first scene for your first movie ever. Most people might feel some anxiety about that, but not you. You're cool as a cucumber. No worries or fears about fucking anything up. Just straight up relaxed and ready to go, right?" I question with a little wink. She rolls her eyes. "I know what you're doing." I tilt my head to the side and Maureen huffs out a sigh. She has to adjust her current task of making sure my stage makeup works with the lighting. "And what is it I'm doing, sweetheart?" "You're trying to get me all riled up," she replies and crosses her arms over her chest. "It's what you did in my audition. I should probably remind you. It's why I ended up slapping you." I grin back at her. "Was that also why you kissed me like I was your sole source of oxygen?" Those pretty eyes of hers narrow. "You wish I'd kissed you like that." "Again," I add, and she quirks a brow. "I wish you'd kiss me like that again." "Excuse me?" Her jaw drops, and I flash a knowing smirk in her direction. As you know, the kiss between Cal and Arizona that we're about to film, it leads to the next scene in the film, where they have wild, passionate sex. So, I hope you'll be able to dig deep and somehow find a way to be an actress and make sure Arizona kisses Cal like that again." Her eyes narrow, but just as she's about to open her pretty little lips to spit something back in my direction, Howie grabs our attention. "All right, guys, I think we're all set," he says, and sits down in his director's chair, right behind the monitor with all the camera angle playbacks. He slips on his headphones and nods toward Paulie. "Right on set," one of Howie's assistants shouts. "Scene 32, take 1. Action!" Silence fills my ears, and the first soft drops of rain begin to fall from above us. Dimly lit streetlights speckled between the otherwise darkness show that night is upon us, and Arizona and Cal stand in the middle of an empty alleyway. They've just finished a show, and Arizona is pissed at Cal for acting like a caveman in front of Jude, the drummer in Arizona's band. The band Cal put together, and the drummer, who might be one of Cal's best friends, but has been showing far too much affection for Ari. He's pissed, annoyed, fucking losing his mind over how badly he wants her. And she's fighting every urge inside her that is telling her to give in to her desire for Cal. At this point in the film, they've been on the road together for 3 months, playing show after show, riding in tour buses, spending just about every waking moment together, and both of their minds and hearts are at war. A tug of war, of push and pull, temptation and denial, lust and lies, passion and pain. Rain pelts from the fake sky above me, dripping into my hair and clothes. But just as I'm about to dive into the scene, I glance down at the woman standing beside me, and I can tell she's still a nervous little birdie. She's not ready. She hasn't built up steam in her fiery engine of confidence yet. Raindrops run down her face, and her long lashes blink once, twice, 3 times, and she digs her teeth into her full bottom lip. Fucking hell, there's no feisty attitude, no defiance, no fierce words sitting on her tongue, ready to be thrown in my face. Aside from her appearance and her costume, she couldn't be any less Arizona in this moment. I turn my back away from the cameras and stare down the alleyway behind us. Trying to be discreet, I whisper quietly, enough for her ears only, "Just standing there and looking pretty isn't gonna cut it, sweetheart." Her eyes snap to mine. "This isn't a read-through anymore," I add on in another whisper. "You're gonna have to actually act." "Cut! Cut!" Howie yells, and instantly the rain is shut off. I turn around to find him standing up from his chair and looking at me in confusion. "What's going on? I have 3 minutes of wasted film while you just standing there. You mind, maybe, acting the scene out? Saying a few lines from the script?" I smirk. "I think you need to ask my co-star that question." Howie's eyes pull together. "She's too nervous, man," I explain. "She's not ready to dive into this scene. If I move forward, we're going to end up with 37 takes before we even get close to something that resembles what this film should be." "Hey, Andrew," Howie says, "can you do me a favor?" "Yeah?" "Can you just fucking act and I'll handle the directing part? Sound good?" "Anything for you, bud," I reply with a wink. "Jesus Christ," he mutters to himself. "This is why you shouldn't put your bastard friends in your movie." "I can hear you." "Ha!" I say through a laugh, and he just flips me the middle finger. "Trust me, I wanted you to hear me," he grumbles and sits back down beside Serena. "Well, I guess since we've already taken a short break from filming, let's play back the footage and see if we need to make any camera or lighting adjustments." I move my eyes away from my asshole best friend / director, and I find Birdie glaring at me. Call me crazy, but I'm pretty sure the laser beams you're shooting out of your eyes and into my face indicate you're pissed at me.
"It shouldn't be anything new," she answers through gritted teeth. "I mean, you are the world's biggest asshole."
"Yeah, don't get mad at me for stating the obvious."
"The obvious?"
"You weren't ready."
"I was ready."
I snort. "Sweetheart, you were a deer in fucking headlights."
"Don't patronize me with the sweetheart bullshit," she snaps back. "And I was ready."
"If that's what you call ready, they're gonna have to add about 100 more months onto our shooting schedule."
God, you're so freaking irritating. How is it possible for one person to make me feel this much rage?
May I suggest you channel that rage into the reason they're paying you a boatload of money to be here?
"Oh my God,"
she mutters and inhales a deep breath.
"And no," she adds, "you can take your suggestions and shove them straight up your egotistical ass."
"Like all of my suggestions or just this suggestion?" I ask, her feisty little attitude only spurring me further into playing the role of instigator. Because, sometimes I have really good suggestions. Her fists clench at her sides and her chest moves up and down in fast, frustrated breaths. Damn, she's mad. If her eyes could set me on fire, she'd go full-on Stephen King Firestarter on my ass right now. "All right," Howie's voice commands the attention of the room. "Everything's looking good. How about we add some actual lines into the footage, yeah?" he questions, his voice half teasing, half "you better fucking act, Andrew, or I will shove my boot up your ass." "Andrew, Birdie, you guys ready?" "I'm ready," I say, and I grin down at Birdie. "You ready, sweetheart?"
"Yep."
Her response is one word, but the whip-like way in which she yields it toward me says everything I need to know. She's ready. About fucking time. "Quiet on set," Howie's assistant shouts. "Grassroots, scene 32, take 2. Action!" Silence fills my ears, and the rain starts up again. I look up toward the sky and then down at my feet, and Arizona takes a few steps away from me before turning around and crossing her arms over her chest. Her eyes are fire and ice and everything that makes my chest grow tight with need and want and desire. Something you need to get off your chest, darling?
Are you kidding me right now, Cal?
Ari huffs out an exasperated sigh and tosses her hands into the air.
Get something off my chest. How about, why do you feel the need to bang your fists against your chest like a caveman anytime Jude even whispers a word in my direction?
Jude is an asshole.
He's your best fucking friend.
He's a bastard.
No,
she responds, an incredulous laugh escaping her pretty lips.
You're the bastard, Cal. The biggest bastard I've ever met.
I step toward her. The only thing I am is a man going insane. She quirks a brow, and I step even closer, putting the two of us mere inches from each other. You drive me crazy, Ari, I say, her name growing soft on my lips. One day you're yelling at me, and the next you're still yelling at me, fucking slapping me, and then kissing the hell out of me before walking the fuck away.
Pretty sure you're the one who kissed me the other night, Cal.
I shake my head. Nah, darling, that was all you. Her glaring eyes look up into mine.
I hate you.
I shake my head again. You need to stop lying to yourself.
You need to stop acting like you have any say in what I do or who I talk to.
But I do have a say.
Bullshit,
she spits, and I don't hesitate to wrap one arm around her waist, pulling her tight to my chest and making it so that her perfect lips are only inches from mine. I have a say because you're mine, Ari, and I don't want anyone else touching what's mine.
Fuck you, Cal.
Her breaths turn into erratic pants.
Just because you helped me get into this business doesn't mean you get to control me.
I'm not talking about the fucking business, I whisper back, my words a harsh lilt off my lips. I'm talking about you being mine, my woman, in my goddamn bed. You belong with me, Ari.
I don't belong with anyone,
she yells directly into my face, but her hands reach up to grip the material of my t-shirt that's now wet against my back. You belong with me, just like I belong with you, I whisper and brush my rain-wet lips gently against hers. I don't want any other fucking broad. I want you, darling. I want your fire and your glares. I want to see that softness in your eyes, and I want to hear my name on your tongue. I just want you. Stop holding back from this, from us, and let go, Ari. Just fucking let go. Her hands grip my shirt even tighter, and between one breath and the next, her lips are on mine. A sweet, delicious, painful crash of our mouths. She moans, and I deepen the kiss further, slipping my tongue into her mouth and really kissing her the way I want to fucking kiss her. Goddamn, Bertie, you taste so good. And she only responds in eagerness, digging her nails into my upper back before wrapping her arms around my neck to keep me there, keep us there. I reach down and grip her perfect ass and lift her until her legs wrap around my waist and she moans again, kissing me harder, deeper, more erratically. Fuck me. She tastes like honey and spice, and a fire ignites inside my veins. Shit, Bertie, you make me crazy. I grip her ass tighter, pulling her body against mine and... Cut! A voice shouts in the distance, but it takes my mind a good 5 seconds to compute what it even means. Cut! Oh, cut, as in the scene. Bertie pulls her mouth away from mine and just kind of stares at me. And I have to blink back several times to fully come back to reality. Eventually, I gently release my hold on her body and help her back to her feet. Wow, Howie's voice fills my ears. Just, wow.
It's like their audition all over again,
Serena muses, and Howie chuckles. It's fucking perfect. Bertie breaks our eye contact when Maureen from Hair and Makeup steps up to wrap a robe around her now wet clothes, and I just kind of stand there for a long moment, trying to get my bearings. What was that? 1 minute I was ready to film a scene. The next I didn't even know where the hell I was. All this desire to fuck your co-star is really starting to mess with your head, bro. Jesus Christ. Tell me about it.
Chapter 19. Bertie. I wish I could say that I absolutely hated, loathed, freaking despised kissing Andrew Watson during filming this morning. But the HR department of my fictional mental health company has been giving me demerits for lying. The truth is, I loved it. The man has nice, full, soft lips, minty fresh breath, and it's well established that his dental hygiene is on point. So what? I felt the scene so much that I got a little lost in it. Big deal. Isn't that what an actor is supposed to do? Shouldn't it be a good thing that I don't completely detest the scenes that involve kissing my asshole co-star? At least when his sarcastic, egotistical mouth is otherwise occupied, I can tolerate him. And just because I obtained a teeny tiny amount of enjoyment out of kissing him during that scene doesn't mean I'm going to do something insane like rip off my panties and ask him to sign my underwear or bang my brains out. I might be on a year, or holy shit, is it a year and a half? Long sex drought. But the day I have sex with that bastard is the day someone should lock me away in a padded room and make me think about what I've done. I haven't chosen a re-virginization of my vagina or taken an oath of abstinence. I've just been super busy. Honestly, at this point in my life, being single feels like it's slowly becoming a part of my identity. My priorities revolve around my career, my friends, my family, Billy, and the very occasional me time. And trust me, that keeps me busy enough. Hell, what would I even do with a boyfriend right now? Water it? Take it for daily walks? Am I supposed to feed a boyfriend? It doesn't matter. What matters is that while I may have loved the kiss, I know enough to hate that I loved it. I mean, it's possible to hate the player while still loving the game, isn't it? The only sex I'll ever be having with Mr. Ego is fake, scripted sex in front of a camera, so I might as well enjoy whatever pleasure I can get from our forced interactions. I might have to consider a hot one-night stand with a handsome stranger, or, at the very least, carve out more time in my schedule for masturbation to curb my enthusiasm a little. But I can give myself this little concession. Thankfully, a sex scene with my co-star is not on the agenda today, and I will have a little more time to fully wrap my mind around the concept of compartmentalization. Hallelujah! Once we finished filming scene 32, I was led into one of the hair and makeup trailers to get the fake rain dried out of my hair and my makeup reapplied. The next order of business will be a scene revolving around Arizona and her band. "Oh my God, Kara," Tawny Rose mutters on a heavy sigh as she looks up from the screen of her phone and into the vanity mirror. She assesses her reflection with scrutinizing eyes and a sour mouth. "Are you trying to make me look horrible today? This eye makeup is not going to cut it." Kara, Tawny's designated hair and makeup stylist, offers a neutral smile. "I've been given strict instructions to make Delilah's makeup look over the top. It's part of her character." "Well, it looks like total shit," Tawny hisses. "It's embarrassing, to be honest. No way I'm going to get in front of the cameras looking like this." Sheesh, diva much? While Kara works on Tawny's hair and makeup, Maureen continues to work on mine, and I don't miss the discreet looks they give each other over Tawny's little temper tantrum. Frankly, I don't really understand what she's so pissed about. Her lips look full and luscious, her eyes are smoky and cat-like, and the contouring Kara worked on for a good 15 minutes has only made the beautiful actress more stunning. This is exactly what Howie wants, Tawny. "Well, then maybe you should call his ass in here so I can tell him he's fucking wrong," she scolds, venom dripping from her lips. "I think you look really pretty," I offer, trying to smooth out the tension, but it's apparently useless. "If you think this looks pretty, then you're fucking clueless," Tawny snaps back, her eyes never leaving the screen of her phone. Oh boy. This woman is my co-star, the one who is playing my best friend in the movie. I hope to God she's just having a bad day and isn't like this all the freaking time. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure our working relationship will prove to be quite the challenge. "Someone better fix this right fucking now," she adds, "or else I'm going to lose it." Pretty sure you might already be losing it, sweetie. Kara looks up toward the ceiling and inhales a deep breath before setting down the brush in her hand on the vanity counter and grabbing her phone. "I'll try to get Howie in here." "You better do more than try," Tawny calls out as Kara walks away from the vanity stand and out of the trailer. Okay, so maybe she's having a really, really bad day? Maureen grabs a hairdryer and starts carefully drying my long blonde locks. And even with the loud whooshing sounds of air being pushed out near my ears, I can still hear the moment Tawny starts her current phone call. "Lydia, where the hell are you?" She snaps into the receiver. "I'm sitting here with a woman who shouldn't be allowed to do hair and makeup, making me look like shit, and you're nowhere to be found." "Yeah? So? Well, forget about the fucking coffee and get in here and fix this." Yeah, I'm starting to think this is just her norm. A pretentious diva with a huge, privileged stick up her ass. Thankfully, my phone buzzes in my lap, and I look down to find a text in my group chat with Rocky and Billy. Hell yes, a distraction. Billy: "How is your first official day on set going?" Rocky: "Yes, tell us all the things." I smile and type out a response. Me: "Well, my first scene included kissing my jerk co-star and him being his usual asshole self, and now I'm currently in the hair and makeup trailer watching a very popular Hollywood actress have a meltdown about her hair and makeup. Which, by the way, looks really good." Rocky: "Welcome to Hollywood, LOL. And who is the actress?" Me: "Tawny Rose." Billy: "Jesus, she's a real peach. And by real peach, I mean total bitch." Billy calling someone a bitch is like Buddha calling someone an asshole. It simply doesn't happen. Me: "So I take it you've had some run-ins with her?" Billy: "One of my very first PA jobs revolved around dealing with that awful woman. She's never happy about anything or anyone. Always complaining. Like, literally, always complaining." Rocky: "I worked with her on a movie once, and she was bananas." I grin down at their messages. Me: "So I guess my first impression of her being a huge diva wasn't off base then?" Billy: "Nope. She's such a diva, she gives actual divas a bad name." Me: "LOL." Rocky: "Are you going to have scenes with her?" Me: "A few. She's my character's best friend." Rocky: "Oh, snap. That's some bullshit right there." Me: "Tell me about it." Billy: "If it makes you feel any better, Howie is already aware she's a problem. I'm sure he'll have your back if she gets out of hand on set." "Where in the fuck is she?" Tawny's voice fills my ears, and I look up from my phone to find her pacing the trailer. "I'm sure Kara will be back soon," Maureen chimes in over the hairdryer she's still using on my locks. "It's no easy feat, trying to get the director in here while he's busy, filming the movie." "I don't give a shit if he's busy. He should know I'm a priority." Tawny scoffs, and I can't stop myself from letting my own personal peanut gallery in on the dramatics. Me: "Now she's arguing with my hair and makeup girl about how our director should know he's supposed to drop everything because she's a priority." Rocky: "Oddly enough, this is making me miss Hollywood just a teensy bit. I mean, the best people watching revolved around witnessing actresses like Tawny have meltdowns. Feel free to send video clips of her temper tantrums my way. Harrison just taught me to do edits for TikTok. I'll keep this one to myself, though, promise." Billy: "LOL. Why does Harrison know how to TikTok?" Rocky: "It doesn't matter. Let's focus on the footage." Me: "Very funny. Like I'd even risk recording her. She's like the Regina George of Hollywood. No doubt I'd face some kind of evil retribution." Billy: "So, other than your diva co-star throwing a shit fit, everything's going well?" Me: "Yeah. So far, so good." Clearly, having to deal with Andrew isn't my favorite thing in the world. And dear God, he makes me so freaking mad pretty much all the time. But right now, while I'm sitting in this trailer and he's nowhere to be found, I feel good. Great, even. I'm already halfway through my first day on set, and I haven't screwed anything up or resorted to any sort of violence. All in all, I'd say that's a win. Now, Tawny Rose, on the other hand, I think she'd strongly disagree that this day is going well. Fortunately, when Maureen finishes with my hair and starts touching up my makeup, Tawny gets tired of waiting for Kara to get back and storms out of the trailer on the warpath. And the last words that leave her lips are, "Fuck this." Once she's gone, Maureen lets out a deep sigh. Man, she's a real joy to be around, huh? I grin at her in the reflection of the vanity mirror. Yeah, I snort. A true gem. Poor Kara is going to have to deal with her bullshit for the next several weeks. I'm torn between feeling bad for her, but also thankful that awful woman is not my problem on this movie. Have you ever worked with her before? I ask, and Maureen flashes a knowing look my way. Girl, you have no idea, she answers without hesitation and pats some powder across my nose. I have stories for days. I grin at that. That bad, huh? Whatever you're thinking about her right now, multiply that by about 1,000,000, and you'll get close to how bad she can be. Damn. Exactly, Maureen answers as she switches to my eyes, gently brushing eyeshadow against one of my closed lids. My best advice to you, if you see her, go in the other direction if you can. And when you're stuck working with her, just take everything she says with a grain of salt and don't feel the need to play nice if she gets out of hand. Also, if you do get the golden opportunity to smack her, hit a little harder for me. Yeah, I think I'll try to avoid the whole smacking bit, but I'll definitely keep it all in mind. I smirk and keep my eyes closed. Knock, knock. A male voice fills my ears, and the sound of knuckles rapping against the trailer door echoes inside the room. Is Birdie in here? She is, Maureen calls back. Can I come in and talk to her for a minute? Sure thing. The door swings open, and Maureen lifts the brush from my eyes so I can open them. And Johnny Johnston stands at the threshold. Hey there, he greets, and flashes a friendly, warm smile my way. I wanted to come in and see how you're doing. How I'm doing? I ask and lift an incredulous brow. It's your first day on set, Birdie, he explains. And since you seemed pretty nervous this morning, I wanted to make sure everything was going okay for you. Oh, I respond, surprise evident in my voice. Well, thank you. That's really sweet. And I'm doing pretty well. So far, so good, I should say. Have you eaten anything yet? I shake my head. Haven't had any time. Normally, my assistant Samantha would be here with me and make sure I have everything I need, but she was delayed a little in Nashville because of a family emergency. Her dad is in the process of getting moved into a nursing home, and there was no way in hell I was going to make her follow me out to L.A. before she felt reassured that he was all settled in. And Neil, my manager, had to take an important meeting with my label on my behalf. So I'm kind of a lone woman swimming in the Hollywood deep end today. Although, Samantha and Neil and my publicist Candy have all reached out to me several times to make sure things are going smoothly. Well, are you about done in here? He asks, and I glance toward Maureen for confirmation. 10 minutes or so and she'll be all set. My eyes move back to him. Are they waiting on me? I ask, and fear starts to fill my belly over the idea that I'm making our director wait. But Johnny shakes his head. No, we still have another 40 or so minutes before we have to get on set. He answers with a grin. But before we go do that, I want to make sure you get something to eat. Oh, okay, I respond with a small, thankful smile. Honestly, it's a breath of fresh air to talk to a co-star who doesn't appear to be a huge asshole or an outrageous diva. Yeah, sure. Just give me 10 minutes and I'll be ready to grab some lunch. His smile grows. Perfect.
Chapter 20. Andrew. A sexy woman is one thing, but a snake disguised in a sexy woman's clothing does abso-fucking-lutely nothing for me.
Andrew Watson.
A female voice purrs in my direction, and I look up from the plate of food I just snagged from the craft services table and into the eyes of Tawny Rose, an actress I've known for a while after working on a movie together several years back.
It feels like it has been forever since I've seen you.
It's certainly been a hot minute, I respond, but I don't make a move to get up from my seat. Tawny is a notorious viper in the celebrity circuit, and I've never really been a fan of that kind of woman, no matter how much fun they might be to play with for a few nights. She's like a female praying mantis reincarnated into human form, ready to bite the heads off past lovers when she's had her fill. And by fill, I mean obtained as much fame, notoriety, and material things as she can get before she feels the need to find her next victim. It's all a game to women like Tawny Rose, and every person she yanks into her orbit serves some sort of superficial purpose.
You know,
She says and sits down beside me, dramatically crossing her legs so that her foot brushes the material of my jeans, batting her eyelashes in my direction.
I was sad after we did that movie together, and you never called me. I thought we had a lot of fun together.
By a lot of fun, she means she tried to convince me to fuck her, and I didn't jump at the opportunity. Like I said, I'm not a fan of snakes, even if the snake is objectively hot by today's Instagram model standards.
Didn't we, though?
She asks, her voice still purring like a fucking kitten.
Have a lot of fun together on Can't Hold Back?
Sure. I shrug and take a bite of my grilled chicken sandwich. It was definitely a great group of actors, and the movie did well when it released.
But I'm not talking about on set, Andrew.
She says, with knowing seduction in her voice.
I'm talking about all the fun we had off-set.
Offset? What the fuck bullshit is she trying to spout now? I lift my eyes from my plate of food, but just as I let them meet Tawny's, I'm distracted by something behind her. Two somethings behind her, in fact. When I walk into the room and head for the craft services table, I spot Bertie and Johnny Johnston smiling and chatting with each other as they grab some plates and utensils and start perusing the food. Bertie's long blonde hair is now dry from our earlier rain scene, and her outfit has been changed from cut-off jean shorts to this sexy little white dress that shows off an even sexier amount of leg. Johnny says something to her, she laughs, and I have the odd urge to get up from my seat and interrupt their little powwow. I'm man enough to admit that I'm a little jealous, but I'm also concerned for Bertie's well-being. Johnny has classic nice guy syndrome. Everything's sweet and funny and fun and friendly during the chase, but when a girl gets it in her head that she has the option not to put out at the end of the date, he flips the switch. She's a cunt and a tease and a total bitch because she dared to object to such a nice guy. I may be an asshole, but at least I'm honest about my motives instead of feeling righteously self-entitled. Honestly, he's the most dangerous kind of guy, if you ask me.
Hello?
Tawny's voice is in my ear again.
Earth to Andrew,
She says, and I move my gaze away from Bertie and her new best fucking friend and back to the woman sitting beside me. Jesus Christ, what do you want from me? Yeah, Tawny? I ask, and she rolls her eyes dramatically and slaps a flirtatious hand against my bicep.
God, Andrew, were you even listening to me?
She questions, and I just offer a shrug. Mind repeating what you said, and I'll let you know if I actually heard it?
I swear.
Tawny laughs and touches my bicep again.
You're such a jerk sometimes.
I shrug again. Wouldn't be the first time I've heard that. Lord knows a certain little birdie has made a point to tell me that nearly every single day since I first met her.
Well, like I was saying, we had a lot of fun together on our last movie, and I think we should make some time on this movie to have more fun together.
With the way she's talking, you'd think I'd actually fucked her. I'm sure we'll have a real blast during the scenes we're shooting together.
I think you and I both know that's not the kind of fun I'm talking about.
She eyes me suggestively and leans closer to whisper into my ear.
I'm talking about the kind of fun that involves just the two of us and your big cock.
Like I said before, Tawny Rose is a fucking viper, but I can't deny the big cock part is highly accurate. At least she's spinning her flirtatious bullshit with facts. But even if I were interested in letting her anywhere near my big cock, which I'm not, this woman's motives have everything to do with increasing her celebrity. One night in bed with her and I'd wake up to every gossip column across the country talking about our brand new romance and shit. Hell, she'd probably find a way to fucking film it and have her publicity team leak a sex tape. She might be a good actress, but she is that self-serving and crazy for fame. I see you're just getting straight to the point, huh? I question, and her face is still far too close to mine. She winks.
I think you know I'm not the kind of woman who beats around the bush.
If I didn't know that before, it's pretty apparent now. I mock and lean back in my seat, putting some distance between her and me, and also taking my time to move my gaze across the room. It doesn't take long before a familiar pair of brown eyes is staring back into mine, and then, between one shocked blink and the next, they're gone, away from me, and back on Johnny fucking Johnston. Oh, hello there, Birdie. Call me crazy, but it feels a lot like someone is watching me from across the room. A good amount of warmth and intrigue settle like a blanket over my chest.
So, what do you say?
Tawny asks and reaches out to touch my bicep again. I say I'm gonna finish my lunch and then head to my trailer to get ready for my next scene.
Does that mean you want company in your trailer?
Nope, I answer without hesitation and take a big bite of my sandwich. Thanks, but no thanks. I'm good, Tawny. Her face scrunches up like she just ate a lemon, and it doesn't take long before she's standing up from her seat on a sneer. But just before she walks away from my table, she leans forward and whispers into my ear,
My offer only stands for so long, so don't screw up the opportunity of a lifetime.
Rare opportunities usually don't get offered up so easily. The irony of her words spurs a chuckle from my lips. Whatever you say, Tawny. Thankfully, she doesn't waste any time striding her crazy ass in the opposite direction from my table, and I sure as shit don't waste any time pulling my cell phone out of my pocket and sending a text of interference. She won't realize it now, but one day Birdie will realize that today at least I was bothering her for her own good. Me, enjoying your first official day on set? I'm more than pleased with how quickly she responds. Firecracker.
Since I got my dreaded first scene out of the way, it's been going much better.
I grin when I read her words. Me, first-time jitters are always rough. Firecracker.
Jitters? No, that wasn't it. I had to pretend to like kissing an asshole.
Pretend? Ha! That's cute. She lost herself in that kiss all 6 goddamn times we had to shoot it so Howie could get all the angles he wanted. And she wasn't the only one. Me. Wow, sounds like your morning went just about as well as mine did then. Firecracker.
And what was so bad about your morning?
Me. A polite gentleman never kisses and tells, sweetheart. Firecracker.
I guess it's a good thing you're no gentleman then, huh?
I look up at her from across the room, but she's too busy listening to whatever Johnny is rambling on about while picking out all the M&Ms from the trail mix on her plate to meet my eyes. One by one, she eats the M&Ms and leaves the peanuts and raisins behind. It's kind of cute, but also it's trail mix treason. Everyone knows the peanuts and raisins are the best part. Me. I see you've made a new friend. Firecracker.
I did. He's very nice and welcoming, a true breath of fresh air.
Oh, I'm sure Johnny Johnston is just rolling out the red carpet for her, all in the name of getting into her panties. Before I can respond with a little warning about Johnny's fucking friendliness, my phone buzzes in my hands with another message from her. Firecracker.
And I saw you're making new friends too. Or maybe she's already a friend of yours?
She typed friend in quotations. Wow, this is too good to let go. Me, sweetheart? Is this your roundabout way of asking if Tawny Rose and I are fuck buddies? When I hit send on the message, I move my gaze over to her table and watch the shocked expression that consumes her face when she reads it. Her response comes in moments later. Firecracker.
Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious that you'd think I even care about something like that. I've never even seen American Sniper.
American Sniper? What the hell is she talking about? I shake my head and ignore the random reference in the interest of concentrating on the part of these messages I really care about anyway. Me. Are you sure, though? Because there was a lot of insinuation swirling around inside that message of yours about friends. Firecracker.
Don't flatter yourself. When it comes to you, I give 0 fucks about who your little soldier has or hasn't laid siege to.
My little soldier? Me. If you give 0 fucks, then why are you texting me about it? She meets my eyes from across the room and glares. Firecracker.
Pretty sure you're the one who started texting me, and now, if you don't mind, I'm going to finish eating my lunch and chatting with someone who isn't an asshole.
Me. Enjoy your lunch, Birdie, and good luck shooting your next scene. Hell, maybe I'll stop by and watch you and your new buddy on set. You know, just in case you need any acting tips or guidance. Firecracker.
Pretty sure you're going to be a little busy, doing your fucking job on set?
She's right. I'm scheduled to shoot some of Cal's flashback scenes with Serena Kuntz and the AD running the ship, but it's also highly interesting that she's aware of that fact. Me. Aw, you keeping track of my schedule? Firecracker. Considering everyone's schedule is on my schedule, it's kind of hard to miss. Yeah, but I don't take the time to memorize everyone's schedule. You mean you only take the time to memorize hers? Me? Well, I think you and I both know I'll be done shooting way before you are. It always takes you some time to get over your nerves and find your rhythm. Not to mention, without me there helping to guide you, it's probably going to take you a bit longer. What can I say? I can't stop myself from saying shit to get a rise out of her. Once Birdie reads my last message, she pointedly rolls her eyes and flips her phone screen side down onto the table. A universal signal of, I'm done with this conversation. It makes me grin. And I'm not actually going to watch her and her new friend film their next scene, but I have a feeling she's going to have her eyes out for me the entire time. Game on, sweetheart.
Chapter 21. Birdie. I'd rather get a root canal than film scene 33. A week and a half into my LA shooting schedule, and I'm starting to find my stride. I've set my mind free from the fear of messing up and focused my nervous energy on voicing my concerns or worries to my director. And Howie has proven to be a dream to work with. He's patient and kind, yet knows when to push me and challenge me. He uses kid gloves when I'm straddling the line of vulnerability and doesn't hesitate to offer me constructive criticism in key moments that help propel me forward. And, surprisingly, when it comes to the scenes that include me singing on stage with my band, he is open to my input and suggestions. Yesterday, for example, in a scene that involved Arizona playing for a crowd of thousands, he agreed with my desire to change the set list so that the most powerful song, Heavy Hearts, a song I had the amazing opportunity to co-write, would be the last song we played, since it was the one the crowd responded to the most. I'm really digging the airy vibe today, Samantha comments as we head out of the hair and makeup trailer and toward the craft services tent to grab a quick bite to eat. It's so nice having her out here with me, finally. Maureen did a kick-ass job on your hair. I wish we could bring Maureen back to Nashville with us. I agree, and pull out a few M&Ms from the bag of trail mix I'm snacking on and pop them into my mouth. Girl, tell me about it, Sam exclaims through a laugh. We both suck so hard at makeup, she'd save us from our messy bun catastrophes. Truer words have never been spoken. Both Samantha and I are completely inept at doing our own hair and makeup, and having a goddess like Maureen around to make sure we looked pretty would be a dream come true. Amen, sister. Freaking men. Obviously, that's a little over the top for my standards, and I shall resort to my old ways of watching YouTube makeup tutorials and failing miserably in my attempts at the illustrious smoky eye in my free time. All right, next order of business is to get you some food, she says, diving straight into assistant mode. Then, you should have about an hour to wind down before you have to be on set again at 2. No radio interviews? I ask, and she flashes a grin in my direction. Not a single one. A huge sigh of relief escapes my lungs. Oh, thank everything. Sam just giggles, and I follow her lead into the big white tent set up outside one of the studio sets. Why don't you sit down right here and I'll grab you something? She leads me toward an empty table in the center of the room, and I plop my ass down without complaint. What sounds good, Bird? A yawn escapes my lips, and I giggle. Coffee? She smirks. And what else? I yawn again. 2 coffees? Food, Birdie, she remarks and rolls her eyes. What do you want to eat? A bagel, a sandwich, some pasta? They have pretty much everything you can think of. Considering it's almost noon, I've been up since 4 this morning, and I've yet to eat anything of substance since the day started. I should be hungry. But should is the operative word. Ever since last night, when I realized my afternoon shoot would involve the dreaded scene 33, my stomach has been a mess. The freaking sex scene between Arizona and Cal. Honestly, Sam, I'm not that hungry. She narrows her eyes at me. You have to eat something. I'm eating right now, I retort, and hold up the bag of trail mix toward her. See? I pop 2 more M&Ms into my mouth and grin. That doesn't count. She rolls her eyes. I'm talking about actual food, Bertie. Fine, I groan. Just get me something light then. How about a bagel with some fruit? I want to say hell no, but in the name of keeping the peace, I mutter, sure, sounds peachy. My assistant turns on her heel and heads out on her food search, and I take the time to pull my phone out of her purse that's sitting on the table and scroll through my notifications. Billy. OBGYN says my vagina is looking stellar, holding down the baby fortress as it should and everything. A model 7-month pregnant woman I am. I'm so glad the appointment went well, but the reminder that I still have to wait to find out if I'm having a niece or nephew until the baby is born is beyond dissatisfying. Ugh, just tell me if it's a boy or girl already. I keep scrolling to a text from Rocky with a link to a comical story about my co-star Tawny Rose. Apparently, the diva showed her whole ass on social media the other day, bitching about how difficult it is for a woman like her in show business. And lots of people had things to say about it. After snorting a couple times at the writer's metaphorical use of the words full moon, I move out of my message folder and into my email. The 2 top spots in my inbox are filled by my manager Neil with endorsement proposals from a makeup company and a famous fashion designer wanting me to be the face of their fall line. And an email from my publicist Candy asking me if I would like her to put out a statement regarding Tawny Rose's social media meltdown sits just below that. Apparently, quite a few magazines and media sources have reached out for my comments. Not happening. The evil part of me would kind of love to let the world know just how difficult that woman makes things for everyone else. But the rational side of me knows, in this case, it's best to keep my opinions to myself. Those stories aren't mine to tell. Well, hello, a too familiar voice says near my ear, and I lift my eyes from the screen of my phone to find Andrew standing beside my chair, grinning down at me.
How are you doing on this fine day, sweetheart?
Sweetheart. Good Lord. Does this guy ever quit with the sweetheart bullshit? Pretty good, I answer, but make no move to return the sentiment. Of course, he doesn't miss a beat.
Aren't you going to ask me how I'm doing?
I tilt my head to the side and search his eyes for a brief moment. Nope. No, I'm not. A soft chuckle leaves his lips.
You know, I get the sense you're pissed at me, but I can't quite figure out why.
Now it's my turn to laugh. He grins.
And now you're laughing at me.
Yes, I am.
Are you laughing with me or at me?
Do you want the nice answer or the honest answer? His grin grows.
Hit me with the honesty, firecracker.
Firecracker? I narrow my eyes.
Call it an inside joke.
An inside joke? I scrunch up my nose in confusion. With yourself?
Yep.
I'm starting to wonder if you can actually hear how ridiculous you sound. I cackle. Andrew Watson likes playing with himself.
Let me guess. This is another thing you have a problem with.
He asks, his voice dripping with sarcasm.
Call me crazy, but you having problems with me seems to be a recurrent theme.
Good God. He has taken me so far down the rabbit hole of ridiculousness, I don't even know what we were talking about in the first place.
And where's your new buddy, Johnny?
He asks with a cheeky-as-fuck grin.
I figured the 2 of you would be getting cozy over some lunch.
I could ask you the same thing about your friend, Tawny. I snap back and immediately regret it when his lips curl up in amusement. I really need to learn to keep my mouth shut around this guy. I need to do everything in my power not to react to whatever bullshit he's peddling, because Lord knows that's what he wants, a reaction. Why are you here again? I ask. Is it just to annoy me? Or is there an actual purpose to this lunch interruption?
A little of both, I guess you could say.
He grins and sets a to-go cup from Alfred's Coffee in front of me.
This is the best coffee LA has to offer.
You brought me coffee? He nods.
I figured you could use a little coffee to go with your M&Ms.
I quirk a brow, and he nods toward the bag of half-eaten trail mix by my phone.
I've noticed you're a fan of trail mix. Well, I should say the M&Ms in trail mix. He adds, truthfully, it goes against the integrity of trail mix, and everyone knows raisins and peanuts are the best part. But to each their own, I guess.
So let me get this straight. I begin and put both of my elbows on the table. You came over here to annoy me and school me on the proper way to eat trail mix?
And bring you coffee. He winks. You can't forget about that.
I brought you one of everything, Bertie, Samantha says in a rush as she plops 2 plates full of food onto the table before she drops it onto the floor. A turkey sandwich, pasta, a baked potato, salad, yogurt, you name it, and it's here. She's too busy trying not to drop shit that she doesn't realize Andrew is standing beside the table, watching her with amusement. And your coffee, she exclaims, removing it from the crook of her arm and setting it on the table. It's then that she notices there are now 2 cups of coffee sitting in front of me. With her head tilted toward the side, she glances between me and the coffees before she lifts her eyes from the table and finds Mr. Hollywood Heartthrob standing right there. Oh, hello, Samantha says, and her eyes go wide for a brief moment. But then she checks her expression and forces a neutral smile to her lips. I'm Samantha Mallory, Bertie's assistant. She sets the rest of her loot on the table, 2 bottles of water, a Twinkie, and a pack of Oreos, and holds out her hand. I don't believe we've met before. Are you with the lighting department? I haven't really had a chance to meet any of those guys yet. I bite my lip to fight my laughter. She knows who he is, but goddamn if she isn't the best assistant in the whole wide world.
I'm Andrew Watson.
He smirks as he shakes her hand.
Not with the lighting department, but I can vouch that Kenny and the rest of the lighting crew are good people. And I can also tell that you are the perfect assistant for this woman right here.
Oh, so you're Bertie's co-star in the movie, right? Sam continues to play dumb, and Andrew just nods.
I sure am,
he says with a big smile.
I just stopped by to bring her some coffee and say hello. And now I shall be on my way to get ready for our next big scene together. I believe it's scene 33.
He feigns uncertainty.
Is that right, Bertie?
I just glare at him, which only makes his smile grow.
See you on set, sweetheart,
he says, and then, after flashing a little wink in my direction, he turns on his heel and heads out of the tent. Well, I'll be damned, Samantha says, and lets out a little wolf whistle as she sits down next to me. Andrew Watson is even more attractive in person, which is saying a lot because he is always fuck hot in magazines and shit. Too bad he's an asshole. She eyes me knowingly. A fuck hot asshole who brought you a coffee? Yeah, I snort and make a point to toss said coffee into the trash can behind our table and take a sip from the fresh one she just brought over. He probably poisoned it or something. Man, you really don't like that guy, do you? I shake my head and start spreading butter on my baked potato. I pretty much loathe him. What's scene 33? She asks, and takes a bite of strawberry yogurt. God, don't remind me. What? What's wrong with that scene? It's a sex scene, Sam. A freaking sex scene between Arizona and Cal. And that's the next scene on the books for today? Yep. Oh boy. She bites her lip to fight her laughter. Do tell why you're one freaking breath away from laughing your ass off? A snort escapes her nose. Aren't male actors supposed to, wear something called a merkin over their junk during sex scenes? A merkin? I question. What is that? Some kind of penis mermaid tail? Cheese and rice. Now I'm going to be picturing a penis soldier in a seashell bra. She cackles. Lord, I wish. I'm pretty sure it's basically just a piece of cloth to sort of hide the goods, but it doesn't really hide the goods. Oh my God, I whine. Why would you put this in my head right now? She shrugs, and I glare. Just eat your stupid yogurt. Andrew Watson and his size 13 penis in a merkin? Maybe I should have drunk the coffee he brought me. A little poison never hurt anyone, right? I am a confident, sexy, empowered woman who is about to roll around in a bed in front of a whole bunch of people in just a pair of nude panties and a barely there bra, and I'm perfectly okay with this. Or, at least, that's what I tried to tell myself the instant I had to remove the robe that was covering my body and step on set. Frankly, all thoughts of empowerment and confidence went straight out the damn building the instant the cool air hit my exposed skin. But it's going to be okay. I can do this. I can film a sex scene. And it's not like I'm filming a sex scene for a freaking porno. It's for a Hollywood film, and the damn thing even fades to black before it gets too frisky. Yes, you can do this.
Okay, Birdie.
Howie directs me toward the sprawling bed on set and gently instructs me with his words on where he would like me to begin for the first few love-making action shots. A little to the left, a little to the right, an elongated neck, a slight curve to my spine. My nerves make it impossible for me to do any of it smoothly, but Howie stays patient and continues to guide me with encouragement and lack of judgment. He gets it. I can see in his eyes that he gets it, and he's doing everything in his power to make me comfortable.
That's perfect, Birdie,
he says, and offers a kind smile. But when he glances over his shoulder to look for my co-star, it seems the man of the hour is nowhere to be found.
Where the fuck is Andrew?
Howie questions and turns on his heel to stride out of the shot and toward his director's chair.
He should have been here 15 minutes ago.
I'm not sure, Serena responds with a shrug. He knew we were starting at 2 o'clock sharp.
I'm here.
Mr. Hollywood himself comes striding toward us, with a big old grin etched across his lips.
My apologies for my tardiness. You're 15 minutes late,
Howie snaps, irritation evident in his voice.
Like I said, I apologize. Now, who is ready to get started?
Andrew just flashes our director his annoyingly perfect movie star smile and proceeds to shrug off his white robe and hand it over to a PA. I wish I could say I was focused on the scene, or what our director is telling his camera guys, or even the damn ceiling at this point. But I'd be lying if I didn't say what lies beneath Andrew's robe has managed to snag my full attention. From his stupid head all the way to his feet, long, lean but muscular lines define his tall body. His biceps are thick and meaty in all the right places. His chest is broad and toned, with the perfect smattering of hair across his pecs. His rigid abdomen flows right into a V muscle of epic proportions that simply steals your focus and encourages your eyes to move down, 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 until you're faced with the thing Samantha was talking about. And beneath that ridiculous nude merkin, is the kind of bulge that can't be hidden. Holy size 13 mermaid soldier penis. I have to resist the urge to salute. He's not even hard, but he doesn't need to be. That lump makes it more than apparent that Andrew Watson is packing some major heat. Seriously. The man should have to apply for a concealed carry license or something to be able to lug that thing around. That penis should be included in the Second Amendment, and politicians everywhere should be trying to get some control over it. Sheesh. Couldn't God have given him a beer gut or a small penis? At least something that goes against the grain of his never-ending perfect looks. For heaven's sake, no one should look that good. Period. End of story. The merkin bulge moves toward me, and I instantly snap my eyes away from it and look toward our director. No way in hell am I going to let Andrew catch me peeking at his goods. I'd never hear the freaking end of it, and I'm already on the brink of insanity as it is. Thankfully, Howie is focused on moving filming right along. He instructs Andrew on where he wants him on the bed, with me, and once he's in position, my mind does this weird thing where I'm hearing what they're saying, and I'm even following my director's instructions, but I almost feel like I'm not really inside my body. I'm, outside of my body, but still in control of my body. It's so freaking weird, but it's somehow working. I'm completely numb to the current nearly naked situation that I and my asshole co-star are in, Yet, I'm managing to follow Howie's instructions through each shot that he wants to get on film. Cal running his fingers up Arizona's side. Arizona throwing her head back onto the pillows and shutting her eyes when Cal's lips are near her belly. Arizona's hands slipping into Cal's hair when he leans in to kiss her, and her toes curling into the silky bedsheets. Shot by shot by shot, I am somehow executing everything Howie needs out of my performance. It feels very calculated and technical, the opposite of sexy, and frankly, I'm grateful it's all going so smoothly. And it almost seems too easy.
Great job, guys. I'm loving all these shots we're getting,
Howie encourages.
Now, I want to switch it up a little and get some footage of the two of you just going with it. Show us that on-screen chemistry we all love seeing between you so much.
Until it's not easy, that is. Just going with it? What the hell does that mean? I'm sorry, what? I ask, and sit up on my elbows. What do you mean by just go with it?
I want to see Cal and Arizona get lost in the moment. Just play around with each other in bed, and let the moment take you wherever it goes until I call cut.
And just like that, I'm back inside my body, acutely aware of all of my senses. The pounding rhythm in my ribcage, the tightness in my lungs, the tingling nerves in my fingers and toes, and the fact that Andrew Watson and his hot movie star bod and big ol' penis bulge are intimately close to me. Gah.
Can you do that, Birdie?
Howie asks. I want to say hell no, but obviously that's not an option. Of course I can. No problemo. I stutter and ramble like a moron. I force a deep inhale of oxygen into my lungs and try to quell the trembling nerves that are apparently trying to consume my entire freaking body. Just relax. You're almost done with this scene, I coach myself. You can do this. But my little mental pep talk doesn't do shit. All racing heart and tingly stomach and numb fingers, I'm still a mess on the inside. Heaven help me. Why can't I go back to the whole out-of-body thing? That was working just fine before.
You good?
Andrew asks me, and I look over to meet his eyes. All good in the hood. All good in the hood? What the hell am I even saying?
Hey,
Andrew whispers, and his voice is surprisingly devoid of his normal sarcasm and teasing bullshit. What? I whisper back, but the word comes out a little harsher than I intend. He ignores it, though, and reaches out to gently touch my hand with his.
This is always nerve-wracking as hell, and it's okay to be nervous. You'd have to be a cyborg not to have some nerves right now.
Wait, what? Did he just say something nice? If my jaw is touching my freaking bare stomach, I wouldn't be surprised.
I know you hate taking any advice from me,
he continues with a soft smile.
But can I suggest something that will help?
I nod. A little too quickly, to be honest. But you try sitting around with your boobs and butt nearly visible for everyone to see and not be willing to take any scraps of hope you can get.
Lie back on the bed. Shut your eyes. And when Howie yells action, just let me ease us both into the scene.
I furrow my brow.
Birdie, just trust me on this.
Trust you? I question and furrow my brow even further. You want me to trust you? He grins at that.
Look, I know I can be a bit of an asshole.
A bit?
Okay, a total asshole. But I would never use a vulnerable moment like this to screw with you.
Promise? He nods.
You have my word.
I search his eyes for a long moment, and when I don't discern any red flags in the serene depths of his ocean-colored eyes, I acquiesce. Okay, I whisper and lie back on the bed so that my head is pressed into the pillow. I'll trust you, but I swear to God, if you're screwing with me, I will cut your balls off. A soft, discreet chuckle escapes his lips.
Understood. Everyone, quiet on set. Scene 33, take 40. Action!
Howie yells. Oh God, here goes nothing. On one last deep, cleansing breath, I shut my eyes And I just lie there and wait for Andrew to guide us into this scene. My heart pounds against my ribcage. Nerves prickle at my exposed skin, and it feels like an eternity before anything happens. But eventually, it does. Lips press against my stomach, and the muscles of my belly jump slightly as a quiet squeal pops from my throat. But the lips don't pause. They pull away. Instead, they kiss a gentle path up my belly, between my breasts, across my collarbone. Every small press feels like a feather tickling my skin. And those lips don't stop until they've created a path from my collarbone up my neck, across my cheek, and stay hovering over my mouth. 1 brush, 2 brushes, 3 brushes. The lips move across mine until the sensation is so tempting that I find myself opening my mouth and reaching up to return the favor. My lips to his. We kiss, slow and gentle at first, until the sensation builds to push the kiss further. Hands slide up my sides, and I can't stop myself from opening my eyes and exploring the skin that's touching mine. With my gaze and my touch, I take in the firm biceps and the defined belly and tempting V. I tickle my fingers across tanned, smooth skin and just let myself be mesmerized by the beauty that is this man's body. Good God, his body. It's Adonis on freaking steroids. Before I know it, his fingers are in my hair and his blue eyes are staring into mine, and the urge to kiss him again becomes too strong to deny. So, I do. I press my mouth to his, and I wrap my legs around his waist and pull his hips closer to mine. And I just let myself feel good. Because, fuck, does it feel good. This big, strong man against me, kissing me, touching me, it feels so damn good. I can't remember the last time I've felt this, whatever the hell this even is. The kiss gets deeper, and my hips rock up into his, and I can feel him, right there, right against me, and a little moan escapes my throat and vibrates against his mouth.
Cut!
Cut? Cut what? A groan escapes his lips and steals my full attention, and my fingers slip out of his hair and dig into the taut skin of his shoulders, urging him to press himself closer to me. Fuck. What is this? Why does this feel so damn good?
Cut!
I hear that word again.
Cut!
And again, until it finally registers inside my brain. The scene. Cut the freaking scene. I blink open my eyes, and I find stunned blue eyes staring back into mine.
Fantastic job, you two. Fantastic job.
Howie exclaims in the background, but I'm too busy trying to reacquaint myself with reality. I am Bertie Harris. I am on a bed in the middle of a set for a film, and my body is wrapped around Andrew Watson like second freaking skin. Holy shit. Instantly, I disentangle my legs from around his hips and remove my hands from his shoulders, and Andrew gently slides his body off of mine. It takes me all of 2 seconds to get off the bed and head towards Samantha, who is standing there with my robe, her wide eyes practically consuming her whole face. "You okay?" she whispers toward me as I shrug on the robe. All I can do is nod. Truthfully, I don't know what I am right now. But when Howie announces that we can call it a day, I'm thankful I can quickly escape into the privacy of my trailer. What in the hell just happened back there? Pretty sure you just enjoyed, like, really enjoyed, a dry hump session with Andrew Fuckface Watson in front of an audience. Oh, for the love of everything. I should have known a sex drought that's lasted this long would only come back to bite me in the ass. Chapter 22. Bertie. I like to party, and by party, I mean, I like days off that revolve around me napping my ass off. I don't think I fully understood the word exhaustion until I decided to take an acting job in Hollywood while finishing recording an album. I'm generally a stickler for sticking with routines that work, especially when it comes to my music, but I've had to switch up my usual recording routine and adapt. Which basically means I'm fitting in recording sessions whenever and wherever I can. I don't have the luxury of recording my album in my favorite Nashville studio, and I certainly don't have the luxury of time. Ever since I started shooting for Grassroots, every minute of my schedule has been filled, from the moment I wake up until the moment my head hits the pillow. I'm either on set, in my rental practicing lines with an acting coach by the name of Carrie, recording for my album or the Grassroots soundtrack in a studio about 10 miles from my rented house, or fulfilling some sort of press obligation for the movie or my album, or both. This has to be the busiest I've ever been in my whole life. Which is why when I step out of the shower and find a text message from my manager, a deep, heavy sigh escapes my lungs. Neil.
I know you don't want to hear this, but it's good PR for you to go to that party. Everyone working on Grassroots is going to be there, not to mention some very important, very influential Hollywood types that will only help make this movie a box office success.
This is the first Saturday, in what feels like months, that I have nothing planned. No professional obligations, no filming, no recording, no press interviews. On the contrary, though, it was obviously wishful thinking on my part to believe I'd get away with a whole day of nothing. Candy. Neil is right, Bertie. You need to make an appearance at that party, which is why Maureen will be stopping by your place in a few hours to help you with your hair and makeup. Once my publicist joins the group chat with my team, I know I'm shit out of luck. I'm going to have to go to this stupid party. But, to be honest, it's a little shitty to call a shindig thrown by Howie King a stupid party. With only 5 days left of LA shoots, and us nearing the halfway mark through the entirety of filming for Grassroots, my director has decided to give everyone the day off and throw a little celebration for the cast and crew. Of course, Howie being deep in the throes of Hollywood's most famous, the cast and crew on Grassroots aren't the only people who will be there tonight. Lots of big names will be in attendance. Sam, I call out from my cozy spot on the couch. Yeah? She answers back from somewhere on the other side of the massive house. I'm not sure where she is, but from the sound of her voice echoing, it seems like she's in the guest bedroom she's been sleeping in while helping me in LA. Samantha might be my assistant, but she's also become one of my best friends over the years, and I saw no point in her staying in a freaking hotel or something ridiculous like that when I took in the insanely huge rental house the studio allocated to me. There is more than enough room for the two of us inside this place. Hell, there's room for us and a family of 6. Don't get me wrong, the home is downright stunning. All picturesque, shiny glass views of the hills and LA, and the kind of kitchen, living room, and backyard terrace and pool that Pinterest boards dream of. When were you going to let me know my date with the Golden Girls and vegging out on the couch wasn't going to happen? I was waiting for Neil to break the news to you. So, you knew about Maureen coming to do my damn hair and makeup? Yep, she answers without hesitation. And I also know about a driver coming to pick you up at 8, and a security detail sticking with you to and from the party. Oh, it just keeps getting better and better. Thanks a lot. Sorry, Bertie. Her responding laugh echoes down the hall and fills my ears. I just didn't want to be the one to pop your bliss bubble. All day, she's heard me go on and on about how happy I was that I had absolutely nothing to do, and the entire time, she knew it was all a lie. Traitor. Fingers to the screen of my phone, I type out a message to my team. Me. I'd like to put in a request for a day off, like a real day off. If y'all can make that work sometime between now and the day I die, that'd be great. Candy. LOL. Noted. Neil.
Birdie, I promise once filming is done, you will have over 6 weeks with nothing on the books until you need to get back in the studio and finish your album. You could literally spend weeks in some tropical location without doing anything but sleeping in the sun and drinking margaritas.
Okay, now that is something I can get behind. Me. I'm holding you to that, buddy. Neil.
Please do. I knew you'd need a breather, and that's why I made sure you weren't diving straight into finishing up your album right after filming ended.
This is exactly why Neil is my manager. Sometimes he might feel like a scheduled tyrant, but he always manages to soften it up by doing things like this. Candy. Just try and have some fun tonight, okay? That is what this party is meant for. Me. Let's all just hope I don't end up falling asleep somewhere in the corner of Howie King's house. Hey, Birdie, I think I'm going to run out and grab a few things at the store, Samantha calls out to me. How about I pick you up a Red Bull while I'm out? I roll my eyes. Let me guess. Neil texted you? Her response is a giggle as she strides past me and steps into the kitchen to grab her purse and keys. Sugar-free or regular, honey? I roll my eyes again. Sometimes my team is a little too on top of things. How about you just grab us some In-N-Out burgers and fries, and I'll try my best not to give you the stink eye for the rest of the afternoon. She grins. Deal. Once Sam heads out the front door, I decide to use my time wisely by getting as cozy as possible on the large sectional sofa and alternately napping and watching a rerun of Gilmore Girls on Netflix. Sure, I have 2 hours max to achieve my lazy goals, but I'm no quitter. Lorelai is on a ramble about something her mother did to tick her off, and my eyes are getting heavier by the minute. 1 slow blink, 2 even slower blinks. I'm so close to letting blessed sleep consume me. Ah, yes. Come to Mama. The world around me goes dark, and my breaths slow, and I'm so damn close to achieving my nap goal when the abrupt sound of my phone chiming from the cushion beside me startles my eyes open again. Ugh, go away! I shut my eyes and groan into the sofa pillows. But when another chime, and another chime, and another freaking chime fill my ears, I'm forced to open my eyes all the way and check my damn phone. I mean, what if it's something important, like Samantha asking me if I want a chocolate milkshake? A few taps to the screen, and I find out it's the exact opposite of important. Andrew.
Looks like I'll be seeing you tonight at Howe's, sweetheart.
Andrew.
Should be a good time.
Andrew.
Winky face.
Did he really need 3 freaking messages to convey those words? I blow a hard breath past my lips, and it tousles the strands of my hair near my eyes. It was almost like I forgot his existence. Instantly, though, uninvited memories of the infamous Scene 33 shoot fill my head, and I have to force the fuckers right back out. No way in hell am I going to sit here and think about how for the briefest of moments I thought it felt good to be that close to Andrew Watson. Briefest of moments? Girl, that scene took several hours to film, and you were dry-humping him like his big bulge was going... Nope, not happening. I refuse to go down that rabbit hole. Ever since we filmed Scene 33 together, I've been delightfully unaware of his presence. That's mostly due to the fact that over the past week and a half, every scene I shot didn't include him. And, thankfully, he's only been compelled to text me a handful of times about utter randomness, like pictures of trail mix that doesn't have M&Ms, and snarky commentary about Johnny Johnston's beard. And, truthfully, the beard Johnny has to sport for half of the movie is not so great. Even slightly pube-esque, if I'm being honest. But Johnny has been nothing but sweet to me since I met him, so I refuse to play gossip girl with Andrew, even if it's meant lighthearted. But his text message is an annoying reminder that tonight and the next 5 days that we'll be shooting in LA, and the next 4 weeks that we'll be shooting in Memphis will include me seeing him a lot. Nearly every day, in fact. The mere idea of spending a few weeks in a tropical location has never looked as good as it does right now. Instantly, I make a mental note to get Samantha on the task of scouting out locations for where we can go. Surely, I'm going to need something good to look forward to. Something positive to help me get through these next several weeks. Howie King lives up to his namesake. Between his sprawling mansion in Beverly Hills, the insane spread of food that waits for guests in the dining room that is bigger than most people's homes, and the fact that there are valets and servers and security and a freaking famous DJ serenading people with music by the pool, he proves he literally lives life like a king. Hell, when my driver dropped me off, Howie's butler Lewis opened my door. His freaking butler, people. The only butler I know was Mr. Belvedere, and that was a damn TV show. Good Lord. I don't even want to think about the price tag of his LA pad, or how many staff Howie has on his payroll, or how much this party costs. Pretty sure my head would explode if I saw the numbers. Welcome to Hollywood, baby. I snag a glass of champagne off a tray being held by a friendly server dressed in a tuxedo and take a sip to quell my discomfort. I don't know why I always feel a little out of place in situations like this, but I do. You'd think the years I've spent in the music industry would help me adjust to the life of the rich and famous, but on the inside, I still feel like that 14-year-old West Virginia girl who grew up off a dirt country road in her granny's small ranch with the rusted-out tin roof. Billy and I don't come from wealthy roots. Hell, we don't even come from middle-class roots. We were what most people would call dirt poor. I realize that now, but when I was a kid, I didn't really know the difference. I knew we didn't have a lot of money, but our granny always made the best of things. Obviously, I've adjusted to enjoying some of the more materialistic things in life, but I honestly don't think I'll ever get to the point where I'm living like this, with butlers and shit. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but it's just not me, and I highly doubt any amount of money or success or fame will change that. I weave my way through the party, and the black stilettos Samantha all but forced me to wear, along with a fancy, form-fitting black dress, are already making my damn feet hurt. I don't hesitate to pull out my phone and let her know. Me. You may as well rent a wheelchair now because these stupid stilettos you made me wear are going to make sure my feet don't work tomorrow. Her response comes in seconds later. Samantha. Those stilettos are hot, just like the dress. Not to mention the hair and makeup Maureen added to the look. You're banging, honey. Own that shit. Me. I'm not going to look so banging when I fall flat on my face because my feet go numb. Samantha. Beauty is pain, honey. So suck it up and just try to enjoy yourself. And hey, if you want to bring home some hot Hollywood sex on a stick, don't worry about me. I'll make sure I stay in my room all night. Me. Hot Hollywood sex on a stick? Do me a favor. Unsubscribe from Cosmo and BuzzFeed. Samantha. Get real, Birdie. You know they have the best quizzes. Me. Oh, yeah, because we all need to know what breed of dog is our spirit animal. Samantha. My loyal Labrador spirit is what makes me such a good assistant. And, quick question, why are you texting with me when you are at a party in Beverly Hills where handsome, sexy men are undoubtedly walking around the room? Not to throw anything in your face, but you and I both know it's been a long while since you've gotten down and dirty. Me. Not to throw anything in my face? Pretty sure you just did. I hit send and look up from the screen of my phone in search of the so-called handsome, sexy men. And of course, one of the first people I spot is Andrew freaking Watson. He stands in the middle of a group of 5 or so women, his signature heartthrob smirk plastered on his dumb face. Instantly, I'm aggravated, irritated with him, exasperated with the women who are visibly enjoying his company. Just annoyed. Yes, he's handsome. Yes, he's sexy. But he's more than proven he's an ass. My phone buzzes in my hand, and I look down to find another long-ass message from Samantha. Samantha. Meh, whatever. Right now, I'm trying to decide if it's a good or bad thing that I'm not going to be with you in Memphis. Will my not being there ensure that you'll have some late-night fun? Or will it make it easier for you to become a flipping hermit? Since I have so many things happening back home, and Memphis is only a few hours from Nashville, it was decided that Samantha won't be on location with me and would head home instead. Me. You act like I'm going to be in Memphis without shit to do. I'd like to remind you that I'll be working. A lot. Samantha. I have an idea. How about you stop texting me and go have some damn fun, Birdie? Be young and stupid for once. Have a few drinks. Flirt with hot guys. Hell, maybe find a hot piece of ass, bring him home, fuck his brains out, and send him on his way. The world is your oyster tonight, honey. Enjoy yourself. You work too hard. Sometimes you need to let loose and just live in the moment. All of a sudden, my assistant is a life coach. Only, instead of telling me to start doing yoga or drink protein shakes, she's encouraging alcohol and sex. The irony isn't lost on me. One of the women in Andrew's little group throws her head back in a laugh and puts a hand to his chest, like whatever he just said is the funniest thing she's ever heard in her whole damn life. Jesus, he's not that funny, lady. I can't not roll my eyes at it. If I'm going to enjoy myself at this party, I'm going to have to do it somewhere I don't have to stand around and witness this kind of superficial crap. Me. Pretty sure living in the moment doesn't necessarily include the debauchery you're currently encouraging, but I'll do my best. Samantha. Glory hallelujah! Truthfully, I wish I could Freaky Friday this shit and switch places with her. I'd be more than happy to sit around on the couch in my cozy pajamas, rather than walk around this party in stilettos that will most likely leave battle scars on my poor feet. For the love of God, stop being such a cranky biatch and make the best of this situation. I know Samantha is right. I should try to enjoy myself and relish a night out that doesn't completely revolve around work obligations. I should let loose and have some fun. I glance down at the champagne glass that's still clutched in my hand and don't hesitate to lift it to my lips and down the whole damn thing in 3 gulps. And then I purposefully leave the living room area that's occupied by Andrew Watson and his giggly harem and head out onto the terrace, where an infinity pool is framed by a luxe view of downtown L.A. I spot Tawny Rose on the other side of the pool, a cigarette perched in her hand, and a purse that costs more money than most people make in a year.
Thanks for sticking around. Time for a quick 1-minute break. Enjoy this calming tune. And remember, everything here is free for your enjoyment.
Hanging from her wrist. Yet again, another place I don't want to be. When I see Johnny Johnston standing beside Serena Kuntz in a small crowd of people I recognize from filming, I grab another glass of champagne from a server who's passing by and head in that direction. Johnny spots me instantly, a warm, friendly smile forming on his face.
I was wondering when you'd show up.
I grin. I hear being fashionably late is all the rage these days. He laughs at that, and Serena reaches out to pull me into a tight hug. "Bertie Harris," she exclaims, her voice a little loose and tipsy. "I'm so glad you made it. And I should warn you, I've already had one too many cocktails." I giggle at that. Looks like I have some catching up to do then. "Girl, you need to finish that drink and grab another. Tonight, we are celebrating. We'll worry about the hangovers tomorrow." Howie strides over and wraps a friendly arm around Serena's shoulders.
I hope we're all enjoying ourselves.
"How? You've certainly outdone yourself," Serena comments, and Howie grins down at her, nodding toward the cocktail in her hand.
And it appears you're also outdoing yourself.
He winks.
I'm digging it.
"Well, since you've provided enough free booze for a small country, I figured I needed to do my part."
That's very philanthropic of you.
She lets out a loud, infectious laugh, and I can't help but smile.
I'm also glad to see you here, Bertie,
Howie says, turning his attention toward me.
I told Luca and Billy they needed to come, but you know how Luca is about parties and shit.
I grin. I think the only thing that got him off the hook tonight is because Billy has reached the point in her pregnancy where anything but sweatpants sounds miserable. "Unless she's working," Serena chimes in. "I tell ya, that girl's work ethic is insane." Serena is the one who gave Billy her start. She hired her as a PA, and eventually, my sister more than proved that she deserved to be hired on as a producer in Serena's company. Well, in less than 3 months, she's going to have to slow way, way down. "Amen, sister," Serena responds, even raising a slightly tipsy hand in the air. I told her the earliest I'd let her come back to work was 16 weeks after the baby was born.
Wait.
Johnny pauses and looks toward me.
Billy Harris is your sister?
I nod. Yep.
Wow. I bet your parents are proud.
Actually, our parents passed away when we were really young, I say, and Johnny instantly cringes.
Shit. I'm sorry. I didn't know.
It's fine. No need to apologize. I shake my head. But I do like to believe that our parents are still looking down on us and are happy with the women we've become. Tears start to fill Serena's eyes. "Aw, hell. That's beautiful. And I've had too much alcohol to hear this conversation." A soft laugh escapes my lips, and I reach out to hug her with one arm. "No tears tonight," I say, squeezing her tightly before letting go. "Just laughs and lots of booze." She raises her glass and clinks it with mine, then with Johnny's, then Howie's. "Cheers to that." We all take a drink, amused smiles etching all our faces.
While I'd love to stay around and chat, I need to resume my hosting duties,
Howie says, an apologetic grin on his lips.
But please make yourselves at home and stay as late as you want.
He proceeds on the host path, excusing himself from our little circle and continuing to make his way through the party. And the night moves on from there. I chat with Johnny, laugh with Serena's tipsy antics, and even find the courage to make my way around the party and introduce myself to familiar faces I've never had the pleasure of meeting in person. Besides the cast and crew and studio heads attached to Grassroots, I meet Fortune 500 CEOs, reality stars, fashion designers, famous TV personalities, uber-famous Hollywood actors, and the list goes on and on. The attendee list is a hodgepodge of the rich and famous. And I'm certain my sister is probably slightly annoyed that she and Luca didn't make it out here tonight. So much so that I decide to take the time to text her about it. Me. "You'll never believe who I just met." Billy. "It's almost 1 a.m, Bertie. Where in the hell are you?" Shit, it's already that late? I guess Samantha was right. I did need a night out to let loose and have fun. Me. "I'm at Howie King's house? Tonight was his party for Grassroots." Billy. "Oh shit, I almost forgot about that. If I weren't so damn pregnant, I would have made Luca go with me." Obviously, I know her well. Me. "That's exactly what I told Howie. And, any guesses?" Billy. "Just freaking tell me already." I send her the discreet picture I took a few minutes ago. Billy. Is that Timothy Carver? Timothy Carver is an up-and-coming early 20-something actor who is entirely too adorable to miss. Me. It sure is. And I also met this guy, too. Winky face. I send her another picture. This time, it's of another famous and incredibly sexy actor by the name of Zach Hallows. He's shirtless and just about to jump into Howie's pool with a bunch of other partygoers. Billy. Oh, what the forking forklifts. Consider me jealous right now. I also vote for you to bring Zach Hallows back to your place and bang his brains out. Me. I'm pretty sure he's dating some model. Billy. Model schmodel. Who cares? Go bag Hallows. Me. LOL. Okay, crazy lady. I think all those pregnancy hormones are starting to go to your brain. Billy. You texted me at 1 a.m. I'm practically 8 months pregnant and fall asleep before the freaking sun goes down every damn night. You should expect nothing less than crazy talk after 9 p.m. Me. Go back to sleep. I love you. Billy. What about Andrew? Is he there tonight? Me. Of course he's here. Mr. Attention Whore wouldn't miss this kind of party. Billy. Well, if you can't convince Hallows to break up with his girlfriend, just take Andrew home and angry fuck him. I roll my eyes. Andrew Watson is the last person on the planet I'd take home tonight. Or any night, for that matter. Not to mention, all freaking evening he's been surrounded by his harem of fangirls, fawning over his every word. Not that I'm paying attention or anything. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Okay, fine. So maybe I've been paying a little attention, but it's more out of amusement than anything else. I'm simply entertained by how easily he can be so fucking charming when I know that underneath that megawatt smile is a certified asshole. Me. Jesus Christ. What is with everyone thinking I need to screw someone tonight? Samantha was encouraging the same ridiculousness. Billy. Because it's been like 5 years since you've had sex? We're all worried for your vagina. Hell, I think I might start a prayer chain or a GoFundMe in her honor. Me. Ha ha, very funny. And it's been like a year, you psycho. Billy. 5 years, 1 year, it's all the same. A really long time. Anyway, I'm going back to bed. I'll see you at lunch with Rocky tomorrow. Love you. Since Rocky is back in LA for Harrison's business trip, we've already made plans to meet back at Frankie's at noon tomorrow. Truthfully, I'm excited to have a few hours to gab with the girls, especially since I have a whole bunch of crazy Tawny Rose shit to gossip about. Me. Yeah, see you then. I slip my phone back into my small clutch and head back into the house in search of some food. The fact that I'm a few glasses of champagne deep and the last time I ate was the burger and fries Samantha brought back for lunch means I need to find sustenance soon, or else I'll be feeling hella hungover tomorrow. But when I step into the dining area, where the tables upon tables of food were set out earlier, I realize I've officially missed the window of dinner opportunity. Shit. I head into the spacious living room and glance around for, like, a bowl of nuts or something, but I come up empty-handed. No nuts, no candy, no little mints, nada. I know Howie told us to make ourselves at home, but I feel a little weird just heading into his kitchen, well, one of his kitchens, and rummaging in his cabinets for a bag of Doritos. I'm seconds away from texting my driver Bill and letting him know I'm ready to head home, and also letting him know I need to make a Taco Bell run, when I spot a guy with what looks to be a plate of food sitting beside him. In a pair of worn jeans, a wrinkled red t-shirt, and mussed-up hair, he looks to be early 20s as he sits on one of the sectional sofas in Howie's living room and chats with another guy about his age while watching reruns of South Park on the flat-screen TV. I step closer and realize the illustrious plate of food in his possession is brownies. A big, glorious plate of brownies. Eureka! Maybe there's a dessert table or something that I missed. Excuse me, I interrupt their conversation. Do you mind if I ask where you guys got the brownies? They both look up at me in confusion. I nod toward the plate sitting on the table beside them. The brownies? I repeat. Where did you get them?
Oh, the brownies.
Red T-shirt responds in understanding.
I thought you said Mounties, and I was crazy confused.
Guy 2 snorts.
Dude, I heard counties. You want a brownie?
Red T-shirt asks, and my stomach growls its excitement. You don't mind? I question, glancing between the two of them. I forgot to grab some dinner earlier and all the food is gone now.
Consider them communal brownies.
Guy 2 holds the plate of treats toward me.
Help yourself to a chocolatey delicious trip. Communal.
Red T-shirt chuckles.
Strange word, right?
Guy 2 agrees with a grin, but I'm too focused on the plate of goodness stretched out toward me to take in the weirdness of their conversation. Without hesitation, I snag one delectable brownie off the plate and take a bite. Once the chocolate goodness hits my lips, a small moan escapes my throat. Damn, this is so good. Thanks.
Anytime.
Red T-shirt responds, and once Guy 2 sets the plate back on the table, they simply go back to watching South Park. While someone kills Kenny in the background, I eat the damn brownie faster than I've ever eaten anything in my whole freaking life. Literally no shame in my food game. Hell, once I make my goodbye rounds around this party, I'm going to text Bill to come get me and still have him stop by Taco Bell. Cheesy gordita crunch, here I come, baby.
Chapter 23. Andrew. Birdie is certainly flying high tonight. Once the clock strikes 2, I find myself growing bored with the party, with the women I've been talking to at the party, and decide to head home. Normally, I'd make a point to lay a bit of groundwork and bring some beautiful company home with me, but nothing has caught my interest. Maybe my overbearing team is right. I need to start getting more sleep. I think my current insane schedule might be affecting my sex drive. More than ready to call it a night, I head into the house to find Howie and tell him I'm heading out, but I'm stopped in my tracks when I spot her, Birdie, standing in the middle of Howe's first-floor hallway, looking at a painting. I can't deny that I've kept an eye on her whereabouts for most of the evening, just discreetly watching her chat with Serena and Howie and that idiot Johnny Johnston, among many other people at the party tonight. Well, everyone but me. It was almost like she was avoiding me at all costs. If I walked out onto the terrace, she walked inside, and vice versa. Looks like now is my chance to chat it up with my favorite little angry birdie. But as I get closer to her, I realize she's not so much looking at the painting as staring at the painting, just straight up zoned out on this random little landscape painting in the middle of Howie's hallway. Birdie? I call out her name, but she doesn't respond. So I step closer and put a gentle hand to her shoulder. Birdie, sweetheart, what are you doing? Shh, she whispers toward me, but doesn't avert her eyes from the wall. Be quiet and just watch. I tilt my head to the side, glancing between her and the painting. Do you see it? She asks, her voice still quiet. When you're really quiet, the trees move. I'm sorry, what? I have to blink 3 times to process her words. The trees move? Yeah, she keeps whispering. They move. If it's quiet enough, they move. Okay. That's cool, I guess. What in the hell is she talking about right now? Do you like trees, Andrew? She asks, and finally pulls her eyes away from the painting to look at my face. Trees are cool? I pause, searching her face closely. Her mouth is set in a permanent half-smile, and her normally big, brown, observant eyes are a little out of focus. Are you okay, sweetheart? I'm as good, Andrew. I'm so good. I'm like double good. If you had to order me at Starbucks, you'd have to order a double shot of good. She nods. Once, twice, 3 times, then giggles. Jesus, how much did she drink tonight? I spotted her with an occasional glass of champagne, but that was it. Did she manage to sneak off and down a bunch of liquor when I wasn't looking? I narrow my eyes and search her face again. Did you drive here, Birdie? No, sorry, Bob. She shakes her head, snorts. No, sorry, Bill. That's my driver, Bill. But he's a human driver. He's not a bill that you pay. Just a driver. But also gets paid for driving. She reaches out and smacks her hand on my chest. How crazy is that? Bill drives for bills, cash money bills. That's Bill. Holy fucking shit. I can't stop myself from reaching out and placing a gentle hand to her cheek. Birdie, honey, how much did you have to drink tonight?
Not much. Like 3 glasses of champagne, I think.
She shrugs one lazy shoulder and leans her cheek into my hand at the same time. She shuts her eyes and nuzzles her cheek against my palm before she decides to put the entire weight of her head in my hand.
This feels nice.
Nice? Birdie is rubbing her cheek into my hand and saying it feels nice? I think I've officially entered the Twilight Zone.
Oh,
she exclaims, and her eyes pop open as she lifts her head off my hand.
And a brownie. I had a brownie.
That's nice, Birdie.
It was the nicest brownie I've ever met in my whole life.
She rambles on.
And I ate it, which maybe wasn't such a nice thing to do, but holy macaroni salad, it was delicious.
I'm about 2 seconds away from trying to figure out if some fuckface roofied her drinks when the word brownie finally registers in my mind. Fuck. Birdie takes it upon herself to wrap her arms around my shoulders and rest her head on my chest. Birdie? I question, and she nuzzles her face against me.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you get your brownie from?
A guy.
Oh, that's helpful. Did you happen to get his name?
Nope,
she says, her voice vibrating against my chest.
But he was with another guy, and they were watching TV, and they had a whole bunch of brownies on a plate. They gave me one, and I ate the whole thing because it was delicious. Wait. Oh, no.
She pauses and looks up at me with a big pout on her lips.
Do you think the brownie is mad at me for eating it? God, I hope it's not.
Son of a bitch. Instantly I know who gave her the brownie. Fucking Howie's stoner nephew Larry and his loser friend Carl. Those 2 bastards have been living with Howie for the past year because my best friend is way too nice of a guy and likes to give people way too many fucking second chances. But that's the least of my concerns. Right now, my priorities revolve around the fact that Birdie Harris is high as a kite, and I don't think she realizes the brownie she ate was a fucking pot brownie. Funny question, Birdie, I say quietly, more than thankful the party is wound down so much that most of the crowd is left, but also mindful that you never know whose ears are listening. Have you ever tried pot?
Pot?
Her pout morphs into confusion.
Like pot roast?
No, sweetheart, like marijuana?
The drug.
Yeah, the drug.
Nope, I don't like drugs, just brownies.
Oh man, this is quite the fucked up situation right here. So you've never tried any drugs?
Not once in my whole life,
she exclaims.
I'm drug-free.
The irony isn't lost on me. While Birdie rests the majority of her body weight on my shoulders and against my chest, I lean my head back and try like hell to figure out the best way to handle this situation. I feel weird putting her in the car with some random guy named Bill and trusting him to get her home safely. And when I think about calling Luca and Billy, I decide it's all kinds of cruel to call a pregnant woman at nearly 3 in the morning to tell her that her sister ate a pot brownie. I also have the odd inkling of guilt for not keeping a better eye on Birdie tonight.
Oh, I'm so sleepy, Andrew,
she whispers, her face now pressed into my chest.
And I want to take these shoes off so bad. I feel like I'm walking on pencils.
She giggles.
Pencils. Pencils. If you take off the C and the L, it spells penis. It's like we first learn how to write with penises.
She giggles again. I can't help but grin. Dear God, she's pretty damn adorable right now. Really fucking high, but adorable nonetheless.
I need to go to bed,
she whispers once she stops giggling, and she starts to remove her arms from my shoulders. What are you doing?
I'm just gonna find a place to sleep.
Here? At Howie's? Ignoring me completely, she glances up and down the hallway, and before I know it, she's kicking off her shoes, dropping her purse to the floor, and starting to kneel on the marble floor. Birdie?
I'll just sleep right here.
Fucking hell. No, I say, reaching out to pull her back to her feet. You can't sleep on the floor, sweetheart. Come on. I say once I pick up her shoes and purse, my hand a gentle guide on her elbow. Follow me.
Where are we going?
To sleep, sweetheart.
Hallelujah,
she exclaims, but then she stops.
Wait. How far do we have to go to get there?
We need to get to my car first.
Oh, it's too far,
she groans, and then meets my gaze, a puppy dog look apparent in her eyes.
Carry me, please?
With that look and those big brown eyes, I couldn't say no if I wanted to. The two-letter word isn't even in my vocabulary. I'm officially Jim Carrey, the yes man. Gently, I slide my arms beneath her legs and lift her up so her head and the side of her body rest against my chest and her legs dangle over my arms. And she doesn't hesitate to make herself comfortable, cuddling into me like I'm not the man she not so discreetly spent the whole damn night avoiding. What a turn this night has taken. Chapter 24. Andrew. Once a woman who was always trying her damnedest to avoid me, Birdie is now rummaging through my kitchen like she owns the joint.
Andy,
She says, her hands busy prying open cabinet doors and rifling through their contents with urgent fingers.
where's all the snacks?
My original plan was to take her to her house, but the plan was quickly changed when an almost sleeping Birdie sat up like she'd been jolted back to life, rolled down her window, and started alternating between shouting demands about going to Taco Bell and belting out Dolly Parton lyrics as loud as she could into the quiet streets of L.A. And since driving to a rental would have taken twice the amount of time than to my house, I decided to just bring her back here and save us both a meet and greet with the LAPD. I still don't know if it was the right decision, but hell, it's too late to go back now.
Andy,
She exclaims and glances over her shoulder at me when I don't respond.
the snacks, Andy, the snacks.
Apparently, I'm now Andy. The nickname started about 5 minutes away from my house and appears to have stuck. What kind of snacks are you looking for, sweetheart?
I want a cheesy gordita crunch.
I laugh. I can't help it. Birdie, I don't have Taco Bell hidden in my cabinets.
You suck. Desmond Doss from Hacksaw Ridge would definitely have Taco Bell in the cabinets. And you call your penis a soldier. Pfft.
She groans and throws more cabinet doors open while I ponder the idea that this isn't the first time she's referred to my penis as a military man. I get the feeling I'm missing something, and quite frankly, tonight might be the very best time to get it out of her. But I'll have to time it just right, when she's lucid enough to tell the truth, but half-cocked enough not to care.
What about Doritos or pizza?
She questions, still playing the role of pantry scavenger.
Oh, yes. Pizza would be fantastic.
You want pizza? She turns around and puts her hands together like she's praying.
Please, sir. Please, please, please feed me pizza.
Christ. I head over to the freezer and luckily find a frozen pizza hidden behind some pre-made meals of grilled chicken and veggies. I pull it out and hold it up in the air. Will this hit the spot?
Yes.
She does an awkward tap dance across the kitchen floor in her bare feet and ends it off with jazz hands.
Andy, I've never wanted anything more in my life.
Okay, I'll make the pizza, but you need to promise me something.
Anything. I'll promise any fucking thing right now.
Jesus, if only she were making that promise stone cold sober with my cock inside her. All dirty thoughts of sex with Birdie aside, I point to the still full glass of water I poured for her sitting on the kitchen island. Finish that glass of water.
I already did.
I shake my head. You had 2 sips, Birdie. You need to drink the whole thing. She puts a hand to her defiant hip.
Why?
Because you inadvertently ate a pot brownie tonight after consuming champagne, and Lord knows, your body needs some fucking hydration. In the name of avoiding her currently giddy high from going straight to paranoia, I can't tell her that right now, so I offer a half-truth. Because it's the only way you're getting pizza.
Ugh,
She groans.
fine, I'll drink it.
She snags the water off the counter and finishes it off in 5 large gulps, and at least 2 of the gulps end up down the front of her sexy dress.
There!
She exclaims and slams the glass onto the counter, swiping a hand across her mouth and chin.
Now it's mother flippin' pizza time.
You got it, I say, and preheat the oven. 10 minutes later, the frozen pizza is baking in the oven, and I've managed to convince Birdie that swimming in my pool tonight is a bad idea and redirected her to the couch, where a bag of Doritos keeps her occupied. I'll be honest, when this night began, I didn't imagine it would end like this, with me babysitting Birdie. Truthfully, this is a situation I never would have predicted in my craziest dreams. Damn, what a fucking night.
Is the pizza almost done?
She asks, hopping up from the couch and just tossing the bag of Doritos down onto the coffee table. Half the chips fall out of the bag, but she's too busy worrying about pizza to pay the mess any attention. About 15 more minutes.
What?
She whines and throws both of her arms into the air.
I can't wait that long.
All I can do is shrug. I can't make the pizza cook any faster, sweetheart.
You suck at making pizza.
A soft chuckle escapes my lips. But she doesn't wait around for me to respond. Nope, instead she strides out of my living room and into the hallway, destination unknown. My first instinct is to give her some privacy, but then I quickly remember that she's not in the right state of mind to just be wandering around my house. Hell, I feel like I'm a parent trying to keep his toddler away from electrical sockets and matches. I get off the couch and head toward the hallway to see what she's up to. But I'm stopped dead in my tracks when I find Birdie standing in the middle of my hallway, taking off her clothes. And I mean all of her fucking clothes. Her dress, her bra, her panties, all of it is gone in an instant, and a gorgeous, naked goddess stands with her back to me. Her perfect, supple ass and beautiful back taunt me. Ah, fuck. This is no bueno. What are you doing, sweetheart?
It's too hot in your house.
She kicks her dress toward the other end of the hall and turns to face me.
I think your AC is broken or something.
Holy shit! Gorgeous tanned skin, long toned legs, full supple breasts, perfectly pink nipples, a bare pussy. Oh, fucking hell, I love naked women. And the sight of this naked woman is like all my wildest fantasies merged together and came to life. But this feels all sorts of wrong. She literally has no idea what she's doing right now. I shut my eyes and force out a breath. Do not look at her. Just get her some damn clothes and do not look at her. Birdie, I say, my eyes open again but fixed toward the floor. How about I get you some clothes to wear?
No thanks, Andy,
she says and strides toward me until she is standing directly in front of me.
Where's your bedroom?
My... what? I ask, and my eyes move back to her body of their own fucking accord. Yep, still naked, so gloriously naked that I have the urge to put my fists into my mouth and clench my teeth into my skin. God help me, she is so damn beautiful, so sexy it literally hurts to look at her.
Your bedroom, Andy.
Nope, no way. She cannot go into your bedroom like that. That's just asking for trouble. Abort the mission, you bastard. Find a way to distract her and get her some fucking clothes. I pause, completely unsure of what to say, but my silence only gives her permission to turn on her heel and walk down the hallway, peering into every room until she reaches the end where my bedroom is, in fact, located. Then she disappears, still naked and now in my bedroom. Well, fuck. I stand there rooted to my spot trying to get a grasp on this situation. Seriously, what in the hell is happening? Is this some sort of sick joke? Is God getting back at me for all the times I was a certified prick? I look up toward the ceiling and sigh, offering up some words to the big man upstairs. I know I'm not the picture of a saint, but I promise I'll do better if you just convince Birdie to put on some clothes. I promise I'll start donating to more charities and...
Andy!
Birdie's voice interrupts my prayer.
Where are you, Andy?
Hesitantly, I walk into my bedroom to find Birdie already in my bed, her naked body cozy beneath my sheets and comforter.
Come on in,
she exclaims and pats the spot beside her.
Your bed feels so good.
Yeah, no. That might be my bed, and that might be a gorgeous as fuck Birdie in my bed, but I'm not getting in that bed. Not right now. Not tonight. I think I should go check on the pizza. Doesn't pizza sound good, sweetheart?
You know what this bed makes me think of, Andy?
She asks, completely ignoring my pizza distraction. Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait. What does it make you think of, sweetheart? Idiot.
Sex.
That one word rolls off her tongue in such a sexy way that even my cock threatens to take notice. Don't even think about it, you horny bastard. Not tonight.
I haven't had sex in over a year,
she says, and a little pout forms at her lips.
Isn't that sad, Andy?
That's, certainly a long time, sweetheart.
I know.
That little pout of hers is still there.
Billy said she's going to start a prayer chain for my poor pussy.
Oh, for fuck's sake. It just keeps getting worse and worse. Frankly, it should be illegal for her to use words like pussy and sex while sporting the sexiest birthday suit I've ever seen in my life. I open my mouth to respond, but I shut it closed when I realize I have nothing appropriate to say. But unfortunately, she has no issues with continuing this mindfuck of a conversation.
I want to have sex, she says. I want to have sex again soon. Not the stupid scripted sex we did on set, but like real hot, wild sex. Help me. Someone help me. Isn't that the best kind of sex, Andy? Rocky says your soldier penis has been all over the world slaying hearts and killing people or something. I bet he would kill my pussy too, wouldn't he?
Jesus fucking Christ. The good news is I kind of understand now where all the random military-themed comments have come from. The bad news is my balls are so blue I can feel the ache in my throat. I know how to have fun, I say, in so much pain I'm pretty sure I'm on the brink of death. But you know what's really fun? Pizza and sleep.
Heh.
She just shrugs her shoulders.
I guess those are pretty fun, too.
I don't know what to do with myself other than stand there like a moron, watching her fight to keep her eyes open.
Let's have a pizza party in bed, Andy,
she eventually says through a yawn, then yawns again. Her full, perfect breasts still peek above the covers, and her eyes are growing heavier with each blink.
Yes, a pizza party, that's perfect. I'm so excited.
Her voice doesn't match her words. It's all sleepy and tired, and before I know it, with her head pressed into the pillow, her eyelids make one final descent and stay shut. "Bertie?" I quietly call toward her. No answer. Bertie? I say her name again, moving toward her until I'm right beside the bed. Still no answer. When her chest begins to rise and fall with soft, deep breaths, I realize she's passed the fuck out. A naked Bertie Harris is asleep in my bed right now. This is something I've fantasized about a million fucking times, but I can assure you, it didn't involve pot brownies and requests for pizza parties. Not to mention her little admission of it being over a year since she's had sex has my mind dreaming up all sorts of hot and dirty scenarios. Christ. I let out a deep sigh and carefully, without touching her skin, reached down to lift the comforter up with my fingertips and cover her gorgeous breasts from view. While I'm not opposed to the idea of seeing Bertie's glorious tits, I am opposed to seeing them without her consent. Once I make sure she's all settled in, I head out of my bedroom and back into the kitchen. The pizza still has another 5 or so minutes to bake, so I grab my cell phone from the pocket of my jeans and shoot off a text to my brother Lance. Me. You working tonight? Lance. Yep, why? Me. I have a quick medical question for you. Are pot brownies dangerous? He responds a minute later. Lance. What the hell kind of question is that? Me. I have a friend who accidentally consumed a pot brownie and she, got really fucking high and is now passed out in my bed. Lance. Oh, good Lord, the situations you get yourself into. No wonder I'm mom and dad's favorite. Me. Come on, dude, get serious. I made sure she drank some water and she downed like half a bag of Doritos before she passed out, but is there anything else I need to do for her? She's gonna be okay, right? Lance, pretty sure you've had pot brownies before, among a lot of other fucking things. Shouldn't you know how to deal with it? Yeah, I was a bit wild in my early 20s, so shoot me. But that's beside the fucking point right now. Me, Lance, stop fucking around and tell me if there's something else I should do for her. Lance, was it just one brownie? Me, yeah, I'm pretty sure. Lance, did she consume anything else, alcohol, other drugs? Me, just a few glasses of champagne, I think, but I can't be sure. Definitely no other drugs, though. She's not that kind of girl. Lance, she should be fine. I'd let her sleep it off and just keep an eye out that she doesn't get a second wind and decide to go do something crazy, like drive a car. The oven timer dings, and I shoot my brother one last text before heading back toward the oven. Me, okay, thanks, bro. Once I have the hot pizza out on the counter and the oven turned off, I head back into my bedroom to check on the little pot brownie consumer. Thankfully, she's just as I left her, sound asleep in my bed, and the blanket still covering all her glorious goods. I stand at the threshold of my bedroom door, just taking in the view that is a passed-out Bertie. I'll be honest, when I imagined Bertie in my bed, this situation was not a part of those dirty fantasies. Her naked? Fuck yes. But high out of her mind and rambling about fucking pizza parties and wild sex? Nope. I think it's safe to say she's going to be pissed tomorrow when she finds out the shenanigans she took part in. Probably pissed and embarrassed, and neither one of them makes me feel good. Now, irritated with the situation Howie's dickhead nephew put her in, I pull my cell out of my pocket again and shoot him a quick message. Me. I swear to God, I'm gonna kill Larry. The bastard and his buddy Carl gave Birdie a pot brownie, but I'm pretty sure they didn't tell her it was a fucking pot brownie. Surprisingly, he responds in record time for it being past 3 in the morning. Howie. What the fuck? Are you sure? Me. So sure that you're probably gonna have to find a way to hide Larry's body once I kill him. Howie. Fuck, is she okay? Me. Yeah, I brought her back to my place and now she's sleeping it off. Howie. Shit. Is there anything I can do? Me. Keep this between us because I'm sure she doesn't want anyone finding out about it. And finally kick Larry out of your fucking house. Howie. Damn, you're really pissed about this, aren't you? Me. Are you kidding me? If Birdie weren't here, I'd be back at your house already. Howie. I've never seen you get this mad about anything. Me. Yeah, well, I guess I draw a hard line at getting someone high without their permission. Howie. I'll talk to Larry. Me. I hope by talk to you mean you're gonna kick his fucking ass. Howie. Trust me. I'll handle it. He better fucking handle it, or else I will. Anger still flooding my veins, I'm just about to type out that very message, but when the sounds of a ringing phone fill my ears, I pause and look around the room in confusion. Then it dawns on me. Birdie's phone. Turning on my heel, I head back down the hallway and into the living room where her purse and shoes sit on my coffee table. Her ringing phone sits nestled inside, and once I pull it out, I spot incoming call Samantha flashing on the screen. Pretty sure that's her assistant. In the name of privacy, I'm about to ignore the call, but I decide I probably need to let Birdie's assistant know she's safe. With one tap on the screen, I answer it by the 4th or 5th ring. Hey, Samantha, it's Andrew. Hi? She responds, confusion evident in her voice. Why are you answering Birdie's phone? Well, it's a funny story. I pause, uncertain of how to break the news to her, but she's quick to cut into my silence with a demand for information. What the fuck is going on? Well, Birdie might have inadvertently gotten a little high tonight, so in the name of keeping her safe, I brought her back to my place so she could sleep it off. Birdie got high tonight? She shrieks. What are you talking about? There's no way Birdie Harris, the woman I had to shove off to that party kicking and screaming, knowingly chose to do drugs. Someone at the party gave her a brownie that happened to contain marijuana. Are you kidding me? She's fine, I say, trying to bring some calm into the conversation. She's just sleeping it off now. And you took it upon yourself to bring her back to your place instead of letting her driver take her home? She questions, her hackles seemingly rising to new heights. Samantha, I swear to God, I've been nothing but a gentleman. If you would have seen just how fucked up she was, you wouldn't have felt comfortable putting her into a car with some random driver. And I swear to God, if anything happens to her, if you do anything to her, I will murder you, she threatens. Trust me, bucko, it won't be a one-shot kill either. I will stretch out the pain for as long as I possibly can. Waterboarding will sound like a vacation. You understand me? You have my word that nothing will happen to her. Oh my God, she's going to be so pissed tomorrow. I know. I shake my head and run a hand through my hair. Trust me, I know. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm in for one hell of a morning tomorrow when Birdie wakes up.
Chapter 25. Birdie. Waking up in an unfamiliar place and wondering how you ended up naked is generally not a good start to the day. Seriously, what in the heck is happening right now? I'm naked. I'm in a bed I don't recognize. And holy hell, my brain is trying to hack its way out of my skull. Who the heck gave that thing a machete? I blink my eyes several times, sit up farther into the white pillows and bed frame behind me, and try like hell to figure out what happened last night. Glancing down at my bare boobs, I sigh heavily and proceed to look around the spacious bedroom that is most certainly not mine. Holy peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Did I have sex last night? Did I take Sam and Billy's advice to heart and go home with some random guy from Howie's party? Mother flipping flapjacks. Tell me I didn't engage in a one-night stand I can't even remember. My stomach churns with the horrible possibilities, and I immediately start recounting how many glasses of champagne I consumed at the party. 1, 2, But when I stop counting at 3, I'm incredibly confused. No way 3 glasses of champagne would get me so messed up I don't remember anything. I glance around the room some more, trying to find little hints of the owner of this unfamiliar bedroom. White comforter, white sheets, gray walls, a walk-in closet that sits on the far end of the room and appears to connect to an even larger master bathroom. This room is luxury and serenity, all wrapped up into one expensive price tag. When I spot what look to be male-sized boots peeking out from behind the walk-in closet threshold, my stomach drops toward my feet even further. Unless I met a female friend with freakishly large feet last night and she let me crash at her place, I did, in fact, go home with someone. A male someone. Oh, sweet baby Jesus and all the saints. I scour through my memories of last night and try to pinpoint where it all went wrong, but I'm interrupted by the sounds of footsteps moving from an unknown location and directly toward me. Instantly, my breath gets trapped in my lungs, and my heart pounds in my throat. One step after the other, the soft footsteps get closer, and I grip the comforter and sheets tighter to my chest in anticipation. Good God, what have I done? And more importantly, who have I done it with? But when grayish-blue eyes, a firm jaw, and sexy, sleep-ruffled hair appear through the doorway, my jaw decides to try to unhinge itself from my face. I'm in Andrew Watson's freaking bedroom? You've got to be kidding me. What the fuck? The words shoot past my lips before I can think twice about them.
Well, good morning to you too, sweetheart, he says, his voice neutral, and a stupid, albeit soft, grin sitting on his lips. I just stare at him. In a leisurely stride, he walks over to the nightstand beside me and sets down a glass of orange juice and a few red pills. I figured you might be feeling a little hungover, so here's some sugar and acid to help your stomach and a few ibuprofen to help your head.
Obviously, I appreciate the kind gesture, but I think it goes without saying I'm a little more focused on figuring out why I am in his bed, naked. I open my mouth, ready to ask him just that, but he's quick to chime in.
Before you get all pissy and start reading me the riot act, you need to know a few things.
I quirk a brow. I hope those things include an explanation of how in the hell I ended up here, in what I'm assuming is your freaking bed.
You are, in fact, in my bed.
He grins again.
And you had quite the night last night.
Quite the night? I question. What does that even mean? Clearly, I want to know how I ended up at his place. But also, I'm kind of terrified to really know. I mean, what if we had sex last night? Please, for the love of everything, tell me I didn't sleep with Andrew Watson last night. That was rule number 1 on a list that only had one damn rule. Did we? I pause, completely unable to even get the rest of the question past my lips, and a whisper of a chuckle escapes his throat. I kind of expect him to taunt me for a while, hold the knowledge of everything I can't remember over my head. But he's forthcoming with surprising swiftness.
If you're wondering if we had sex last night, the answer is no, we did not. But you did manage to get a little wild.
Wild? I repeat. You're going to have to elaborate a little more on that.
You ate a brownie last night.
A brownie? That doesn't sound so... Oh my God. Vivid memories of me asking 2 guys watching South Park if I could have one of their sweet treats flood my mind. South Park! Jesus, how could I be so stupid?
It wasn't just a brownie, Birdie.
Andrew confirms what I've already figured out. I nod.
It was a pot brownie.
He cringes.
Pretty sure Howie's stoner nephew Larry didn't give you all the info about his fucking brownies, huh?
No, he did not.
Frankly, Birdie, I'm tempted to press charges on that fuck-up,
he says, and anger is evident in his voice. A shocked laugh jumps from my throat. You're acting like he roofied me.
He may as well have.
He spits. Andrew, Get serious. I'm not going to press charges on my director's nephew for letting me eat one of his marijuana brownies. Surely the guy was just stoned out of his mind, and I was too damn hungry and tipsy to piece it all together. Andrew frowns in disagreement. Don't get me wrong, it was a real dick move, one I'm incredibly pissed off about, but I highly doubt it was intentional. He sighs and runs a hand through his hair.
He's lucky I was too busy making sure you got somewhere safe last night. Otherwise, I would have ended up back at Howe's and kicked his fucking ass.
His candid honesty and visible anger take me by surprise. But the thing that makes me the most curious is the reality that he felt like he had to keep me safe. What exactly did I do last night?
You were high, Birdie,
he retorts.
I think we can both agree that whatever you were doing or saying was because of that. No need to rehash it all.
My eyes go wide. That explanation certainly doesn't make me feel better. Andrew, I say through a sigh. Just tell me what I was doing that made you feel like you had to bring me back to your house. Truthfully, a good place to start would be letting me know how I ended up naked and in your freaking bed.
You really want to get into all this?
Yes, I have to. Not knowing will drive me crazy.
Fine.
He sighs again and proceeds to give me the details on how the night went. He tells me about how he found me standing in one of Howie's hallways, staring at a painting on the wall, and how I tried to sleep on the damn floor. And how he'd planned on taking me back to my rental, but I started to get too boisterous in the car, so he diverted to his house because it was closer.
When we got back to my place,
he continues,
you spent the first 20 minutes rummaging through my cabinets for food. And then you took it upon yourself to take your clothes off and get in my bed.
He explains, and I wish I could burrow myself into his damn mattress and never come out.
I did my best to make sure you were covered up, and then I let you sleep it off.
Oh my God. A deep sigh escapes my lungs, and I run a hand through my hair.
Birdie, it's no big deal. Nothing to be embarrassed about. You weren't in your right mind.
An incredulous laugh jumps from my lungs. Too late for that.
Sweetheart, we've all been there before. Don't lose any sleep over it.
Nope. I haven't been there before. I've never gotten high in my whole darn life. My stomach twists and turns as I think about all the people at that party. Oh God, I mutter and put a hand to my lips. Tell me I didn't say or do anything crazy in the middle of Howie's party? My voice rises in uncertainty. There were so many people there and...
Birdie.
He cuts me off, his voice so soft and genuine that it catches me off guard.
Besides Howe's nephew Larry and his loser friend Carl, I'm literally the only one who saw you all fucked up. Almost everyone at the party had already left before you accidentally got high. Don't sweat it. It's all good.
Never in my life did I think Andrew Watson, of all people, would be reassuring me about my apparent outrageous behavior. If anything, I would have expected him to tease me mercilessly. I search his eyes, and he sighs.
Now what are you freaking out about?
I'm not freaking out, I retort, but he quirks a knowing brow. Okay, fine, I am freaking out, but I'm also wondering why you, of all people, are being so nice to me right now.
Seriously, Birdie?
He shrugs.
I'm an asshole, I admit it. I like to poke fun and tease and banter with the best of them, but I'm not a fucking shitbag. I don't take advantage of women, and I don't condone anyone else doing it either.
I don't know what to say to that, but he doesn't wait for me to answer.
Give me a minute to grab you some clothes, and then I'll give you some privacy to get dressed,
he says, heading out of his bedroom and down the hall. Only a few minutes pass before he's back with an armful of clothes that are definitely not mine.
Since you managed to rip a hole in that dress of yours, and you spent a large part of our drive home bitching about your shoes, here's some clean clothes and sandals you can wear.
He tosses them down onto the bed beside me. A t-shirt, boxer briefs, sweatpants, even a pair of flip-flops. I finger through them briefly to find that some appear to be female-sized. Where in the heck did he get girl flip-flops? And he might be willing to sport a blonde mullet, but I have a hard time believing he'd don these Victoria's Secret pink sweatpants. I get the whole beggars can't be choosers thing going on right now, but mind telling me who these clothes belong to? Besides the boxer briefs and t-shirt, no way these flip-flops and sweatpants are yours. I swear to God, if he's giving me leftover clothes from one of his fuck buddies, I'll put my damn dress and stilettos back on.
My brother Lance and his wife Kelly came to visit me last summer, and my sister-in-law left a few things behind.
Oh, I respond, and then find myself asking, you have a brother?
Yeah, I do.
He tilts his head to the side, and an amused grin crests the corners of his lips.
Is it weird for you that I have a sibling?
I don't know. I shrug. I just never pictured you having a sibling, I guess. Truthfully, besides thinking of him as a pompous asshole who goes through women quicker than I go through a bag of Doritos, I haven't really thought about his life outside of Hollywood.
Man, well, get ready for some more surprises because I also have a mom and dad,
he adds with a little grin.
Shocking, I know, but it's the truth.
I thought Satan's conception was immaculate, I ask, a teasing hint to my voice, and a soft laugh escapes his lips.
Very funny, smartass,
he retorts.
I might get some enjoyment out of riling you up, but...
Wait, just some enjoyment?
Fine, a lot of enjoyment. But I think we can both agree I'm not an evil bastard. Right? Can we please agree on that?
For some strange reason, his words make me feel a little bad about my joking dig. It seems really important to him that I recognize he's not complete scum. You're right, I respond, and offer an apologetic smile. While my little Satan jab was pretty funny, I realize now that it was also a little uncalled for. Sorry about that. I stare down at the clothes on the bed and run my fingers hesitantly over the t-shirt. And you should know, I really appreciate everything you did for me last night, I add, willing my eyes to look up into his steady gaze. So, thank you for preventing what most likely could have been an absolute catastrophe.
You're welcome,
he says, accepting my apology without hesitation.
And by the way, you have some phone calls and messages to return.
Phone calls? He nods and pulls my cell phone out of the back pocket of his jeans and hands it over to me.
I've already talked to your assistant Samantha twice. Once last night, and then again this morning. She's a ballbuster, that one. Told me she'd straight up murder me if anything happened to you.
He smirks.
And I'm pretty sure your sister Billy has called you a few times. But after dealing with your assistant, I wasn't sure I'd survive your sister.
I stare down at the phone in my hands, noting all the missed calls and message notifications on the locked screen.
Anyway, you get dressed. I'll be in the kitchen if you need anything.
As Andrew walks out of his bedroom, I check the time and realize it's already 5 past noon. Shit. I was supposed to meet Billy and Rocky for lunch, and I'm already late. And along with the missed calls, inside my text inbox sit 4 messages asking me where in the hell I am. Shit. Quickly, I type out a text to both of them. Me. Hey, so I'm running a little behind. Go ahead and order lunch and I'll get there as soon as I can. Instead of waiting for them to respond, I jump out of the bed and run around like a maniac trying to get myself together. This is the last place I should be coming from heading into a lunch with the 2 of them. Good God. What a mess.
Chapter 26. Andrew. Birdie in my boxer briefs is a sight I'd pay a lot of money to see. I leave her in my bedroom to get dressed and head into the kitchen. Honestly, that whole interaction didn't go as I'd expected. In fact, for as rocky as it was when the conversation started, it almost seemed like we were getting along by the end. Maybe I'd made an impression by stepping up to the plate last night. It also probably helped that she managed to sleep like a rock for a good 8 hours, which is more than I can say for myself. I've been up since 7, already managed some breakfast, a workout, and a shower, and spent a good part of my morning talking to Howie about his conversation with his nephew. Apparently, shit went down this morning when he woke up a sleeping Larry with a bucket of ice-cold water and proceeded to ream his ass about the brownie stunt he pulled last night. This isn't the first time his nephew has caused trouble while staying with Howe, And, personally, until my best friend wakes the fuck up and kicks Larry out of his house, it won't be the last either. But Howie has a big heart, and his sister Susan, Larry's mom, has proved over the years that her drug addiction is more important than being a good example for her son. That's why Larry is living with Howie in the first place. And unfortunately, even though Larry is now 23 and could certainly get a job and start living on his own, that's probably why he'll keep on living with his far too kind uncle. It's kind of infuriating, but it's not my business. If Howie wants to keep letting his nephew mooch off him, then that's his decision. I just wish he'd open his eyes and realize the guilt that's perpetuating this situation is doing Larry more harm than good. My phone pings with a message, and I snag it from the kitchen island to find a text from Howie. Howie, how's Birdie doing this morning? Me. Just a little hungover, I think, but otherwise, she's good. Howie, fuck, I feel terrible this happened at my goddamn house. Me. She seems surprisingly understanding about the whole situation. Even told me it was ridiculous that I was tempted to press charges on your bastard nephew. Howie, there's a part of me that wishes you would. Me. No shit? That's a shock to hear coming from you. Howie. Yeah, well, I think I'm growing a little worn out on all the bullshit. Me. You sure as shit have lasted longer than I would have. Howie. I think it's time for a change of pace for Larry. L.A. isn't good for him. I'm too busy to stay on his ass constantly, and he's 23 years old. It's not my job anymore to clean up his messes. Me. I couldn't agree more. The sounds of Birdie's flip-flops moving down the hall and into the kitchen fill my ears, and I look up to find her fully dressed in Kelly's sweatpants and flip-flops and my t-shirt. Her blonde hair is long and wavy and rests halfway down her back, and while her soft brown eyes look tired, she still manages to look pretty damn stunning. Hungry for something to eat? I ask, and her fingers fidget with the material of my t-shirt that makes her body look incredibly tiny beneath the cotton.
Actually, I'm supposed to be at lunch with my sister and Rocky right now.
She pauses.
I'm already 10 minutes late.
I can drive you. Where are you meeting them?
No, that's okay,
she says and waves me off with a nonchalant hand.
I'll call an Uber.
Birdie, don't be ridiculous. Just tell me where I need to take you.
Frankie's?
She updates.
It's a little diner.
I know where it is. I chime in and snag my keys and wallet off the island. Do you have all your stuff?
Are you sure?
She questions.
You don't have anything you need to do today?
Positive. My Sunday's all clear.
Okay, thanks. I really appreciate it.
She holds up her dress and stilettos and tiny purse.
You wouldn't happen to have a bag I could borrow, would you?
I'll only give you a bag if you agree to let me join you guys for lunch. Now that I know where the penis soldier reference came from, I have the sudden urge to see Rocky again. It'll never happen, but it feels good to threaten her with it. Her jaw drops.
What?
I said I'll only give you a bag if...
I know what you said. She cuts me off. I'm just trying to figure out if you're screwing with me or being serious.
An amused grin slides over my mouth and I shrug. Sorry, sweetheart. Sometimes old habits die hard, you know? I turn on my heel and snag a brown paper grocery bag from a cabinet underneath the sink. Will this work?
Yeah, you big jerk,
she responds and rolls her eyes.
That'll work just fine.
Man, Birdie, I take care of you all night and even offer to make you something to eat this morning, and you don't even feel obliged to invite me to lunch? I think it's safe to say I'm the nicer one out of the two of us. She snorts at that.
Get real, Andrew. The last time we had lunch together, I ended up accidentally breaking your nose and having to drive you to the ER. I think we both know it's for the best.
Whatever makes you feel better about being so mean, sweetheart, I respond and head toward the door that leads into my garage. But when I glance over my shoulder, I find her still standing in my kitchen. You coming?
I'm not mean,
she says, her feet firmly planted on my hardwood floor. You're right, Birdie. You're not mean. You're incredibly sweet, especially when you send me flowers and heartfelt apology notes.
Oh, my God, not this again.
She sighs.
You know I didn't send those.
I only know that your name was on the note. I shrug and open the door to the garage. Now, I think you better get a move on it if you want to get to Frankie's sooner rather than later. Surely your sister isn't too thrilled about waiting on your tardy ass? Birdie rolls her eyes but follows me into the garage anyway. And she doesn't say another word until we're both in my car and I'm pulling out of my driveway and onto the main road.
Even though you're super flipping annoying and seem to enjoy getting a rise out of me all the damn time, thank you for doing this.
My pleasure, sweetheart, I respond and glance out of my periphery to take in the view that is Birdie Harris sitting shotgun in my car. Even slightly hungover and in sweatpants and flip-flops, she looks damn good. And I can't deny my gaze steals another quick once-over, moving from the top of her pretty blonde hair all the way to her cute yellow-painted toes, before focusing back on the road. I also can't deny my mind starts to wonder if she's wearing all of the clothes I gave her. Did the clothes work out okay for you? I ask, and she hums out a response.
Mm-hmm.
The sweatpants fit okay?
Yep.
The sandals?
Uh-huh.
And my boxer briefs? Instantly, she snaps her eyes to my face.
What are you trying to get at?
Nothing. I shrug and flash a grin in her direction, just making sure you're comfortable.
Are you seriously thinking about me wearing your freaking underwear right now?
She questions and her eyes narrow. Yep, that's exactly what I'm thinking about. And hot damn, what a sight that probably is. I'm just making sure you're comfortable. That's all. I lie. I can't help that it includes me asking about my boxer briefs, which I'm assuming you're currently wearing.
Dear God,
She sighs.
sometimes men are such dogs.
She doesn't take the bait, but the slight flush of her cheeks and her annoyed response tell me everything I need to know. Oh yeah, she's definitely wearing my underwear. And if me thinking about that sexy fact makes me a dog, then woof woof, sweetheart.
Chapter 27. Birdie. Seeing as I didn't have sex last night, I'm not sure if this qualifies, but walking into a diner with a brown paper bag filled with last night's clothes and wearing underwear that aren't mine certainly feels like the walk of shame. The last half of the 15-minute drive from Andrews to the diner, I spent fielding text messages from Howie and my assistant and my sister. Howie apologized profusely for what happened, and I told him not to worry about it. It was all forgiven. Samantha had a million damn questions about what went down last night, and I told her I'd give her all the details when I got back from lunch. Truthfully, I'd rather not have to speak or think about yesterday ever again, but she certainly deserves an explanation. And Billy? Well, I told her to hold her freaking pregnancy horses because I was on my way. I was anticipating Andrew pushing the whole joining us for lunch thing, but to my utter shock, he simply dropped me off at the entrance and drove off once he saw I made it inside. And when I stepped inside Frankie's, I spotted Mel and Franco, Billy's two burly security guys, first. Then, nestled in our usual booth at the back, I located Billy and Rocky sitting across from each other, chatting and eating their food. My lunch companions officially found, I begin to walk their way. The sandals on my feet flip and flop against my heels as I head toward the table, and I'm more than thankful that I didn't spot any paparazzi staking out with their cameras outside. Jesus. Today is the absolute last day I'd want to have my picture splashed across some gossip column. When I step closer to the booth, Billy looks up from her half-eaten plate of food. At first, she starts to smile, but then, when she takes in my new hobo-esque fashion of sweatpants and a t-shirt that's several sizes too big for me, her lips turn down at the corners. "What in the hell happened to you?" she asks, and Rocky glances up from her plate and gives me a curious once-over. "I had a bit of a night," I say through a sigh, and sit down beside my sister. "And I'm sorry for being so late." "A bit of a night?" Billy questions with an amused grin. "Sis, you look like you got dressed in the dark. Seriously, what in the hell are you wearing? I mean, I get the whole dress casual thing, but this is taking it to another level." "And you have a grocery bag as a purse," Rocky adds through a laugh. "What is happening right now?" So much for being hopeful that I could get through this lunch without delving into last night's shenanigans. "Well, it's a long story, and if you don't mind, I'm going to order myself some food and try to act like I'm not wearing someone else's underwear." "What the heck?" Billy bursts into shocked laughter. "Someone else's underwear? Birdie, you're going to have to give a little more detail than that." Rocky giggles. "Yeah, I'm with Billy. Tell us what in the hell is going on with you." I sigh again, and thankfully, a nice waiter with a friendly smile steps up to our booth to take my order. I take my sweet time, asking him several questions about the menu before my impatient sister stops the madness. Yeah, okay, that's about enough of this. She steals my menu from my hands and hands it back to the waiter. She'll have a cheeseburger and fries and a Coke to drink. Hey now, what if that's not what I want? I guess you'll just have to find a way to enjoy it. Billy rolls her eyes and smiles at the waiter. That's definitely what she wants. Thank you. The waiter stands there for an awkward moment, glancing between me and my sister. Poor guy. He doesn't deserve to be in this crossfire.
Are you sure that's...
He starts to question, and I nod. Yep, I'll have a cheeseburger, fries, and a Coke. I put him out of his uncomfortable misery. Thank you. Eventually, the waiter leaves our table to put in my order, and Billy doesn't waste any time. Spill it, sister, she says, and takes a sip from her water. Ugh, I groan. It's embarrassing. Yeah, Rocky giggles. That's more than apparent, honey. Are we dealing with a walk of shame situation right now? Billy asks, her eyes brightening with each word. Slow your excited roll. I didn't have sex last night. My sister narrows her eyes. Then what in the hell happened? Well, prepare yourselves, because I'm about to take you on quite the freaking ride. I pause, and Billy waves her hand impatiently. Stop dragging this out and tell us, for fuck's sake. So I do. I tell them all the gory details about my night. The pot brownie, Andrew taking me home because my accidental high had turned me into a liability, waking up naked in his bed, the fact that I'm wearing his freaking underwear, and that he's the one who dropped me off. I tell them everything. And by the time I finish, both my sister and Rocky are just sitting there, staring at me in shock. This has got to be one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard in my whole life, Billy mutters. Tell me about it, I snort. When I woke up this morning completely naked and in a bed I didn't recognize, I thought I was going to have a stroke. Do you remember anything from last night? Rocky asks, and I shrug. Not a whole lot, but the memories are slowly starting to come back to me. Wow, Billy shakes her head. Color me impressed. I tilt my head to the side. Impressed? By your sister going on an accidental bender and being a raging lunatic? Nope. She shakes her head again. Impressed that Andrew Watson was such a fucking gentleman. I start to open my mouth to refute her gentleman claim, but then I quickly realize it's pretty hard to deny it. I mean, he legitimately took care of me last night. Hell, even this morning. I'd have to be a total bitch not to acknowledge his kindness. The waiter drops my burger and fries and Coke off at the table, and I don't hesitate to dive right in. Apparently, champagne pot hangovers make you real damn hungry the next day. But I only get 2 bites into my burger before I notice that Rocky is looking at me with a funny look on her face. What? Nothing? That funny look turns full-on smile, and I narrow my eyes. Rocky? I'm just having a hard time getting over the fact that you're sitting across from me in Andrew Watson's underwear. I told you that cock soldier was the enemy, and here you are wearing his uniform. She snorts. Billy giggles. I second that, Rock. Oh my God, shut up, both of you. I take a sip of my Coke. You act like I actually want to be wearing his underwear right now. Like I even had a choice. Rocky tilts her head to the side. But did you really need to wear his boxers beneath those sweats? What's that supposed to mean? I think what Rock is trying to convey to you, sis, is that you willingly put on Andrew's underwear, even though you definitely could have just gone commando beneath the sweats. It's not like anyone would have noticed. You two are insane. They both grin at me. And cut me some slack here, you bitches. I continue. I was a little out of sorts this morning when I woke up in a stranger's bedroom without any freaking clothes on. Pretty sure anyone would have just put on whatever clothes were handed to them. Billy just keeps on grinning. I think he's growing on you. I roll my eyes. Don't be absurd. Whatever you say, sis, she adds. I mean, I guess you'd know best. You are the one in his underwear, not me. I flip her the middle finger and go back to eating my burger. No way Andrew Watson is growing on me. Right? You can't deny he was pretty sweet to you last night and this morning. Ugh, whatever. So he was actually nice to me for once. That doesn't mean I'm going to start erecting statues in his honor and declaring my undying love. If you don't mind my asking, what kind of underwear does Andrew prefer? Boxers? Boxer briefs? Something else? Billy asks, with a devilish smile, and I roll my eyes. You're never going to let me live this down, are you? Nope, she says, pressing her lips together and popping the pea. Rocky grins. You have to admit, Bertie, the whole situation is nuts. Like, the one guy you pretty much hated and called an asshole is... You also said he was an asshole. Very true, she agrees. But I know something else is coming when a sneaky smirk kisses her mouth. But I'm not the one who woke up naked in his bed this morning. I'm just the one who told you to keep your distance from him. I hate that she's right. But she is right. Fucking hell. I swear to God, the instant I get back to my rental, I'm hopping in the shower and putting on my own damn underwear. Can we talk about something else? I ask. Obviously, I'm enjoying being the butt of your jokes so much right now, but it'd be nice to, catch up on other things besides whose underwear I'm wearing. All right, fine. Billy waves the white flag. I guess we've given you enough of a hard time. You think? Rocky offers an apologetic smile. Sorry, Bertie. Forgive us for being such bitches. I shrug. I can't say I blame you, but I'm ready to move the conversation along, if you know what I'm saying. I look toward my sister. How did your OBGYN appointment go Friday? She smiles and rubs a hand over her protruding belly. Everything is looking good. Baby is healthy and happy in there, and less than 2 months to go until we get to meet him or her. I think it's a girl, I say, and Billy laughs. Last week, you said you thought it was a boy. I smirk. Well, this week, I think it's a girl. Holy shit. Less than 2 months. That's so soon. Rocky muses after she takes a sip of her iced tea. I can't believe how quickly the time has already passed. I know, Billy agrees. Although, I am getting to the point in this pregnancy where I feel like a whale, and I'm just so ready to meet my baby. Time is starting to drag the heck out. God, I remember that feeling. Rocky answers, understanding in her voice. Are you planning on breastfeeding? That's the plan. Billy nods. So, if you have any tips or tricks, I'm all ears. Girl, I could go on for days. Billy grins. By all means, tell me all the things. While the two of them dive into the wild world of proper latch techniques and feeding schedules and how to avoid nipple confusion, a foggy memory of last night pops into my mind, and I grab my phone to get confirmation. Me. Was I calling you Andy last night? He responds a minute later. Andrew. Yes, and just so you know, I do not approve. I grin. I can't help it. Me. So you don't want me to call you Andy? Andrew. Nope. Me. Personally, I think it's cute. The nickname Andy, I mean. I don't know why you dislike the nickname Andy so much. Andrew. Christ, enough with the Andy bullshit. Me. Oh boy, it appears I've struck a nerve. Sorry about that, Andy. My bad. Andrew. Very funny, firecracker. Me. I am very funny, Andy. What do you think, Bertie? My sister's voice fills my ears, and I glance up from my phone to find her staring at me. What do I think about what? I question, and she glances between my face and the phone in my hand. Who are you texting? She asks, curiosity in her voice. No one, I say, but when she narrows her eyes, it's more than apparent she knows I'm full of shit. I mean, just Samantha. She's telling me about my schedule. Well, tell her to leave you alone because you're having lunch with your very pregnant and hormonal sister who needs your help picking out colors for the nursery. Calm down, I say through a laugh, and pointedly set my phone screen side down onto the table. Now, I'm all ears, sis. Billy doesn't waste any time diving back into her options for nursery decor. And while I'm trying really hard to focus on what she's saying, in the back of my mind, I can't stop thinking about the fact that I just impulsively texted Andrew, like we're the best of friends. Good God. Those pot brownies must have, like, an extended effect. Uh-huh. Sure they do.
Chapter 28. Andrew. The hype is real. We've been in Memphis for 5 days now, and this afternoon our filming schedule is focused around that first pivotal scene where Cal Loggins discovers Arizona Lee. Production scored big when they managed to rent out the ideal location for the next 4 days, a little dive bar in downtown Memphis called the Copper Door. The establishment is an eclectic mix of worn wooden floors, country and blues memorabilia, and faded copper embellishments across the bar and walls. I watch from behind Howie's director's chair as he walks up onto the stage and discusses a few things with Bertie and the rest of the actors playing Arizona's Memphis band. In this scene, Arizona is a nobody in country music, a gorgeous, undiscovered musician who spends her nights singing her own songs in Grassroots, a bar her Uncle Joe owns. Bertie nods at whatever Howie tells her, and the instant he heads off to set and back toward where I'm currently standing, she picks up her guitar, slides the strap around her chest, and steps back up to the microphone at the front of the stage. This is the first time I've really been able to watch her in action, in her musical element. Any music we've recorded for the movie, we've done it separately. Our busy shooting schedules make it impossible for us to be in the recording studio at the same time. And whenever she's filmed scenes that include Arizona on stage, I was busy filming Cal's flashback scenes. But today I'm here, witnessing what Bertie Harris looks like up there on stage, her undeniable talent front and center. Her long blonde hair flows past her shoulders, and her cowgirl boots tap to the beat as she and the band take a quick test run of the song. And her pint-sized body just flows with the music as her fingers strum across her guitar. She doesn't even have to think about what she's doing up there. It's all muscle memory at this point. The song she's about to sing is called Ramblin' Wisdom, and it's one Bertie wrote specifically for this film, specifically for my character, and one that I spent more than a few hours recording. With the help of a voice coach who started working with me well before filming started, I hope I managed to do it somewhat justice on the film's soundtrack. "All right, guys, quiet on set," Howie shouts as he sits back down in his chair and I head to my place on set, just off to the right of the stage, with my elbow resting on the bar and a beer in my hand. "My extras in the crowd, I need to see a little more movement from you. Drinking, dancing, small talk with the people beside you. Big reactions to Arizona's news. We all good?" he asks, glancing around the set. When he likes what he sees, he nods. "All right, let's do this." "Scene 3, take 7, a PA yells. "Action!" I take a sip of my beer and Bertie begins. She looks out into the crowd, a small smile tugging at her lips.
I'm not sure if y'all know this, but I've been told we have someone special here tonight.
Her eyes seek out mine and she flashes a secret wink my way.
Actual country music royalty, she continues, and her smile gets bigger as she looks back into the various faces of the crowd. A man who's going to make my Uncle Joe mad he took a trip to Mississippi this weekend.
She laughs, and everyone in the audience starts to look around, trying to figure out who Arizona is talking about. She strums her guitar.
Do y'all want to know who it is?
"Come on, Arizona, tell us!" a man shouts from the crowd, and she laughs again.
Everyone, I need you to give a very warm grassroots welcome to Cal Loggins.
The crowd responds with wide, searching eyes, and once I'm spotted near the bar, surprised hushes morph into hoots and hollers.
That's right,
she adds, her chocolate eyes grinning at me.
Cal Loggins has decided to stop by our little bar tonight, and I'm hoping y'all can convince him to join me on stage.
The audience responds in excitement and boisterous cheers. I smirk up at her. Getting me on stage is going to depend on what you're wanting me to sing, darling.
Anything you want.
She strums her fingers over her guitar again and plays the first opening beats of one of Cal's most popular songs, Ramblin' Wisdom.
Or you know exactly what I want.
I laugh. You drive a hard bargain.
Come on, Cal, get your ass up here and sing with me.
As I'm walking up toward the stage to stand beside Arizona Lee, I can't stop myself from noticing just how stunning this woman, Bertie Harris, really is. I can't stop myself from marveling over how at ease she is with a guitar in her hands, and I most certainly don't miss the way her mouth looks as we start to sing one of Cal's songs together, our voices melding into the same microphone. God damn, all the Birdie Harris hype is spot on. There is something about her that makes you want to watch her every move, but without rush, without haste. You just want to take her all the way in. Her wide, doe-like eyes, her full, plush mouth, and every adorable little emotion that's evident on her face and in her body language. I've been in the business a long time, and I've seen a lot of stars, some worthy of success and fame, but most, sadly, are not. It's all very fucking superficial, but that's what makes Little Miss Harris so mesmerizing. There isn't an ounce of superficial running through her veins. She is 100% real, and fuck if that doesn't make her all the more addictive. No pretentious attitude, no shallow persona. Birdie Harris is raw, with every single one of her emotions sitting on her sleeve. This gorgeous woman has star power. She has something no one can deny, something I sure as fuck can't deny. When I spot Johnny Johnston standing beside Howie, a smile playing on his lips as he watches and listens to this beautiful woman sing, my chest tightens with an emotion that feels a lot like irritation, which is crazy. You know what's even crazier, bro? The fact that deep down, you're more convinced than ever to make her yours.
Chapter 29. Birdie. I get it from my granny. Cal, this is crazy, I say, staring down at my hands. I can't just leave Memphis and go on the road with you. What am I supposed to tell my Uncle Joe? What am I supposed to tell my band? 2 gentle fingers reach down to lift my chin until I'm staring directly into soft blue.
Darlin', it's simple, he says. Tell them you're going to be a star.
I stare back at him, ready to respond, but the words, the damn words, they are nowhere to be found. Shit. Think, Birdie. Remember your lines. Panic tightens my chest as I rummage through every nook and cranny of my mind. And the ever-so-slight furrow in his brow tells me all I need to know. Andrew knows I'm forgetting my lines. Again. Hell, everyone on set knows I'm messing up my lines again. We've rolled through this same scene what feels like 100 times, and I've yet to get it right. Every single time, I've found a way to mess it up. I shut my eyes briefly, incredibly irritated with myself and my stupid brain that can't seem to function today. But Andrew surprises me by going off script.
Don't let this opportunity slip out of your hands, Arizona,
he whispers.
Reach out and take it. Make it yours.
He's trying to help me. He's trying to keep this scene rolling until I find my rhythm again. But my mind is already off to the self-deprecating races, too consumed with berating myself than actually trying to climb out of this hole I've dug. And let me tell you, this hole is fucking deep. Black holes in outer space have got nothing on it. 30 more seconds of my embarrassing silence, and Howie has had enough. He hops out of his director's chair.
Cut! Cut!
He shouts, and frustration is evident in his now strained voice. Pretty sure all the cuts you've forced him to yell have given the poor man a sudden case of laryngitis. Ugh. Mortification in the form of heat flushes my cheeks.
What's going on, Birdie?
He asks, and my shoulders sag. I don't fucking know. Truthfully, I don't know what's wrong with me. I feel out of sorts and unable to focus. And even though I should know these lines like the back of my hand, the words are a jumbled mess inside my head.
Are you going to be able to get it together sometime tonight?
He questions.
This is our 15th take on this scene.
This is the first time he's ever gotten that direct or short with me, and my sweaty palms and racing heart prove it's a shock to my system. I'm a total failure. The stress of this movie, and the fact that I'm not doing what I need to do, sits heavy on my shoulders. Tears prick my eyes, which only makes me more irritated with myself. Am I really going to freaking cry right now? Get it together, Bertie. I inhale a deep, steady breath and try to force the emotions that are bubbling up into my throat back down. But it's no use. They're a boulder lodged inside my windpipe, ready and waiting to make their big debut. Lord Almighty, I'm a mess today. A big fat failure. I'm sorry, Howie. My voice sounds so pathetic, so damn small and defeated. I don't know what's going on with me today. I'm trying, I'm really trying, but... I pause, unsure of what else to say. Frankly, I have zero clue why I'm having such a difficult time with this scene. It makes no sense. My flimsy words offer him zero reassurance.
We're getting behind schedule,
he responds on a sigh and runs a hand through his hair.
And I fucking hate to get behind schedule.
He looks toward Serena.
You think we can talk the owner into letting us rent out his bar and parking lot for one more day? We were supposed to be done tomorrow night, but after this, I'm certain we're going to need an extra day.
She nods. I don't think that will be a problem. With one last, incredibly frustrated look in my direction, Howie turns on his heel and strides back toward the cameras.
Did we get anything worth saving?
The director of photography offers a small shrug.
I got a few things we can make work with some edits, but certainly not everything.
Yeah, Howie barks out a laugh.
That's more than apparent.
He glances down at his watch.
All right, guys. Since it's already 9:30 and things only seem to be going downhill from here, let's call it a night and come back tomorrow. Serena, let me know if you have any issues getting approval from the owner for another day.
Heaven help me. I've screwed up this scene so much, my director doesn't even want to continue. We were supposed to shoot for another 2 hours, but he's already calling it a day. Because of you. Everything inside me wants to break the fuck down, but I will myself to stay strong. I hear Tom Hanks's voice in A League of Their Own in my head. Only instead of him saying, "There's no crying in baseball," he's saying, "There's no crying in Hollywood." While everyone starts to pack up for the day, I bite my lip hard enough to make it bleed and focus my energy on finding the quickest route off-set. We're still on location in the Copper Door, and thankfully, I have a small trailer just out the back doors and in the parking lot to the left of the building. Just get to your trailer so you can break down without anyone else around. I walk as fast as I possibly can without jumping into a freaking sprint. Offset, past the cameras, past the rest of the cast and crew, and out into the cool May air of a Tennessee night. My feet motor across the pavement like I'm trying to hit a speed-walking world record. The sun has already set, and the moon is starting to make its presence known by softly lighting up the dark sky. But I couldn't care less about any of it. I'm solely fixated on getting inside my trailer and away from everyone and everything. When I spot the small white door that has my name plastered on the front in even black letters, I pick up the ankle-breaking pace, and the second I step inside, I slam the door shut behind me. Deep down, I know it's okay to have a bad day. I know it's okay to be slightly off my game every once in a while. These are all things I know to be rational and true. But rationality left the building about 10 minutes ago, after my 15th fuck-up, when I saw the exasperated look on Howie's face. It doesn't help that I have a lifelong track record of being a stubborn perfectionist. Pretty sure I get that from my granny. She was a wizard at baking pies, but God forbid one of her pies wasn't up to snuff for the church bake sale. The woman went on the warpath, mad at everyone and everything, but mostly ticked off at herself. God damn it. I'm just like Granny. I want to cry. I want to scream. I want to push this painful weight of stress off my shoulders. But when I shut my eyes tight or open my mouth to let it all out, nothing happens. All those emotions that were boiling beneath the surface have disappeared, and the knot in my chest is so constricting it makes breathing feel like a chore. Bertie? The sound of Andrew's voice and 2 knocks to my trailer door startle me, but I stay rooted to my spot with my back to the door and my eyes fixated on the wrinkles in the carpet beneath my feet. Maybe he'll just go away. When I don't answer, The door slides open, and the sound of footsteps makes its way up the 2 steps and into my trailer. Shit.
"Birdie, are you okay?"
He asks, and the door clicks shut. "I'm fine," I whisper, and I hate how shaky and unsteady my voice sounds. I swallow hard against the stupid emotion that all of a sudden wants to show up to my pity party, and I make no move to turn around. "Nothing for you to worry about." 2 strong arms find their way around my shoulders and pull me back, tight against his firm chest.
"We all have bad days,"
he whispers into my ear.
"Don't let what Howie said get to you."
I don't respond, the surprising kindness in his voice only making it harder to keep the tears at bay.
"You're drawn tight like a damn bow, sweetheart,"
he continues, his voice smooth like honey, and I have to shut my eyes tight to keep the emotion behind my lids.
"Keeping all this bottled up inside will only make it worse. You need to let it out. Just cry, scream, whatever you need to do, just let it out."
A part of me wants to fight against him, push him away and tell him I'm fine. But his words are the equivalent of Miley Cyrus on a wrecking ball, breaking straight through my emotional dam. Tears slip from my lids, and my shoulders shake, and Andrew turns me around and hugs me tight to his chest. A part of me wants to resist this, resist him, but I simply can't because he's right. I just need to let it out. So, I do. With my head resting on his shoulder, I let myself fall into his embrace, while my tears soak into the old leather jacket that's part of his Cal costume. And Andrew just stands there, holding me, letting me cry it out. He doesn't say or do anything else but that. "I don't know why I kept screwing it all up," I eventually whisper once I've cried the knot in my throat away. He leans back to look down at me, and his grayish-blue eyes show no judgment or scrutiny, just warmth and tenderness.
"Birdie, we all fuck up sometimes,"
he says.
"It's impossible to be perfect with this kind of production schedule. Hell, Serena wanted to wring my neck the other day when I couldn't keep a straight face during a scene with Johnny."
His words urge an amused smile to quirk up the corners of my mouth. "It's because of his beard, isn't it?"
"Christ, I didn't think it was possible, but that thing keeps getting worse."
"You're kind of evil the way you're always ragging on Johnny's beard." A giggle jumps from my throat, and he grins down at me.
"Yeah, but you can't deny I only speak the truth about that monstrosity."
He gently taps my nose with his index finger.
"You feel a little better?"
I nod and blow out a shaky breath. "Getting there."
"Have you eaten anything today?"
"No, not really." I shake my head. But food is the last thing on my mind.
"You've got to eat, sweetheart."
I step away from his hold and snag my script off the vanity in my trailer, holding it up in the air. "No, I need to practice my damn lines, so I don't fuck everything up tomorrow."
"Okay,"
he says with a nod and slides his hands into the pockets of his jeans.
"Let's get out of these costumes, grab some takeout, and we can practice lines together back at the hotel."
"Back at the hotel?" I quirk a brow. "As in, me and you, alone, in a hotel room?"
"Don't be so stubborn about it,"
he answers through a teasing smirk.
"It's not like I'm asking you to put on my underwear again. We're just going to eat some dinner and roll through the scene a few times so you're more comfortable in the morning."
I roll my eyes on an annoyed sigh. "Oh my God, enough about your stupid underwear."
"Speaking of my underwear, do you still have them? Or are you planning to keep them?"
he asks, playfulness evident in his voice.
"Oh wait, let me guess. You're probably wearing them right now."
I flip him the middle finger, and his quiet chuckle fills my ears.
"All right, enough about my awesome underwear, and back to the important stuff like food and helping you run through your lines back at the hotel."
He steps forward and takes the script from my hands, rolls it up, and slides it into the back pocket of his jeans.
"I've been in your shoes before, sweetheart, and trust me, a good meal and running through the scene with your co-star will ensure that you don't have a repeat on set tomorrow morning."
I sigh. I wish he weren't right. But he is right. I need to eat. And I certainly could use a little help working past whatever mental block made today's filming go sour. Fine, I agree. But we're going to my hotel room, and I get to choose the takeout. He smirks. Deal.
Chapter 30. Andrew. Uh-oh, someone is about to get sassy.
Ugh! What is wrong with me? Why can't I get this right?
Birdie tosses her script down onto the table littered with containers of half-eaten takeout. This is our fourth run-through, and I can tell by the tight, exasperated look on her face that she's growing more frustrated by the second. Her chest moves up and down in a rough breath, and two frustrated hands tug at her long blonde locks.
Why can't I get this right?
She berates herself through a tense jaw. You're doing good, Birdie, I reassure her. Don't give up now.
Don't patronize me.
She lets out a deep sigh and tosses her body down onto the hotel bed in dramatic fashion.
I'm doing awful.
A laugh jumps from my throat at her pathetic, albeit adorable display on the mattress. Come on, drama queen, you are doing good. You almost got through the whole scene on this last run.
I'm not a drama queen.
She glares at me, grabs a pillow to cover her face, and a muffled, frustrated groan into the cottony material follows. Even though I can no longer see her pretty face, I smirk down at her. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you're basically throwing a temper tantrum, sweetheart.
Shut up, Andy.
She groans into the pillow again.
Good God, I suck. And truthfully, even though I'm not much of a drinker, I could really use a big old glass of wine right now to take the edge off.
You want some wine? I ask, and she peeks out from beneath the pillow covering her face.
Yes, please?
Okay. I pause and smile down at her, more than ready to negotiate with the cute temper tantrum terrorist. If I get you some wine, will you be able to get it together and finish working through this scene?
Yes.
She nods, and I raise a questioning brow. You sure about that?
Yes, but only if you promise to stop playing 20 frickin' questions with me.
She tosses the pillow at my head, and I duck out of the way. Jesus, woman, I mutter through a laugh. If I didn't know better, I'd think I was trying to run lines with Tawny Rose.
Very funny, asshole.
She snags another pillow off the bed and tosses it even harder at me. I dodge it, laugh again, and head over to the nightstand to pick up the hotel phone. In a matter of seconds, I have room service on the line, and I'm instructing them on Birdie's wine needs. Yes, just a bottle, I respond into the receiver.
And what kind of wine would you like, sir?
I look over at Birdie, who is now just staring up at the ceiling. What kind of white do you fancy?
White wine, very sweet white wine.
My attention back to the phone, I ask, do you have Moscato?
We sure do.
The male voice on the phone responds.
Give me about 10 minutes and I will have a fresh bottle sent up to your room.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. Wine officially on its way, I hang up the phone and head over to the table with our takeout order from the little Italian restaurant up the street. My brilliant plan engaged, I seek out the piece of chocolate cake Birdie decided she couldn't live without. Fork and container in hand, I walk over to the bed and set it down beside her. Here, Grumpy. While we wait on the wine, eat your chocolate cake. I don't have to tell her twice. In no time at all, the container is in her lap, the fork is in her hand, and a big bite of chocolate cake heads for her mouth. The instant it hits her taste buds, a soft, sexy-as-hell moan escapes her lips.
Oh, yes. This chocolate cake was the best idea I've ever had.
Giving her that chocolate cake may be the worst idea I've ever had. That moan of hers is dangerously sexy, and I try like hell to ignore it, but it's nearly impossible when she keeps moaning after each fucking bite. Christ. Deja vu hits me hard, reminding me of a not-so-sober, naked Birdie in my bed. Heaven and hell, it was like finding a giant, shiny Christmas present, but not being allowed to unwrap it. There are a lot of things I'd love to do to her to hear that moan. A lot of fucking things, but tonight is not the night for that. I came here to help her run lines, and while I downright love the idea of hearing her moan while she's coming on my cock, I'm not the kind of bastard who would use this kind of situation to make it happen. 3 soft raps grab my attention, and I head to the door to answer it. Once the nice man from room service slides in a small cart carrying a bottle of Moscato and 2 empty wine glasses, I tip him generously and see him back out. 2 hearty glasses poured, I hand one to Bertie and take a sip from the glass in my hand. I scrunch up my face once the sugar overload hits my tongue. Fuck, that's sweet. Do you drink this shit a lot? Bertie giggles.
You don't like sweet wine?
I shake my head and set the glass back down. I feel like I'm drinking fucking pixie sticks. Is there even any alcohol inside it? She rolls her eyes.
Don't be such a wine snob. It's delicious.
Yeah, for a toddler, maybe. Bertie hops off the bed and grabs my glass, holding it out to me.
Drink your wine, Andy.
I'm not drinking that wine.
Come on, you big baby. Drink the wine.
How about if I finish this whole glass of sugar, you'll roll through the scene again?
You have a deal, Andy.
Jesus, I mutter and stare down at the glass. You better nail it this time. Bertie grins in amusement as she watches me lift the glass to my lips and chug the rest of the awful wine. Down the hatch, I take 2 large gulps of the sugary syrup and let it flow down my throat. Once every last drop is out of the glass, I set it back down on the cart and shake off the aftertaste. Ugh, that was awful.
Now who's the drama queen?
Bertie laughs and points a finger in my direction.
Pretty sure that's you.
Drink up, sweetheart, I quip. It's time to get back to work. Following my lead, she finishes off her wine in 5 quick gulps and sets the empty glass down beside mine.
Okay,
she says and starts shaking out her arms and legs like she's preparing to run a marathon.
Let's do this.
You ready? She nods, game face intact.
You bet your diva ass I'm ready.
She makes a show of jogging in place for a few seconds and then stretching out her arms and legs.
I'm not even going to use the script this time.
A soft chuckle escapes my lips. All right, Rocky Balboa, let's do it. Bertie flashes a grin in my direction but quickly schools her face in preparation for the scene. One big breath in and out of her lungs and she dives right in.
Cal, this is crazy,
she says, staring down at her hands.
I can't just leave Memphis and go on the road with you. What am I supposed to tell my Uncle Joe? What am I supposed to tell my band?
With 2 gentle fingers, I reach down under her chin to lift her eyes back to mine. Darling, it's simple. Tell them you're going to be a star. She searches my eyes for a good 10 seconds.
You really think I have what it takes?
My response doesn't require any thought. I don't think, Arizona. I know.
You don't know anything about me,
she retorts on a shocked laugh.
And yet you're so damn confident I can make it.
Darling, trust me, I know. I respond, and a soft smile crests my lips. It's a miracle you've been able to hide that talent of yours inside this fucking dive bar. You don't belong here anymore. You belong out there, on the road with me. You belong on stage, big stages, with big crowds. It's high time you realize you have what it takes. It's time for you to get out there and take what's rightfully yours.
You act like it's so damn easy.
She shuts her eyes and leans her head back on a sigh. Because it is that easy, Arizona. I step closer to her. All you need to do is say yes. She stays quiet for a long moment, but eventually those big brown eyes of hers are staring back into mine.
Yes.
You're coming with me? I ask. And mentally I start to cheer Bertie on. She's getting so close, so damn close to making it through this entire scene. Come on, sweetheart, keep going.
I'm coming with you,
she says, her voice the exact right softness for this moment. Thank fuck. I let out a relieved breath and smiled down at her. Darling, you're not going to regret this.
You promise?
You have my word. This is your last line, Bertie, the last fucking line. You got this.
Your word better be made of steel. Because I feel like I'm putting everything on the line right now.
Thank fuck. I bring the scene home with the very last line. Look out, world. Here comes Arizona Lee. And the instant the last word leaves my lips, Bertie's eyes brighten with victory.
Holy shit,
she says, her voice quiet at first, until her excitement has the chance to completely take over.
Hallelujah, I finally did it. I finally freaking did it.
You did it, I say, grinning down at her, and you fucking nailed it. Her enthusiasm spurs her to jump into my arms and hug me tightly.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Don't thank me, that was all you. I chuckle and hug her back. Her giddy giggle vibrates her chest against mine.
Thank everything. I'm not a total failure.
Proud of you, Bertie.
You know,
she leans back and looks into my eyes.
I think you were right.
Right about what? I quirk a brow. That you would eventually nail the scene?
No.
She shakes her head and her pretty brown eyes turn serious.
That you're not as big of an asshole as I thought you were. Thank you for helping me tonight. I'm starting to feel like that's becoming a recurring theme with you.
Is that right? I ask, and I can't stop my gaze from drifting to her lips.
Uh-huh.
She whispers back, but she makes no move to disentangle her body from mine.
You're actually incredibly sweet when you want to be.
Her words take me by surprise. Honestly, I don't know what's changed, but for some reason I'm finding it hard to be anything but nice to Birdie. I don't want to see her mad or angry or frustrated. I loathe seeing her embarrassed or vulnerable. I just want to make her smile and laugh and happy. Her gaze flits down to my lips and back to my eyes before making the circuit 2 more times. And fuck, I want to kiss her. I want to find out what Moscato tastes like from her mouth. I want to feel her soft lips melding against mine. I want to hear that sexy moan falling off her tongue because I'm making her feel good. I want to do a lot of things right now, but I hesitate, shut my eyes tight, and stop myself from making a move. But she does the exact opposite. Her lips to mine, Birdie kisses me. She is fucking kissing me. Soft at first, until we both deepen it further. Her tongue slips into my mouth and dances with mine. She is sweet like sugar, and I'm certain I could drink Moscato for the rest of my damn life if it meant tasting it like this. Don't stop, Birdie. Don't fucking stop. She doesn't. She keeps on kissing me and wraps her legs around my waist, her entire body surrounding mine. She grinds her hips against me, and a groan escapes my throat. Fuck. I want her. Right now.
Chapter 31. Birdie. A little voice inside my head warns me, but the damn thing is easily drowned out by the loudest voice in my head, the one that's telling me to give in to this, to feel all the things I want to feel with him, to let go and live in the moment and just have some damn fun, to rent an officer and a gentleman and try to get over the fact that I've sworn off military penises. Soldiers are good. They're dependable. They're courageous. Would it be so bad to be pro Staff Sergeant Dick Richardson? No, it wouldn't. It can't be anymore. Holding back is driving me crazy. I feel like we've been playing with fire for the past several weeks, every kissing and intimate scene we filmed, only building this undeniable sexual tension between us, and we've officially reached the point where we can no longer ignore it. And I know there are probably 100 reasons why I should stop this, but hell's bells, I can't. I want to keep doing this, kissing him, tasting him, feeling his body against mine. Andrew deepens the kiss, and I moan against his mouth. My hips move of their own accord, completely out of control, and seeking the little jolts of pleasure that occur whenever I feel his thick arousal brush against me. We are both so caught up in the moment, and, for once, there is no confusion. No cameras rolling or script to follow. There's no Arizona or Cal. It's just me and him, Birdie and Andrew. Fuck, sweetheart. He groans against my lips. I have no idea what is happening right now. Me either, but I don't think I want it to stop. I whisper and smash my lips against his, spurring another groan from his throat. I slide my fingers down his chest to his abdomen and stop when I reach the button of his jeans. Shit, Birdie, he mutters, leaning away from our kiss to meet my heady gaze. Are you sure? Am I sure? Am I really sure? The aching throb between my thighs answers the question for me. I nod, and he doesn't hesitate to walk us toward the bed and lay me down on the mattress. God, I can't think about anything else but putting my mouth on you right now. I could say the same thing, you know. My hands shake with anticipation as I rest on my elbows and reach forward to grip the waistband of his jeans. The button pops with surprising ease, and I undo the zipper in record time. My head is filled with crazy thoughts, most of them horny, sex-fueled desires, but a few of them are all like, what in the hell am I doing? Am I really going to have sex with Andrew Watson? But before I can even think, with my help, Andrew's jeans and boxer briefs are a distant memory on the floor, and he stands there before me, his hard, thick cock jutting out from his body impressively. Holy huge penis. Size 13 definitely makes a whole lot of sense right now.
You're absolutely certain, Bertie?
He asks, one final confirmation that I'm giving him permission to do all sorts of dirty, sexy things to me. Holy huge penis and hot body. Yes. I want all the sexy things. Uh-huh. I nod and bite my lip, my gaze hungrily flitting between his mesmerizing eyes and his full lips, and his thick arousal. I sit up and take off my shirt and bra just to punctuate my willingness. Fuck, he mutters, his eyes raking over my breasts, and I shiver. He kneels before me, his hands reaching up to undo the button of my jeans and slide them down my thighs. My panties are next, and then I'm completely naked. We're completely naked. My breaths come out in short pants as he lifts my thighs to rest over his shoulders, and he gazes hungrily between my thighs.
You're so beautiful,
he whispers. In that split second, before he presses his mouth against me, every nerve in my body and brain is electrified. The anticipation is almost too much to bear, but he takes his sweet time, just raking his eyes over me and gently running his fingers up and down my inner thighs. And fuck, his fingertips must be electric, because wherever they brush against me, my skin tingles in a frenzy of static. When his lips finally meet the one place where I downright ache for him, my spine arches, and a panting moan escapes my lips. He is relentless in the way he works me over, his tongue swirling around all the right spots, his mouth sucking and eating at me with the kind of intensity that has my hands gripping the sheets of the bed. Fuck, he moans against me.
I knew you'd taste good, but I didn't know you'd taste this fucking good.
As his hands move over my thighs and my belly and up to my breasts, and his mouth and tongue feast on me, it's like my body has temporary paralysis. The fast, intense pleasure of it all too much for my mind to process. But it doesn't take long before the preemptive waves of my climax hit me like a freight train. Those first swells drifting up my spine and waking every nerve ending inside my body. It is pleasure and ecstasy and heaven on earth, all rolled up into one delicious orgasm. The damn thing forces my eyes to roll toward the back of my head, and uncontrollable moans and pants and insane noises escape my lungs. Holy shit. That was incredible. Andrew crawls up my body, his mouth pressing soft kisses against my thighs and my belly and my breasts, and he doesn't stop until he is hovering over me, his lips mere inches from my mouth. When I feel the tip of his cock jerk against me, I whimper. Good God, I want to know what he feels like inside me. Without hesitation, I pull his mouth to mine and kiss the hell out of him, tasting myself on his tongue and swallowing his moans into my throat. I want you inside me, I whisper, and he stops our kiss to press his forehead against mine.
Bertie, you have no fucking idea how much I want that too.
But he pauses, and I search his eyes in confusion. But what? A strangled sigh leaves his throat.
I don't have a condom.
The irony of it spurs a giggle to jump out of my throat.
Mind letting me know why that's so funny to you?
He asks, a confused smile cresting up the corners of his lips. Because you, of all people, do not have a condom right now.
Well, sweetheart, I didn't come up here to fuck you. I came up here to run lines with you.
And eat my pussy too, apparently. I tease, and he laughs.
That's cute, sweetheart.
he says, and makes a show of taking his still hard cock and sliding it through my wetness. I moan. I guess it's a good thing I have condoms here. He tilts his head to the side. You do? Uh-huh. Frankly, if it weren't for Samantha being a total smartass about my lack of sex, I wouldn't have them. But the fact that she decided to be a sarcastic biatch and add a gift basket of lube and condoms and a freaking vibrator when she packed my suitcases has certainly come in handy right now. I slide out from under him and stride into the big bathroom that sits off the bedroom. When I come back out with a condom packet in my hand, Andrew grins at me from his new spot on the bed, still gloriously naked with his back resting against the headboard and his arms behind his head. I have no idea why I feel so at ease with him in this moment, but I do. I feel like I could tell him all my wildest fantasies, and he wouldn't falter. Instead, he'd work to make them all come true. I don't waste any time crawling my body on top of his until I'm straddling his thighs with my legs, his thick arousal already pressed against the spot where an aching throb has started to take root. I rip the condom packet open with my teeth, and he smirks. Fuck. He bites his lip and watches me with hooded eyes. That's sexy. I know, right? I retort and make a show of leaning back and slowly sliding the condom down his length. When he starts to reach out to touch my hips, I shake my head and slap his hands away. No touching, sir. He smirks. No touching? Nope. No touching for you. Only me. That smirk turns devilish. Is that right? Oh yes, that's right, I say, and wrap my hand around his sheathed cock. Moving up and down in a slow and steady rhythm, I stare at him as, ever so slightly, his mouth falls open. Does that feel good? He nods, and immediately I stop. Andrew frowns and I giggle. You remember all those times you teased me mercilessly? I ask. All those times you said shit to me just to get a rise out of me? Well, consider this a delicious form of payback. He lets out a frustrated yet turned-on, raspy groan. I thought my broken nose was payback enough. Not quite. I shake my head on a little smirk. Now, close your eyes. He stares at me. Andrew, close your eyes. I repeat, and this time he actually listens. Fuck. I have no idea what you're about to do, but I hope you keep in mind that I just made you come on my tongue. Oh, trust me, I say, and move my body down his, my lips pressing soft kisses over his rippled abs and prominent V. And I don't stop until I grip his arousal in my hand, and my mouth hovers around the tip. I remember. Hell, I'm already getting wet again just thinking about it. I knew you'd be wild. His cock jerks in my hand in response. I fucking knew it. You like wild, Andrew? I ask, and he groans. I like you. His words spur a shiver up my spine, and I wrap my lips around the tip of his sheathed cock and suck on him for a good 30 seconds before I pull away. You still like me, Andrew? Fucking hell, Bertie. You're my favorite now. I grin at that and proceed to lick my tongue along the length of him. God damn, playing with a naked Andrew just might be the most fun I've ever had. I take my teasing time, alternating licking and sucking until his cock turns rigid and the muscles of his abdomen tighten. And then I climb back up his body, kneel above his hips, take his arousal in my hand, and push him inside me in one swift, deep, delicious movement until his cock is pressed to the hilt. Andrew opens his eyes, and the heat and desire and passion I find within their gray-blue depths is enough to make me moan. I move up and down his length, selfishly taking my own pleasure, and he watches with rapt attention. His tongue sneaks out to lick his lips as his gaze moves between my eyes and my mouth and my bare breasts and the spot where we're so intimately connected.
"This might be the hottest thing I've ever experienced in my life,"
he says through a panting breath.
"But fuck, I want to touch you, Birdie."
I reach down and grip his hands in mine and lift them until his palms are pressed against my breasts. So touch me. I don't have to tell him twice. He does more than just touch me. He takes complete control, wrapping his arms around my waist and flipping us over so I'm on my back and he's hovering over my body, his cock still pressed deep inside me. His lips caressing my ear, he whispers,
"I'm not going to stop fucking you until I feel that perfect pussy of yours come hard around my cock."
I moan, and he thrusts in and out of me in steady, deep movements until my thighs begin to shake and my fingers claw at the skin of his back and my lips and tongue steal erratic, desperate kisses from his mouth. And let me tell you, he keeps his word. I come hard. From my head all the way to the tips of my toes, my climax consumes my entire body. And it doesn't take long before Andrew follows, finishing himself inside me through deep, sexy, raspy groans. Holy bad decisions. I just had sex with the one man I wasn't supposed to have sex with. Yeah, and you'd be lying if you tried to act like you regretted even a single second of it.
Chapter 32. Andrew. If God is an artist, then this woman is his masterpiece. Birdie's still asleep beside me, her naked form peeking out from beneath the sheets. The clock has barely struck 5 in the morning, and the sun is still resting well below the horizon. We need to be back on set by 7, and I should probably make my way down to the hotel gym, fit in a quick workout, and then head back to my room for a shower. But I'm enjoying this view far too much. I gaze upon her naked form, taking in every inch of visible skin that's resting above the sheets. One long leg, the curve of her hip, her slender arm, and her breasts that rise and fall with each soft, steady breath. My eyes are drawn to the golden river that gently caresses its way down her back and fans out across her pillow. The first moment I met Birdie, she outright loathed me. My normally charming ways nothing more than a deterrent for her, which only made me want to step up to the challenge that was her. And I've spent the past several weeks savoring the thrill of the chase. But that chase has moved in mysterious ways I couldn't have ever predicted. Last night, all my Birdie Harris fantasies came to fruition, and truthfully, I'm almost disappointed how lackluster they were compared to the real thing. This woman is a goddess, a playful mix of teasing and seductive. Once she lets go, once she's in the moment and chasing her pleasure, she is a force to be reckoned with. I smirked to myself. Yeah, I knew she'd be wild. You can't have that much attitude and sass stuffed into a pint-sized frame and not be capable of hot, addictive, wild sex. And truth be told, I'm not even close to being finished with her yet. When she begins to stir in her sleep and her eyes blink open, I brace myself for the unknown. Is she going to freak out? Is she going to be pissed? Will Birdie turn angry over the fact that we engaged in some of the hottest sex I've ever experienced in my life? For the briefest of seconds, I hold my breath, silently hoping she'll simply wake up re-energized and ready to sneak in another quick round of delicious sex before we have to leave for set. When sleepy brown eyes find their way to mine, a soft groan slips from her lungs.
What time is it?
A little after 5. She groans again.
It's so early.
Yeah. I grin down at her and reach out to slide a piece of her blonde hair from her cheek. But we need to be back on set in less than 2 hours. She narrows her eyes at me.
Which means we probably could have slept another hour, Andy.
Andy, fucking hell. I'm finding when she's grumpy or pissed at me or just wants to bust my balls a bit, Andy is her nickname of choice.
Do you always get up this early on shooting days?
She asks, and a yawn escapes her lips. That's the only way I can fit in a workout. Her nose crinkles up, and her pretty face turns outright cranky.
Oh, that's horrible.
You need to stop torturing yourself like that. I laugh at that and turn onto my back to look up at the ceiling.
So,
her voice is still soft and sleepy, but loud enough in the quiet of her hotel bedroom to snag my attention.
we had sex last night.
I glance over at her. We sure did, sweetheart. Silence spreads between us, and I search her eyes, trying to figure out what she's thinking and feeling, trying to determine if she regrets last night.
You know,
She whispers, and I tilt my head to the side, surprised by the otherwise neutral tone of her voice.
it had been a while for me.
She updates on something I've already heard before. Over a year, I confirm, and her eyes narrow in confusion.
How?
You might have mentioned it when you were on your cosmic brownie trip,
Oh, Jesus.
she mutters, stares up at the ceiling, and a sigh escapes her lips.
I had a feeling I said all kinds of crazy shit to you that night.
Bertie sits up on the bed, the sheets falling gloriously off her breasts and firm belly, and redirects her gaze to mine.
What else did I say that night?
Sweetheart, a gentleman never kisses and tells.
What?
Her eyes go wide, and she slaps a palm down on my chest.
I freaking kissed you that night?
Ow, shit! I mutter through a laugh. What is it with you and slapping me?
A lady never slaps and tells.
She smirks like the devil, and I reach out to tickle my hand against her ribcage.
Ah, stop that.
She squeals and jolts away from my touch.
It's too early for that shit, Andy.
Kind of like how it's too early for you to start slapping the shit out of me. I attempt to tickle her some more, but she dodges away from my hands like she's fucking Neo from the Matrix.
Okay.
She waves the white flag.
I give up. Stop flipping tickling me, you lunatic.
Fine. I chuckle and make a show of putting my hands on my stomach. And you didn't kiss me that night.
You lying bastard.
Bertie slaps me again in sighs of frustrated breaths, brushing her hair away from her face with her hands.
And now I'm demanding you tell me what else I actually did and said when I got accidentally high off a freaking brownie.
You really want to go down this conversational path?
Yes.
She nods and steers a pointed look in my direction.
And you're going to tell me.
Well, I pause, unsure if I should really give her all the dirty details of how she'd tried to get me into bed with her. Taking into consideration that she's only slapped me once, I'd say this morning is going pretty fucking well. Frankly, I'd prefer for us to continue heading down the good morning path with another round of fantastic sex.
Andy, spit it out already.
You were mostly just rambling about Taco Bell, and you begged me to put a frozen pizza in the oven. Pizza you fell asleep before eating, mind you.
This is shit you already told me.
She quirks a knowing brow.
When did the whole I haven't had sex in over a year thing come up? Surely it wasn't between tacos and pizza.
That came up after you decided to take off all your clothes in my hallway. Her eyes go wide, and her cheeks flush pink. See, that look is exactly why I don't think we should rehash it all, I mutter. For whatever reason, seeing her embarrassed makes me uncomfortable. Seeing her pissed and angry at me? Yeah, I dig that fire of hers. But shame? Humiliation? I'm not a fan.
It's fine, Andrew,
she responds.
I think anyone would be a bit embarrassed if they were in my shoes.
Yeah, well, I'm not a fan of seeing you feel that way. She searches my eyes for a long moment, my words spurring questions I can discern in her mind. But quickly, she schools her face and taps my abdomen with a persistent index finger.
Tell me the rest.
I blow out a breath. You're really not going to let this go, are you?
Nope.
After you got naked, you made yourself comfortable in my bed and started talking a whole lot about sex. How my bed was making you think about sex, and then you tried your hand at convincing me to join you in bed.
Holy shit, I propositioned you?
She asks, and I'm shocked to see a slightly tickled smile slide across her pretty lips. And you're amused by this? She shrugs, and a giggle pops from her mouth.
I mean, I put the Andrew Watson in a situation where he had to deal with a naked woman propositioning him for sex, and he couldn't do anything about it besides make a fucking frozen pizza.
More giggles followed her words.
It's absurd.
I'm so glad you're finding my misery this hilarious. I smirk and run a hand through my hair.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I appreciate that you didn't take me up on it.
I might be an asshole sometimes, Bertie, but I'll never take advantage of someone's vulnerability, especially hers. If anything, you go all caveman and want to shield her away from the rest of the world when she's helpless and exposed.
But I'm glad you didn't hold back last night,
she adds. and a little sexy smile appears on her lips. Me too, I respond without hesitation. But, where does that leave us now?
I'm not entirely sure.
She shrugs, staring down at the sheets and picking at the fabric with her fingers. Quiet spreads between us again, and I search her face for answers. Was last night just a one-off thing? God, I hope not. No way I've gotten my fill of her yet. Pretty sure we need to repeat what we did about 1,000 more times before I'll even come close to being satisfied. You think maybe we should give it another go just to see if it's still that fucking good between us? I question, a devilish smirk forming at the corners of my mouth. Her eyes jump to mine and I shrug. It's just an idea, I add, and she giggles.
Sure it is.
But no pressure, sweetheart, I continue and sit up and slide off the bed. And while you're thinking about it, I'm gonna hop in the shower real quick. Maybe you order us some breakfast, or, join me in the shower, whichever suits you most. The ball officially in her court, I stride into the bathroom and waste no time turning on the water and stepping inside. The water warms up in record time, and I grab the complimentary hotel shampoo and begin to scrub the suds into my hair. But by the time I'm rinsing the soap out of my hair, the shower door slides open, and I peek out of one eye to find a naked birdie stepping inside. To my utter surprise, she kneels down before me and takes my already hard cock into her mouth. One suck, two sucks. By the time she hits a mind-blowing rhythm, she stops and stares up at me from beneath hooded eyes.
You have exactly 15 minutes to rock my world again, and then I have to get ready for work.
I chuckle at that. Damn, you're a bossy little minx.
Uh-huh.
She nods and licks my hard length with her tongue.
Now deal with it, Andy.
She holds up a condom wrapper toward me, the tip of my cock now in her mouth.
Deal with it and make me come.
She doesn't have to tell me twice. Condom on, scant seconds later, I lift Birdie up into my arms, wrap her slender thighs around my waist, and slide inside her. So tight, so perfect. Fuck, how does she always feel so good? I push her up against the wall, bury my face between her breasts, and fuck her until she's coming around my cock. Damn, what a glorious start to the day.
Chapter 33. Birdie. I think I might be addicted to Andrew Watson's big, glorious penis. It's like I'm a military groupie or something. I'll take words I never thought I'd think for 1,000, Alex. At a little after 5 in the morning, with a fresh cup of coffee in my hand, I head into the hair and makeup trailer and find Maureen sleepily getting everything organized. Morning, Moore. Morning, honey. She returns the sentiment and flashes a tired smile my way. Take a seat, and I'll get started here shortly. I follow her instructions, knowing full well it'll be a good 15 minutes before she finds the strength to dive into my hair and makeup. Maureen is the exact opposite of a morning person. I admire that part of her personality. While she sets out a vast array of lotions and powders and brushes, I take a drink of my coffee and pull my phone out of my pocket and type out a message. Me. Rise and shine, Andy. You need to start getting your ass out of bed. His response comes in a minute later. Andrew.
What the hell, firecracker? Why didn't you wake me up before you left?
Since he didn't need to be on set until 8 today, I didn't bother waking him up before I left his room this morning. Me. I figured you needed your beauty sleep. Andrew.
No, sweetheart. You have that all wrong. I need my cock inside you to make sure my day starts off on the right foot.
A shiver rolls through me when I read his message. Hot damn. Honestly, I'm not sure what we're trying to do, or why I can't seem to stop doing all the dirty and delicious things that we're doing. But for the past week, my schedule has revolved around filming, occasional studio time, and having secret sex rendezvous with Andrew. Besides being his teasing self and a true wizard at giving awesome orgasms, he hasn't been anything but mind-blowingly sweet. That asshole I met during my audition has been surprisingly MIA. Truthfully, when I think back on it, That asshole persona left the building when he saved my trippy ass from doing something reckless the night I accidentally got high. And, it should be noted, ever since we opened Pandora's box of wild sex, we've banged like bunnies in my hotel room, or his hotel room, or my trailer, or his trailer, every single day. Even hours after we do all sorts of bad and sexy things to each other, his smell still lingers on my body and spurs insane fantasies inside my mind, where I imagine him entering me again and again and again. I think it's becoming a problem. One I'm not too keen on fixing just yet, but a problem nonetheless. Girls just want to have some secret fun and all that, right? But are you sure that's all this is about? Just fun? I roll my eyes at myself and type out a response while I note that Maureen is getting closer to being ready for me, already plugging in the blow-dryer and styling iron in my periphery. Me: I think you have a problem, sir. Andrew:
Like I need to go to rehab kind of problem?
Me: Yeah, something like that. Andrew:
My name is Andrew Watson, and I'm a Bertie Harris pussyholic.
I have to bite my lip to fight my giggle. Me: There is something seriously wrong with you. Andrew:
Tell that to your glorious pussy, sweetheart. It's all her fault. Speaking of which, let her know I'm going to slip my tongue inside her when we're on break today.
Me: Have you even looked at the schedule? Because when you do, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Andrew:
Our breaks don't line up today?
Me: Nope. I'll be shooting Arizona flashback scenes all day. Andrew:
What the fuck?
Me: Sorry, Andy. Winky face. Andrew:
I guess I'll just have to make up for it tonight.
Me: I don't know. I think I'm probably going to be too tired. I mean, I did have to wake up at 4 this morning. Andrew:
That's not a problem, sweetheart. This is between me and your perfect pussy, anyway. You can sleep while I feast on her.
Lord almighty. A rush of heat takes over my body, and I have the sudden urge to fan myself. Did Maureen forget to turn on the AC in this trailer? Me: You're evil. Andrew:
I'm pretty sure you mean I'm the nicest, most thoughtful, most giving gentleman you've ever met.
I can't deny that he's incredibly unselfish when it comes to sex. Always putting my pleasure first. He's like the Mother Teresa of orgasms. Andrew:
Fuck, Bertie. My cock is already hard just thinking about the things I'm going to do to you tonight.
Me: That sounds like quite the dilemma. Andrew:
Tell me about it. You better start talking about something else, or I'm going to end up doing something crazy like show up in that goddamn hair and makeup trailer and fuck you senseless while Maureen tries to get you ready.
Me: Don't be such a horny drama queen. And I'm pretty sure you can make it until tonight. Andrew:
I don't know, sweetheart. I know you're wanting to keep all the hot sex we're having on the down low, but my hard cock is about ready to let the cat out of the bag.
God, he's ridiculous. But also, he's generally a man of his word. So, in the name of keeping our hot sex rendezvous top secret, I do a little damage control and try to reroute the conversation. Hell, I haven't even told my sister about Andrew's and my newfound friendliness. The last thing I need is for her and Rocky to find out because some gossip magazine splashes it across their front page. Those two still won't let me live down the whole wearing his underwear to lunch thing, for fuck's sake. If this sex cat really got out of the bag, I'd never hear the end of it. And it goes without saying that the media would have a flipping field day. One I'm certainly not ready to handle. Hell, I don't know if I'll ever be ready for a highly publicized relationship like that. It's hard enough handling the media when it's just about simple things like my music, or fashion, or what coffee I like to drink. Me: What do you want for dinner tonight? Andrew:
Bertie's pussy.
I roll my eyes. Pervert. Me: Food, Andy. Since I'm figuring you won't leave me alone once we're done for the day, we're going to have to eat something. So what food do you want to eat tonight? Andrew:
You are 100% correct. And I already told you. Winky face.
Me. Focus, you horny bastard. Andrew.
How about tacos? I know they're your favorite.
My stomach is already grumbling in agreement. Me. Yes, please. Andrew.
Would tacos also be your choice for a birthday dinner?
Me. Tacos are always the choice, Andy. Andrew.
And what about cake? What's Birdie's favorite kind of birthday cake?
While comparing horrible driver's license pictures last night, he happened to find out that my 28th birthday is at the end of May. Less than 2 weeks away, in fact. His, on the other hand, isn't until the beginning of July, and he'll turn 36. Now, while I don't think 36 is old at all, I still teased him about being a grandpa. Me. I already told you. I don't want to make a big deal of my birthday, old man. Andrew.
Funny ha-ha with the old man shit. And don't worry, I'm going to completely ignore your birthday. But I still need to know what kind of cake you like.
All right, Birdie. Maureen's voice grabs my attention, and I look up from the screen of my phone to find her almost locked and ready to start applying my makeup. I think I'm almost set to go. Me. Gotta go, Andy. It's hair and makeup time. Andrew.
Birdie, if you don't tell me what kind of cake you like, I'll show up in that trailer in about 20 minutes with a naked birthday celebration of my own.
Me. You are a psycho. Andrew.
I'm waiting.
Knowing full well he won't let this go, I give in to his ridiculous demands. Me. I don't actually like birthday cake. I'm more of a pie kind of gal. Strawberry pie is my favorite. Andrew.
You're so weird.
Me. If by weird you mean I have excellent taste in desserts, then I agree. Andrew.
Have a good day, sweetheart. I'll see you and your perfect sweet-as-honey pussy tonight. Winky face.
I smile. I can't help it. Sometimes, okay, as of recently, a lot of times, playing around with Andrew is the most fun I've had in a very long time. And both Samantha and Billy were recently on my ass about letting loose and having fun. So basically, I'm just doing what they suggested. Right? My long day of filming led me to Andrew's hotel room, where I spent the first hour eating takeout tacos, and the last 3 hours doing very awesome, dirty things. We lie in bed on our sides, still naked and more sated than I thought was humanly possible, facing each other. He reaches out to run a gentle index finger up my hip, and the tickling sensation makes me wiggle away from his touch. Gah, stop that.
You're so ticklish.
I know, I say through a giggle when he repeats the same laugh-inducing movement with his finger. I've always been like that. When I was a kid, my dad used to get a kick out of it and tickle me until I would almost pee my pants. A warm smile tilts up the corners of his lips.
You and Billy lost your parents when you were young, right?
I nod. I was 11 and she was 9.
Damn, that's a tragic thing for kids to go through, losing their parents at such a young age.
I would certainly agree, I answer. Though we were incredibly lucky. Our granny didn't hesitate to step up and take care of us.
Is she still alive?
I shake my head. She died several years ago. Billy is pretty much my only family now. His mouth moves down at the corners.
You don't have any other family?
No, not really, I answer honestly. No one that we were close with, at least.
Is that hard?
He asks, his voice devoid of anything but warmth and kindness. All I can do is shrug. I wouldn't say it's easy, especially when it comes to birthdays or holidays. But I guess it's just something both Billy and I have gotten used to. Just making the best of a sometimes hard situation. He stays quiet for a short moment, but eventually surprises me when he says,
Tell me a good memory about them.
About my family? He nods, and the softness in his tone makes my chest expand, and the first memory that pops into my head makes me smile. Blueberry waffles? Andrew quirks a brow. Every year on our birthdays, Daddy would make us waffles, and Mama would add her secret blueberry preserves on top. I explain. And when they died, that tradition had become so special for us that Granny kept it going.
Your granny sounds like she was pretty damn amazing.
She was. I smile as her pretty face becomes front and center in my mind. She was also a bit of a ball-buster, incredibly stubborn and set in her ways. He chuckles and taps my nose with his index finger.
That sounds familiar.
Billy and I used to drive her crazy at times, I tell him. One time, when I was 13 and Billy was 11, we tried to make my teenage wish come true of having a surprise party for my birthday. Granny nearly lost her shit when she came home from church on a Sunday afternoon, and about half the damn people from our small town were at her house. He grins at that.
You threw yourself a surprise party?
Well, I tried, I answer through a giggle. But Billy and I had been so focused on inviting everyone, we forgot about the food and cake and, all the other things that go with a party. An amused chuckle escapes his lungs.
What did your granny do?
After she reamed our asses, she found a way to feed everyone at the party. Even managed to get someone to run to the bakery last minute and get me a cake. I share one of my fondest, funniest memories of her.
So you ended up with your party anyway?
Well, sort of. I shrug. I mean, I never got to experience the actual surprise part, since I was involved in planning the damn thing. But yeah, it was still a good party.
Did you ever end up getting a real surprise party?
Nope. I force a pout on my lips. Pretty sure Billy and I were too afraid to push that issue again after our granny had to feed over 50 people on the fly.
Poor teenage birdie.
I know, right? I push out a dramatic sigh. My biggest teenage dream never actually came to fruition.
Maybe one day,
he says, and reaches out to slide his fingers into my hair.
Though now probably isn't the right time to tell you this, but teenage Andrew did get to experience a real surprise party.
I narrow my eyes at him. Seriously? He nods.
For my 16th birthday, my mom and dad threw one for me with all my friends. Although my Uncle Tim made quite the showing. That bastard ended up sneaking in beer, and my parents caught him and me and my brother Lance and a bunch of my buddies playing beer pong in the garage.
I quirk an amused brow. Your Uncle Tim sounds like a character.
You have no idea,
he responds on a laugh.
He's a fucking wild card. You never know what you're going to get with him. He's my dad's brother and the biggest thorn in my mom's side. No doubt, I have stories for days about that man.
I'm all ears.
You really want to hear more about my crazy Uncle Tim?
Yeah, I drawl, and Andrew smiles over at me.
All right, but only if you're willing to exchange a few more stories about your ball-busting granny.
I don't hesitate to agree to his demands. And for the next hour or so, before sleep consumes us, we stay just like that, lying in bed, sharing stories about our families. It's a sweet, quiet kind of fun that I didn't know was possible with a man like him. Somehow, he just keeps surprising me with new facets of his personality, none of which revolve around my initial impression of him being a huge asshole. In fact, they're the complete opposite.
Chapter 34. Andrew. There's only one woman I want in my bed right now. After a long-as-fuck day on set, I headed back to the hotel, fit in a 60-minute workout in the downstairs gym that consisted of weights and the treadmill, and tossed on a pair of freshly laundered, thanks to the hotel concierge, boxer briefs and sweats once I dried off from my shower. The television is on some nightly news channel with a meteorologist rambling on about the weekly weather forecast in Memphis, and I glance at the time to see it's already nearing 10. I'm surprised Birdie hasn't texted me by now, letting me know she's done shooting concert scenes with fucking Johnny and the rest of the actors playing her band for the night. And when my phone chimes with a message, I snag it off the nightstand and check my inbox. Marissa.
Hey there, hot stuff. Long time no see. I hear you're in Memphis right now, and funny thing, I'm in Memphis too, doing a photo shoot. Want to meet up tonight?
When I note that the text isn't from Birdie, I sigh in annoyance. Marissa Spitz, swimsuit model, ex-lover, once someone the gossip magazines had deemed I was in a relationship with, not to mention a woman I haven't spoken with in about 6 months. She's great, nice, and all the supermodel things most men would drool over, but she's no fucking Birdie Harris. Me. Actually, I already have plans. Marissa.
Well, change them and come see me.
Me. While I appreciate the offer, I'm gonna have to decline. I already have plans with someone important. Marissa.
Someone important? Don't tell me Andrew Watson is trying his hand at a relationship.
Me. Come on, Em. Don't be petty. Marissa.
Get real, Andrew. You know I was just joking, but your response leads me to believe you actually are in a relationship with someone. Color me shocked.
I wouldn't say I'm in a relationship with Birdie, but I also wouldn't say I'm looking to screw around with anyone else. Strangely enough, that's the last thing I want to do right now. I'm simply relishing the fun we've been having together over the past few weeks. I'm enjoying spending time with her, and, it goes without saying, I'm really enjoying sliding my cock inside her and eating at the buffet that is her perfect pussy. Marissa.
Who is it, by the way? Someone I know?
Well, I would have no issues letting Marissa know who I'm involved with. I know Birdie wouldn't want that, so I answer accordingly. Me. It's none of your business. Marissa.
Where's the Andrew I know? And what have you done with him?
Me. Very funny. Marissa.
LOL. I thought it was pretty clever.
When another message chimes in, I type out a quick and final message to Marissa. That, in the nicest way possible, lets her know I'm done with the conversation. And then I find a text from Birdie sitting in our ongoing chat. Firecracker.
You still up?
I smile. It's about fucking time. Me. Of course I'm still up. I'm waiting on you to get your cute ass back to my room so I can get some sleep. Firecracker.
I'm pretty sure you don't need me to get sleep, Andy.
Andy. Always with the fucking Andy. And stupid how much I secretly enjoy it. Me. On the contrary, you know I need your tits in my big hands in order to truly relax. Firecracker.
You're so strange.
Me. I'm a creature of habit, sweetheart. Firecracker.
Oh yeah, and what habits you've gained over the years. Fast cars, lots of wild Hollywood parties, beautiful women. You're basically the poster boy for clean living.
Always the ball buster. It makes me smirk. Me. I'll give you the fast cars bit, but everything else needs to be scratched from the record. Firecracker.
Oh boy, what are you going to replace it with, Mr. Habits?
Me. Birdie's beautiful tits, Birdie's glorious pussy, Birdie, Birdie, Birdie. Firecracker.
You sound obsessed with this Birdie.
Me. You have no idea. She makes me fucking crazy. My cock is already hard just thinking about her. Firecracker.
Maybe you should answer your door then.
I quirk a brow, but when 3 soft raps sound against my door, I grin. Fuck yes! In 4 long strides, I make my way to the door and open it, and on the other side stands Birdie, her brown eyes bright with mischief, her long blonde hair flowing down over the khaki trench coat covering her body, and a pair of cowgirl boots sitting on her feet. I rest my elbow on the doorframe, smiling down at her as I take my sweet, sweet time raking my intrigued gaze over her body. I'm sorry, but I feel like I'm dreaming. Or at least I'm pretty sure this is the start of a dream I had once. This is, in fact, very reminiscent of a fantasy I told her about a few nights ago. It's all very cliché. Birdie showing up in nothing but her boots and trench coat, her tight little body completely naked underneath. But fuck, if this is the real thing, I'm the biggest fan of clichés right now. She smiles.
Can I come in?
That depends.
It depends.
She puts a sassy hand to her hip.
On what, exactly?
On what you have on beneath that coat of yours. She leans up on her tippy toes and places her lips right by my ear.
Nothing, Andy. I have absolutely nothing on under this coat.
She doesn't have to tell me twice. On a husky growl, I wrap my arms around her waist, throw her over my shoulder, and carry her into my hotel room. She giggles as I kick the door shut behind us and stride over to the bed.
And I thought you were wanting to get some sleep tonight,
she whispers as I toss her down onto the mattress. Her body bounces and more giggles follow. I'll sleep when I'm dead. I shake my head and make a show of getting on my knees and sliding off her cowgirl shoes. The right boot, then the left. I slip them off her pretty feet and throw them over my shoulder. They hit the carpeted floor with a thud. My lips are on her legs after that. making a slow path of open-mouthed kisses up her soft skin until I stop where the coat meets her knees. This needs to go. My fingers tug on the material before I reach up to undo the belt at her waist and the buttons that rest down the center of her chest. I slide my big hands across her breasts and push the jacket all the way off her body until Birdie is completely naked on my bed. Yes, please.
You like?
She asks and starts to sit up on her elbows, but I gently push her back down on the bed. I love, but before I get started, there's some rules you need to know about.
Rules? What rules?
She quirks a brow, and I stand up to slide my sweats and boxer briefs off my body. My cock, already hard for her, juts out from my waist, and I don't miss the way her gaze greedily flits down my body or the way her tongue sneaks out across her bottom lip when she stares at my arousal. Are you listening, sweetheart? I ask, and she moves her now heated gaze to mine, because these rules are very important.
I hope they involve orgasms.
Birdie smirks like a little seductress. Oh, don't you worry, they do, I say, and grip both of her thighs in my hands, spread them wide, and kneel between her legs. Remember that first time we had sex, sweetheart? I ask, my lips mere inches from her pussy, when you got all wild and did whatever the fuck you wanted?
Mm-hmm, I do.
Well, this time, I'm gonna be in control. I whisper and blow a warm breath toward her clit as I reach up to push her hands down so they're resting at her hips. She whimpers. So you be a good girl and don't move your hands, I tell her, leaning forward to lick my tongue against where she is already wet and throbbing. And just so you're clear on what is about to happen, I'm gonna drive you fucking crazy. She whimpers again, licks her lips. Then, when you feel like you've had enough, when the pleasure is too intense, I'm gonna stop, but only for a brief moment before I do it all over again. And I'm gonna keep that up. I'm gonna do every dirty, wild, delicious thing to you until your mind and body explode, and you're begging me to finish you off with my cock.
Holy hell.
She half mutters, half moans. Happy birthday, Birdie. I hover my lips over the apex of her thighs, where she's already wet and throbbing.
My birthday isn't until tomorrow,
she says through a breathless whisper. Exactly. I smirk up at her, and this is me getting an early start on the festivities. I have quite a few things up my sleeve for Birdie's birthday tomorrow, some of which have required assistance from Howie and my family. But right now, making her come is the utmost priority. So I don't waste any time getting down to business. I get motherfucking started on giving Birdie more pleasure than her hot little body ever knew was possible. Get ready, firecracker. Tonight, orgasms. Tomorrow, lots of surprises.
Chapter 35. Birdie. 10 years ago, when I pictured what 28 would look like for me, it didn't include my baby sister engaged to Luca freaking Weaver, and mere weeks away from giving me a niece or nephew, or me being on location in Memphis to film a Hollywood film in which I had been cast in a starring role. And it certainly did not include this year's hottest man alive waking me up by pressing kisses to my bare boobs.
"Good morning, Birdie,"
Andrew whispers, his lips brushing across my breasts and making a gentle path up my collarbone until they stop at my lips.
"It's time to wake up, eat some breakfast, and celebrate the glorious day you came into the world."
He presses a kiss to my mouth.
"Happy birthday, sweetheart."
What time is it? I blink open my eyes and instantly stare into soft blue.
"A little after 7.
He answers, a handsome smile playing at the corners of his lips.
"How does it feel to be another year older?"
Ask me that question again once I've had time to drink some coffee. I groan, and Andrew chuckles in amusement.
"Well, Grumpy, you're in luck, because I have an entire breakfast feast ready for you."
I sit up in bed, resting my back on the pillows and headboard behind me, and watch with tired eyes as he walks over to a cart standing at the foot of the bed. It's covered with a white tablecloth, and resting on top, in an organized display, sits a pot of coffee, Glasses, orange juice, cutlery, and a bunch of plates topped with silver domes.
I hope you brought your birthday appetite.
He flashes a wink in my direction and proceeds to pour some coffee into a mug. He tops it off with my perfect amount of sugar and cream, stirs it for a good 15 seconds, and then places it in my already outstretched hands. "Bless you," I say, my voice still groggy. Andrew grins over at me while I savor my first delicious and much-needed sip of coffee. Ah, yes, that hits the spot, I say through a content sigh and set the coffee down on the nightstand beside me. It's then that I finally notice he's already fully dressed for the day. I scrunch up my nose. "What time do you have to be on set?"
8.
He answers, and gestures for me to come sit in the chair he's pulled up to the cart.
Come on, birthday girl. Grab your coffee. It's time to eat.
"How come I got the day off, but you still have to work?" I question, as I snag one of his discarded t-shirts from the floor of his hotel room, toss it over my body, and head over to the breakfast feast with my coffee in hand.
Because I told Howie it was your birthday and he needed to give you the day off.
He pulls out my chair, and I sit down.
And he said the only way he could manage that was if I agreed to come in earlier than originally planned and roll through a few scenes that he had scheduled for next week.
I look up at him in surprise. "Are you being serious right now?"
It's your birthday, Birdie. Everyone deserves to have the day off on their birthday,
he quips.
especially a workaholic like yourself.
"I'm not a workaholic."
Get real, sweetheart.
He flashes a knowing smirk.
From sunup until sundown, between working on set and fitting in studio time for the soundtrack and your next album, you and I both know your schedule is jam-packed. I'm just thankful you managed to sneak in time every day to let me play with your pussy.
"Wow, you really say the sweetest things," I snort. "Seriously, if you keep it up, I just might die from all the swoon." Andrew only chuckles at that, and another sarcastic remark sits locked and loaded on my tongue. But when he lifts a silver dome from the plate sitting directly in front of me, my voice gets all caught up in my throat. Oh my God. I lift a hand to my mouth as I stare down at the blueberry waffles sitting before me.
Now, I know it's not the same as the birthday brunches you used to share with your parents or your granny, and it most likely isn't as delicious, but I hope it at least brings you a little joy on your special day.
He remembered. This is... I pause, looking up into his soft blue eyes. "Just... thank you," I whisper, my throat clogging a little with emotion. "This means a lot to me. Blueberry waffles might seem like a silly little thing to anyone else, but to me, this gesture might be one of the sweetest things anyone has ever done for me." He leans forward to press a kiss to my forehead.
You're welcome.
When I feel his lips against my forehead, a tear begins to slip down my cheek, and I swipe it away on a laugh. "All right, I take back my earlier sarcasm about your swoon factor."
You saying I have the swoon factor, firecracker?
He asks, a confident quirk of his brow punctuating his question. "Sometimes, yes," I respond. "But that doesn't mean you need to go getting all cocky about it." His smile turns wicked.
Oh, sweet, beautiful Birdie. If I didn't have to head out of here soon, I'd be more than up for the challenge of showing you just how cocky I can get.
I roll my eyes, but laugh at the same time. "You're a horny lunatic." He chuckles and leans forward to press another kiss to my lips.
A horny lunatic who needs to head out of here soon.
And then he's off to the bathroom to finish getting ready. While the running sink and the sounds of Andrew brushing his teeth fill the otherwise quiet of his hotel room, I find my phone on the nightstand and snap a picture of my blueberry waffles before officially diving into them. Knowing I haven't posted anything on Instagram in a while, and constantly getting shit from Candy about that very fact, I decide to pull up the app and upload the photo of my waffles with the caption, "Happy birthday to me. As you can see, 28 is looking fantastic already. Hashtag food porn, hashtag wafflegasm, Hashtag, my waffle is happy.
Having a photo shoot with your waffles?
Andrew's teasing voice fills my ears, and I look up to find him leaning against the bathroom door, still brushing his already sparkling white teeth. Just posting a little something to Instagram, I shrug. Speaking of which, how is Mr. Hollywood's hottest heartthrob's Instagram looking these days? Still lots of shirtless photos consuming his profile?
I don't know, sweetheart. Why don't you do a little intel and check it out?
He grins around his toothbrush before turning on his heel and heading back into the bathroom to finish his dental hygiene routine. It doesn't take long for curiosity to get the best of me. With the official Instagram page of Andrew Watson pulled up on my phone, I scroll his latest posts, more than ready to find the typical photos of him showing off his hot bod. But, to my utter surprise, there are 0 pictures of his abs, or biceps, or even his firm ass in a pair of running shorts. What the hell? I tap the most recent picture that was posted 2 days ago, and instantly, I know when and where he took this, because I was there. It's a photo of 2 plates of trail mix. My version, which included just M&Ms, and then his version, which included only raisins and peanuts. The caption,
"One of these is perfection, and the other is trail mix sacrilege."
The next photo, posted a week ago, is a picture of a coffee cup that reads Memphis Brew. And I know by the freaking bird he had the barista draw on it instead of my name. It's the coffee he brought me on set when I didn't have time to take a break. The caption,
"I don't know, guys, but a recent taste test by a very discerning coffee connoisseur might have proved that Memphis Brew is better than Alfred's. Don't at me. I'm just the messenger."
Alfred's was the coffee he brought me all those weeks ago, the one I threw in the trash. The next post is a picture of his feet, and to be honest, for a man, Andrew has really nice feet. The caption on the photo,
"Tell me you guys agree. If your second toe is longer than your big toe, it's actually a sign of intelligence. I have someone here who is trying to tell me it doesn't mean any such thing, which, obviously, is utter blasphemy."
I'm the someone who is teasing him relentlessly about his toes. When I click on a video a few posts down, I'm surprised to find it's actually a short clip of me on stage, in the middle of shooting at the Copper Door. The caption,
"If you think Bertie Harris's music is hyped, this video is here to prove you wrong. P.S. The soundtrack for this movie is going to be insane. Hashtag grassroots."
Color me speechless. All this time, he's been posting our little inside jokes on his Instagram, but still taking into consideration that I want to keep this, whatever this is, on the down low.
"You like what you're finding?"
I look up from the screen of my phone to find him standing beside me, a smile kissing his lips. What happened to all the shirtless, hot bod, thirst trap style photos?
"I guess I found better things to post."
His smile grows.
"Now, I have to head out, but I'll be done by 3 at the latest, so don't make any plans because I'm taking you somewhere."
I narrow my eyes. Where are you taking me?
"Nice try."
He winks and presses a kiss to my lips.
"Eat your waffles, take a bath. By all means, hang out in my room all day and text me pictures of you touching your pussy. But just be ready to go somewhere at 3.
Be ready at 3? What am I supposed to wear?
Jeans, a t-shirt. Nothing fancy."
I narrow my eyes again, and he just smirks.
"You might as well give up now, sweetheart, because I'm not telling you shit,"
he says, and grabs his phone and keys and wallet and shoves them into the pockets of his jeans.
"See you later, birthday girl."
And then, without another hint about what in the hell is happening at 3, he's gone. The bastard. When my phone pings with several notifications, I more than expect it to be something insane from Andrew, but realize quickly it's a bunch of happy birthday texts. One from Rocky, one from Luca, a whole thread of happy birthdays from Samantha and Neil and the rest of my team. And just before I can even question the lack of happy birthday from my very own sister, she does me one better and FaceTimes me. Her pretty face puts an instant smile on my face. "Happy birthday, Birdie!" she exclaims. "Thanks, sis. I wish I were in Memphis to celebrate with you, but as you know, I'm bigger than a freaking house." She moves the screen of the phone down so I can get a good view of her now protruding belly. Oh my, that baby is growing. Gah, tell me about it. Camera back on her face. She frowns. Luca has to tie my damn shoes for me now. Unless I can sit on the couch and binge on Netflix, I'm basically useless. I grin. Sounds like Luca is being a good baby daddy and taking care of you. Billy nods. For as grumpy as my future husband can get, he's been a damn saint. I probably owe him like 1,000 blowjobs.
Hell yes!
I hear Luca's voice chime in from the background, and Billy rolls her eyes, ignoring him completely. So, I gotta say, sis, I started bawling like a baby when I saw your Instagram post. What? The blueberry waffles made you cry? I ask, my voice tender with worry. She nods. It just made me miss them all so much, and I started thinking about how you're basically celebrating your birthday alone in Memphis, and I feel bad for not being there. Billy, don't be ridiculous. I'm fine, I assure. And I could easily say the same thing about your baby shower last weekend. I felt horrible that I couldn't be there. I tried like hell to switch around my schedule to attend her baby shower, but I just couldn't make it happen. Though, I did get Rocky to assist me in buying a whole bunch of gifts from me for Billy to open at the party. Still doesn't make up for my absence, but I already have plans to spend lots of time with her in LA once I'm officially done filming. You couldn't be there because you were working on location in Memphis. Just like how you can't be here because you're too pregnant to fly and working in LA. I offer a knowing smirk. And don't worry, I'm not spending my birthday alone. You're not? She asks, hope rising in her voice. Who are you spending your birthday with? There's a huge part of me that wants to tell my sister the truth, because I never keep anything from her. But before I know it, a lie falls off my tongue. I'm going to grab dinner with some of the cast and crew later. Well, I sort of lie. I mean, technically, I am going somewhere with one of the cast. I don't know where, but that kind of counts. Right? Oh, okay, good, she says through a relieved sigh. That makes me feel a lot better. Frankly, none of it makes me feel better. I hate the fact that I'm lying to my sister about spending time with Andrew, but I'm simply not ready to make it a big thing. I mean, I don't even know what we're doing or what we are, so how can I begin to explain it to anyone else? Pretty sure I need to figure it out for myself first, you know. Honestly, I'm having a lot of fun just living in the moment with him and not getting fixated on labels and shit. Not to mention, Andrew Watson doesn't exactly have a reputation for long-term relationships. Yeah, but for a guy who supposedly doesn't want anything besides fun, he sure is doing a hell of a lot of sweet and swoony things for you. I shake off my insane thoughts and focus on chatting with my sister. I ask her about the nursery and her last appointment and how her production schedule is going. And while she rambles on with all sorts of updates, I set my phone against the pitcher of coffee and eat my blueberry waffles and listen. Talk about bittersweet birthday perfection. Thanks to modern technology, it almost feels like the old days, when Billy and I were kids, and our parents and Granny were still alive.
Chapter 36. Andrew. First rule of Crazy House, ignore the guy named Tim.
Seriously, Andy, where in the heck are we going?
Bertie asks as I drive us farther into the suburbs just outside of Memphis. I glance at her out of the corner of my eye and take a ride at a green traffic light and onto a road I've driven across 1,000 times. This is my hometown, my old stomping grounds, and in about 5 minutes it'll be the location of Bertie's birthday surprise. Almost there, sweetheart. I update her, and she just rolls her eyes.
You've been saying that for the past 45 minutes.
Which means we must really be close then.
Sure we are. Ugh.
An annoyed sigh escapes her lungs.
For all I know, you're probably just going to drive me around for 2 hours, then bring me back to the hotel.
I laugh. take a left onto Oak Street, and after I passed 3 houses, I pulled a rental into the driveway of a home I've known since I was a kid, my parents' house. I spot Lance and Kelly's SUV in the driveway, parked right behind my dad's pickup truck, and nestled beside my mom's Honda Accord is Uncle Tim's Jeep. Looks like the gang's all here. I pull my rental to a stop and cut the engine, and when I look over at Bertie, I find her staring at my parents' quaint 2-story house in utter confusion.
I really hope you know the people who live here.
I know them, sort of. I wink, and she reaches out to slap a hard palm against my chest.
Andrew, I swear to God you need to tell me what in the heck we're doing right flipping now.
Or else what? She raises a defiant brow.
Or else I'm not getting out of this car.
I smirk at that, knowing full well I wouldn't have any issues with carrying her into the house myself, but in the spirit of keeping Bertie on her toes, I come up with a white lie on the spot. Fine, I say, feigning acquiescence. My publicist set this up a few months back, and I couldn't back out of it.
Your publicist?
She narrows her pretty brown eyes.
What are you talking about?
See, there was this giveaway for fans, and to make a long, boring story short, a woman named Mary Lou, I nod toward the house, who lives here, won.
Won what?
A private meet and greet with me, I add, and, well, now you too.
You're joking, right?
I shake my head. I don't joke about my biggest fans. Technically, I'm not lying. I mean, my mom is my biggest fan. And she's super excited about Grassroots, I continue. And you being in Grassroots, and I just figured it would be an incredible surprise if I wasn't the only one who showed up at her house today.
This is my birthday surprise? She questions. A meet and greet with one of your biggest fans.
Isn't it great? I question, acting completely clueless as to just how weird this surprise would be for anyone. I mean, meeting someone else's biggest fan on your birthday? That's some seriously fucked up shit. Good thing that's not actually her surprise. I fight the urge to laugh and hop out of the driver's seat. Come on, sweetheart, let's go say hello to Mary Lou. I walk around the hood of the car and open her passenger door. Man, I'm excited, I say as she hesitantly steps out. I'm sure you're excited too.
Oh, I'm something,
she mutters, and I have to swallow another laugh as I reach out to grasp her hand in mine, leading her up the driveway and toward the front door. When I don't bother knocking and reach out to turn the knob, Bertie starts to freak the fuck out.
Andrew, she exclaims on a harsh whisper. What in the hell are you doing? We can't just walk into this woman's house.
Don't worry about it, I refute. Mary Lou knows we're coming.
Oh my God, she whispers harshly again and tries to tug her hand out of my grasp. If I end up in jail on my birthday, I will break your nose on purpose this time.
But Bertie is no match for me, and as gently as I possibly can, I drag her into my parents' house, and it only takes a few seconds before the real birthday surprise occurs. 5 human versions of Jack-in-the-Boxes jump out into the entry hallway with ridiculous birthday hats on their heads. Surprise! My dad and Lance and Kelly shout at the top of their lungs. Ah! My Uncle Tim screams for no fucking reason, adding jazz hands and an awkward tap dance of his sneaker-covered feet.
Happy birthday, Bertie!
My mom exclaims with a smile after she smacks my Uncle Tim across the back of his head. My family's outrageous presence is punctuated by cheesy-looking birthday decorations put up all throughout the house. Streamers and balloons and a giant happy birthday poster with Bertie's face photoshopped in. You name it, and my mom has managed to pull it off.
Oh my God, what is happening right now?
Bertie just stands there, half smiling, half confused, and maybe even a teensy bit pissed off at me. Sounds about right, I grin. Happy birthday, sweetheart, I say and turn toward her. I just couldn't let go of the fact that teenage Bertie's dream of a real surprise party never came true. And while I'm more than aware that you don't know any of these insane people, I promise they didn't just escape from a mental institution. They're actually my family. When she told me about losing her parents and Granny and how it's basically just her and Billy now, it kind of broke my heart. Especially when I thought about what that would be like for things like Christmas and Thanksgiving. I don't know why, but when I realized she wouldn't be able to spend her birthday with her sister, something inside me just felt like she needed to be surrounded by family. And my family might be crazy, but they're good people. Kind, loving, just the best. I knew without a doubt they'd welcome her with open arms. Not to mention, it also helped that my mom and Kelly are big fans of Bertie's music.
So, there's no number one fan named Mary Lou?
She asks, scrunching up her nose at me. Technically there is a Mary Lou, but she's not a winner from a contest. She's my mom, I say with a smirk, and a shocked giggle jumps from Birdie's lips.
You are nuts!
She moves her eyes toward my family.
Did he force you guys into this ridiculousness?
My mom shakes her head, a big smile brightening her lips.
We wanted to, Birdie.
Yeah, my brother Lance chimes in. You'll find out pretty quickly that Andrew can't force us into shit. I laugh. Birdie smiles.
You'll have to excuse my initial shock, she adds. Andrew told me we were at a fan's house who had won a meet and greet contest.
Jesus Christ. My dad bursts into laughter. Son, sometimes I wonder how you have your mother's and my DNA. Maybe Mary Lou got frisky with the mailman, Teddy, Uncle Tim teases. I mean, before old man Lenny retired his mail sack, he always seemed a little off to me. My mom sighs and proceeds to step forward and smack my dad's brother upside the head again.
That's strike 2, Timothy. The next inappropriate comment that comes out of your stupid mouth, you're out of here.
But in true Tim fashion, he just shrugs and takes a sip of the beer in his hand. Birdie, I'd like to officially introduce you to my awesome, albeit crazy family, I say, and proceed to make the introductions. This is my mom, Mary Lou, and my dad, Ted, my brother Lance and his wife, Kelly, and unfortunately for everyone here, this is my Uncle Tim. His favorite Uncle Tim. Nope, I shake my head. That's incorrect. He is just my Uncle Tim. Once everyone hugs Birdie and gushes over her music and celebrity for a good 10 minutes, and my crazy uncle offers a few more insane comments, everyone heads into the kitchen and out onto the deck to enjoy the early taco dinner my mom prepared. But just before Birdie can step outside, I gently grab her hand and pull her to face me. You good? I ask and search her eyes. Truthfully, when I had this idea of enlisting my family's help to throw her a little surprise party, I thought it was brilliant. And once I told my mom about the possible plan, her excitement ensured Operation Surprise Party was full steam ahead. But now, inklings of uncertainty have started to settle into my stomach. Was this too much? Is it weird for her that she's here with my family? It's not weird for me, but I can't be sure what's going on inside that head of hers. Yeah, if anything, it feels insanely right seeing her here with my family.
What do you mean?
She tilts her head to the side, confusion visible in the depths of dark chocolate.
Of course I'm good.
I mean, is this okay? I ask. The surprise party. Meeting my crazy fucking family.
Are you kidding me?
She exclaims, and a big, genuine, sweet-as-fuck smile consumes her face.
This is fantastic.
Thank everything. Yeah? All of a sudden, my heart feels like it may burst from my chest.
Yeah.
She leans up on her tippy toes and presses a kiss to my lips.
Thank you for making my 13-year-old dreams come true.
The pleasure was all mine, sweetheart.
Now we need to get out there because I'm pretty sure your Uncle Tim is trying to add some beer into the salsa and your dad looks like he might blow a gasket.
I laugh and gesture for her to lead the way. Let's do it. As we step out onto the deck and I watch my dad and his brother arm wrestle over a bottle of Budweiser, I don't miss the infectious, amused laugh that escapes Birdie's lips. And I don't miss the way my mom goes out of her way to make Birdie comfortable, or the way my dad and Lance grin whenever Birdie teases me relentlessly. This woman fits in surprisingly well with the crazy Watsons, and for some strange fucking reason, I'm really enjoying seeing her here. With my family. I'm pretty sure you're more than enjoying this, bro.
Chapter 37. Birdie. This might be the sweetest, weirdest, craziest birthday surprise anyone has ever given me. Though, truth be told, I'm loving it. Andrew's family, especially his Uncle Tim, is certainly a little nuts. But hell's bells, they're pretty damn awesome, too. It's been years since I've been surrounded by family like this. And my goodness, these wonderful people were willing to throw me a birthday party before they had even met me. The instant I stepped into the Watsons' home, they welcomed me like I'm one of their own. Seeing as my birthday has all sorts of memories laced with my parents and Granny, ever since Billy and I lost them, This day has always had a bit of a dark cloud hovering over. But today, surrounded by the Watsons, it feels like the sky has opened up and the sun is simply smiling down upon us. There is laughter and teasing, and Andrew's Uncle Tim saying the most absurd, hilarious things. There is so much love and affection flowing between this family that it makes my heart want to burst. I'm just mesmerized by it all. And happy. Yeah, I'm really fucking happy inside the Watsons family cocoon. "Andrew!" Mary Lou shouts for him through the kitchen window that looks out onto the deck, where all of us are sitting around and enjoying an after-dinner drink. "Come in here for a minute."
Be right back, sweetheart. Looks like my biggest fan needs some help.
He grins over at me, reaching out to gently grip my thigh.
If Uncle Tim tries to offer you some of his moonshine, say no.
I laugh and hold up my glass of Moscato. "Oh, don't worry. I'm sticking to my sugary sweet wine." He cringes.
Fuck. I don't know how you drink that shit.
I stick out my tongue at him, and he chuckles before hopping out of his seat to head inside the house to help his mom.
All right, Bertie.
Uncle Tim grabs my attention as he leans his hip against the railing of the deck.
I've heard that popular song of yours on the radio, the one about your ex-boyfriends, and I have to know, what inspired that?
I quirk an amused brow. "Are you asking me if I've slashed an ex's tires and slept with his best friend, Tim?" A hearty laugh escapes his lips as he points an index finger in my direction.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm asking.
I tap my index finger on my chin and pretend to think it over. Sometimes it's so hard for me to remember everything that inspires my music. I simply shrug my shoulders. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. I can't be sure, though. It's feeling pretty foggy when I try to think back on it.
"Oh, come on,"
he continues.
"You can tell us, Bertie. We Watsons are known for keeping secrets."
He playfully punches Andrew's dad on the shoulder.
"Right, Ted? This family is like Fort Knox."
Ted bursts into laughter, and Andrew's brother Lance follows suit.
"What?"
Tim asks, glancing between his brother and nearly 40-something-year-old nephew.
"Why in the hell is that funny?" "Uncle Tim,"
Lance chimes in.
"I'm pretty sure the last time anyone told your crazy ass a secret, it was about Andrew getting his first big role in Hollywood. Are you talking about that damn superhero movie he was in? The one where he had to wear the spandex suit?" "Yeah,"
Lance responds on a snort.
"And you weren't supposed to tell anyone about it because the studio hadn't announced it yet." "And I didn't." "Bullshit,"
Andrew shouts from the kitchen window.
"You posted it on goddamn Facebook, before the studio had announced anything." "No, I didn't."
Tim shakes his head, and Lance cracks up.
Yeah, you did. And I'm pretty sure Andrew had to pay for your big mouth." "I did,"
Andrew responds, but he's no longer visible through the kitchen window.
"The studio made me renegotiate my fucking contract." "Yeah, right."
Tim waves an unconvinced hand in the air.
"Y'all are making shit up." "Basically, Bertie,"
Lance says and meets my eyes.
"What we're trying to say here is, don't tell this old bastard anything."
I grin at that, but before Tim can chime in with more nonsense, Andrew walks back out onto the deck with a strawberry pie in his hands. Mary Lou quickly shuffles out behind him and begins to light the candles sticking out from the whipped cream with a lighter. Once Andrew stops in front of me and all the candles are lit, the Watsons proceed to sing Happy Birthday to me. Tim is by far the loudest, but Andrew, with his pretty blue eyes and handsome smile, is the sweetest.
"Happy birthday, firecracker. Make a wish,"
he whispers. I stare down at the pie, watching the flames flicker with the soft breeze, and search my mind for the perfect wish. Grassroots doing well at the box office? My next album being a huge hit? When nothing seems even remotely good enough, I look up at the people around me. Andrew, his mom and dad, his Uncle Tim, his brother Lance, and his sister-in-law Kelly. And then it hits me. Family. I know I'll always have Billy, But she doesn't need me like she used to. She has Luca, and the two of them are starting a family of their own. And this evening, being here with the Watsons and seeing Andrew's parents so happy and in love and observing the way both of their boys adore them, it makes me realize more than ever that I want that someday. My perfect wish locked in my mind, I think. I wish for a family of my own, and proceed to blow out all the candles. Everyone hoots and hollers for a playful moment, especially Uncle Tim, and it only takes Mary Lou, otherwise known as the hostess with the mostest, all of 5 minutes before she's serving up a fresh piece of pie to everyone. The instant I take a bite and the delicious flavors of strawberries and buttery pie crust and whipped cream hit my taste buds, I moan. Oh my goodness! Did you make this, Mary Lou? I did. Her face brightens with a smile. Andrew told me you weren't a big fan of birthday cake, but that strawberry pie was your favorite. Good God, he remembers everything. Well, it's absolute perfection. Thank you so much. Aw, sweetie, it was my pleasure, she says, and sits down in the deck chair beside her husband with a plate of pie in her hands. I'm honored that you're spending your birthday with us today. I'm just sorry you had to be subjected to Ted's brother.
Hey now, Mary Lou,
Tim interjects around a mouthful of pie.
Them's fighting words.
Just shut up and eat your pie, Timothy, she says, a teasing smile sliding over her lips. Ted laughs, and surprisingly, Tim listens. But I'm pretty sure that has more to do with the fact that he's shoveling big bites of pie into his mouth. Once the pie is finished, the men head inside the house to clean up. Apparently, it's a tradition. Mary Lou cooks, and all of her boys clean up. Even Uncle Tim. Which just leaves us girls, me, Mary Lou, and Kelly, sitting out on the deck, drinking wine and watching the sun set over the horizon. Thank you so much for today, I say, and both the girls smile over at me. You're going to need to stop thanking us, Bertie, Mary Lou responds with a soft smile. Both Kelly and I were over the moon when Andrew brought the surprise party idea up to us. I think we were more than over the moon, Mom. For one, it was for solely selfish reasons since we're huge fans of your music. Kelly smiles over at me. And two, Andrew never brings any women around. It's safe to say we're both getting a little tired of always being outnumbered. Her admission makes me too curious not to ask. You've never met any of the women Andrew has dated in the past? Nope. Kelly shakes her head. You know, Mary Lou begins, her voice almost a whisper. Besides high school dances, I'm pretty sure this is the first time my Andrew has ever brought a girlfriend home to meet us. Holy shit. Girlfriend? They think I'm Andrew's girlfriend? The word takes me by utter surprise, and my heart starts beating wildly in my chest. Honestly, I'm not real sure what Andrew and I are. A part of me wants to correct them, but when I try to figure out how to correct them, I realize it's not that simple. Technically, we're not dating, and we're not just friends. I mean, just friends certainly have fun together, which Andrew and I do. But they don't have wild, insane, amazing sex together on a near-nightly basis. And they certainly don't make a point to cuddle each other to sleep or steal kisses while working or text dirty things when seeing each other isn't possible. Yeah, so I don't really have a freaking clue what we are, but I know I'm not going to be the one to burst his sweet mom's bubble and traumatize her with details of her son's sex life. So I do the only thing I can do. I just smile and go with the flow. And don't worry, Mary Lou adds. My Andrew has already told us that you guys are keeping your relationship a secret for now. So mum's the word. Even for Tim. He knows we have plenty of room to hide his body in our backyard if need be. Holy hell. Tonight, I guess I am Andrew's girlfriend. Too bad you can't be his actual girlfriend, huh? My heart flips inside my chest, and butterflies float around inside my belly. Oh, what the hell is that about? Me, Birdie Harris, falling for Hollywood's biggest player? That would be absurd, right? Play the game, Birdie. Don't get attached to the player, I remind myself.
Chapter 38. Andrew. Filming might be coming to an end, but I'm not ready to say goodbye to Birdie. Hot damn, everyone! Howie shouts. If we're lucky and Birdie and Andrew bring their A-game right now, this right here is the final shot for Grassroots. He flashes a grin toward Birdie and me, who are currently standing on set, ready to dive into scene 102, the final scene. For once, while filming a movie, production has managed to schedule the true last scene of the film on the final day of filming. I swear to God, this has never happened, not once in my entire career. Generally speaking, everything is filmed out of order and solely dependent on location and budget. You guys ready? Howie asks. I nod and look down at my co-star. You ready, Birdie? She grins.
Yep.
Are you sure, though? I ask, a teasing hint to my voice, and she rolls her eyes, visibly remembering the past moments when I'd asked her just that with the sole purpose of riling her up. I mean, I know sometimes it takes you a little while to find your stride.
Oh, don't worry, Andy.
She narrows her eyes and pointedly scratches her cheek with her middle finger.
I'm ready.
Fire and sass. I smile down at her and lean forward to whisper something into her ear. This time, though, I don't want to rile her up. I just want to see her soar. I'm not worried, sweetheart. I know you got this. For the briefest of moments, her eyes flash with sweetness and a soft smile plays at her lips, but it doesn't take long before she's schooling her face in preparation. Everyone quiet on set! Howie shouts and sits down in his director's chair. Scene 102, take 3, a PA shouts. Action! Instantly, the buzzing sounds of silence fill my ears, and Birdie morphs into Arizona Lee. She's dressed in this sexy little dress with her favorite cowgirl boots, and her lips are turned down at the corners. She just finished a show, her biggest show, and she just found out that Cal was in the audience. It's been a few months since she's last seen Cal. A tragic breakup led to Arizona leaving him behind in Memphis, and ever since then, even though it's where her Uncle Joe's bar is located, she's refused to step foot in the city where her tumultuous love story with Cal started. Too many memories. Too much sadness, the wounds still too raw, until tonight, when a record-breaking album in a sold-out arena brought her back. It's been a while, darling, I say, and she stares up at me with those big brown eyes of hers. Too fucking long, if you ask me. She scoffs.
Why are you here, Cal?
I could respond with a million different things, 1,000 different reasons, but the truth is simple. I miss you. My words force her body to take a step back, the outside lights and the tall cement structure and the dark alley playing together and casting shadows over her pretty face.
Don't bullshit me,
she whispers, and I shake my head and step toward her. I miss you something fierce, Harry, I repeat, and reach out with my hand to brush a lock of her long hair behind her ear. I haven't stopped thinking about you since that night you walked out on me. She starts to open her mouth, but I shake my head, already refuting whatever sassy, defensive response she's going to try to toss my way. Look, I know I fucked up. I know I fucked up real bad and tried to control things that weren't mine to control. I let jealousy get the best of me, but see, what you don't realize is that I'm just a man, and sometimes men say all the wrong things in the name of protecting something that means a fuck of a lot to them. Sometimes we make mistakes because of the woman we love. Because we need her, because we want her, because we can't live without her. Doesn't make it right, but it's the truth. She searches my eyes. I love you, darling. You hold my fucking heart in both of your small hands. Her breath catches in her throat, and I step even closer, pressing my lips to her forehead. I just want you, only you, all day, every day. I whisper against her skin, and fuck, I'm so proud of you. Tonight, seeing you on that stage, watching you with that crowd, hearing you sing your songs, I couldn't wipe the smile off my face. I look down at her, and she stares up into my steady gaze.
You love me?
More than anything. Silence stretches between us, and it takes all my goddamn willpower not to pull her into my arms and press my lips to hers. But I stay strong. I wait. I give her time. Because this is her decision, not mine.
I've missed you, too. You know,
she says, her voice barely a whisper. Yeah? She nods.
And I love you too. You cranky bastard.
A raspy laugh jumps from my lungs, and I let myself give in to the urge to pull her into my arms and kiss her. My lips to hers, I show her just how much I've missed her, just how much I love her, just how much she means to me. She moans against my mouth, and I feel it to my fucking bones. Cut! Howie shouts, but it takes another 2 shouts of cut for me to come back down to earth. When I finally manage to pull my mouth away from Birdie's and look down at her, it's apparent by the heated look in her eyes I'm not the only one who was a little lost in that scene. Everyone, that's a wrap! Howie shouts. We are officially done with production on Grassroots. The cast and crew surrounding the set dive into applause and hoots and hollers, and Howie makes his way on set to give Birdie and me hugs. God damn, you two actually did it, he comments through a chuckle. Great job. Great fucking job. Birdie giggles. I grin. Congratulations, everyone. Howie turns back toward the rest of the cast and crew. We did it! And tonight, to celebrate, I want to see everyone at the Copper Door dancing and drinking their fucking asses off. More cheers follow his words. And while I want to pull Birdie into my arms again and kiss the fucking hell out of her, I have to fight the urge. She's made it clear that she currently wants to keep this all a secret, and I have to respect that. Although that doesn't mean that since we're finally done with filming, I can't work to convince her otherwise. While Howie starts rambling excitedly in my ear about being finished, I watch as Birdie walks off set and in the direction of her trailer. It takes a whole 5 minutes for me to point Howie's mouth towards someone else's ear and follow her. When I step inside her trailer, I'm happy to find her alone, sliding off her cowgirl boots and sitting down on the small sofa. I don't let her stay sitting for long, though. In 3 strides, I'm lifting her back off the sofa and into my arms.
What the hell?
She mutters on a giggle. I wrap her legs around my waist, grip her perfect ass in my hands, and press my nose to hers. I'm so fucking proud of you, Birdie. You nailed that scene. Actually, you nailed the whole damn film. Her eyes search mine.
You really think so?
I know so. I press my lips to hers, once, twice, 3 times, until I coax her mouth into a deepening the kiss. And that delicious kiss goes on for a long fucking time, until a few knocks to her trailer doors startle us both.
Birdie, it's Maureen. Do you want me to do your hair and makeup tonight before the wrap party? Yes, please,
she says, glancing toward the door.
Meet me in my trailer in about 10 minutes. You got it.
Birdie responds and meets my eyes again.
I think I'm gonna have to take a rain check on this.
I grin. Oh, don't worry, sweetheart. I'll make sure we continue this tonight.
Promise?
You have my fucking word.
Chapter 39. Birdie. That's a wrap, baby. In the name of a private wrap party for Grassroots, Howie and Serena managed to shut down the Copper Door for one last night. And let me tell you, besides the establishment's bartenders and waitstaff and live band playing on stage, the place is bursting at the seams with our entire cast and crew. Excitement and elation vibrate off the walls in the form of lots of booze, lots of dancing, boisterous chatter, and never-ending laughs. It's certainly a night to celebrate, and my director is here for it. Howie hands me my second shot of the night, and I scrunch up my nose. Aw, hell, How? What are you trying to do to me? His already red cheeks puff up in a grin.
Congratulate you on doing a fantastic fucking job,
he says, and holds his shot glass up in the air.
Cheers to Birdie, my perfect Arizona Lee.
I groan, but I also smile and give in to his alcohol-pushing demands. With the shot of clear liquid lifted in the air, I clink his glass and let the booze flow down the hatch. Tequila. It burns the entire way down, and I don't hesitate to slam the shot glass back on the bar and snag a sip of my beer to chase away the horrid aftertaste. I hate tequila something fierce. Actually, I'm not a fan of any hard liquor. Give me sweet wine, even an occasional beer. But unless you want me to become a disaster by the end of the night, keep the hard shit to yourself. Howie moves along, setting his sights on his next victim, and I breathe out a sigh of relief when he takes Johnny by the shoulders and guides him away from a few of the camera guys he was chatting with and toward the bar. I spot Serena in the center of the dance floor, shaking her ass and tossing her arms up in the air with her newest PA, Melinda, and Maureen and Kara from Hair and Makeup. The vision of them makes me smile. And I'm just about to join them when my cell phone vibrates in the pocket of my jeans. Andrew.
You're killing me in those jeans, firecracker.
I smirk and glance around the room to find him standing at one of the high-top tables with a few of our fellow co-stars who played the roles of Cal's band. He lifts his beer in the air while his eyes stay focused on my ass. I flash a secret smile his way, and he sets his beer down to type out another message. My phone vibrates a moment later. Andrew.
You ready to get out of here and do something fun?
Me. With you? Andrew.
Uh-huh. Just me, you, and your glorious ass.
Me. I guess I can be swayed, but my ass needs convincing. What can you tell it to force a decision in your favor?
Andrew. The same thing I told it last time.
My cheeks hurt. I smile so big. He's not lying. Traditionally, he and my ass really know how to have a good time. Me. My hotel room or yours? Andrew.
In about 10 minutes, I want you to head toward the bathroom, but sneak out that back exit door of the bar. I'll be waiting for you.
Me. You sound like you have plans. I quirk a brow in his direction, and he smirks as he types out another message. Andrew.
Oh, believe me, I do. Winky face.
Me. What are you up to, Andy? Andrew.
You'll find out in 10 minutes, firecracker.
Once I finish reading his text, I look up from my phone and back toward the high-top table, but he's no longer there. Well, I'll be damned. Looks like he's not giving me much of a choice. Yeah, but it's not like you even want a choice. I certainly can't deny that. I mean, over the past several weeks, I've found that I'm a big fan of Andrew's brand of fun. I check the time on my phone and note it's 11:05 p.m. So, I busy myself with finishing off my beer, watching Serena and the girls cut a rug on the dance floor. I even witness another round of shots being forced on the bearded wonder Johnny. But when I glance at my phone again and see it's 11:15 p.m., I hop off my bar stool and make my way through the crowd and toward the bathrooms. Exit door in my sights. At the last minute, I veer away from the ladies' room and step out into the humid night air. And right there, sitting on top of a sexy black motorcycle, is Andrew. Oh, you've got to be kidding me, I say through an amused laugh. Where on earth did you manage to find a motorcycle at this hour of the night? He winks.
Let's just say I know a guy.
I quirk a questioning brow.
Fine. I know Polly from the camera department, who just so happens to have rented this bike to enjoy a cross-country trip back to L.A. He was kind enough to let me borrow it for the night.
Now that makes more sense. A giggle escapes my lips.
You ready to make our last night in Memphis really count?
His question urges the first inklings of disappointment to start rolling around inside my belly. You betcha, I say, but I also can't stop myself from adding. God, it's hard to believe it's really our last night in the city. Pretty sure the thing you're having the hardest time believing is that your secret sex rendezvous with him isn't just a rendezvous for you, and it might be coming to an official end.
How long are you planning on staying in L.A. once you get back?
He asks, and I shrug. I haven't finalized anything yet, but I wanted to stay around until Billy has the baby, I answer honestly. Then I guess after that, I'll be heading back to Nashville.
You don't want to stay in L.A.?
He asks, a surprisingly playful tone in his voice.
I mean, as you know, I'm in L.A., and you and I together equals a hell of a lot of fun.
Fun. I don't know why that word hits me square in the chest, but it does. Probably because this has become more than just fun for you. I could say the same thing about Nashville, you know? I tease right back. But my voice doesn't exactly showcase laid back or jokey. If anything, it's all choppy and weird. Andrew searches my eyes for a long moment. For what, I'm not sure. But eventually, a smile appears on his lips.
Well, my mom does say you're my girlfriend. So I guess that means I just might have to spend some time in Nashville then, huh?
I start to open my mouth and press the conversation a little further, but I honestly don't even know what to say to that. I mean, when I first met him, I outright hated him. Then, over time, something changed, and I found myself engaging in the hottest, top-secret sex rendezvous I've ever experienced in my whole life. And now, I don't know what's going on or what I want or why the idea of this, whatever it is, ending, is freaking me out a little bit. Because not only did you fuck Andrew Watson, but you went ahead and fucking fell for him, too. Good God, what is wrong with me? My head is quickly turning into a scrambled mess of what-ifs and hows and whys, and I just don't have the energy or the strength to try to understand it all right now. So, I'm guessing the motorcycle is supposed to help us sneak away from the security details Howie has standing guard all over the place? I ask, in an attempt to divert the conversation to less confusing territories. Or, at the very least, distract my mind.
Yep,
He says with a wink and holds up a brown paper bag.
And these disguises will ensure no one in Memphis notices the famous Bertie Harris riding around on the back of my bike.
Pretty sure you mean Polly's bike.
That's cute, Firecracker.
Andrew smirks.
Now, open up that bag so we can put on our disguises and get the show on the road.
I open up the bag and rifle through its contents. Oh God, don't tell me I'm supposed to wear the mullet this time. I pause and hold up the damn blonde mullet in the air.
Get real, sweetheart. You know I'm the one who looks hottest in a mullet.
So this red wig is for me? He nods. Is this your way of telling me you have a thing for redheads, Andy?
This is my way of telling you I have a thing for Bertie Harris's.
He answers, and it makes my heart do weird things inside my chest. But I breathe past the strong sensation and slide the wig over my head. A mullet-wearing Andrew hands me a helmet, and I add that to the mix, carefully pulling it over my redhead disguise. Then, 2 matching black leather jackets are added to our ensemble, and with a strong hand, he helps me onto the back of the bike.
Hold tight, Firecracker,
he instructs over his shoulder, and I wrap my arms around his trim waist.
Because we're about to have some fast fucking fun.
The engine rumbles to life, and Andrew slowly guides the bike out of the alleyway and through the parking lot. Once we hit the main road, he opens up the throttle, and a rush of excitement falls straight into my belly. The air turns cool against the exposed skin of my neck and hands. Streetlights pass by us in an almost blur, and the only sounds filling my ears are the rumble of the engine, the whoosh of the wind, and the soft noises of my muffled breaths inside the helmet. It feels like freedom and peace. It feels good. Just Andrew and me, without a care in the world, driving through the streets of downtown Memphis. I grip his waist tighter when he merges onto the highway, and I simply enjoy the way it feels to fly through the night. I don't know how long we drive, but it feels like hours and no time at all. Eventually, though, as he switches highways and the lights of downtown Memphis shimmer like a beacon ahead of us, he hops off an exit ramp and pulls into a gas station.
Gotta fill up, sweetheart,
he says, as he cuts the engine in front of a pump and pops down the kickstand. He slides his helmet off his head and flashes a smirk in my direction.
Otherwise, Polly will be pissed at me.
I guess I'll run in and use the ladies' room then. I hold out my hand, and he helps me off the bike. But when I attempt to take off my helmet, the damn wig gets tangled in the visor and comes off with it, too. Shit. Carefully, I try to untangle it from the visor, but the stupid wig just turns into more of a mess.
Having a little trouble, Firecracker?
He asks, smirking down at me. You think? I hold up the helmet and wig with one hand and put the other defiant hand to my hip. Once he puts the pump in the tank and starts to fill up, he takes the helmet from my hands.
Well, shit, Birdie. How in the hell did you manage this?
I don't freaking know. I toss both of my hands in the air. I think you should have gotten me a shorter wig or something. The damn thing got all tangled from the wind. He flashes a knowing, playful grin in my direction.
You're blaming this on me now?
Well, if the shoe fits, buddy. I pause, and his grin turns downright sinful. My helmet and wig set down on the bike. He reaches out with 2 strong arms and pulls me tight to his chest.
God damn. You're a sassy little thing, aren't you?
He whispers against my mouth.
You have no idea how fucking crazy it makes me.
His lips to mine, he presses a slow, deep, insanely addictive kiss to my mouth, and my knees feel like buckling. Christ, this man can kiss.
Prepare yourself, Firecracker.
He whispers against my pliant mouth.
The instant we get back to the hotel, I'm going to have my wicked way with you.
Oh, yes, please.
Chapter 40. Andrew. Like that Roy Orbison song, I drove all night, but only it was better. I wasn't alone on that bike, driving through downtown Memphis and cruising on the highways surrounding the city. With her hands wrapped around my waist, her chest pressed against my back, and her thighs straddling my hips, Birdie was right there with me. When the clock struck 3 and the feel of her tight little body wrapped around me had driven me to the brink of madness, I parked the bike outside of our hotel, tossed her over my shoulder, and carried her to her room. I couldn't bother with worrying about who saw us. I just had to get inside her. Thankfully, she felt the same way. The instant the door shut behind us, she attacked me with hot kisses and greedy hands, removing both of our clothes. We tumbled into the bed, and I didn't waste any time sliding my cock inside her. Fuck, she feels so good. She moans, and I push myself deeper, savoring the vision of her gorgeous naked body beneath me. More, she whispers through a whimper, and I have no problem obliging her demands. In and out, I pick up a delicious rhythm, and her perfect pussy tightens around me, the pleasure already beginning to take hold of her. God damn! I don't think I'll ever get enough of this. I don't think I'll ever get enough of her. When I look down at her, searching the depths of dark brown, it becomes glaringly clear that I'll never get enough of this woman, and that realization makes me feel crazed with need. Moving up onto my knees, I grip her thighs in both hands and thrust hard, going as deep as I can go. She responds in fervor, a guttural moan bursting from her lips. More, she begs and then reaches up with both of her hands to pull my mouth back down to hers. Her kisses are greedy and erratic and only make me feel more addicted to her. Like she is the only one who can give me what I need, what I want. Like she's everything I'll ever need, filling all the voids and missing parts of my life. Like she's it for me, because she is. That realization makes me feel both terrified and on top of the fucking world. And it urges me to slow down, to savor this moment with her, to press soft kisses on every inch of her body, to taste her skin, to feast on her breasts and her pussy, to stare deep into her eyes when I slide back inside her, to memorize the way her eyes look when she's reaching her climax and the way her lips part, and her fingers grasp at my skin like the pleasure is too much to bear. Once the pleasure washes through us and our breaths slow down, I pull her into my arms and keep her perfect body pressed against mine. I'm so sleepy, she whispers, and I smirk down at her. What time is it? Almost 5. Holy moly. A raspy giggle leaves her lips. I should be pissed at you for keeping me up so late. You being pissed at me isn't anything new, sweetheart. You sure about that? She looks up at me. I'm pretty sure I haven't been mad at you lately. That's true. I agree, and a gentle smile plays at the corners of my lips. What do you make of that? I think, She pauses and yawns again.
It's a combination of several things.
I raise a questioning brow. And what would those things be?
Well, for one, you've stopped being such a dick to me.
She teases.
And you give me lots of orgasms.
Which might be my favorite thing in the world to do. I flash a little wink in her direction. And what else has kept angry Birdie at bay?
The fact that you do sweet things for me.
Her brown eyes turn tender.
Like being there for me when I'm having a hard time, or remembering the significance of blueberry waffles, or throwing an outrageous surprise party for me.
She rambles off a few of my happiest memories over the past several weeks.
Things like that. Those are the things that make it impossible for me to be pissed at you.
She yawns again, and her eyes grow heavy. You need to sleep, I whisper, and press a soft kiss to her forehead.
I sure do.
Birdie snuggles closer against me, and it takes all of 2 minutes for her breaths to slow and her body to grow lax against me. My heart expands in my chest as I stare down at her sleeping face and gently brush a few rogue locks away from her cheek. And in the quiet of the hotel room, my mind whispers, "You're in love with this woman." Because I am.
Chapter 41. Birdie. Andrew sure knows how to wake a girl up. My eyes flutter open when I feel the softest of kisses, from the most perfect mouth, move across my lower back, just barely above the curve of my ass. I moan and stretch my arms as full lips continue a path up my spine and don't stop until they reach my shoulders and neck. "Morning," he whispers into my ear and rests his chin on my shoulder, his arms now wrapped around my waist and hugging me closer to his chest. "Mornin'," I rasp out, my voice still groggy with sleep. "What time is it?" "A little after 10. "It's already 10? I question and turn to meet his eyes. "It feels crazy early."
"That's probably because you only slept 5 hours.
"What about you?" I question and reach up to smooth a finger across a wrinkle on his forehead. "Did you get any sleep?" He shrugs.
"I did okay."
"Just okay?" I raise a brow. "How many hours is just okay?"
"More than 2, but less than 4.
I giggle at the absurdity of that response. "So 3?
"Something like that."
He grins.
"Hungry?"
"I could definitely eat."
"How about I order us some room service and then we can try to rearrange our flights so we're both heading back to LA on the same plane?"
We're both due to fly back to LA today, but his flight leaves about 4 hours later than mine. If that order includes pancakes and coffee, then I'd say it's a brilliant plan.
"Consider it done,"
he says, and slides off the bed to grab the hotel phone. While he's busy chatting with the hotel concierge, I get up to snag my cell from where it was discarded last night, on the floor, still in the back pocket of my jeans. But before I can climb back into bed and leisurely scroll through social media, I notice several notifications on the screen. 5 missed texts from my group chat with Billy and Rocky, 8 missed calls from my publicist and Samantha, and a barrage of other missed calls and emails and text messages from the rest of my team. Holy moly, where's the fire? I unlock the screen and tap the group chat with Billy and Rocky. Billy. What are you not telling me? That's the first missed message, and a link to an article sits below it. Rocky's response to said article: "Oh my God, Birdie, what is going on, girlfriend?" I don't waste any time opening up the link, and right there, on one of the most popular gossip websites in the freaking world, is an article titled, "Hollywood's Hottest Player is Playing with Co-Star Fire." And the first thing below the headline? A picture of Andrew and me, after my stupid red wig had gotten stuck in my helmet and was no longer on my head. We're standing in front of a gas pump, right beside Polly's motorcycle, with our lips locked and our arms wrapped around each other. Oh my God. My hand shoots to my mouth, and a knot lodges in my throat. With shaking fingers, I keep scrolling through the rest of the article, in which whoever wrote it rambles on and on about how Andrew and I are hooking up, how an inside source has told him that we've been hooking up, how I'm going to end up like all the other women who have fallen for Hollywood's most notorious player. The stupid columnist even joked about me following in Taylor Swift's footsteps for my next album and just writing songs about my future breakup and broken heart, courtesy of Mr. Andrew Watson. And it is all followed up with more photo proof. There must be 20 fucking pictures of the two of us at that damn gas station. And even though his mullet disguise is still on, whoever captured us on camera was able to zoom in close enough to make out his unsuspecting face perfectly. Holy fuck. This is not good. And it's exactly why my whole damn team has been demon-dialing me all morning.
Everything okay, sweetheart?
Andrew asks, and I lift my eyes away from my phone to meet his concerned gaze. Not exactly. I sigh and pull up Candy's contact in my phone. I need to call my publicist right now. Candy answers on the first ring. Bertie, this isn't good. We didn't know there were paparazzi last night. I mutter, a half-assed explanation that she completely ignores. Do you realize the consequences of being tied to a man with a reputation like Andrew? She questions, and I don't miss the irritation in her voice. Normally, high-profile relationships are good publicity, but your wholesome girl-next-door country music image laced with his decade-long Playboy reputation is going to be really hard to spin. It can't be that bad, right? I mean, surely we can work around this. She sighs heavily into the receiver. I don't think you're understanding the consequences of something like this. Normally, my publicist is a fairly straight shooter, but right now, it appears she's going right for the no-bullshit bullseye. In terms of consequences, I almost don't want to hear what she really thinks about this, but I know I can't just put my head in the sand and ignore it. Spell it out for me. With the buzz around this movie, and the fact that gossip columns have been trying like hell to connect the two of you as lovers, those pictures are going to go viral. By the end of the day, every major media source will cover it. Fans are going to see this plastered all over every social media platform. She continues. But it can't be that big of a deal, I reply. I mean, all this shit usually dies down within a few weeks anyway. Not this, she refutes. For Andrew, sure, but not you. Obviously, you're the woman in this scenario. And now, everything you ever do is going to be related to your relationship with him. 10 years from now, you'll be getting questions about Andrew Watson in interviews. This is going to be Britney Spears and Justin Timberlake all over again, but without the denim, honey. You're going to be tied to him no matter what you do, and your fans are going to judge, and his fans are going to be pissed at you, and it will really start to get bad once this ends and he gets involved with another woman. Once this ends? My mind fixates on those 3 words. But Candy isn't worried about that. She's worried about my career. From here on out, any love song, sad song, breakup song, happy song, any fucking song you write is going to be spun to be about him. Dear God, this is information overload. I mean, I knew it wasn't good that those photos leaked, but I didn't think the consequences of a relationship with Andrew Watson could last years into the future, even if we don't work out. Especially if we don't work out. Bertie, you still there? She asks, and I nod. But then I realize she can't exactly see me nodding. I'm here, but I need to go. I lie. I'll call you back in a little bit. Bertie, wait. I need to. Candy, I'll call you back, I say firmly and hang up.
Sweetheart?
Andrew's voice makes me look up from the phone. He still stands by the hotel phone, but has made no move to make his planned calls for room service and flight switches. He steps toward me with concern in his blue eyes.
What's going on?
Someone took pictures of us last night, I whisper, and he furrows his brow.
What? Last night?
I pull up the article again and hold it up for him on my cell. He takes the phone out of my hand and starts scrolling through the article.
You've got to be fucking kidding me.
Pretty sure this isn't a joke, I comment. Well, actually, I'm the joke. I'm the woman who has fallen into your player trap.
My player trap?
Andrew glances up to meet my eyes.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the fact that my publicist is freaking out about the consequences of this.
Why would she be freaking out about this?
He really doesn't get it. I guess I can't blame him. I wasn't exactly understanding it all myself. A shocked laugh jumps from my lungs, and I point to the stupid article on my phone. Because I'm the new gossip laughingstock, Andrew. Another notch on your bedpost. Your next jilted lover. Soon to be writing breakup songs about you like Taylor freaking Swift, I exclaim, each word getting me more amped up by the second. Good God! This is exactly why I wanted to keep this a secret. I toss my hands up in the air, and I begin to pace the hotel room. Way to go, Birdie. Looks like the sex cat is officially out of the bag. What in the hell am I going to do now? I know I'm fixated on very selfish, career-motivated things right now, but I can't help it. I've spent the last several years working my ass off to get where I have. I've played in what feels like every single bar and venue and stadium across the country. I've maintained a schedule that's so busy, free time is basically non-existent. I've made a lot of sacrifices to get here. And now, my publicist is telling me that because of this, because of those goddamn photos, everything I've worked so hard for, everything I've strived for, is now going to play second fiddle to being Andrew Watson's latest conquest.
Chapter 42. Andrew. Everything is fucked and there isn't a damn thing I can do about it. Birdie is quite literally freaking the fuck out over an article her sister sent her this morning, and when she had a quick phone call with her publicist, it only made shit worse. Apparently, her entire team is convinced that her being connected to me and the press is only bad news for her career, and their negative commentary does nothing to help calm her down. If anything, it only works her up more. Maybe I'm a little dense here, sweetheart, but it's just one stupid article. I don't think it's anything to get too worked up over. I'm sure we can find a way to fix this. She turns on her heel and looks at me in outright shock.
It might be one article right now, but by the end of the day, it will be one of 1,000 articles and social media posts and pretty much any media-related thing you can think of, she retorts. Don't you get it? You're Andrew Watson. The entire world is obsessed with your sex life.
And you're Birdie Harris, I add. Pretty sure the whole world is obsessed with you, too.
See, that's where you're wrong.
She barks out a laugh.
I'm clearly the woman in this scenario. You're the man. And how it's going to go down is that now everything I ever do is going to be related to you and our little sex rendezvous that occurred while we were filming Grassroots.
Our little sex rendezvous? I question. Is that all this was to you?
I'm pretty sure we both know that's all this was to you,
she retorts, and I hate how deep those words slice into my chest. But the truth is, it hurts that even after everything we've shared together, she still thinks that little of me, that she is still judging me on my reputation. It sounds like you have it all worked out then, huh? I run a hand through my hair. I mean, I'm the Hollywood player, and you're the woman who got stuck in my trap and now everything is ruined for you?
That's not what I meant.
She starts to respond, but I cut her off. It's fine, Birdie. I get it. I know the score. I'm the guy who serves the purpose of fun. I'm not the guy you get into a relationship with. I'm just the guy you fuck around with for a little bit. She frowns.
Andrew.
Nah, it's fine. I get it.
Wait.
She pauses, and her teeth worry into her bottom lip.
That's not what I meant. God, Andrew, I feel like everything is crashing down on me right now. My team's phones are ringing off the hook because everyone wants a comment from me about those pictures, and I have 100 notifications on my phone, and I just don't know what to make of it all.
Why don't you start by telling me what you want from me? My question takes her back a step.
What do you mean?
How did you think this was going to go? I question. I mean, it's very apparent that you don't want to be tied to me at all in the media, so when filming ended, did you just plan on saying goodbye? On ending shit between us?
I don't know what I planned,
she says, her voice slightly above a whisper.
I mean, I figured we would spend time together in L.A., but I wasn't sure how it would work when I was back in Nashville.
Right now, in this moment, it all hits me so hard I actually have to focus on pulling air into my lungs. I'm in love with this woman, but she's completely uncertain about me. That realization makes me feel like absolute shit. I don't know if I'll ever get Birdie to see me as more than the Hollywood jerk with the infamous reputation. I don't know if she'll ever be able to let go of the things she's heard about my past. I don't know if she'll ever be able to love a guy like me. And you have too much fucking pride to stand around and wait to find out. You know what, sweetheart? I toss out, the question entirely rhetorical. I'm gonna make this really easy on you. You don't have to waste your time trying to figure shit out, and you certainly don't need to deal with the bullshit of being tied to someone like me in the media.
What are you saying right now?
I'm saying you don't have to worry about any of it, I retort, my chest growing tighter by the second. I'll have my team put out a statement that the photos were from filming, and then you can be done with it all. No stress. No issues with your career. No, as you said before, playing second fiddle to my reputation.
Done with it all?
She asks, her voice rising in frustration.
Are you breaking up with me right now?
Sweetheart, I can't break up with someone who doesn't even know what she wants from me. If anything, you're the one doing the breaking in this situation. Birdie stares at me, her eyes wide and her cheeks red, but she doesn't make any move to correct me or challenge me or tell me anything that leads me to believe she actually wants to be with me. I make it really easy on her by tossing on my clothes, grabbing my shit, and leaving her hotel room. Fuck if that wasn't the most painful thing you've ever done, you prideful bastard.
Chapter 43. Birdie. I feel like the world has ended, but I don't understand why. The instant Andrew walks out of my hotel room and the door slams shut behind him, my knees buckle, and I end up sitting on the fucking floor. My God, what just happened? You just let fear get into your head and ruin every fucking thing. I roll my eyes at myself, but at the same damn time, tears come out of nowhere and start dripping down my cheeks. Stress and sadness and emotions I don't even understand sit like a rock inside my chest, and all I can do is focus on inhaling and exhaling deep, staggering breaths in and out of my lungs. I don't know how long I stay like that, on the floor, basically sobbing into my hands. But when I hear my phone ringing from where Andrew left it on the bed, I scramble to sit up and grab for it. Maybe it's him. Maybe he wants to come back and talk this out. But when incoming call Billy flashes across the screen, that rock in my chest only grows heavier. I don't want to answer it, but I know I need to. My sister has been trying to reach me for the past several hours, and I've been completely MIA. Swiping a hand down my cheeks, brushing away the tears, I try to answer with the calmest voice possible. "Hey, sis," I greet, but I don't miss the way my voice wavers. "Birdie?" she responds, her tone already concerned. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." "You sound like you're about to freaking cry. You're not fine. What's going on?" I swallow hard against the onset of new tears. "Nothing. Birdie, seriously, what is going on?" "God, I don't know, Billy." A shaky sigh consumes my lungs, and it causes a domino effect, opening the dam of tears again and allowing the stupid fuckers to flow down my cheeks in steady waves. "Everything is fucked. If you're freaking out about that article, you need to take a breath and realize it's not a big deal." "It's not just the article," I whisper. "Then what is it?" she questions. "Did something happen with Andrew?" Just the mention of his name makes my chest ache. I just feel like everything is crashing down on me. "I get that you're upset right now, but you're going to have to be a little more specific for me to actually understand what you're talking about." An unsteady exhale jumps from my throat. "Here's the thing. I don't understand what's going on, so I don't even know what to tell you." "I think the beginning is a good place to start," she coaxes gently. "How about, why don't you tell me how the paparazzi managed to snap photos of you and Andrew kissing and laughing and hugging and doing all sorts of cutesy shit on a night that I know has nothing to do with the movie. A night that I know with certainty was after you guys wrapped up filming." I make no move to answer. "Okay, fine. I'll make this simple. Answer me this. Have you guys been hooking up in Memphis?" "Yes." "For how long?" I mutter and cringe at the same time. "Pretty much ever since we got to Memphis." "Seriously? she questions. And yet you didn't tell me about it? Ugh, I'm the worst. And the fact that she even had to ask me that question spurs guilt to roll around in my belly. I'm sorry, Billy, but I just didn't know what to say. I try to explain something that even I don't truly understand. I guess I didn't tell you because I didn't know what any of it was, or what it meant. It started out as just fun, just sex. But then, I pause, still completely confused about everything between Andrew and me. Or should...
You've made it this far. Nice. Time for a short musical pause. This audiobook is completely free, and we hope it brings you some joy. Let's continue soon.
I say, everything that was between us. Past tense. Fuck. That hurts. But then what? She asks. I don't know, Billy. I snap back in frustration. I don't know what in the hell any of it was, but it doesn't matter because he already made it apparent that he's done. What the fuck? He broke up with you? That asshole. I swear to God, I will murder... No, I cut her off, oddly irritated that she's calling him an asshole. It didn't exactly go like that. I mean, he's the one who walked away, but not without telling me I'm the one who did the breaking. What? What does that even mean? It means when he asked me what I wanted out of our relationship and I didn't have an answer, he decided he was done. Birdie, honey, I love you, but you're really going to have to lay this all out for me so I can understand what in the hell went down. Pieces and parcels are not making things clear. Fine, I mutter and make myself comfortable on the bed. And then I tell my sister everything. How it all started between Andrew and me. How I went from hating him to enjoying secret sex with him. How, at times, he was incredibly sweet. How he's the one who ordered the blueberry waffles. I tell her about the surprise party at his parents', the motorcycle ride last night, and how shit went down this morning after I showed him the article and I had a stressful chat with an angry Candy. Even though thinking about every detail, every memory, makes me feel like I'm falling apart from the inside out, I suck it up and leave no detail out of the equation. If there's anything my sister deserves from me right now, it's the truth, no matter how painful it feels to talk about it. By the time I'm finished, Billy stays quiet for so long that I start to think the call has disconnected. Are you still there? I'm still here. I'm just trying to process it all. I snort. Tell me about it. Birdie, I love you to pieces, and I'm always in your corner, she begins. But I have to be honest with you. I think, even though Andrew never actually came out and told you he wanted more with you, he wants to be with you. His actions were trying to show you that. I shake my head, completely taken aback by what she's saying. Billy, I don't know about that. I mean, he's the one who left this morning. He's the one who said goodbye, not me. Yeah, well, a man can only take so much before his pride steps in and makes him walk away. So let me get this straight, I retort. You think I'm the one who pushed him away? I know you're going to get so mad at me about this. Hell, your stubborn ass is probably going to hang up on me the instant I say it, but yeah, you're the one who pushed him away. Truthfully, you didn't give him much choice. Anger floods my veins, and instead of screaming at my very pregnant baby sister, I hit end on the call and slam my phone back down onto the mattress. Welp, It's safe to say she got one thing right. Instantly, I feel guilty for hanging up on her and grab my phone again. But instead of calling her, because, hell, I just can't right now, I type out a text message. Me. Look, I'm sorry. It's just really fucking hard. Thankfully, she responds right away. Billy. It's okay. Even though it was a total bitch move, I still love you. Me. I love you too. Billy. When do you fly back to LA? Me. Today. My flight leaves in a few hours. Billy. When does Andrew's flight leave? I sigh and shut my eyes, but eventually I find the strength to respond. Me. Billy, you need to let it go. Billy. Fine, but just so you know, I think you're being really stupid. She always has to get the last freaking word. Me. And I think your pregnancy hormones are making you crazy. Billy. In my opinion, both statements are valid. God, she's so annoying sometimes. Me. I'll call you when I make it back to LA. Billy. Maybe you should also call Andrew. You know, just so he knows you made it back okay? Me. Shut up, Billy. Her response? The middle finger emoji, followed by, I love you, even though you're a total lunatic. I swear you're just like Granny. I roll my eyes and toss my phone down onto the bed and try to mentally prepare myself to pack my bags and get ready for my flight. But I find myself staring at my stupid phone. Should I try to call him? Or text him? Or go to his hotel room? I don't know what I should do. All I know is that I don't like what happened. I hate what happened, actually. My phone chimes with a text message, and I hurriedly pick it up off the bed. Candy. Good news. I just got a call from Andrew's publicist, and she's putting out a statement on his behalf that tells the public you two are not romantically involved, and the photos were taken during filming. Obviously, you're still going to deal with a few weeks of backlash about this, but it should settle down sooner rather than later. My heart falls into my damn feet. Always a man of his word, Andrew appears to have just made it painfully clear. He's done with it. Done with me. Fuck. If only it didn't feel like a dagger in my heart.
Chapter 44. Andrew. Pregnant women are kind of fucking scary.
What the fuck, Andrew? Blake's voice scratches against my eardrums. Why are you still in bed?
Go away. I groan into my pillow and make no move to open my eyes.
Go away?
He shouts.
You have 3 interviews and 2 online live videos to get through today, and they start in exactly 5 minutes.
I'm not doing shit today, I mutter, my voice muffled against pillowy cotton.
And what am I supposed to tell all the people who expect an interview with you? That you're being a real pompous asshole and refusing to get out of bed and don't give a shit about wasting their time?
Tell them whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. I truly hate my job right now, he says, more to himself than to me. Yeah, you and me both, buddy. When I can feel my assistant staring holes into my skull while he paces my bedroom, I turn onto my back and open my eyes.
You look like shit,
Blake states and stops at the foot of my bed.
You appear to be living out of your fucking bedroom, and you've been back in LA for exactly 1 week, and you've been nothing but a pain in the ass.
A harsh laugh pops from my throat. Ha! You know, I could say the same about you.
Yeah, but that's because you're being fucking impossible and apparently trying to set your damn career on fire.
What can I say? I shrug and sit up, resting my back against the pillows and headboard of my bed. I guess I'm getting tired of Hollywood bullshit.
You and I both know that's not what's going on here.
It's his turn to laugh.
You've been a fucking dumpster fire ever since the press started hounding you about your romantic involvement with Birdie Harris.
I cringe. Just hearing her name feels like a sucker punch to the gut.
And since you refuse to tell me about what really went down, all I can do is speculate.
He responds and runs an irritated hand through his hair, though it doesn't take a genius to figure it out. Figure out what exactly?
That you're a pathetic mess of a man who's trying to avoid the fact that he's nursing a broken heart.
When I don't respond, he shakes his head on another sigh.
You know, You'd make my job a lot easier if you just told me the truth about what happened between you and Birdie. But since I'm well aware you have the relationship emotional intelligence of a teenage boy, I'm going to make this easy on you.
So you're finally gonna leave me alone?
Yeah, something like that.
I don't like the secret smirk that consumes his face, but when he tells me he's going to clear my schedule for the rest of the week, I don't question any of it. Sounds perfect, I mutter and slide back down into bed. And if you don't mind, let the rest of the team know I don't want to be bothered too. Blake doesn't say another word. Instead, he walks out of my bedroom, shuts the door behind himself, and officially leaves me the hell alone. Fucking finally. About an hour later, when I'm certain that Blake has left my house and no other visitors elect to come into my bedroom and bug the ever-loving shit out of me, I decide to get out of bed and head downstairs. But the instant I step foot in my kitchen, I find Luca and a very pregnant Billy sitting casually at my kitchen table. He's drinking a cup of coffee, and it appears she's made herself at home and fixed a bowl of cereal. What the hell? I question and glance between the two of them. Well, good morning, honey, Luca responds, an annoyingly happy smile playing at his lips. Why are you here? I ask, my brow furrowing. How are you here? Did you guys make a career change into home invasions?
Blake called us and let us in, Billy updates around a mouthful of Raisin Bran. And I have to be honest, your cereal selection sucks ass.
My apologies for not making sure I was stocked up with your favorites. An incredulous chuckle leaves my lips, and I head over to the coffee pot where fucking Luca has already brewed a fresh pot. You guys planning on telling me why you're here, or am I supposed to guess?
We're here because you're a dumbass, Billy answers without even a second of hesitation. And because my sister's too fucking stubborn for her own good.
Jesus, I should have known this unwelcome visit was going to be about Birdie. The press, my publicist, my goddamn assistant. It's all anyone seems to talk about these days. Even after I have my publicist put out a statement, the media is still fixated on us, trying to link us together in every way possible. I choose to ignore Billy's jab to my intelligence and pour myself a cup of coffee.
You don't have anything to say to that,
she asks, and I don't turn around until I've stirred some cream into my mug and take my first sip of caffeine for the day. Nope, I eventually answer, my eyes meeting hers and my hip resting against the counter. I'm pretty sure everything that needed to be said was already said. A week ago, inside her hotel room in Memphis, Birdie made it pretty fucking clear she didn't want to be involved with a guy like me. Didn't even want to be mentioned in the same breath as me. All I did was let her off the damn hook and make it easier by walking away. Make it easier? It sure as fuck doesn't feel any easier right now, you mopey bastard.
Oh, so I guess that means you're perfectly fine with how things went with my sister then, Billy asks.
Yep, I respond through a tight jaw, and Luca bursts into laughter like that one word is the funniest fucking thing he's ever heard. You look like you haven't showered in days. You're flaking out of obligations, and per your assistant, you're living out of your bedroom like a fucking hobo. Luca states with a knowing raise of his brow. Come on, man. Don't try to bullshit us on what's really going down here. I narrow my eyes at him. And what exactly do you think is going on right now, bro? I think you look exactly like I looked when Billy left me in Alaska. Excuse me? I think you're in love with Birdie, and you feel like a shell of a man right now because you're not together. We're not together because she doesn't want to be with a guy like me. You're not together because the two of you are a horrible mix of pride and stubbornness. Luca refutes, and the first inklings of anger start to flood my veins. Enlighten me. Am I the stubborn one or the prideful one? Oh, you're definitely the bastard with too much pride. He answers, and those words only infuriate me more. But the dick keeps on going. Instead of fighting for her, you simply walked away because you thought it was easier. But not on her, he adds. Easier on you. Come on, man, I've known you long enough to understand your relationship patterns. Although I have to be honest, I know we weren't in contact for several years, but I'm pretty sure this is the closest you've ever allowed yourself to get to anyone. His bullshit words officially push me over the edge, and I slam my coffee down onto the counter. You don't know shit, I spat. You come in here and act like you have all the answers, but you don't know shit. You don't know shit about what went down between Birdie and me. This has nothing to do with pride. Fuck my pride. Fuck your pride. Fuck Birdie's pride. She tore my heart out of my fucking chest. I walked away because it was what she wanted, not me. So basically what you're saying is that you are in fact in love with her? Luca asks, and my jaw goes unhinged. That's what you got out of everything I just said? It's all I needed to get out of it. A knowing smile etches his mouth, and I have the urge to stride over to him and shove my fist in his face. Obviously I don't, but goddamn I want to. Luca looks over at Billy, and the two of them share a secret smile.
See,
she says to him.
I told you.
He chuckles. Yeah, you were right, princess. I glance between the two of them, utterly confused. What the fuck are you two talking about? Billy meets my annoyed gaze.
Do you still love her?
What?
If you ever want me to leave your house, you're going to have to answer the question, she responds. And I should remind you that I'm getting very close to my due date. I have a feeling you'd prefer I don't deliver my baby in your kitchen.
Christ, Billy, you're killing me here.
Just to answer the question, Andrew, are you still in love with my sister?
Fucking hell, these two are quite the duo.
Andrew!
Billy shouts, and at the shrill sound of a pregnant woman on the brink, I just break. Yeah, I am, okay? I sigh and run a frustrated hand through my hair. Even though I don't want to, I still fucking love her. I spent all fucking day trying not to think about her, trying not to call her, trying not to just show up at her rental like a psycho. It's not something that just goes away in 7 fucking days. Truthfully, up until now, I don't think I've ever been in love with anyone before. And even though I hate to admit that Luca is right, the fucker is right. Birdie is the first woman I've ever let all the way in. Though now, after this, I'm starting to wonder if maybe I've been doing things right all along. Because fuck, if falling in love with a woman ends like this, I'm having a hard time understanding the point at all. You say that like you have a choice to just fall in love with someone else, you fucking amateur. She's it for you. You're going to be pining after her for fucking years. Christ.
She's a mess, you know,
Billy says, her voice a soft inclination over her words.
A total fucking mess.
What do you mean?
I mean, she looks exactly like you look right now, which should tell you everything you need to know.
I hate how quickly my heart latches onto that little ray of hope she just provided, but it does, and the damn thing picks up a rhythm inside my chest.
Ever since she got back to L.A., besides trying to help me get ready for the baby, she's done nothing but mope around and be miserable. Whenever I try to talk about you, she completely shuts down and gets insanely pissed at me.
Sounds about right for Birdie. Her anger has a quick trigger. And what exactly do you think I'm supposed to do with this information?
I think you need to man up and really tell my sister how you feel.
An incredulous laugh escapes my lungs. I'm not just gonna show up at her house out of the blue, Billy. She shakes her head.
Not her house, our house.
You completely lost me.
I'll lay the groundwork for bringing you two together, she explains. Just be ready to come to our house on Saturday.
And then what?
And then,
she answers without reluctance,
the ball is in your court, so you can either be a fucking man and tell my sister how you really feel about her, or you can be a little bitch and stay miserable for the rest of your life. And hell's bells, I really hope you're not going to be a little bitch about this,
Billy explains, and proceeds to use Luca's shoulder to help her stand to her feet.
Now, if you don't mind, I need to take my pregnant ass back home and spend the rest of the day lounging on the couch and complaining about being uncomfortable.
Dude, a little help? I look at Luca, but he just flashes a stupid smirk in my direction. Don't be a little bitch, Andrew, he says, and that stupid smirk only grows. Thanks for the coffee. I'll see you real soon. And then they both leave me standing in my kitchen, completely confused by what just transpired. What in the hell was that?
Chapter 45. Birdie. I can't wait until my sister delivers this baby. Not only because I'm simply excited to meet my future niece or nephew, but also because I'm ready for her to stop being so damn demanding. I've been back in LA for a little over a week, and Billy has managed to commandeer just about all of my time. Yesterday, while Luca was busy with a press junket for an upcoming film, I went to the OBGYN with her. I've helped her shop for last-minute things like extra bottles and pacifiers and diapers and baby clothes. I've washed all her baby clothes. I've gone with her to get a pregnancy massage and pedicures. I've even joined her in her pool for a freaking pregnancy aerobics class that she's apparently been doing for the past 5 months with some bubbly private instructor named Poppy, which was one of the craziest things I've ever witnessed. Hell, the woman showed up in a neon pink one-piece bathing suit, leg warmers, a fanny pack, and a matching sweatband, and insisted on playing 80s pop music through the entire workout. And now, I'm currently sitting in the nursery, organizing all the baby's gender-neutral newborn clothes in the armoire that sits across from the white crib. Billy watches on from the cushioned pastel yellow rocking chair, her now swollen ankles resting on a footstool. Her trusty Labrador sidekick Bailey sleeps on the floor right beside her, while she sips from a fresh glass of lemonade and takes occasional bites of a chocolate chip cookie that currently rests on the tabletop formed by her protruding belly. I swear to God, now that Billy is so close to her due date, her big oaf of a dog doesn't ever leave her side. Though he was originally Luca's dog, Bailey has more than proven he's most loyal to my sister. It's pretty damn adorable, to be honest. Oh, by the way, she updates as I fold the cutest little onesie with ducks on it and set it in the armoire. Luca and I are having an engagement party Saturday night at our house. Saturday night? I question and glance over my shoulder to look at her. This Saturday night? She nods. Yep. You do realize it's Thursday, right? Uh-huh. That's 2 days away. I'm aware, she answers casually, like it's no big thing that she's throwing an engagement party in 2 freaking days. And, seriously, an engagement party? Not to be a party buzzkill, but mind explaining to me why you're throwing an engagement party when you're a week out from your due date? Because we never got to have one. I scrunch up my nose at her. You don't think that maybe you should wait until after the baby is born? She shakes her head. Nope, I think now is the perfect time. Billy, I stare at her in absolute confusion. How long have you known about this party? I don't know. She shrugs and takes another bite of her cookie. A while, I guess. But it's all planned. I have a caterer coming, and our guest list has been notified. So you better fucking be there. A while? What the hell, Billy? Why didn't you tell me this earlier? I don't know, she shrugs. Maybe the same reason you didn't tell me about your relationship with you-know-who until after I had to find out about it in a gossip article, and how you consistently refuse to talk about why you're so fucking miserable these days. I'm not miserable. I lie. She eyes me with a scrutinizing stare. Get real, sis. You're a regular Debbie Downer. How am I a Debbie Downer? I retort. I've been back in LA for a week, and all I've done is spend time helping you with all sorts of shit. I never said you weren't helpful, she corrects, and I certainly appreciate all your help. I just said you were a heartbroken, sad sack who walks around with a perpetual frown on her lips. I'm not heartbroken. I disagree, and even I know that's a lie. I am fucking miserable and heartbroken. I can't stop thinking about him. I can't stop replaying our conversation in Memphis. I can't stop the stupid memories of his teasing jokes and playful smile from filling my head. And I certainly can't stop the media's current obsession with the two of us. Despite the statement his publicist put out, they are still hoping we're secret lovers, waiting and watching to catch us together. Obviously, they've obtained exactly 0 footage of that. Get real. Billy rolls her eyes. I can't even mention his name without you losing your shit. Whatever, I mutter and go back to organizing the baby's clothes, knowing full well this conversation isn't heading anywhere good. All I'm saying is, since you missed my baby shower, your ass better be at my engagement party. I missed the baby shower because I was in Memphis. I know that, she concedes. But my engagement party is in 2 days, and you're here, in LA. So, you have 0 excuse. Is there a gift registry for this damn party? I question and glance over my shoulder at her. Nope, she responds, and a victorious smile slides across her mouth. The only gift I need from you is your beautiful presence at my party. Okay, I'll be there. Fantastic. Her smile grows. And, if you don't mind, It would be great if you'd consider actually smiling and laughing and finding some joy while you're there, too. Billy, I already said I'd go. I sigh and pick up another onesie to fold. How about you leave it at that instead of annoying the fuck out of me? Fine, fine. A soft laugh escapes her lips. Whatever you say, sis. I make a mental note that once she has the baby, and I know she's all settled at home, and things are going smoothly, I'm going to hold Neil to his offer. The one that involves me taking a 4-week breather in my schedule to escape to a tropical location, away from everyone and everything. And by the time I finish organizing the baby's clothes in the nursery, I even pick up my phone to update my team on my plans. Me. Neil, I'm ready to take you up on your offer and schedule in 4 weeks of uninterrupted time to enjoy a vacation. I want to go to Fiji, and I'm thinking I'll be ready to go off the radar in about 3 weeks. Go ahead and start working out the details for me, please and thank you. The instant I hit send, I'm convinced this is exactly what I need. Besides finally meeting my future niece or nephew, this gives me something else to look forward to. More like something to distract you from thinking about him. Chapter 46. Birdie. This is the craziest engagement party I've ever been to. My sister and Luca's home is filled with about 50 other people. Work acquaintances, friends, lots of Hollywood types, among some other people I don't really know. Besides the 2 caterers keeping the kitchen stocked in appetizers and drinks, there is no gift table, no cake table, no decorations, and no music in the background creating a celebratory ambiance. Just a decent amount of people standing around and chatting, eating apps and drinking cocktails. Truthfully, for an engagement party, I would have thought that Rocky and Harrison or Luca's old friend Lou from Alaska would have been able to attend, or that this would have been a slightly more elaborate affair, but I guess Billy just wanted to keep the celebration simple. Frankly, I have no idea what is going on inside that head of hers, but in the spirit of keeping my sister happy, I try my best to put on a smile and act like I'm enjoying myself. Honestly, though, I would rather be anywhere else but here. When I arrived at their house an hour ago, I already knew I would see the one person I am simply not ready to see. His longtime friendship with Luca ensured he'd be here. But I wasn't prepared for how fucking painful it would feel to see his face for the first time since he walked out of my hotel room in Memphis. The instant he steps into the living room, where I stand beside Howie, making small talk about how editing is going for Grassroots, my body clenches like a vice. My lungs grow tight, my heart feels all wonky and out of rhythm, and a deep, aching pit opens inside my belly. A handsome smile, broad shoulders, entrancing blue eyes. Andrew looks good, but he always looks good. I try to focus on what Howie is saying, but I can't stop my eyes from discreetly following Andrew around the room as he says hello to Billy and Luca and other people he recognizes. Fuck, this might be more than your heart can handle. Without being rude, I politely excuse myself from my conversation with Howie and make a beeline for the outside terrace, where I don't recognize a single familiar face. Shit. Just act normal. Sip from your glass of wine and take in the view and act like you want to be out here. I achieve semi-normalcy for a good 5 or so minutes before my sister finds me outside and demands that I come back inside to the kitchen to taste an appetizer that she won't stop raving about. Seriously, Birdie, you have to try these mushroom caps, she says, her voice weirdly overzealous about food. You are going to love these things. Okay, let's app it up. I acquiesce and plaster a smile to my face. Back inside the house and into the kitchen, she leads me directly to trays of food that sit right beside Andrew. Christ. Here you go, Billy exclaims and puts 2 mushroom caps on a plate for me. The best damn appetizer you'll ever have in your whole life. Good God, sis. Chill out. She shoves the plate into my hands and just stands there, watching me like a hawk. I glance down toward her feet to find her dog Bailey doing the same damn thing. Although, I think his laser-sharp stare comes from purely selfish motives that involve him hoping I drop a few scraps onto the floor. When nothing falls off my plate, he grows too impatient to wait around, huffs out an annoyed breath, and takes his opportunistic ass into the living room in search of someone a little clumsier. Lord Almighty, you are being so strange right now, I mutter, but I take a bite before Billy starts trying to feed me herself. Delicious, I say, around a mouthful of mushroom, even though I haven't even tasted anything yet. So good. She's amped these fuckers up so much, I feel obliged to act like they're the best thing that's ever been created. See? She responds with a big, weird smile. I knew you'd love them. Then she does the exact opposite of what I need her to do. She grabs Andrew's arm and yanks him into our little circle around the tray of mushrooms. Try these, she raves like a lunatic. You are going to love them so much. This is the first time we've been face to face since Memphis, and the awkwardness is undeniable. It hovers over us like a freaking ominous thunderstorm. Our eyes meet, then flit away, then meet again, then flit away, and it takes my sister forcing a plate into his chest to break the cycle. Here you go, Billy says. Andrew pauses and looks down at the plate. Take a bite. My sister pushes and then looks over at me. Tell him how good these mushrooms are, Bertie. I swear to God, if she says mushrooms one more time, I might lose it. His eyes meet mine, his gaze a mix of confusion and uncertainty and other emotions I can't discern. They're pretty good, I say, but I hate how damn uncomfortable my voice sounds.
But how good? Like, tacos good?
He asks, and the slight teasing tone in his voice, mixed with the memories that simple question spurs, is too damn much for me to handle. Nothing is as good as tacos, I respond in the name of not being rude, even though it feels like my chest might shatter into pieces. And, if you'll excuse me, I'll be right back. Wait, Bertie? My sister tries to stop me, but I can't stand here any longer pretending I care about fucking mushroom caps. That really aren't that great, by the way. Or try to make small talk with Andrew, when just being in the same room makes me feel like I can't breathe. At the moment, it's hard to pretend anything when my heart wants to nosedive out of my damn chest and onto the white marble floor of Luca and Billy's kitchen. Be right back, sis. Just need to use the ladies' room really quick. Without wasting any time, I walk away from the trays of food, away from my sister, away from Andrew, and head toward the bathroom that sits directly off the kitchen. I take my sweet time pretending to pee. I wash my hands, check my hair and makeup, and I give myself a good 5 minutes to just breathe through the discomfort that's lodged like a heavy weight inside my throat, threatening to choke the life out of me. You can do this. Just go back out there and make the best of it. This will all be over soon. Good God, I hope so. 3 hours into the party, and I'm fucking drained. Worn out on making small talk and dealing with my sister acting all weird. Tired of having to keep an eye out for where Andrew is in the house and avoid him at all costs, even though there's a big part of me that wants to talk to him. But I want to do that in private, not right here, not in the middle of my sister's party. So I'm just done. And truthfully, I feel like I've done my part. I came to the party, I smiled and made the best of it. I didn't let my own personal shit with Andrew turn into some big blowout fight. I even tolerated my sister being all strange and amped up about the appetizers. I did what I needed to do. I supported my baby sister and stayed on my best behavior, despite the reality that I just wanted to go home the instant Andrew arrived. Hey, Billy. I grab her attention once I find her in the kitchen. My eyes pointedly avoid the fact that Andrew stands on the other side of the island in the middle of the room. I think I'm going to head out. What? She questions, her mouth turning down at the corners. You're leaving? Why are you leaving? It's so early. Honey, I've been here for over 3 hours. Half of the guests have already left. No, you can't leave. You need to stay. I reach out and pull her into a tight hug. Love you, sis. I'll call you tomorrow, okay? But when I release her from my gentle hold, I'm shocked to find her glaring at me. Like shooting laser beams out of her eyes, glaring at me. Billy? What's wrong? My innocent question triggers something, because once it leaves my lips, she fucking explodes. Yeah, I'm done with this madness, Billy shouts and startles the attention out of everyone moseying around the catered food. You too, she shouts and points at me, and then pointedly moves her index finger to the other side of the spacious kitchen, where Andrew stands beside Howie, a plate of half-eaten hors d'oeuvres in his hands. You seriously need to get your shit together. My eyes go wide. Oh no. I'll take a one-way plane ticket to anywhere but here, thank you very much. Princess, Luca attempts to chime in, his voice equal parts concerned and tender.
How about we step outside for a minute?
Nope, she protests. I'm not leaving this kitchen until these two actually say one fucking word to each other. Her glare moves back and forth between her fiancé, Andrew, and me. I did not plan this whole insane party in a matter of a goddamn week while I'm so pregnant that I can't even see my freaking toes for these two stubborn assholes to ignore each other the entire time. What? What do you mean you planned this party in a week? I question, my mood shifting from mortified to outright furious. You told me you'd been planning this for a while. Oh, get real, Bertie, she spits, her shocking anger only growing by the second. Who in the hell throws themselves an engagement party a week before they're supposed to have a baby? Her responding laugh is downright maniacal.
So, wait, this isn't an engagement party?
Howie asks, and the insane pregnant woman glares at him. Christ, Howie, she mutters and tosses both hands up in the air. Read the freaking room. I love you, buddy. You're a total sweetheart, but no one has time to bring you up to speed. The focus needs to stay on the two dumbasses who are in love with each other, who are so goddamn meant to be it's making me feel insane. But neither one of them has the balls to make things right.
Baby,
Luca whispers and calmly steps forward to press a hand to her back.
How about you come with me upstairs so you can take a breather and try to calm down?
Calm down? She shrieks, her voice already rising to new heights. Oh yeah, fucking right. I'm not calming down until Bertie and Andrew stop being little bitches, she shouts. But when she opens her mouth to add God only knows what to her crazy anger-fueled ramble, she instantly shuts it tight and cringes. Ow! Shit! And then she looks down between her legs, and her eyes go wide. Oh, you've got to be kidding me!
Billy?
Luca asks.
What's wrong?
Nothing besides me being so pregnant I just peed myself, she mutters, and starts to waddle toward the bathroom off the back of the kitchen. No big deal. Just icing on the horrible disaster cake that is this stupid party. Worst fake engagement party ever. Bailey strides into the kitchen, Billy's outburst officially interrupting his nap on the couch, and starts to assess the situation. He finds his dutiful position beside my sister, sniffing the air near her legs. Even though it appears my sister has lost her freaking mind and is outrageously mad at me, I step forward to follow her lead to the bathroom so I can help her out. But when I notice that the trail of liquid coming from between her legs keeps gushing in a steady stream and appears to be shockingly clear and not close to the yellow you'd expect from urine, it hits me. This isn't pee. Billy, honey, are you sure this isn't your water? Bailey starts barking like a maniac. What? She questions, shouting over her dog's boisterous voice, and pauses halfway to the bathroom to glance over her shoulder at me. Sis, I think your water broke. Bailey's barks grow louder. My water didn't break, she snaps. That would mean I'm in labor, and I'm not due for another week. Women go into labor early all the time, especially when they're this close to their due date. Ow, fuck, she mutters and holds her belly as she inhales and exhales a deep, panting breath. And simultaneously, more liquid gushes out from between her legs and drips onto the floor. Oh my God, I think I'm in labor. Billy glances down at the floor and then up at me with wide eyes. Holy freaking hell! The two of you and your stupid love drama just pushed me into labor. Am I really going to have this baby today of all days? This was not in the plans. I have things I need to do. Bailey paces around her legs. Hey, I say, my voice calm as I step forward to place a hand on her shoulder. Just take a breath. Relax. Everything is going to be okay. Everything is so fucked, Birdie, she shouts, but tears start to fill her eyes. And you are making me so angry with this whole Andrew thing. I swear, I could just shake the crap out of you. Sis, I cut her off, my voice still soft and gentle. You are going to have plenty of time to bitch me out later, but right now, we need to focus on getting you to the hospital so that you can bring your perfect little baby into the world. Luca manages to quickly wrangle Bailey into another room, and then he steps forward and pulls Billy into a tender hug.
It's going to be okay, Princess,
he whispers into her ear.
I'm here. Birdie is here, and soon, our baby is going to be here too.
She looks up at him, tears slipping down her cheeks, and nods. I can't believe we're going to have our baby today. The smile on his face is downright beautiful.
Best day of my life.
Hell's bells. They make me so happy. But at the same time, seeing their love for each other makes my heart ache. I want that kind of love. I want a family of my own. I want all that someday. And you could have it if you'd stop standing in your own way. Good Lord, I don't have time to hop aboard that train of thought. So, I do the only thing I can do. I tell my stupid subconscious to take a hike and focus on the priority, getting my baby sister to the hospital.
Chapter 47. Andrew. I thought it'd be a long-ass time before I found myself sitting in a hospital on a Saturday evening waiting on a baby, but here I am, sitting in the waiting room just outside the maternity ward. To be fair, though, it's not my baby, it's Billy's. Somehow we managed to get her into the car and on her way to the hospital with Luca and Birdie, and I've never before felt the amount of relief I did in that moment. While Birdie, Billy, and Luca disappeared in a car, her freak out about the pain of contractions in full effect, Howie and I stayed back and made sure the stragglers left over at the party had left, reassured their dog Bailey that everything was going to be okay, locked up their house for them, and I made my way to Cedars-Sinai to see how Billy was doing. But fucking hell, I was not prepared for the scene I would find when I pulled into the hospital parking lot and stepped inside the entrance doors to find Birdie and Luca assisting the medical staff with getting a screaming Billy into a wheelchair. Apparently, Billy wasn't just in labor. Nope, she was well on her way to an incredibly fast labor, and all hell had broken loose about 10 minutes into their drive to the hospital. Thankfully, the staff moved quickly and Luca and his baby mama were rushed back into a delivery room. And now, Birdie and I sit in the waiting room and wait for the news. Well, I'm sitting. Birdie is pacing. Her beautiful face is lined with stress as she walks back and forth in front of the locked doors that lead to the maternity ward. Are you okay? I ask, and my voice startles her to a stop. Her wide brown eyes meet mine.
Oh, I don't know, she sighs. I feel like I should be in there, but I also feel like the special moment should just be between her and Luca. Gah! I'm just worried. I want everything to be okay. She was in so much pain and her labor was going so freaking quick.
It's going to be okay, I reassure her.
Promise?
She asks, and the simple question brings back so many fucking memories that I have to swallow hard past the painful emotions. Promise. Her beautiful brown eyes stare into mine, and it takes everything inside me not to stand up from this fucking chair and pull her into my arms. I miss her so fucking much, and I need to tell her all the things I should have told her in Memphis. I need to tell her how I really feel. I need her to understand that the way I feel for her is more than sex, more than fun, that I'm so far deep in love with her I'm not sure I'll ever recover from losing her. There are so many things I want to say, but mostly right now, I just want to hold her in my arms and take some of the stress off her plate. Fuck it, my mind whispers, and I stand up from my chair. But just as I'm taking my first step in her direction, the maternity ward doors swing open and Luca steps out, a giant beaming smile on his face. "I have another princess," he says, and happiness rings out in his voice. "It's a girl, and Mom and baby are healthy, happy, and doing great."
"It's a girl?" Bertie exclaims. "I have a niece?"
He nods. "You have a niece, and Bertie?" In an instant, the stress on her face dissipates, and only relief in the form of happy tears takes over. She wraps Luca in a big hug.
"Congratulations! I'm so happy for you guys,"
she says, and he hugs her right back. "Thanks, Bertie." When she steps back, I don't hesitate to do the same, wrapping up one of my best friends in the whole fucking world in a tight hug. "Congrats, man. So happy for you. Appreciate it." He smiles at me. "Do you guys want to meet her?"
"Are you kidding me?"
Bertie shouts.
"Take me to my niece."
Luca laughs and leads us both through the doors and into Billy's hospital room. I can't deny it's a beautiful sight. Billy sitting up in the hospital bed with her brand new baby girl in her arms, and when Luca moves around the other side of the bed to stand beside his family, it's enough to make my chest ache. But when Bertie holds her niece in her arms, everything comes into focus. My past, my present, my future. And I just fucking know. That right there is everything I want in life.
Chapter 48. Bertie. I am officially an aunt to the most beautiful baby girl in the whole world. My sister is healthy and happy and somehow looks gorgeous, despite the fact that she had to deliver an 8-pound baby without a freaking epidural, and her fiancé looks like a man whose whole world sits on the hospital bed at his hip. Andrew congratulates Billy with a soft kiss to her forehead and kind words, and I waste no time picking my niece up into my arms. I am certain I will spend the rest of my life spoiling you rotten little lady, I whisper down to her, and I watch in fascination as her tiny lips open wide in a yawn, and her big blue eyes stare up at me. God, she's gorgeous. I'm sure I'm biased, but I don't care. She is the most beautiful baby I've ever seen. "If you want a scoop of ice cream," I whisper down to her, "I'll get you 2 scoops. If you want to bitch about your mom to me because she's being annoying," I glance up at a grinning Billy and wink, before looking back down at the baby, "I'll be there to listen. If you want a pony, you got it, girlfriend. Anything you want, you just let me know and Aunt Bertie will make it yours."
Uh-oh. Sounds like you two are already going to be a problem.
Luca teases, and I just stick out my tongue at him. "Don't listen to your daddy," I whisper to my niece. "He's just jealous that we're going to have all the fun." Both Luca and Billy chuckle, but when I look up from the baby and meet Andrew's gaze, I'm taken aback by the tender expression on his face. He's just looking at me, watching me, glancing between my face and the baby in my arms, and I have no idea what he's thinking. But God, it makes my chest ache. The discomfort starts to spread into my throat, but I swallow it back and focus on my baby niece. "So, what are we naming her?" "Daisy," Billy answers, and my breath catches in my lungs. Our mama's name. My heart fills with bittersweet emotion, and I grin at my sister. That is the most perfect name for our girl. Billy smiles, her heart in her eyes. I thought so too. Andrew walks over toward me and stares down at a now sleeping Daisy.
"She's a beauty, guys,"
he says, and reaches out to gently touch her soft cheek with his finger.
"Welcome to the world, Daisy."
The tenderness in his voice and the sweetness of his words make me feel oddly sad. Like it's painful to see how wonderful this man really is. Like deep down, I made a mistake the way I handled things in Memphis. Pretty sure you mean you shouldn't have given a fuck about the media and just followed your heart.
I'm so glad I got to meet you, sweetheart,
he whispers down to my niece.
But I'm going to let you and your mommy and daddy rest now. They've had quite the day.
He glances up at my sister and a smile brightens his eyes.
I'm pretty sure your mommy is going to be telling you about this day for the rest of your life. Especially when you're a teenager with a sassy attitude.
Billy giggles. That's so true.
Bye, pretty Daisy.
When he presses a gentle kiss to Daisy's forehead, that discomfort inside my chest only grows, and it turns into a constant ache after he tells Luca and Billy goodbye and meets my eyes one last time.
See you later, firecracker.
And then he leaves. Thankfully, a nurse comes in a few moments later to distract us all. She takes Billy's blood pressure and feels around on her belly to make sure everything is doing what it's supposed to, and eventually, she takes Daisy from my arms for a quick assessment. But when she finishes her rounds and heads on to the next patient, my sister doesn't hesitate to let me know exactly what's on her mind. You're being so stupid, you know.
Uh-oh,
Luca mutters and busies himself with checking on Daisy, who is now sleeping in the hospital crib. I tilt my head to the side and meet Billy's steady gaze. I'm being stupid? Pretty sure I'm not the one who planned a whole party with the intention of butting into something that's none of her business. Kind of like how you butted into my business when I was being stupid about my relationship with Luca? Touché, sis. You need to let it go, Billy. Just let it go. Nope, she refutes. I'm not letting it go, because you and I both know he's your person. It's so fucking obvious. The way the two of you are absolutely miserable, and yet, when you're in the same room, you can't take your eyes off each other. That's not how it is. Oh, trust me, I know, she remarks. I planned a whole party with the intention of bringing you together. Needless to say, I've spent several hours simply watching your every move. You realize you sound insane, right? Not as insane as you. Well, I was nothing more than a challenge to him. A challenge that he succeeded in, I retort, but the words feel all wrong coming off my tongue, because I know they're total bullshit. A man doesn't do all the things Andrew did for me without it meaning something. My sister also knows this. You and I both know that's total crap. God, sometimes I wish stubborn didn't run so deep in our family. I know Billy is prepared to go on and on about this, but right now, she needs to rest and spend time with her husband and baby and just be cocooned in happiness. Not worry about my complicated love life. How about we reconvene this conversation at a later date? I suggest with a smile. You need to get some sleep. And you need to open your fucking eyes. God, Billy, I sigh. I'm not having this conversation with you right now, but I promise I will be back tomorrow morning. And for the next 3 weeks worth of mornings after that, I'll be around, so you'll have ample time to tell me how stupid I am. 3 whole weeks? She questions, and her voice loses its frustrated steam. But I thought you were going on a trip to Fiji soon. I am, but I told Neil I didn't want to go right after you had the baby. I want to be around to help you guys out and just spend time with my niece. I step forward to press a kiss to Billy's forehead. So have no fear. You're going to have lots and lots of time to tell me what you really think. But right now, I just want you to rest and enjoy the bliss bubble that is your beautiful family. Okay, I'm holding you to that. I laugh. I know you will. After one last kiss to Daisy's forehead, I tell Luca goodbye and head out of Billy's hospital room and toward the hospital exit, where I figure I'll have to call an Uber to get me back to their house so I can pick up my car. But I only make it 2 steps outside before I'm stopped in my tracks. Cameras flash, and what feels like 20 paparazzi stand just outside the lobby entrance.
Bertie, over here! Bertie! Did your sister have the baby?
One shouts toward me, and the rest follow.
Is it a boy or a girl? What's the baby's name? How much did the baby weigh? What did Luca say when the baby was born?
Just a barrage of questions being shot in my direction from every angle. Hospital security tries to push the small crowd back, but it's no use. I have a feeling they won't be able to get them off the premises without LAPD assistance. But before I can attempt to find an exit strategy, I spot the one person I really fucking want to see right now, just to the side of the paparazzi crowd. Andrew.
Chapter 49. Andrew. I want my future to start right now. When I left Billy's hospital room, I had the intention of just heading home. But when I got to my car, I realized I can't go home when my fucking home is in that hospital. So I waited for Birdie. And while I waited, I replayed everything I wanted to say to her over and over again in my mind. I had it all planned out in my head, but apparently it didn't take long for Billy's birth news to spread to the media vipers. Before I knew it, several paparazzi found their way to the hospital and camped out just outside the entrance, which made me second-guess trying to talk to Birdie right now. I'm pretty sure the last thing she wants is for the photo-hungry media to witness us together. The instant she steps outside the hospital doors, the paparazzi hound her with questions, snapping photos in quick succession. Birdie ignores them as best as she can, and before I can decide whether I should discreetly leave to protect her from even more media attention, her eyes meet mine. My mind goes blank, and my only recurring thought is, this beautiful woman owns my fucking heart. I'm not sure what I expect her to do, but when she walks straight toward me, closing the distance between us, I'm utterly shocked. More cameras flash, and it's more than obvious they're aware of my presence when they start tossing out questions about our relationship. "What are you still doing here?" she asks, and I choose to be completely honest with her. "Waiting for you," I answer. She tilts her head to the side in confusion. "Birdie, there are so many things I need to tell you, so many things I need you to hear. And I just couldn't wait any longer," I admit. "But I'll understand if you want to have this conversation somewhere else." "It's okay," she shakes her head. "You can tell me now." I'm tempted to remind her about the paparazzi just standing over there, watching us like hawks, but I know she didn't miss them. She's really okay with this? "Andrew," she says, and my name sounds too damn good on her tongue. "You can tell me now, it's okay." I look at her, then over at the bastards with cameras, then back at her, but when her expression stays utterly neutral, completely patient, I decide to just lay it all out there. I fucked up in Memphis, I admit. I shouldn't have walked away. I should have stayed, and I should have made you understand how I really feel about you. But here's the thing. I'm not the kind of guy who lets himself fall in love. I'm quite the opposite, actually, and you changed that for me. You turned my whole world upside down, and falling in love with you was the easiest thing I've ever done. You are too beautiful, too sassy, too adorable, too much of everything, and I didn't stand a fucking chance. I was completely powerless against it. Against you. Her lips part, and her eyes go wide at my words, but I can't stop myself from telling her more. Seeing you hold your niece in your arms and smiling down at her with your heart on your sleeve, I saw the life I wanted flash before my eyes, I say, meaning every fucking word. I used to think I loved fast cars and women, and nothing would ever change that. I used to think I didn't need anyone. I used to think falling in love and marriage and babies and shit wasn't in the cards for me. I paused and stepped closer to her. But then I met you, and fuck, you changed the game. You changed everything. "Andrew, She starts to respond, but I reach up with a gentle hand and place it over her lips. "Wait, just let me finish. I need you to know everything that's inside my head, that's inside my heart, okay?" She nods. "I want that life, Birdie. I want you. All day, every fucking day. I want to fight with you and laugh with you and wake up next to you. I want it all. Marriage, babies, forever, with you. I'll give up the fast cars. I'll even drive a fucking minivan if it means I get you." "Andrew." Tears fill her eyes, and I reach out to grasp both of her hands in mine. "Birdie, I'm in love with you."
Chapter 50. Birdie. He's in love with me. I have never in my life felt so free, so full, so fucking relieved. Andrew Watson is in love with me. And even though we have quite the paparazzi audience, I give zero fucks. It feels like my whole world, my whole life comes into absolute focus, And I just know. I know what I want. I know how I feel. I know. I fucked up in Memphis, too. I whisper, and make no move to remove my hands from his. I grip them tighter. I was scared and let fear get in my way. But I was so wrong, and I handled it all poorly. He nods and searches my eyes, but he also waits patiently as I find the right words. I pause and try to search through all the thoughts that are racing around inside my head. There is so much I need him to know and feel and hear. But hell's bells, it's like I don't know where to begin. Are you free in about 3 weeks?
What?
He asks, utterly confused by my question. I can't blame him, though. On the surface, it doesn't make a bit of sense. But eventually, he'll understand. A smile consumes my mouth. In about 3 weeks, can you clear your schedule for a month? No work, no filming, no nothing?
I think so. Why?
Do you want to go on a trip with me? I ask. To Fiji? A shocked laugh leaves his lips.
I just told you I'm in love with you, that I want to spend the rest of my life with you. And you're asking me if I want to go on a trip to Fiji?
Uh-huh. I stand up on my tippy toes and press a kiss to his lips. Just a soft, simple little kiss against his perfect mouth. Oh, and by the way, I whisper against his lips. I'm in love with you, too. He leans away from my lips to meet my eyes.
Yeah?
Yeah. I nod, and it feels like my smile is consuming my whole face. Tears join the party, too. I'm so deep in love with you, Andrew. And I want that life, too. I want everything. With you.
Goddamn, sweetheart.
He mutters and pulls me into his arms and wraps my legs around his waist.
It's yours. I'm yours.
In the middle of the hospital parking lot, with cameras flashing and paparazzi shouting questions in our direction, we both tune it all out and stay focused on our little bubble of bliss. Andrew kisses the hell out of me, and I don't care who sees it. I don't care about anything but kissing him right back. My teasing guy. My charming player. My Andrew. My Andy. My whole world. My family.
Epilogue. 6 weeks later. Andrew. I'm going to marry this woman. The morning sun flits into the living room of our private overwater bungalow, and I stare out through the open doors that lead to the deck, taking in the view of blue skies and turquoise Fiji waters. Bertie and I have been here for 3 weeks, and I've yet to grow bored of this view. I have a feeling it has everything to do with the beautiful woman I often find in the frame. I head over to the front door, open it up, and find today's big surprise is all set to go. I grin. Yeah, this is going to be the best fucking day of my life. Once I quickly make 2 cups of coffee to really keep up the charade of this being a normal Fiji morning, I carry them out onto the deck where Bertie sits in a teak lounge chair with her legs curled beneath her. My woman is a fucking vision of long, messy, wavy hair, courtesy of my sex-hungry appetite last night, and already wearing one of her ridiculously small bikinis that drive me fucking mad. I swear she might be secretly trying to kill me. Miles upon miles of visible skin, and my mouth is already watering for a taste. Fancy some coffee? I ask her. Then she looks away from the water to meet my eyes. Hers instantly brighten when she spots 2 fresh mugs in my hands. Yes, please. She makes quick work of getting one of the cups out of my hands and takes a sip. Thank you. I sit down in the chair beside hers, and once she's had enough coffee to suit her caffeine needs, she moves over to sit on my lap. That's much better, I say, and slide my hands around her waist. She giggles. So what are we going to do today? Get married? Bertie's stunned eyes meet mine. I'm sorry, but did you just say get married? I nod. That's exactly what I said. She stares at me like I've sprouted 2 heads, but I don't let that reaction deter me from my actual plans. Gently, I lift her off my lap and to her feet. and then I pull a small box from the pocket of my linen pants and get down on one knee in front of her. A shocked hand goes to her mouth. "Bertie Bernadette Harris, I love you," I say, smiling up at my whole fucking world, "and I want to spend the rest of my life loving you. I want to spend the rest of my life taking care of you and supporting you and being your #1 fucking fan. I want to laugh with you and play with you and fight with you and have wild makeup sex with you. I want it all, firecracker." I open the box and a pretty diamond ring sits inside.
Oh my God, Andrew.
She gasps and tears start to sparkle in her eyes. "Bertie, will you make me the luckiest man in the whole world and marry me?" She nods, laughs, nods again, and then to add icing to our perfect cake, she shouts, "Yes!" Thank fuck. My heart soars and I take the ring out of the box and slide it onto her finger. And then I don't hesitate to stand up and pull her into my arms and kiss my future wife. Fuck, I'm glad you said yes, because otherwise the next surprise I had planned would have been really awkward. I whisper against her mouth, and she leans back to stare deep into my eyes.
What surprise?
I glance over my shoulder and shout, "Come out onto the deck, guys!" Bertie looks at me confused, but when she spots her sister holding Daisy, and Luca and my family start to appear through the doors, she slaps me hard on the chest.
"Oh my God," she exclaims. "What is going on right now?"
"Well, sweetheart," I say through a chuckle, "when I said we should get married today, I wasn't joking, and since I knew you'd want our family here, I made it happen."
"How?"
she questions, and happy tears fill her eyes.
"How in the hell did you manage this?" "This plan was already in action before you guys left,"
Billy says, and gently hands Daisy off to Luca so she can wrap Bertie up into a big hug.
"Congratulations, sis. I'm so happy for you." "You've been planning this since before we came to Fiji?"
Bertie questions, her gaze meeting mine. I nod. "Sweetheart, I've been planning this since the day outside the hospital."
"The day you two finally got your shit together,"
Billy teases. The rest of our family steps up to give us congratulatory hugs. Luca, my mom and dad, Kelly and Lance, even Uncle Tim. "Feel free to get married twice a year," my uncle says through a chuckle. "I'm all for free trips to tropical locations." Jesus Christ. "Tim, I swear to God, if you don't behave, you're going to be flying home in cargo." He just grins and proceeds to walk back inside our bungalow to fix himself a drink. "All right, sweetheart," I say to Bertie, and pull her into my arms for one last hug. "Now is the time for you to go with the girls to get ready."
"Get ready?" she questions. "I don't have a dress or shoes or any freaking thing. Andrew, I can't get married in a bikini."
I chuckle. "Don't you worry, firecracker. Billy's on top of it." Her sister chimes into the conversation.
"I have acquired a whole team of people. Dresses for you to pick from. It's all set. Sis, all you need to do is enjoy your wedding day."
Bertie looks at me, a beautiful smile consuming her face.
"This is really happening?"
"This is really happening."
"Best day ever,"
she whispers, and presses a soft kiss to my lips. I couldn't agree more.
Bertie. Today I married the love of my life. It was an intimate affair with just Andrew and me and our family. I wore a simple white silk dress Billy had picked out for me and walked down the sandy aisle in bare feet. Andrew's eyes filled with tears the instant he spotted me, and they stayed just like that through the entire ceremony on the beach. I cried when he said, "I do," and giggled when he sealed our marriage with a hot, sexy kiss. It was the most perfect wedding a girl could ask for. All thanks to my amazing husband. Once the ceremony ended, the two of us headed back to our bungalow for a little alone time before meeting our family for our reception inside the resort's bar and restaurant that Andrew managed to rent out for the night. I've been told there will be lots of food, lots of booze, delicious cake, and most likely, a drunk Uncle Tim. The instant we step inside our home away from home for the past 3 weeks, Andrew pulls me into his arms and kisses me deeply.
"You're officially my wife,"
he whispers against my lips. I giggle. "And you're my husband."
"Damn straight."
He mutters and kisses me again. His lips are persistent and delicious and dangerously addictive.
You're officially Bertie Watson now.
You know, I lean back and stare at him with playful eyes. I'm thinking you should be Andrew Harris. Amusement consumes his lips.
You want me to change my name to Andrew Harris?
Is that a problem? I question, a teasing challenge. He tilts his head to the side, thinks about it for a few seconds, then shrugs.
Nope, not a problem at all.
I roll my eyes. Yeah, right, Andy. Like you'd really change your last name to Harris? Frankly, I don't really want that. I just wanted to tease him about it.
Sweetheart, if that's what you want, then that's what I'll fucking do,
he says, and releases me from his embrace to pull his phone out of his pocket. What are you doing? I ask, watching in confusion as he begins to type something out on the screen of his phone.
Nothing.
Andrew, what are you doing?
Just doing my husbandly duty of following my vows and making all your dreams come true.
What the heck? I stand there for a good 2 minutes, trying to peek over his shoulder, but he just keeps his phone hidden from my eyes. Eventually, though, I'm too damn curious not to see for myself. With quick, stealthy hands, I snag the phone out of his hold and look down at the screen to find a group chat with a bunch of names attached to it, all of which include his team and mine. His first text message to them.
Greetings from Fiji. A few updates. Weather is nice. Water is warm. Bertie looks insanely hot in a bikini. And we got married today.
I look up at him with confusion. You didn't tell anyone from our teams we were getting married? He shakes his head on a smile and, surprisingly, makes no move to get the phone back from me.
Nope.
Oh, fuck. Samantha and Candy and Neil are going to lose their shit over this. Whoops.
My focus was on making sure nothing leaked about my plans,
he explains.
I didn't want fucking paparazzi hiding out on the goddamn beach when I married you. I figured the more people who knew, the more likely the news would get out. Hell, my family didn't even tell Uncle Tim until they landed in Fiji.
I guess that explains why Andrew was so adamant about security on this trip. My eyes still on the group chat, I read the rest of the exchanges. Damien.
What the hell?
Blake.
Are you fucking with me right now?
Samantha. I swear to God, you better be lying. If you're not, tell Bertie she has a lot of explaining to do when you guys get back. Candy. You two are a real pain in my ass, you know that? Amy. Andrew Watson, I swear to God, you better be joking. Liza. Oh, for fuck's sake. Neil.
Seriously?
And lastly, Andrew's next 2 responses to the shocked messages.
Nope. And we're going full-on progressive with this. I need you guys to start working on a few things ASAP. 1. Put the LA house up for sale and start searching for a nice place in Nashville. 2. Sell all my sports cars and buy us a minivan. 3. And start the paperwork to get my last name changed to Harris. Oh, and don't worry. I'll get to work on getting Bertie knocked up with my babies so we have something to fill our new minivan with. Winky face.
A shocked laugh leaves my lips, and I lift my eyes to meet Andrew's amused gaze. Minivans and living in Nashville and being the Harrises? Looks like you've got our whole future planned out, huh? I ask, a teasing tone in my voice.
Sweetheart, when it comes to you, our future is crystal fucking clear.
How about you nix the whole Andrew Harris thing, and you and I just stick with our current names? He lifts a playful brow.
And the rest?
Minivans are a hard no. He frowns. But babies sound pretty good, I add softly. The warmth in his eyes is enough to confirm once again that Belinda Carlisle knew what she was talking about. Heaven really is a place on earth. Looks like you better start getting naked, Andy. We have a lot of work to do. His responding expression is downright salacious and tells me all I need to know. Yes, please. My husband might be crazy, but for today and tomorrow and the rest of forever, he is all mine. Thank everything for that. This concludes Hate the Player by Max Monroe. Narrated by Stephanie Rose and Alexander Sendiz. Copyright 2020 by Max Monroe. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Max Monroe, care of Bookcase Literary Agency, and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.